Chapter 1, The Lucky Audience. Phew, the wind outside the window blew the floating veil up, gently brushing it over the eyelids of the sleeping person on the bed. Jiang Bai opened his eyes in a daze. Smelling the scent of flowers at the tip of his nose and the fresh breeze that cut through, he still couldn't believe it for a bit. I came out? He got up violently and looked around. It was his familiar dorm room. He really was back. After having a breakup meal with his girlfriend that day, Jiang Bai came back and fell asleep. And in his dream, he was sucked into a mysterious space by an inexplicable force. Every day in the space, a different case occurs. Once Jiang Bo cannot solve the case within the specified time, he will be punished in different ways. Sometimes he is flayed. Sometimes he is even thrown into the fire and burned alive. No matter what kind of torture he suffered the day before, Jiang Bai was still able to wake up intact the next day and continue to solve the case. To minimize the pain of physical torture, Jiang Bai's crime-solving skills have skyrocketed. In the case of the female ghost demanding her life that he solved yesterday, he broke through his own history. He found the murderer in just 4 hours. After the hammering of 20,000 cases, Jiang Bo finally came out of the mysterious space. That was exactly the first 100 years that he had been trapped in the space. Looking at the familiar and somewhat unfamiliar surroundings, Jiang Bai still couldn't believe it. He subconsciously pinched the back of his hand. It really hurts. He wasn't dreaming. He had really come out of that space. Touching a hard metal on his hand, Jiang Bai took it into his hand and looked at it. It turned out to be the cell phone that he had spent 2 months of his living expenses to buy. The date on it showed May 9th, 2025. He remembered that it was May 8th, 2025 after the breakup dinner with his girlfriend. In other words, he had been trapped in the mysterious space for 100 years, and only 1 day had passed in the real world, missing the cassoulet in the cafeteria. Jiang Bai rubbed his stomach and decided to go to the cafeteria to sacrifice his 5 organs first. Walking on the somewhat trance-like yet familiar road, suddenly, a silhouette leapt in front of Jiang Bai. "Hello classmate, we are the staff of the Who's the Great Detective Today program. Congratulations on being drawn by our platform as the lucky viewer of this issue. Our program will invite Feng Mu, Luo Fei, Wang Mani, Feng Shijin, Stella, Morong Yunhai and He Ichen and other great detectives to participate. Are you willing to participate in our crime-solving program with them? The winner can win $2 million in prize money, and also have the opportunity to gain the favor of our female guests and go on a date with the goddess of your choice." Jiang Bai didn't move and took a step back. In space, there was once a time when Jiang Bai participated in the scene of arresting a suspect. Unbeknownst to him, he ended up being killed by the murderer as a hostage, and in the end, he was judged as a failure in solving the case, and was severely tortured to death alive. After that time, Jiang Bai got used to keeping a safe distance from people at all times. The round-faced reporter was as meticulous as a hare. Noticing Jiang Bai's vigilance, he hurriedly pulled out his work permit and cell phone. "Hello classmate, we are not crooks. This is my work permit, and you can see the live broadcast of our platform on the CC Live Broadcast software, including my interview with you this time. I can open it for you now." Jiang Bai gave a hum. The round-faced reporter hurriedly called up the interface of his cell phone, opened the CC Live streaming software, and clicked into the first link, which was clearly the page where he was interviewing Jiang Bo. "This student, we've waited for so long on this road and found that you are the most suitable guest candidate for our program. The format of our show is to organize guests to find out criminals together and warn the world. If you agree to participate, tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, our show team will send a car to pick you up. How about it?" Jiang Bai's eyebrows moved. Was this the heavens favoring him? First there was a mysterious space to exercise his crime-solving ability, and then after he came out, he was selected by the crime-solving program group, and there were prizes to be won. Perhaps it was the judgment exercised in that space. Jiang Bai made his decision in just a few seconds. Yes. The round-faced reporter was overjoyed and raised Jiang Bai's right hand to the camera. The lucky audience for the 3rd installment of the Who's the Great Detective Today program has been decided. Next, let's look forward to tomorrow's exciting live broadcast. After the recording on this side ended, the reporter registered Jiang Bai's relevant information and left first. On the other side, a wave of enthusiastic comments had already risen within the live broadcast of Who's the Great Detective Today. "Ooh, my goddess Stella, why wasn't I the one chosen this time? Damn, what makes this kid so lucky? Let's go in my place. I'll definitely perform better than him. I want to get up close and personal with Fanchijin to teach me the skills of selling real estate." Jiang Bai didn't care about this. He was only looking forward to tomorrow's crime-solving program, wondering how it would be different from the ones he encountered in space. The next day, Jiang Bo found a clean clothes, took the car sent by the program team and arrived at the recording site. Although this was Jiang Bai's first time participating in a recording program, but thanks to the temperament he had worked out in the mysterious space, he didn't panic at all throughout the whole process. Calm as usual, the makeup artist, who was used to seeing lucky viewers at a loss for words, was somewhat impressed by him. After walking through the details of signing the contract, the director of the program called everyone together. Hello everyone, I'm Haoku, the program director of this Who's the Great Detective today. Next, I'll introduce everyone to our program rules. First of all, our members will encounter a total of 5 cases in the program, all of which are restored cases that have happened in reality. Everyone needs to find the murderer within a specified period of time, and the first person to find the murderer will receive the highest percentage of the prize money. In order to help everyone solve the cases as soon as possible, we have invited professional detectives, Fong Mu and Luo Fei, to assist you in solving the cases. Of course, for the sake of fairness, the team that the two of them are on will deduct one of the highest scores and one of the lowest scores from the final rating. We'll be live streaming the entirety of the program from the beginning of the recording, so please cheer up. Now, we're going to divide the 8 members into 2 groups by drawing lots. The field assistants brought the tools for drawing lots. What made Jiang Bai a little surprised was that he was drawn in the same group as the 3 female elites. The pop-up screen instantly exploded. On what grounds? This loser was even able to draw in the same group as our Manny. Did he go to Manny's counter to buy a bag? Upstairs, open your dog's eyes and look clearly. That's our real estate's elite fanish Jean. I'd rather lose 10 years of my life if I could share my experience in selling real estate with her. All of you are too short-sighted. According to me, none of these women can compare to my Stella. She is the true goddess. Whether it's spiritual or material, even a big man like me is inferior to her. Everyone was lamenting the unfairness of the grouping, and Morong Yunhai on the opposite side directly ruffled his bangs, revealing a wave of what he thought was an overbearing and charming smile. What's the point of comparing? It's definitely our group that wins. Hien clenched his fist with one hand and coughed softly. It seems unfair to group them this way. How about drawing lots again? Jiang Bai was indifferent. No matter who he drew with his ability to solve crimes, he would still be able to take people flying in minutes. No need to redraw. Director Hauke sealed the deal. This was originally the result of his discussion with the crew and the advice Wang Han gave him. Chapter 2. Cases. The director didn't move and swept the number of people in the live room, assigning a mediocre passerby with the hot female elites from all walks of life. It was exciting to think about. Sure enough, just this one action alone brought tens of thousands of people to the live broadcast room. Among the several people, Stella and Fawn Shijin both had a calm look on their faces. Only Wang Manny stood out and gave a humph with her red lips. Who's going to lose and who's going to win is still uncertain. Don't be too happy. She turned to Jiang Bai and smiled lightly. This handsome guy, go for it. We all believe in your abilities. This girl's eyes were spinning fast. Jiang Bai could see that she was just saying some false words to support the scene, but he didn't take it to heart and smiled lightly. Aha! His calm demeanor immediately caused a group to laugh at the live broadcast. I'll go. This kid is addicted to pretending to be 13. How dare he smile at our Manny? I'm going to block his face with a mosaic. Damn it! Director Hauke clapped his hands at the right time. Now, let's group up according to the results of the draw. Red team, a group of Wang Manny, Fong Shijin, Stella, and Zhang Bo. Stella is the captain. Blue team, a group of Morong Yunhai, Hien, Fong Mu, Luo Fei. Morong Yunhai is the captain. Next, please move to our scene of the crime and join the audience in the live broadcast room to burn your brain cells. On the other side, the crime scene was set up in advance. As a first-class host in China, Wang Han's hosting skills are naturally unquestionable. In just a few minutes of warm-up time, the live audience's emotions were heated up by him, and they could not wait to rush into the program site. The number of people in the live broadcast room is still rising. Who is the big detective program today? Rushed to the 3rd position of the CC platform Hot Air. The 8 members who had put on makeup, with the host's command, walked into the camera in unison. A few people just showed up. The staff brought 2 mattress-style teenager. A teenager with a ghost fire look on his head cried, "Ooh, I've met a ghost. The ghost in the water tower." He stood up. Another young girl with a broomstick and heavy smoky makeup on her face held the teenager and said with an embarrassed face, "Ever since Sanzai went to the water tower alone that day, he always said that he saw the corpse in the water tower stand up. I just can't stand it anymore. I'm going to break up with him if he keeps going on like this." Her face was impatient and she looked very dedicated. A few people couldn't help but quietly nod for the program group in their hearts. This styling, this makeup, it was really grounded. There was also a rare harmony in the pop-ups. I'm spreading my cards. I also stayed in this kind of styling back then. This program group the group actors are all there. It's really a great conscience. Not waiting for everyone to open their mouths, Morong Yunhai stared closely at the young girl and took the first step to speak. What did you just say about the corpse? The corpse in the water tower? The spiritual young girl took a step back, her eyes darting from side to side. Well, it's just a secret we inadvertently discovered. A corpse was thrown in the water tower. Jiang Bai did not move to observe the expressions of the two informants. Morong Yunhai continued to head out. You take us to see now. Okay, you guys come with us. Since this program is based on a real case to restore, so the scene is also to restore to the greatest extent possible. The body then when used a high simulation of the rubber man, soaked in the water tower. Jiang Bai quietly observed the surroundings. The water tower is very high. Up and down only a simple aluminum ladder can be climbed. The surrounding moss was overgrown and the feet were wet. It looked like the situation on the day of the crime. Luo Fei and Fong Mu hands to fish out the body. Professionalism. Luo Fei subconsciously went up to check the cause of death of the corpse. Aside Wang Han timely intervention, because the body has a high degree of corruption. So with the naked eye cannot detect the real cause of death of the deceased. The need for further autopsy in order to know the cause of death. Luo Fei got up in disappointment. As the host of this program, Wang Han, as a rule, would remind everyone at the right time as a way to move the program forward. The 3 days from now is the time given to you all to solve the case, so please grasp it by yourselves. Oh. Fong Mu pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose and looked straight at the broomstick-style teenage girl. You tell us in detail about the discovery of this corpse. The young girl beamed and complained with some dissatisfaction. It's not impossible to tell you guys. It's not that 2 days ago, I came here with 3 epileptic to play poker, and then on a whim I wanted to take a look on the water tower, and I found such a dead man. Morong Yunhai frowned and spoke again. Did you guys not report the discovery of the dead body as soon as you found it? The young girl bristled. What's the point of reporting it? What if we were arrested as bad guys? Who knows? We thought it was quite exciting, so we called our friends to come and see it, and we even took a picture with the corpse. Sanzai was originally the least courageous among us, but after seeing the corpse, he became bold. If he hadn't come here alone that day to exercise his guts, he wouldn't have been scared like this. Wang Manny and Stella and the other 3 couldn't help but look at each other, finding a corpse and not reporting it to the police. What kind of strange brain circuits are these? Jiang Bai, however, didn't feel surprised at all. He had solved many cases in that space, and had seen all kinds of people and criminals. This kind of middle-aged teenage girl in front of him couldn't be more normal in his opinion. He rubbed his eyebrows, seeming to have some difficulty accepting it. What kind of picture did you take together? Can you take it out and take a look? The teenage girl directly took out her warm cell phone from her tight jeans. Here, it's all here. We admittedly moved this body in a competition to see who was bolder, but this person's death really has nothing to do with us. Hien and Morong Yunhai glanced at the group photo and almost threw their phones out in shock. Wang Manny and the others just lightly glanced at it, and surprisingly, they directly turned their heads and vomited. This program group, don't be so realistic. The pop-up screen was immediately screened by a sound of heartache. I feel sorry for my Manny. If the program group wants to be conscientious, they should also consider our goddess's acceptability. Yes, my Stella didn't throw up, but her face is also white. I'm so sorry. Hugs. The only ones with normal faces on the scene were Fong Mu, Luo Fei, and Jiang Bai. Just the first 2 were originally professional detectives. What kind of scenes have seen? As for Jiang Bai, since he was currently just a lucky spectator playing soy sauce, as long as he didn't open his mouth, not many people paid attention to him. Fong Mu put down his cell phone and turned around the scene, seemingly looking for any clues. Delicately, Morong Yunhai suddenly pointed at the photo and shouted, I know who the murderer is. Chapter 3, Differences of Opinion. Everyone present was startled by his yell. The program had only started half a bell ago, and Morong Yunhai knew who the murderer was so quickly? Fong Mu and Luo Fei also looked at each other with some surprise, and all the gazes fell on Morong Yunhai. Seeing this, Morong Yunhai looked at the uniquely styled 2 group actors with great complacency. The murderer is actually you two. It must be you two who, for some unknown reason, accidentally killed this person and threw him into the water tower. And now one of you couldn't stand it with your conscience and ran out of steam. You guys just don't do anything about it and pretend to be the victim to report the case, trying to muddle through. Morong Yunhai's self-righteous reasoning drew Hien-chan's repeated nods. I also think he's right. No matter what, these 2 teenagers, proper delinquent teenagers, and they even openly admitted that they had casually fiddled with the corpses. The teenage girl with the killer horse look stomped her feet in anger. You see? I knew it would end up like this. She fiercely pulled the teenager beside her. Let's go. Just then, Fong Mu suddenly spoke. I believe you guys are innocent. The crowd froze. Camera Xiao Luo hurriedly gave the camera to Fong Mu, the teenage reasoning genius, who was slowly recounting his judgment. First of all, although the victim was bloated by the blisters, according to logistics theoremology, his height was at least over 1 meter 8, and his weight was not less than 70 kilograms. Both of you are not taller than 1 meter 5, and your weight is conservatively estimated to add up to less than 100 pounds. To throw the deceased into the water tower, your strength alone is not enough. Morong Yunhai blushed and argued. They can throw people into the water tower with the help of a ladder. Fang Mu laughed and pointed at the water tower at the restored site. That ladder is difficult for one person to walk on, let alone two. Luo Fei nodded and added, I climbed up and tried it just now. It's really difficult to have the two of them to dump the body. Theoretically speaking, one of Fang Mu and Luo Fei was a person who was known as a reasoning genius, while the other was an institutionalized person with rich experience in handling cases. Their words had a very high credibility. Just as they were arguing, Wang Manny and several female elites were not idle. This water tower is so high. Could it be that this man himself was drunk and accidentally lost his footing and fell into the water? The host prompted from the side, there is no such possibility. There is no remaining landing point at the top of the water tower. At the same time, the case officers did not extract the footprints of the deceased in the surrounding area. Fan Shijin's experience in this area was pitifully small, and although she was also curious, she didn't know where to start asking questions. Stella wrinkled her delicate eyebrows. If it was killed by someone, was it a money plot? As an elite in the workplace, that was all Stella could think of. The host spoke. The wallet was taken from the deceased, but the gold watch on the wrist is still there. That was odd. If it was a plot for wealth, why not take all the belongings? Since the person dared to kill, what would a gold watch not dare to take away? The three female elites no longer dared to open their mouths and speculate freely, lest they lose their elite idol baggage. Luo Fei climbed back up the water tower and looked up and down, frowning at the downstairs for a while and staring at the corpse. Just as Morong Yunhai was about to urge him, Luo Fei slowly opened his mouth. The moss at the scene has a wetness level of 6. Was it a rainy day on the day of the crime? Host Wang Han's voice had more than a hint of joy. Yes, the reasoning is correct. The 4 days before and after the murder were all rainy days. This is troublesome. A lot of evidence will be washed away. Fang Mu shook his head. Jiang Bai also thought of this, but his attention, since the beginning, fell on the three epileptics who were scared to the point of convulsions every now and then. Luo Fei measured something with his hand, then calculated on his book and finally concluded. The murderer should be 1 to 2 people. This is not the first crime scene. Fang Mu glanced at the paper Luo Fei handed to him and nodded thoughtfully. And the murderer also has a vehicle that can be moved at any time. It could be a van, or some other type of vehicle that can fit the body. As the only one on the scene who knew the answer, Wang Han couldn't help but nod his head. The two of you are going in the right direction with your reasoning. Completely. He couldn't give the correct answer, but he could give tips at the right time to assist everyone in solving the case. As soon as these words came out, the pop-up screen was immediately screened with dense exclamations. Awesome. Worthy of being the Lao Luo of my heart. Our Fang Mu isn't bad either, okay? Wang Manny's little eyes are simply filled with admiration for our Fang Mu. Okay. Oh no. Stella, the goddess who has always been as cold as an iceberg, is also looking at Fang Mu. It seems like this case is definitely won by our blue team. The fire of the viewers in the pop-up screen naturally infected the people at the scene as well. Even Morong Yunhai couldn't help but straighten his back, as if the person who lost face just now wasn't himself. His eyes turned around and landed on Jiang Bai, who had a calm face. Yeah, isn't this our big handsome guy from the red team? How about it? You've been in for so long. What's your opinion on the case? Speak out and listen. It doesn't matter even if you're wrong. For ordinary people like you, to have the chance to record a program with us is something you would never dare to think of in your life, right? It's okay, cherish this time, but next time, I don't know if I'll be able to show my face in front of the camera. Morong Yunhai and He Yichen were both presidents of top companies in China. The former had a wild personality, while the latter was slightly more introverted. Suddenly being named in public, Jiang Bai was not the least bit intimidated. Greeting the worried gazes of Wang Manny and the others, Jiang Bai smiled lightly. I do have a few points of view, which are not quite the same as Team Fang and Team Luo's. I think the murderer is only one person. He should have the same tool of crime with him, and it is reasonable that such a tool is in his hands. It will not attract suspicion. In the means of transportation, I agree with the Fang team's inference. When these words came out, the several team members on the scene were stunned. Morong Yunhai's face was even more wonderful. A moment of green and a moment of white, as if he didn't expect that Jiang Bai would actually be able to say 1, 2, 3. Chapter 4, Who is the murderer? When Wang Han heard Jiang Bai's reply, he immediately seized the opportunity. Student Jiang Bai, your reasoning is completely correct. Morong Yunhai's face immediately collapsed when he heard this. His intention was to humiliate the red team and get back the face he had just lost, but he didn't expect that this Jiang Bai would casually say a couple of sentences and still be right. Unlike Morong Yunhai, Fang Mu and Luo Fei looked at Jiang Bo with a hint of curiosity. To know, just the reasoning that Fang Mu and Luo Fei just made. At least 5 years of experience in crime solving is needed to be able to do it. This Jiang Bo, is he just claptrap or does he really have something in his stomach? Damn, this Jiang Bai student is a bit interesting. Surprisingly, he got it right. How can I put it? I think this Jiangbai looks quite handsome, and the way he solved the case is also very charming. Whoever said that my brother Bo can't do it, come out and apologize now. Upstairs, aren't you guys too happy? He hasn't even found the real culprit yet, and you're all getting high here? Wang Han secretly glanced at the number of people in the live broadcast room, and in just a few minutes, another 20 million people had flooded in. What a good sign. Mr. Jiangbai, please state your reasoning process, Wang Han reminded at the right time. This was one of the requirements of the program team, not only to give the conclusion, but also to tell the reasoning process for the authenticity of the program. Under the curious gazes of Wang Manning and several other female elites, Jiangbai spoke slowly. First of all, although this water tower is deserted, it is located in the center of the park, with medium foot traffic, not considered remote, so the murderer must have a vehicle with him, which is used to cover the body, and won't arouse suspicion. Secondly, the murderer certainly will not be in the daytime in plain sight to dump the body, generally will choose in the late night or early morning. Plus the host just prompted, before and after the crime 4 days are rainy days, so the murderer is very likely to be wearing a raincoat. This kind of concealment stronger clothes to commit the crime. Combined with these two suspicions, the murderer is most likely a person related to the water tower. Going up the water tower will not be suspected. There's also the possibility that it was in the neighborhood, an online taxi driver who takes orders at any time, or a strong vendor, etc. The last thing is the watch on the victim's hand. If it's two murderers for wealth, it doesn't make sense to let go of that watch at the same time, and if it's a vendetta, there's no need to move the person back into the middle of the water tower. To summarize, the murderer is a person is more likely, plus the choice of dumping location, and the degree of looting of property, indicating that this is most likely the murderer's first time to commit the crime. Jiangbai reasoned down. With reasoning and clarity of speech, the three female elites were directly dumbfounded. Feng Mo and Luo Fei listened with both surprise and secret admiration. Full marks for logic, strength not to be underestimated. Only Morong Yunhai's face was very embarrassed. His company was about to go public, and he came to the show this time to create momentum for his own company. Seeing that Jiangbai's team was vaguely on the verge of victory, he blackened his face and took out the stance he had in his own company, and lightly rebuked Feng Mo and Luo Fei. What are you two still standing still for? The red team's people are going to guess the murderer if they keep guessing. To tell you the truth, I have plenty of money. As long as you guys find the murderer first, I'll give you all $5 million each. Morong Yunhai waved his hand with an air of contracting a fish pond. His words were said with the mic removed, so the audience in the live broadcast room was not aware of it. Delicacy. Feng Mu was young and impetuous, and although he didn't directly flip out with Morong Yunhai, he could tell from his face that he didn't want to bother with him anymore. Luo Fei was a good old-fashioned personality, and in order to not let anyone on the team make a mistake at a critical moment, he only had to step forward and ask 3 Epileptic a few more questions. Wait-3 Epileptic answered twice, and suddenly took out his cell phone and looked at it. He sent another message. 3 Epileptic's girlfriend took her cell phone and glanced at it. Within 5 days, kill you all. Feng Mu, who had been paying attention to this side, frowned and asked, who is he? What do you mean again? What messages did he send before? Show me all of them. The young girl with the Killmart look handed her cell phone to Feng Mu, and a hint of fear finally appeared in her eyes. They all said that this is the wrong spirit asking for his life to come. It's all because we humiliated him before. Hearing the words, unjust souls, the 3 Epileptics suddenly let out a shrill cry and fell to the ground, twitching continuously. At this, even Wang Han gave the group actor a nod in his heart. This is also too dedicated. Look at this foaming spitting, don't even need to pour milk. While Feng Mo and Luo Fei were checking their cell phone messages in a tight circle, Zhang Bai came to the side of San Seizure and pressed on him every now and then came close to the side of San Seizure's face, seemingly listening to something. Killmonger directly took out his cell phone and made a call. Uncle Jane, 3 Epileptic's epileptic seizure is back. Come over and take a look. The voice on the other end was noisy, seemingly rejecting the young girl's request. Zhang Bai handed her a reassuring look and took the phone and said something. 10 minutes later, a dusty, middle-aged man as thin as a bamboo pole arrived at the scene, and when he saw the appearance of the 3 Epileptics, he suddenly burst into tears. Son, the worry on his face was all natural, not seemingly fake. The pop-up screen instantly roared. Originally thought it was just a program that broadcasts live crime solving, but I didn't expect it to be a large-scale acting scene. That sound is so big, directly shouted me to tears. This director is also too detailed. This is all from Where to Find Group Acting. Dedicated and professional. I admit I love Liao. The studio director saw the middle-aged man who suddenly appeared and immediately questioned the field assistant with a black face. Did you bring this man in? The field assistant didn't have time to cry foul. Someone screamed from the side. Director, The number of people in the live broadcast room has broken 50 million. Now we're number 1 in hot searches. Number 1 in airplay. No. 1 in cloud data. These few firsts made the director smile with joy, and he didn't have the heart to pursue the reason for the middle-aged man's appearance. There was no way in this era where traffic was king. Data was everything. Seeing that everyone was ignoring him, Morong Yunhai took 3 steps to the middle-aged man. Hey, are you the father of this 3 epileptic? He killed the people, right? You helped dump the body. You're now coming to take away your son, and then you'll come back and put on a show of crying in pain and surrendering, right? Wang Han was at the side, wrinkling his brows and holding back. Jiang Bai was closest to the middle-aged man and had been observing. Although Fang Mu was annoyed at Morong Yunhai's recklessness, it was now a live broadcast, and in his heart, he only wanted to hurry up and solve the case, so he could hurry up and leave these stupid people. He also asked the middle-aged man a few questions. He learned that the middle-aged man's surname was Jane, known as Master Jane, a cab driver. Master Jane answered the question slowly. From beginning to end has been lowered. Do not dare to look at the crowd. Not to mention dare not look at the camera. Live a small people at the bottom of society. The pop-up screen instantly a piece of heartache. Well, let this uncle go to rest. It's not easy for him. Stupid are you guys? This is a group acting. The director found to act, but also seriously upstairs, really deserved to give people head. At this moment, Wang Mani gently pushed Jiang Bai. Jiang handsome, do you have any idea? Do you know who the murderer is? Jiang Bai let out an unenthusiastic I still need to verify some details. The live broadcast room was instantly in an uproar. What does this Jiang Bo mean? He knows who the murderer is? Impossible. Could he be even more powerful than Fang Mu and Team Luo? Absolutely impossible. Chapter 5. One thing leads to another. The situation in the live broadcast room. Jiang Bo Tong did not know. At this moment, his mind only wants to hurry to solve the case. Stride to the front of Master Jane. Jiang Bo gaze bright. Handsome face looks harmless. Master Jane, can I do a simple hypnosis to 3 epileptic? Ask him some questions? Familiarly, when Master Jian heard this, he raised his head violently, and his tone, which had been soft, had a rare hint of toughness. No, I want to take my son away now. Saying that, he bent down and picked up the still convulsing 3 epileptic with one hand. Jiang Bai's eyes crossed a flash of really. He hurriedly reached out to stop Master Jane's way. His expression sincere. Master Jane, in this situation of sand seizure, why don't you guys go to the resettlement room to rest for a while? There is a professional medical team there that can stop sand seizures convulsions first. You know, the disease of epilepsy can be big or small. Wang Han thought that this Master Jane who appeared out of nowhere was temporarily arranged by the director. Although he was dissatisfied, he immediately responded, right, Master Jane you first come this way with our staff. After the people left, Wang Han had a copy of the autopsy report in his hand. Congratulations, everyone, the autopsy report is out. You can obtain more evidence you want based on this report. Morong Yunhai's side cheered, and even Fang Mu and Team Luo's brows couldn't help but loosen. It seems that the fatal injury of the deceased was that blunt object on the head, and it's really hard to do that with just those 2 teenagers just now. Fang Mu and Luo Fei concluded. The deceased was even a small contractor. To subdue someone like him, at least someone who has been working on the construction site for more than 10 years, right? Jiang Bai kept staring at the 3 people in the simple resettlement house, his gaze sullen, not knowing what he was thinking. Several people talked and discussed, but how could they not sort out any new clues? Just at this time, Wang Han on the side of Su Su said, the young girl in the report disappeared. The scene left a large bloodstains. At the same time, the local missing a bank accountant. His bank card is missing 40,000 yuan. The surveillance camera was taken by a round-faced big fat man to take away. A friendly reminder of the time of these 2 crimes are also rainy days, and the day of the report is only a day apart. Simple resettlement room was slowly pulled open. The teenager hid in the quilt and cried until a few times back to the air. Just now the young girl has disappeared. Jane Master has been lowered. Do not know what to think. This group of actors is really too dedicated. Wang Mani was so angry that she yelled, the previous case hasn't been solved yet. Why is there a new murder? Stella had just been dragged by Fang Shijin to take a look at the autopsy report, and now her face was green with displeasure. The live broadcast room was also filled with heartbreaking sounds. Report. Heartbroken for my goddess. Requesting the director not to continue applying pressure. Can't you see that my goddess face is white? Hug my goddess. Baora, I've wronged you. I'll ask Butler Wang to prepare more delicious food for you later. Put, are each of you here to solve the case or to feel sorry for the goddess? The messages were mixed, but director Haoko was overjoyed. This was the way to go. The more different voices, the hotter his program would be. Fang Mu and Luo Fei looked at everything in front of them with some headaches. This was not a professional crime-solving scene after all. There were too many uncontrollable factors. What's more, the clues they got were too few to analyze the murderer at all. Just as Luo Fei was planning to ask Wang Han to give some more information, Jiang Bai looked at Master Jane, who had kept his head down, and spoke in a deep voice. Master Jane, how long do you plan to let 3 Epileptic continue to carry the torment of the secret that his father is a murderer? Master Jane's eyebrows twitched, but he was keeping his head down and no one could see his expression. Fang Mu and Luo Fei spoke at the same time to stop him. Jiang Bai shouldn't have let these lucky spectators participate. They really would do anything to be famous. Jiang Bai gestured at them to be quiet. Master Jane suddenly raised his head and smiled nervously. I'm just a cab driver. I don't understand what you guys are talking about. Now I'm going to take my kid away. Jiang Bai reminded him without panicking. Are you sure that 3 Epileptic is willing to go back with you? His murderer father? If so, why is he still hiding under the quilt? Afraid to meet with you even though he's cured of his epilepsy at this moment? Master Jian shook his head. My child has been having a temper tantrum with me lately. That naive look. Looking Luo Fei directly wanted to use force to make Jiang Bai shut up. But this was a live program, and if Wang Han didn't open his mouth to stop it, the others couldn't act at will. Jiang Bai was so calm and relaxed that he seemed to be facing an ordinary person. Master Jane, you've been a cab driver for decades, right? Carrying around some fire axes, wrenches, and other self-defense weapons is reasonable and unobtrusive, right? Why did you kill this bagman? Let me guess. It had something to do with the disease you have, right? Is it advanced rectal cancer? Master Jane's face twitched fiercely. His face was hideous, pointing at Jiang Bai and shouting angrily, what makes you say I'm a murderer? I didn't do anything. The audience at the scene and in the live broadcast room all held their breath, quietly waiting for Jiang Bo to reveal the secret. Jiang Bai smiled bitterly. Do you know what 3 Epileptic said when he had an attack? Master Jian, you were seen by 3 Epileptic when you moved the body, weren't you? You killed the contractor in order to leave money for 3 Epileptic to evening out, not to cure yourself. Am I right or wrong? Jiang Bai spoke extremely fast and spat out his words clearly. As his last word fell, the live broadcast room was once again flooded with 50 million people. At this moment, the number of people in the live broadcast room of Who's the Great Detective Today had already broken through 100 million. Hauke was originally very dissatisfied with Jiang Bai solving the case compared to Fang Mu and the others, but when he saw that long list of data, he was instantly happy again. Just then, his cell phone rang, and it turned out to be an old friend of his from the system. Your kid is crazy for wanting to make money. Do you know that you put in the serial killer that we have been chasing for decades? Hauke immediately felt a piece of fiery heart was doused with ice water. He hurriedly looked towards the screen, and at this look, he was so scared that he almost shat himself, only to see the scene of Master Jane, pulling out a control knife. I do not know where to hide. One hand clamped Wang Manny, one hand holding the control knife against the woman's temple. Look crazy, mouth screaming, let my child go. All this has nothing to do with him. It's all my doing. It's over. It's a big deal. Chapter 6, Defusing the Crisis. Even the host Wang Han, who had always been unperturbed by changes, froze in place. Now what is the situation? The director is testing his resilience as a host? Even if you're playing with excitement, you can't play like this. Not only was the host Wang Han confused, but director Hauke was anxiously circling behind him. You guys quickly go over and contact the security guards, and ambush them behind the curtain first. With the sudden attack, Wang Manny was instantly at a loss for words. Although she knew it was a program effect, this person's strength was too great, and the knife was cold to the touch, clearly a real knife. Wang Manny was so scared that she almost fainted. The pop-ups rose and fell, and although the scene was wrong, it was thought to be a surprise from the director to the audience, and except for Wang Manny's fans, the rest of the people watched with excitement and didn't feel that something was wrong. Fang Mu and Luo Fei, who had experienced big scenes, smelled a hint of danger, and seeing the sudden increase in security behind the curtain, they became suspicious. Jiang Bai understood everything when he saw the round-faced fat man walking past behind the curtain. He was the murderer arranged by the director's team. So who was this person in front of him? There was only one possibility. They had brought in the real murderer. Although the probability was so small that it was like winning the lottery, Jiang Bai still accepted this fact at first. Hey, what the hell? Didn't we say that a round-faced fat man was captured under the surveillance? This father is also too skinny, right? What do you know? This is called a twist. Jiang Bai is a vegetarian after all. How strong can he be? It's nothing more than a lucky viewer who was hoodwinked right before. I'm still worried about our family Manny. Why was Manny the one who was hijacked? She's so soft. If she gets her skin scratched, actors rely on their faces. Forget it upstairs. That's a fake knife. You're the only one who thinks it's real. If they used a real knife, would the production team dare? The production team really dare. As Hauke saw the knife swinging on Manny Wang's temple, his heart thumped and he almost fainted. He took the lead and ran to the live broadcast. He beckoned Wang Han over. There was no way. It was really impossible to hide it at the moment. At best, it could be concealed from those viewers on the opposite side. For the first time, he hoped that the heat wouldn't be too high, and if he knew that the murderer had broken in, then I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to do his job as a director for much longer. He could only pray in his heart that Wang Manny must not be hurt. Director, what's going on here? Everyone was a bit flustered, but Morong Yunhai was very calm. Small scenes, I've seen them all, but this also shows that the program group is just too inattentive to the arrangements, right? Before even putting the evidence in front of us, this murderer automatically drilled out. Ugh, bad comment. The moment he saw Director Hauke flashing in the background, Jiang Bai strengthened his own beliefs again. Wang Manny almost fainted in fear. What can we do now? If we really hurt someone, this program will be blocked from now on. The two backstage were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Wang Han had to get on stage quickly, although he is not willing to go on stage, but now this scene must be controlled. On or not on or not. Dilemma. Wang Manny is still in the hands of the other side. Already contacted the police people. Will soon arrive. But, right now the most important thing is not to let Wang Manny injured. What to do? Is there another way? The crowd was anxious like ants on a hot pan, and there were a few unknown situations. Jiang Bai thought about it and he had a plan. I have an idea. Let me go. As the crowd was at a loss, Jiang Bai was the first to step forward. What good idea can you have? Don't be impulsive. When the thugs heard Wang Manny, you a vegetarian won't be affected too much. We'll be finished. It's all come to this juncture. Director Hauke's first consideration is his own reputation, not Wang Manny's life. It really makes people snicker. I think Jiang Bai is reliable. Luo Fei was the first to say. He stepped forward and patted Jiang Bai's shoulder. Jiang Bai, what's your good method? Jiang Bai wouldn't take any notice of this obvious condescending behavior. He smiled faintly and walked up around the crowd. Is this vegetarian reliable? There were murmurs from behind them, but right now, there was no better idea than to trust Jiang Bai. Master Jane looked across the room, his eyes crimson, like an evil spirit running out of hell. He had completely entered a state of madness. Didn't listen to what I said? Let my son go, or I'll kill this woman. Among the 20,000 cases solved before, Jiang Bai knew all about criminal psychology. It was quite lucky so far. The man on the opposite side remembered that he had a son, and he had a soft spot, so it was good to deal with him. In criminal psychology, the more honest a man was, the more powerful he would be, but that was based on the fact that he was unattached. The man in front of him had attachments. Of course we can let your son go, but before we do, you need to consider one thing. Will your son himself leave? The knife in Master Jane's hand loosened and slowed for a moment, and Wang Manny's legs were already too weak to stand. As an actor, usually dangerous things were left to the understudy. When had she ever felt the sensation of a prop actually pinned to her temple, and even blood had already flowed out, which the attentive netizens had noticed. My Manny is bleeding. This can't be a program effect, right? How come it's so realistic? Can a live broadcast also make such a realistic effect? I don't think so. This program director wouldn't be a pervert, right? The show moved towards white heat. The number of people was quite large, but instead it increased dramatically. On the opposite side, Master Jane drew his sword and waved it haphazardly in the air. You're already surrounded. Don't think about escaping. Jiang Bai was speechless. The Morong Yunhai who realized that he was simply like a broomstick. Wang Han had probably already told him the truth. If Wang Han hadn't appeared in time to drag him away, the thugs would have been enraged again. Calm down first. I mean, if your child is gone, how will you let him stand in society from now on? It will be a shadow on him for the rest of his life. He knows that robbing can make money. Taking hostages the other side will compromise. He tasted the sweetness of getting money for nothing. Do you want your own son to follow your example and become a murderer like you? Master Jane fell into a few seconds of silence. Zhang Bo saw that the state was good, and continued. You already have rectal cancer. You won't live long, but your son can still live for a long time. Jiang Bai gestured, and Director Hauko on the opposite side saw the scene and immediately understood it. In itself, he didn't want to listen to Zhang Bo, but other than Zhang Bo, there didn't seem to be anyone who could control Master Jane. Chapter 7. The End. Since Jiang Bai spoke, Master Jane's mood calmed down, and she no longer acted in a way that hurt Wang Manny. At that moment, the live broadcast paused for a moment. In fact, it can be cut later. It is not too much of an impact. This point Jiang Bo is also clear, for the live broadcast will not have an impact, but rather more to stimulate the audience's desire to watch. Master Jane was startled by this sudden effect, and the light around him dimmed quite a bit. He had a slight stress reaction and was ready to aim the knife at Wang Manny again, who had already cried out in fear. Please, don't hurt me. Shut up. The thing I hate most in my life is women. If you say one more word, don't blame me for not being polite. Jiang Bai frowned. His guess was right. It really was a divorced family. It was estimated that 3 epileptics' mother had betrayed the family. Otherwise Master Jane wouldn't have gone berserk in this manner. He calmly continued. At this moment, the live broadcast has stopped. Don't worry, the content won't be broadcasted online. But how is this not an opportunity? Look, your son is in the opposite cubicle. Let's whisper here. No one will hear us. Your son is just a crowd pleaser. He's a great actor. He's sure to be a star in the future. So he won't have to live this hard life anymore. Although you are a serial killer if you are, I am willing to give you a chance to help your son out of this mediocre fate. There was nothing like helping one's own flesh and blood before one's death to shake the other party. Master Jane's hand holding the knife trembled with him. Are you telling the truth? I can really help my son? Yes. Your son's health is not good. Even if he goes out with this money and hides, can he spend it for the rest of his life? If you can contribute a little more to him before you die, after you die, won't you feel much more at ease? Only a snap was heard, and the knives fell to the ground. Master Jane was a murderer, but he was even more of a father. Listening to the sirens that were ushered in from outside, he fell to his knees helplessly. This is just a show. Remember, help your son with his last act. It's a goodbye to him. Master Jian nodded his head repeatedly, facing Jiang Bai on the opposite side. His eyes softened a lot. Even if he was a vicious murderer, he still had a soft side, and that was facing his own flesh and blood. At the same time, the live broadcast opened. This is considered to be the last scene he left for his son. The curses of the pop-up screen also followed the flow. What the hell? Can't it be that the machine is damaged? It actually came to a screeching halt at the most crucial moment, taking the audience for fools. That's it. I want to see how my nanny is doing. It can't be a real cutter. I've seen blood. If it is, I'll make sure to get a lawyer to sue the director of this program for all his money. Seeing this pop up, as well as the successive responses underneath, the so-called netizens call for justice. Director Hauke wiped a handful of false sweat. He was aware of the power of these fans. Fortunately, this matter ended up perfectly. After the police arrived, this old father who was half 100 years old shed tears of remorse and called out his son's name one last time. 3 epileptic rushed out from backstage, and this time, instead of resisting, he hugged his father tightly. Dad! The shout of Pa was so loud that the audience in attendance couldn't help but shed a tear. Master Jane stuffed the last of the banknotes into San Seizure's pants pocket and muttered under his breath. From now on, Dad won't be around. So take good care of yourself all by yourself. The end of the program also triggered the viewers to talk about the good shooting of this program. Even though I know it's a murderer, but no matter what, it's for the sake of his son. Especially the last scene. I couldn't hold back my tears. Coming backstage, the police officers who came over were also considered to have left the last face for Master Jane, letting him and his son act out the last scene before taking him away. But the death penalty is inevitable. He can't live much longer anyway. Wang Mani was terrified, and after coming backstage, she gasped for air, rather like a feeling of having survived a robbery. After this was the awards ceremony. Hauke saw Jiang Bai, just like he saw his savior. If it wasn't for him, he would have planted himself inside this time. I've decided to up the prize money this time. Let the audience judge who actually lost and who won. There's also a best reasoning master to be selected. And as for this reasoning master, it's up to our field to run for it. That's a bit unfair, isn't it? For a while, there was a lot of talk. Even Wang Han was a bit unhappy. Who didn't know Luo Fei and Feng Mu's fans? And the two of them were well-known masters of solving crimes. But this time, the two of them barely had a chance to show their faces, and were completely taken advantage of by Jiang Bai. I have no objections, and I'm withdrawing from this campaign. Luo Fei was the first to raise his hand, causing everyone present to feel surprised. Feng Mu also stated that he was not qualified to participate in this campaign. And as for the first place position, it was Jiang Bo. The audience also had their voting time, but since Jiang Bo didn't have a fan base, the audience's votes didn't count and could only be seen as a big off-camera figure. Wow! With the sound of a small golden hammer, Who's the Great Detective today was nearing the end. Next comes the exciting moment of the awards. Morong Yunhai was so angry that his teeth were itching. Even if he was stupid, he could see at this moment that his side couldn't have any advantage at all, and that the back had already been rehearsed. As the judges scored, step by step, the audience outside the arena also held their breath. The number of votes in front kept growing and then stopped. Everyone was stunned when they saw the scoring column. According to the flow of the competition, the team that had Feng Mu and Luo Fei would logically deduct a maximum and a minimum score before calculating the average score. But even if they didn't deduct the highest and lowest scores, they didn't add up to as high as the red team's score. 10 points, 10 points, 10 points. A perfect score is 10 points. The last female judge even smiled and scored a 9. 9. That last 0. 1 point deducted. Young man, keep up the good work. I'm afraid you'll be proud. The scoring ended and entered the final tally. In fact, there was no need to even count. The result was obvious. Wang Han stood in front of the stage and solemnly announced, "The reasoning master this time is Jiang Bai." For a moment, the entire audience was in an uproar. Although similar to Morong Yunhai, he was quite unconvinced, but he could only swallow this breath and hold it in his stomach, unable to seize out. After all, this time, he had not pushed a single line correctly. On the contrary, Jiang Bai angrily killed the whole scene, just like taking the script. Chapter 8. Awards. Next, please welcome the director, to present the award to tonight's grand prize winner. As the host Wang Han's passionate voice rang out, Director Hauke walked onto the stage with the trophy. Standing on the stage, Hauke didn't forget to greet the audience in front of the camera and took the microphone, saying, "Thank you very much to the program group for leaving this opportunity to present the award to me. Deeply honored. Also, congratulations to Jiang Bai for winning the title of Master of Deduction this time. I think he deserves it." As the words fell, Hauke solemnly handed over the trophy to Jiang Bai and led the applause. The crowd on the field followed suit. Among them, Wang Mani applauded most vigorously. She was very grateful to Jiang Bo for saving herself from the murderer. From the bottom of her heart, she felt happy for Jiang Bo, and had been thinking of how to express her gratitude to him. Only Morong Yunhai's nostrils turned to the sky, coldly grunted, in the way of face before a few breathless shots. After the camera left, he immediately put his hand down and looked aside with disdain. The host, Wang Han, asked at the right time, "Jiang Bai, having won the award, is there anything you want to share with everyone?" The pop-up screen followed suit. "Woohoo! Jiang Bai is also too lucky. I make a wish that the program team will find me to participate in the program next time. Upstairs should wake up. Do you have the strength of others? Still want to be on the program? Congratulations. It's true that gold shines everywhere. Good job Jiang Bai, for winning the award." Jiang Bai was also a little excited inside. Although he had already gone through the baptism of more than 20,000 major cases and was familiar with things like solving crimes, but before that, they were all without rewards. Jiang Bo smiled coyly and was a little nervous. "Thank you to the judges for their trust, and thank you to the program for giving me the trophy. I couldn't get this award without the help of my teammates, and the key clues provided by the blue team, so I think the title of Master of Deduction should belong to everyone. Thank you." As the words fell, the field once again resounded with applause. This time, the applause was a bit more sincere than the one earlier. Obviously, Jiang Bai's generous and decent words had won the favor of the people present. Especially his attitude of not being proud of his achievements made many people feel very appreciated. There were also more comments on the pop-up screen. "Is there anyone like me who thinks that little brother Jiang Bai has a good voice? Raise a paw. And little brother's character is also very good at, humble and courteous. +1. Just don't know if he has a girlfriend. If not, he. Upstairs don't dream. I'm Jiang Bai's real girlfriend. Ha ha ha." Seeing this scene, Morong Yunhai's eyes were red and his heart was hot, and he hated it so much that he gnashed his teeth. These honors should have belonged to him, and now because of Jiang Bai's appearance, the limelight was stolen. Morong Yunhai coldly grunted. "What's the point of being complacent? If you ask me, he must have secretly read the script, otherwise how could he be so relaxed?" Wang Mani had long looked at him and felt bad about it, and seeing that he had slandered his savior, she immediately couldn't help but stand out. "What are you babbling about? Do you have evidence? Don't just smear others without evidence. You wouldn't be saying grapes are sour because you don't have a chance to make a name for yourself, right?" Although Stella and Fanchijin didn't say anything, they unanimously moved to the side, showing their attitude with their actions. The two of them disdained being in the company of people like Morong Yunhai. Even his blue teammates, after glancing at each other, shook their heads helplessly, feeling ridiculous. The comments on the pop-up screen were also polarized, starting a heated debate. "I've long said that this kind of program has shady practices, right? The grand prize has long been predetermined internally. Please, this is a full live broadcast. Jiang Bai's strength is obvious to everyone. Upstairs is a brainwashed fan, right? Use your brain. How can a vegetarian like Jiang Bai win over Feng Mu and Luo Fei? You're the one who's brain dead, right? Who says a vegetarian can't win?" The program team didn't expect this kind of unexpected situation. Director Hauke's first thought was traffic and data, and remotely rushed at the little assistant to inquire with his mouth. When he saw the gesture made by the little assistant, Hauke's eyes glowed and he was on again. Usually when the program reaches the time of the awards, the traffic will be drastically reduced. I didn't expect that it would increase instead of decreasing now. He was a little excited. The host, Wang Han, hurriedly stepped forward to round up the situation. "Is there some misunderstanding going on here? Jiang Bai, do you have anything to say to everyone?" Jiang Bai, who had always been generous, had been provoked several times and had a few hidden feelings of anger in his heart. Not only did his concessions not exchange for the other party's lost cause, but on the contrary, he got even more aggressive. Jiang Bai composed himself and explained, "As far as I understand, the program group has used unconventional electronic file keeping for the scripts in order to ensure the fairness and impartiality of the program, and also set a secret order. Except for the director, no one else has the authority to view it, which also side by side proves that the matter of peeking at the script will not happen at all. If you don't believe me, everyone can ask the director for proof." The crowd's eyes couldn't help but all fall on director Haoku. Haoku, who had been named, knew that he couldn't hide, so he had no choice but to come forward and admit it. Morong Yunhai was annoyed. "Even if that's the case, it doesn't prove that you haven't seen it." Jiang Bai suppressed the fire in his heart and glanced at him. "Could it be that you are thinking that the director also has problems?" Morong Yunhai was momentarily speechless and turned red. "I don't mean this, don't spit blood." He just hated Jiang Bai and didn't want to offend even Haoku together, and if he offended Haoku, his own company would also suffer losses along with him. For his irrationality, Jiang Bai shook his head helplessly, not wanting to argue any further. Stealing a chicken did not work. Morong Yunhai chose to shut up with an ugly face and retreated to the corner with a grey face. The atmosphere was somewhat cold. The host, Wang Han, hurriedly enlivened the atmosphere. Did everyone forget one thing? Don't forget that the winner has the chance to choose a date among the 3 beautiful guests. Next it's time for Jiang Bai to exercise this opportunity. Guess who he'll choose? Everyone's attention was mobilized by him, temporarily forgetting about the unpleasantness just now. The 3 female guests also couldn't help but look at Jiang Bo expectantly. Wang Manny was dumbfounded. Pick me. Although Stella didn't say anything, her eyes already expressed everything. Fang Shijin, who had been a man of few words, said in a slightly rushed manner, "Well, Jiang Bai, do you want to buy a house? I can introduce you to many good properties." The comments on the pop-up screen were very excited. "Pick Stella, my goddess." If I were to choose, I'd pick Wang Manny, passionate and energetic. One quiet room like Jean is my heartthrob girl. Jiang Bai was not a fan of such things as dating. Instead, when he heard about buying a house, his heart was slightly moved. He had long wanted to give his parents a new set of house. So, he apologetically declined the invitations of the previous 2 and chose to go on a date with Fang Shijin. Buying a house is not a small matter for an ordinary person like him, but he is not in a hurry to make up his mind. Preparing for the date, first look at the room like Jean character before saying. Chapter 9, The Fire. Leaving the program group, Jiang Bai stopped a random cab on the side of the road and prepared to go back to school first. However, he had still underestimated the exposure and influence of the Who's the Great Detective Today program group. It also underestimated the craziness of contemporary netizens and the speed of information dissemination. When he returned to the school, he saw a large group of people standing in front of the door in great numbers, and was also full of curiosity, ready to get together. As a result, he just got off the bus. He heard someone yelling, "Jiang Bai, it's Jiang Bai back. Look quickly, Jiang Bai is there." With a scream and exclamation, Jiang Bai then realized, good fellow, this group of people were waiting for a rabbit, and what they were waiting for was actually themselves, but soon also figured out the key. These people should have watched the program. How did these people know that they were going back to school? Jiang Bai's eyes scanned the crowd and suddenly saw a few familiar figures. Deng smiled and waved at them. He Dezhuang, Dui Hong. He Dezhuang and Dui Hong were his best friends and roommates. He Dezhuang was a student of physical education, a full body of tendon meat. High school wrestling competitions also won awards. Dui Hong is a computer science, wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses, dreaming of becoming the world's top hacker. He Dezhuang and Dui Hong saw Jiang Bai waving his hand, and hurriedly waved his hand to echo, shouting something. Nay, the surroundings had long been surrounded by a crowd of people who were talking so loudly that they couldn't even hear what was being said. Everyone can listen to me. Jiang Bai's already small voice was drowned out by a wave of voices. In the end, I don't know which kind person in the crowd helped roar a few times before they gradually quieted down. These people all had fiery gazes, as if they were jackals staring at their prey, staring tightly at Jiang Bai. They were afraid that if they didn't pay attention, they would let him slip away. At this time, He Dezhuang, relying on his strong physique, dragged Dui Hong and squeezed in. After passing through the crowd, he finally squeezed his way to the side of Jiang Bai. Looking at the crowd of different colors, Jiang Bai smiled bitterly. He Dezhuang, what's going on here? At that, He Dezhuang touched the back of his head with some embarrassment. So what? Didn't you participate in the program? Finished. There were quite a lot of people watching, and you won the grand prize, so I was looking to show off a bit. Although the latter words were not said, Jiang Bai also guessed a generalization. No wonder on the way back just now, He Dazhuang also sent a message asking where he was. The original culprit is this guy. Then what should we do now? Zhang Bai asked in a low voice. He Dazhuang rolled up his sleeves and said, "Watch me." Dui Hong was startled by his action. Looking at his stance, he thought he was going to hit someone. He Dazhuang cleared his throat and said, "Ahem. I'm Jiang Bai's best friend and roommate. I'm also Jiang Bai's manager for the time being, so if you guys have any problems, just look for me directly." As a result, by the time he finished, everyone was indifferent, still staring at Jiang Bai hotly. Jiang Bo had a big headache and said helplessly, "Okay, what exactly is everyone looking for me for?" These words were like the fuse that ignited the bomb. It instantly lit around the enthusiasm of these people, and the crowd was abuzz with voices, saying anything and everything. The voices covered one after another, as if whoever had the loudest voice would come out on top. Anyway, Jiang Bai didn't hear a single word. Quiet, quiet. One by one, he Dazhuang shouted at the top of his voice, and only then did the crowd quiet down. Looking back at Jiang Bo, he saw that Jiang Bo was also looking at himself. He Dazhuang then took it upon himself to point out a girl in the crowd who was wearing light makeup and looked good and said, "Ladies first, you say it first." The girl hadn't said anything yet, but the big sister of more than 200 pounds next to her was dissatisfied and said, "Why should she speak first? I'm also a lady. Why don't you let me speak first?" He Dazhuang scratched his head in annoyance and said, "You'll be next after she finishes." Jiang Bai swept his eyes across the crowd and found a few people who wanted to follow suit. He hurriedly spoke out and reminded, "In order not to waste everyone's precious time, I hope everyone will speak in an orderly manner." Only then did those few people subside, and Jiang Bo was relieved. The girl who spoke blushed a little and said shyly, "I just want to ask if you have a girlfriend. If not, stop." The words have not finished. It was interrupted by He Dazhuang. "Hey, I don't know if Jiang Bai has an object, but I really don't have an object. Schoolgirl, do you want to try with me?" Hey, the words are not finished yet. As a result, the girl had already been scared by He Dazhuang's words and his ferocious appearance, and fled. Jiang Bai looked at the crowd and there were quite a few young schoolgirls who probably had the same idea as the girl just now. He stood out and said, "Personal questions like this, I hope you won't ask any more questions. Thank you." Hearing him say this, a group of young girls gave him a somewhat grudging look, knowing that he wouldn't answer even if they asked, and left with a step and 3 turns back. Jiang Bai shook his head helplessly. Young girls' feelings are always spring. The fat big sister pointed at herself and said, "Now it's my turn, right?" Jiang Bai nodded, signaling her to state her problem. The fat elder sister piled a smile on her face and said, "Actually it's not a big deal. It's just that my kitten is lost and I want to ask you to help find it." "Cat lost? You call the police? Ah, what are you looking for people?" Jiang Bai, "Hurry, we're cool, where to stay." I don't know who said this in the crowd. Immediately, like a hornet's nest, the fat sister stormed, pointing at the crowd and yelling. Those onlookers who are not accustomed to her, take turns to fight with the fat sister. The fat sister of the tongue. See who are not false, full of momentum. In the end, or Jiang Bo really cannot see past. The people persuaded away. Jiang Bo is not interested in dealing with bitter words, good and bad. Mouther said dry, with great difficulty and persuade away part of it. Even so, there are still more than a dozen left in place, looking at him with bated breath. Jiang Bai helplessly sighed, looked at the remaining people, said, "Words I have not said clearly? Why aren't you guys leaving yet?" The middle-aged uncle-like man in the crowd wearing a cheap suit and carrying a purse smiled and came forward to mysteriously press against Jiang Bai's arm. "Mr. Jiang, you won a $2 million prize. Are you considering investing?" After saying that, the man pulled out a bound plan from his purse and handed it to Jiang Bai. As the saying goes, a handout is not a hand-in. Jiang Bai suspiciously took the planner and flipped it open to read it. As a result, just after reading the first page, he was shocked. Spaceflight, energy regeneration, humanity's second home. There were many more phrases like this, and Jiang Bai looked at the man in disbelief. He strongly suspected that the other party was trying to rub his own IQ on the ground. Immediately, he returned the plan with displeasure. "Uncle, for such a great plan, you should find a big boss with strong capital to invest in it. Not me." The man had a bitter look on his face, "But no big boss is willing to invest in me. Ah, they all say I." Just when the man was about to say more, a beautiful figure appeared, interrupting his chattering complaints. A clear face, delicate features, long black shawl hair, and a proportionately slender figure, wearing a white lace blouse with a green pleated skirt, a pair of black flat leather shoes. Voice, ebullient. "Jiang Bai, long time no see." Chapter 10, Ex-Girlfriends. Lin Xiaoyu. Seeing the girl who suddenly appeared, Jiang Bai was slightly stunned. He remembered until now how determined Lin Xiaoyu was on the day of the breakup. He Dezhuang and Duihang looked at each other and drove away all the remaining dozen or so people. Of course, the two of them didn't leave, only they also stayed far away, leaving space for the two parties. He Dezhuang gossiped and smacked his lips. Dui Hong, what do you think is the matter that Lin DeFlower suddenly came to look for Jiang Bai? Dui Hong pushed his glasses. What else can there be? Nothing more than a man and a woman that. He Dezhuang squinted. Hey, listening to your meaning, you are a kid who doesn't eat the fire of the earth? Women only affect my keyboarding speed, Dui Hong said very seriously. He Dezhuang circled around him. You're done. You're done. Your kid actually doesn't even like women. On the other side, Jiang Bai was the first to speak out of politeness. Are you looking for me for something? Lin Xiaoyu smiled shyly. Saw that you won an award on the show. Came to congratulate you. Right. I also prepared a gift for you. Quickly see if you like it. As the words fell, Lin Xiaoyu reached her hand out from behind her back and handed a wrapped gift box to Jiang Bai. There was a hidden expectation in her eyes, quietly waiting for Jiang Bo to accept the gift. Jiang Bo first froze, then was attracted by the bracelet on her wrist. If he remembered correctly, this should be a new model launched by a certain luxury brand in the current season. Right, with a starting price in the small 5 figures. There was just one thing that made him wonder. The wear and tear on the new bracelet seemed a bit counterintuitive. Lin Xiaoyu had an average family and was still in school. How could she afford such an expensive bracelet? Jiang Bai. Jiang Bo, who was lost in thought, was awakened by this shout. He looked up and saw Lin Xiaoyu looking at herself suspiciously. He waved his hand and refused. Thank you. I've already received your thoughts. A gift is not necessary. There was a hint of detachment in Jiang Bai's polite attitude, causing Lin Xiaoyu to frown imperceptibly. However, she hid it well and instantly changed her face to a disappointed expression. But, this is a gift I picked out especially for you, and you're not even willing to look at it? Are you still blaming me for breaking up with you in the first place? That matter, I can explain. Jiang Bai raised his hand to stop her words and shook his head. No need. Let bygones be bygones. When the matter of the breakup happened, the blow to Jiang Bai was not small. He had managed to climb out of this pit with great difficulty, so naturally he was not willing to fall in again. That feeling of pain to the heart. He never wanted to try it a second time in his life. However, Lin Xiaoyu seemed to have come with some purpose, and even though Jiang Bo had already made his words clear, she was still unwilling to give up. Taking a step forward, Lin Xiaoyu grabbed Jiang Bo's hand and said, Jiang Bo, I know I'm wrong. I'll apologize to you, okay? When I broke up with you because someone forced me to, that person you also know, is Wang Haoyu. You know that his family is rich and powerful. If I don't agree, he won't let me go. So, hearing this, a trace of hurt flashed in Jiang Bai's eyes, and he shook off Lin Xiaoyu's hand that grabbed him. At the same time, he took a step backward. He had already roughly guessed Lin Xiaoyu's true purpose. However, considering that the two of them had loved each other after all, he wanted to leave the other party with a sense of decency and was unwilling to tear his face off just like that. Lin Xiaoyu, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. After saying that, Jiang Bai waved at He Dezhuang and Dui Hong, who were not far away, and turned around to leave. Unexpectedly, Lin Xiaoyu unexpectedly wrapped a hand around his waist from behind and exhaled in his ear. Jiang Bai, I'm sorry, I know that I'm the one who hurt you, and I didn't realize that you really love me until now. It's a bit late, but I swear that I will treat you well in the future and will love you as much as you love me. Just give me another chance, okay? The sudden scene made Jiang Bai's body stiffen, somewhat at a loss for words. He Dachang Dui Hong, who had just gotten up, didn't know whether to come over or not for a while. Jiang Bai secretly frowned and said, Lin Xiaoyu, you let go of me first. There is no possibility between us. Seeing Lin Xiaoyu still holding on to herself and not letting go, Jiang Bai's heart crossed, gritted his teeth and said, I know why you came to find me to get back together. If you don't want others to know as well, it's best to leave now. Lin Xiaoyu froze, the strength in her hand could not help but be smaller. Jiang Bai took the opportunity to break free. Lin Xiaoyu's gaze was cold and said, Are you swindling me? Jiang Bai took a deep breath, looking at her attitude. He knew that if he didn't say something, he wouldn't be able to get away today. The luxury bracelet on your wrist, although it's a new model, it's badly worn, which can only mean that you're not the only one who usually wears it. There's also the clothes you're wearing. Although there's no brand logo, but it's not hard to tell from the style that it's a high-fashion model from a certain design brand. And the shoes on your feet, commonly known as the pig's waist shoes, is the standard of the secondary Yuan Lolita. The price is not expensive, but with your family conditions and financial strength, it's simply not enough to support these. To summarize, there are only two possibilities. One is that you've been adopted, and the other is that you've mixed circles. Also, from the analysis of the perfume smell mixed on you, the latter is a little more likely. And according to the usual tactics of people in mixed circles, you are still a female sea king. If you didn't know that I won the lottery today, you probably wouldn't have looked at me again in your life. Lin Xiaoyu's face grew whiter and whiter as she listened to these words. That's right, Jiang Bai had guessed all of them correctly. And the real situation was even more excessive than what Jiang Bai had guessed. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoyu's cell phone rang at this time. She saw that the caller ID was Wang Haoyu and hung up in a panic. However, it was immediately followed by a message tone. Opening it, the content was, "Stinky woman, you dare to play with me, I won't let you go." Lin Xiaoyu was shocked in her heart. Couldn't help but guess. Could it be that what happened here was discovered by Wang Haoyu? But didn't he accompany his family on a trip? Before she could think clearly, a succession of phone calls and SMS alerts sounded. All of them were the usual dog lickers that she hung onto, and their contents were nothing more than words of retaliation and warnings and curses. Lin Xiaoyu's face changed drastically, shocked and angry, her body trembling slightly. What the hell is going on here? Suddenly, a link shared by her best friend came over at this time, and it reminded her to hurry up and watch it. It was a link to a live broadcasting room. Clicking in to take a look, the picture was exactly the two people, her and Jiang Bai. Scanning her eyes around, Lin Xiaoyu finally found the culprit in a remote corner. "Don't run! Stop right there!" As soon as the other party heard this, he scattered his legs and ran. The one who didn't run was the fool. Seeing that she couldn't catch up, Lin Xiaoyu turned back to look at Jiang Bai spitefully. "I become like this all because of you. I won't let you live well. Jiang Bai, you wait for me. I want you to be just as ruined." Lin Xiaoyu finished her sentence and turned away in anger. Chapter 11. A glance at the analysis. Looking at the figure that turned to leave, Jiang Bai secretly frowned, somewhat speechless in his heart. If it wasn't for her own wrongful heart and secret intentions, how would she have ended up in such a situation? Even if there was no one who didn't secretly take pictures of herself, it was only a matter of time before she was discovered. He Dezhuang and Dui Hong both came over at some point and looked at each other. They still didn't know what had happened. "Jiang Bai, how did you piss off Big School Flower Lin? And how come I heard her words as if she still wants to take revenge on you?" Don't look at He Dezhuang, who is tall and big and a fierce man. But in fact, he is actually a cocky and gossipy person inside. The average girl was not his match. Jiang Bai glanced at him, unwilling to mention this matter again, changed the topic and said, "He Dezhuang, the matter of you betraying my whereabouts. I haven't settled the score with you yet." He Dezhuang smiled sarcastically. He, you also know that I am." Jiang Bai smiled. "Alright, I don't really blame you. You two first accompany me back to the dormitory." The three of them talked and laughed all the way back to the dormitory door. As soon as they pushed open the dormitory door, they saw the silhouette standing on the balcony, startling the three of them. He Dezhuang roared, "Xiu Yong, what are you doing standing on the balcony without moving?" "Scared me." The dormitory was a quadruple room, so in addition to Jiang Bo, the three diehards, there was a roommate. However, Xiu Yong was a bit of a misfit and didn't like to communicate with others. In the beginning, the three of them would still call out to him when there were any activities, but over time, they stopped calling out. On weekdays, no matter where Xiu Yong was, he was like a transparent person. Hearing the roar coming from behind him, Xiu Yong was obviously startled as well and winced. Turning back to look at the three of them, his expression panicked as he held something in his hand, pushed He Dezhuang away and ran out. "Holy, Xiu Yong, you dare to push me. Are you looking for a beating?" He Dezhuang shouted towards the door in dissatisfaction, but received no response. Jiang Bo suspiciously glanced at the position Xiu Yong was standing in, as well as his behavior, and felt that there was something wrong. However, he couldn't tell exactly what was wrong, and felt strange anyway. Jiang Bai shook his head. "No longer think too much," patted He Dezhuang, who was still angry, and said, "Well, isn't Xiu Yong this kind of character? Heads up, heads down. No need to get angry with him." He Dezhuang exasperated, "Alas, you do not know Xiu Yong in the past few days with the crazy like, as soon as I saw Dui Hong and I went back to the dormitory, with the same as fleeing also ran out." Jiang Bai was a bit stunned. "When did it start?" Dui Hong pushed his glasses and said, "About 2 or 3 days. I also think it's quite strange. Don't look at the fact that usually Xiu Yong has little to say to you guys, but he can still chat with me for a few sentences. These days I ignored me even when I greeted him." Hearing this, Jiang Bai's frown deepened. As a dormitory roommate, if Xiu Yong really encountered any trouble, he was willing to lend a helping hand. At this time, He Dezhuang tapped him on the shoulder. "What are you thinking about? So absorbed?" Jiang Bai, who was awakened, shook his head and reminded, "If you guys find out that Xiu Yong encounters any trouble in the next few days, remember to tell me. It's fate to live in the same dormitory, so let's help if we can." He Dezhuang and Dui Hong nodded in unison. Then He Dezhuang rubbed his hands and said, "Right, Jiang Bo, you won the jackpot. Won't you take me and Dui Hong out for a meal?" Jiang Bai originally had this plan, laughed, "No problem, wait for me to change clothes." Soon after changing clothes, the three of them went out. Walking on the road, He Dezhuang couldn't help but ask, "What are we going to eat? Hot pot, barbecue or stir fry?" It's been a long time since I've had a drink. I'm a bit greedy. Why don't we have some tonight? Along the way, He Dazhuang only listened to one person chattering, but Jiang Bai and Dui Hong have long been accustomed to it. After talking about food, He Dazhuang eyes blinked. Suddenly thought of, today I am a great detective. He gossiped and stopped Jiang Bo, there are no outsiders here. You honestly tell me, you in the end did you peek at the script? Jiang Bai didn't feel angry at all. This question, I have already answered it on the program. He himself was not someone who liked to get angry. The reason why he disliked Morong Yunhai on the program was because he was really over the top and had touched his bottom line. As for He Dazhuang, he was purely curious and gossiping. There was nothing bad about it. But Jiang Bai's answer obviously couldn't satisfy He Dazhuang's gossiping heart. As a senior variety show fan, He Dazhuang was nagging about the existence of black secrets in the program. And with a twinkle in his eye, he suddenly pointed at a girl passing by and said, I don't believe it. Unless you show your analyzing skills live right now. The girl passing by hurriedly passed by with her footsteps in a hurry, not knowing whether she didn't hear He Dazhuang's words, or simply didn't care about it. Jiang Bo didn't want to arbitrarily judge people, shaking his head and refusing. Change the question. He Dazhuang thought that Jiang Bo was afraid, proudly said, hey, I knew it, you cannot do it, but also said that there is no blackmail. You can rest assured that we are brothers. I certainly can not say it. Dui Hong despised, pull down, on your loudspeaker, what things let you know? The next day the whole school have to know. This matter Dui Hong especially have the right to speak, can be said to be deeply hurt. Jiang Bai also realized this point, worried that He Dazhuang turned back to nonsense. He himself does not care, but do not want to give the program group a black eye. At that moment, he said in one mouth, that girl just now, the dead is in the body. He Dazhuang looked at Jiang Bai in surprise and pursued, you don't know people, do you? In order to conquer He Dazhuang once and for all, so that he would not talk nonsense, Jiang Bai had no choice but to stop and tell his analysis. Did you guys pay attention and observe just now? The pants she's wearing are work pants from the fast food restaurant across the school road. The one hanging around her neck is a librarian's work card. And looking at her dusty and tired face, she definitely has more than just these two jobs. May I ask, if it were you guys, even if you were hardworking or poor students, would you do this to this extent? He Dazhuang retorted. That doesn't mean that people are in debt, does it? It only means that she's poor or in desperate need of money. Jiang Bai nodded. Indeed. So what if you add the red paint rubbed on the soles of her shoes and her body? You might say that it's possible that she even painted, but she didn't have the slightest smell of paint on her. From her financial condition, and then analyzing many factors, there is only one possibility. She is in debt, and it's still a loan shark. He Dazhuang was convinced and gave a thumbs up. Holy, awesome. After saying this, Jiang Bai didn't forget to remind. Forget these words if you've heard them, don't spread them around. Especially He Dazhuang. If it's because of us affecting people's reputation, it's a sin. Chapter 12, Impersonating a Rich Kid. Am I this kind of person in your eyes? He Dazhuang stared at the duo with somewhat unconvinced eyes. Jiang Bai and Dui Hong looked at each other and nodded unanimously. Watching the two diehards undermine themselves so much, He Dazhuang was inexplicably sad and angry, hummed arrogantly, and twisted his head to leave. Dui Hong yelled at his back, you're going the wrong way. The school entrance is this way. You're going to the cafeteria. He Dazhuang waved his hand without looking back. It's too expensive outside. The cafeteria gets a few dishes to deal with. In response, Jiang Bai guffawed, somewhat lost in thought. He Dazhuang is such a person. Even if he is a bit unreliable, he always thinks about his friends. Even though Jiang Bo got a few $1 million in prize money, he yelled that he wanted to eat him poor. But when it really came to the intersection, he still did not hesitate to choose the cafeteria, because it was cheap. Dui Hong slapped him. What are you gawking at? Let's go. Follow it. Go. At this moment, it was mealtime. The cafeteria was crowded. A dozen or so windows are lined up in a long line, making it intimidating. He Dazhuang cried, so many people, when will we have to wait in line? Dui Hong gave him a blank look and imitated movie lines. Idol. You chose this. Jiang Bai looked at the bickering duo with some tears and laughter, and suggested, why don't we go out to eat? This time the bonus is quite large. Treating you two to eat until vacation is more than enough. It could be seen that He Dazhuang still wanted to go, but quickly and firmly refused. Dui Hong held his eyeglasses and said, a few days ago, I noticed that you often browse real estate websites. I guess you want to change a house for your family. It just so happens that you have enough bonus this time, so don't spend it recklessly. Jiang Bai was dumbfounded and shook his head helplessly. Why did he have the feeling that he was spending money lavishly? But both of them had good intentions, so there was no need for him to dwell on it. Sweeping his eyes over the line in front of the window, he quickly found a line with fewer people. Immediately, the three of them each picked up a dinner plate and rushed over. As a result, it was not easy for it to be the trio's turn. A figure suddenly squeezed over next to them and tried to jump the queue, even squeezing the plates out of Jiang Bo's hands. He Dezhuang was not happy on the spot, and grabbed the other person by the neck. What are you doing? Do you understand first come first served? Queue up at the back? Hu Yuanlong twisted his head to see He Dezhuang's large frame. His eyes shrunk. He swallowed back the dirty words that were on his lips, but still did not give in to softness. Stalking his neck and clamoring, "Spread your hands, don't move your hands, know who I am, dare to move me, believe it or not I will be the cafeteria meal all-inclusive, so that you do not eat anything." He Dezhuang was happy, wringed his hands and said, "Don't believe me, if you have the ability to pack one for us to see. Many people around have noticed this side, and have looked here. Words that are said are water that is thrown out and can't be taken back." Hu Yuanlong's face was a bit untenable, glaring fiercely at the three people, riding a tiger. After a while, don't know what came to mind, suddenly raised the watch on his wrist, provocatively looking at the three. "Look at you that have not seen the world like, recognize this table not? Rolex. Look at this t-shirt on me. Givenchy's, pants Armani's, shoes Adidas. Have you ever worn them? Ha? Oh, I'm sorry, it's my fault, you three are so poor. I guess I can't afford to wear them even if I wanted to, but it's nice to see so many brands on me at once today. You guys didn't come for nothing, just feast your eyes, don't be envious." Seeing Hu Yuanlong's arrogant face, He Dezhuang really muttered in his heart, "Is it possible that he is really a rich second generation?" He Dezhuang quietly retreated to the side of Zhang Bai and Dui Hong and whispered, "A good man refuses to suffer beforehand. How about we withdraw? This kid is a rich second generation. In case he gets anxious and shakes people, the three of us are a bit of a loss." Dui Hong has some doubts, but not sure, pushed the glasses to look at Zhang Bai. Zhang Bo helplessly shook his head. "He scares us, can't you see?" The two men stared at each other with big and small eyes, shaking their heads together. Zhang Bai had to analyze it to them. First of all, the English for Rolex is Rolex, not Rolex. Secondly, the brand logo on the t-shirt is Medusa. That's Versace, not Givenchy. As for the pants, Armani can't have so many prints whether it's suit pants or casual pants. Finally, the shoes, letter logo not to mention, just the toes off the paint. It is already not right. This obviously doesn't meet people's quality control standards. After hearing this, He Dezhuang and Dui Hong came to a realization. "You're also too godly. No wonder you've been on the show and won awards." Dui Hong also couldn't help but laugh. "I felt something was wrong somewhere just now." The trio's voices were not small, and many people around them heard it. At this moment, the eyes that looked at Hu Yuanlong were filled with contempt and disdain. Hu Yuanlong's face flushed red, pointing at the trio in irritation. "You guys don't understand, don't talk nonsense. What I said is true." Hearing some hard words in the murmurs and piercing whispers, Hu Yuanlong was completely enraged. He roared, cursing under his breath, and raised his fist to charge at Zhang Bai. Zhang Bo slightly changed color, dodged sideways, reached out his foot and hooked his ankle, gently brought it. Hu Yuanlong fell into a. With red eyes, He Dezhuang went forward and held him down, slapping him on the head. "Still want to hit someone? Are you unable to distinguish between big and small kings?" Hu Yuanlong was held down on the ground, but his mouth wasn't idle, cursing out any unpleasant words. The angry He Dezhuang almost didn't give him the right law on the spot. Thanks to Zhang Bai stopped a little. If not, He Dezhuang that sandbag big fist a few times can give Hu Yuanlong's small body hammered apart. This kid has a bad mouth and can't be beaten. So what do you say? Zhang Bai sighed and advised. "Hitting in front of so many people, do you want to get disciplined? Why don't we send him to the counselor? We can't do anything about him. The counselor must have a way." Dui Hong agreed. "That's a good idea. I'm in favor of it." Thus, the three of them were like escorting a prisoner, twisting Hu Yuanlong all the way to the counselor. When they arrived at the office door, the door was hidden and not closed tightly. He Dezhuang shouted outside, "Counselor, are you in the office? I can come in." Zhang Bai inhaled his nose. He seemed to smell a familiar odor. It was coming from the office, a bit like the smell of rust. It seemed to be mixed with a hint of sweetness and a faint fishy odor. Not right. Boom! Zhang Bai's mind shook. Suddenly thinking of something, he hurriedly stopped the others. "Don't move. Wait a moment first." Chapter 13, Counselor Murdered. Several people were uncertain and looked at him suspiciously. Hu Yuanlong was also startled by his sudden opening of his mouth and temporarily closed his mouth. Zhang Bai was too late to explain more. The smell just now was more than familiar to him. It was the smell of blood, and judging from the size of the volatile smell, it was most likely the smell of fresh blood. He didn't dare to determine what exactly happened in the house. At the same time, he also hoped that it was an error of judgment on his part and that nothing was happening in the house. But it was obviously unlikely. He had been through countless cases, accumulated countless experiences and also developed a keen ability to judge and analyze. It was already almost impossible for the current him to make a mistake. Jiang Bai took a deep breath, purposely wrapped his fingers with the corner of his coat, and pushed open the office door. The scene that came into his eyes made his heart go completely cold. Holy, what's this? Oh my god, what happened here? Behind them came the screams of Hu Yuanlong. He Dezhuang and Dui Hung's faces were also unsightly. In the office, the counselor had a pen stuck in his chest. His body was limp as he leaned back in his chair, his head hanging helplessly. The chest was blotched red with blood, and there were specks of blood on the floor. Jiang Bai held back his curiosity and chose to call the police on the spot. 10 minutes later, 2 police cars came whistling and stopped under the school building. The sedan in front was in charge of the police station in this area. The SUV in the back was the criminal police who had been notified by the police station to arrive. The 2 parties glanced at each other, not having time to exchange pleasantries. Their feet hurriedly went up the stairs. Seeing the scene in the office, the 2 criminal police officers took the first time to pick up the guard. The police station police looked at it, suppressed the discomfort in his heart, and walked up to Jiang Bai and the others, who reported the case. At this time, only 3 people were left in Jiang Bai. Hu Yuanlong had already scampered away out of fear. He Dezhuang and Dui Hung were a little nervous when they faced the police uncle. Coupled with the fact that they had never seen a murder case with their own eyes, they were both mouthing words for a while. Jiang Bai calmed down and spoke. It's me. For Jiang Bai's calmness, the police were a bit surprised and couldn't help but look at him one more time. Good. Later you go back with me to take a statement. Jiang Bai knew that this was routine and nodded in agreement. The police officer then shouted at the criminal police officer who was searching for clues. Team Lu, we can't help much over here for the time being. I'll take the informant back to make a statement first. Lu Zifeng returned without lifting his head. Okay, after recording the statement, remember to make a copy. Seeing Lu Zifeng in a serious manner, Jiang Bo then had time to size up the other party. Lu Zifeng, the captain of the criminal police team, has been involved in a number of major cases in the city, and is the backbone of the criminal police team. At the moment, there was a deep frown on his angular face. Eyes sharply swept through every corner of the office, not sparing any detail. The shirt on his body was wrinkled, as if he had woken up from a nap in the car. The pants were a pair of jeans that were washed and somewhat white, but the leather shoes on his feet were polished. This shows that the other party is a person who doesn't pay attention to the details of life, but has a slight cleanliness fetish for something, and either he was a bachelor, or someone who used the flat as his home, or maybe both. Lu Zifeng arranges his work to his colleagues, immediately notify the team's technical investigation to come and test the scene. In addition, the brothers from the police station help blockade the scene. I'll take those kids back to make a statement first. After saying that, Lu Zifeng came to the front of the 3 people, looking at the 3 people with different behaviors. Pretending to be relaxed, he smiled. How is it? How does it feel to see the murder scene with your own eyes? Jiang Bai was calm and relaxed. He was also considered to have seen a lot and had long been accustomed to this level of murder. He Dezhuang and Dui Hung's faces were a bit pale, still unable to adapt to the incident that happened in front of them. Lu Zifeng unexpectedly swept a glance at Jiang Bai, then said, Alright, you 3, come back with me to record a statement. He Dezhuang was scared and asked cautiously, Uncle Cop, you don't think you suspect us, do you? We didn't do anything. Really, we are usually very honest. You can't. Lu Zifeng interrupted with a helpless bitter smile. See how scared you are. You've got the guts to apologize for this meet. Look at your classmates, how calm they are. Don't worry, just let you record a statement. Recount the discovery. Don't always think of us police as fierce and vicious. We won't wrongly accuse a good person, and we will never let a bad person go. Do you understand? He Dezhuang was relieved and scratched his head in embarrassment. Understood. But Jiang Bo is different from us. He's a genius and has even been on a program and won an award? Hearing this, Lu Zifeng curiously said, Oh, there's still this? He Dezhuang got a bit more bold and proudly said on behalf of Jiang Bo, That's true. It's that today I'm the great detective. Jiang Bo is the grand prize winner. Lu Zifeng couldn't help but laugh. Yo, this is also a coincidence. Luo Fei is now a guest in our team. The 2 of them can still catch up when they meet. Let's go. Coming to the police station, the 3 were separated for questioning. On Jiang Bai's side, he was personally questioned by Lu Zifeng. After asking some questions according to the usual practice, Lu Zifeng probably understood the whole story. Jiang Bai answered the entire question without hesitation, and cleared his body of suspicion. Alright, Mr. Jiang Bai, I've roughly understood the matter. You can go back now. Jiang Bai got up and did not leave in a hurry, looking at the other party with some hesitation. Lu Zifeng notices that something is wrong with him and says suspiciously, What's wrong? Is there still something wrong? Jiang Bai hesitated for a moment. I suggest that you guys can check on Xu Yong. Lu Zifeng stopped his hand movements and gave him a suspicious look. Did you find something? After some visits and investigations, Lu Zifeng found nothing. Xu Yong, whom Jiang Bai mentioned, had a full alibi and was listening to a lecture in the library at the time of the crime. And because of the importance of the lecture, it was recorded. Lu Zifeng also asked the people in the library, and there was indeed a very important lecture today. Student Jiang Bai, do you have any other evidence that can corroborate your suspicions? He Dezhuang and Dui Heng realized at this point that Jiang Bai actually suspected Xu Yong, his roommate in the same dormitory. He Dezhuang tugged on Jiang Bai's coat corner. Jiang Bai, aren't you punking your roommate? Even if Xu Yong has been strange lately, you can't just suspect people. This is a murder case. Dui Heng rarely didn't sing against He Dezhuang. I also think that Jiang Bai you really went a bit overboard this time. Jiang Bai, who was misunderstood, had a bitter feeling in his heart, but he still insisted on his judgment. Chapter 14, False Recordings. Jiang Bai pondered for a moment. That recording, can you let me listen to it? Hearing this, Lu Zifeng originally wanted to refuse. However, on second thought, Jiang Bai has been on a program and won an award, so maybe he really has something to offer. We have already investigated Xu Yong based on your suspicions, and it turns out that he has a good alibi. Your enthusiasm to help the police solve the case is commendable, but to listen to the recording, I need a strong reason. Jiang Bai understood what he meant and organized his thoughts. The four of us are roommates, and when we went back today, I noticed that Xu Yong's mood was off, but the truth is, he's been in this state for several days, and although Xu Yong usually doesn't get along too well, it's too abnormal. I then kept an eye out and found that when he left the dormitory, he was holding an experiment summary in his hand. Jiang Bai paused and took a deep breath. That experiment was completed by Xu Yong and the counselor together. He had often worked with the counselor to complete experiments before as well, but his name wasn't on the summary every time. At first, I didn't worry about it until the counselor was killed, which aroused my suspicions. After listening to Jiang Bai's analysis, Lu Zifeng rubbed his stubble and thought for a moment. According to what you said, Xu Yong's suspicion is indeed high. Jiang Bai quietly waited for his next words. He Dezhuang and Dui Heng looked at each other in disbelief. All of them didn't know what to say. Lu Zifeng thought about it, had a decision, and took out Xu Yong's recorder from his body. Let's make it clear first, without the truth of the case coming out, no one should catch the wind and rumor it blindly outside. Understand? The three understood the importance of the matter and nodded solemnly. Lu Zifeng nodded and pressed the play button in front of the three. The recording played. Inside came the sound of an expert's lecture, and some subtle cacophonous noises. Jiang Bai frowned and listened with his ears perked up, unwilling to miss a single detail. Details determine success or failure. Suddenly, hearing a certain point in time, Jiang Bai picked up the recorder as soon as he could and put it to his ear to repeat the clip he had just heard, startling a few people. Lu Zifeng almost couldn't hold back his hand to snatch it back. However, seeing Jiang Bai's serious expression, he hardened his hand back. Once, twice, 3 times, 24 times passed. Jiang Bai raised his head, swept his gaze over the 3 people, and said very firmly, "This recording is a forgery." The several people were all confused and looked at him with disbelief. Lu Zifeng squinted his eyes and said half-heartedly, "Are you sure?" Jiang Bai did not argue, but chose to speak with facts. He turned the volume of the recorder to the maximum and signaled Lu Zifeng to put it in his ear and listen to it. Hear a not-so-obvious giggling sound in this clip? There's also a hint of a pause. I don't know how much you guys know about recording pens. This recording pen of Xu Yong's is the KUSR 901, priced at a large few thousand. With this professional quality recording pen, it is impossible for what just happened to occur. Lu Zifeng's eyes shook and seemed to have thought of something, and said in a flash, "Synthesize?" Jiang Bai nodded. "That's right, this recording shouldn't have been recorded with this recorder. To be precise, it was Xu Yong who put his original recording in this recording pen in order to play out a fake to real sound quality with the SR 901. He Dezhuang stammered. "How is this possible? Why would Xu Yong do this?" Jiang Bai didn't say anything and looked his eyes towards Lu Zifeng. Lu Zifeng nodded knowingly, and with no time to explain, he got up and was about to rush out. Suddenly Jiang Bo got up and called out to him, "I hope that when the interrogation takes place, I can let me come." Hearing this, Lu Zifeng's face showed a difficult look. "You are a supernumerary. You can't participate in the interrogation." However, it seems to have thought of something. Lu Zifeng did not dare to guarantee it. "I'll try, but whether the leader approves it or not, I don't dare to guarantee it." "Thanks." Jiang Bo gratefully nodded at him. Leaning against the wall, Jiang Bo couldn't help but see Xu Yong's outline in his mind. He didn't know how to describe his current mood. Half an hour later, Jiang Bai once again appeared at the police station. Only this time, it wasn't to come as an interrogated person again. Instead, He was participating in this interrogation as a criminal investigation consultant. In the dimly lit interrogation room, Xu Yong sat on the special seat for suspects, his head lowered without knowing what he was thinking. When Lu Zifeng said that he was arresting Xu Yong, he was very calm and seemed to have expected something. Without making any noise or fuss, he very cooperatively got into the police car. Jiang Bai secretly regretted. Xu Yong, I didn't expect that we would meet in this way. Xu Yong looked up and quickly lowered his head again, saying nothing, his eyes showing his death wish. Jiang Bai took a deep breath and began the interrogation. Why did you kill the counselor? Seeing Su Yan's silence, Jiang Bai changed the question. Did you hate him? Or did he do something to you that you couldn't accept? Xu Yong was still silent. Is it because of the lab report thing? But you used to. Hearing the 4 words experimental report, Xu Yong suddenly became agitated and clenched a pair of fists in death. Raising his reddened eyes, he gritted his teeth and said, he deserves to die. However, Xu Yong only said these 3 words and then caved in. Next to him, Lu Zifeng was secretly anxious and looked at Zhang Bo, asking him with his eyes if he wanted to replace himself. Zhang Bo slightly shook his head and continued. According to your character, even if the experiment's summary doesn't add your name, it won't make you move to kill, right? Is there something else going on here? Like what he did or said, or what you saw? Seemingly recalling something bad, Xu Yong stood up from the chair at once, but his body shook back due to his hands being cuffed. He didn't seem to feel the pain and growled. Ah, stop it. I told you to stop it. I've confessed. What else is there to say? The best inquiry was to break down the opponent's psychological defense. Jiang Bai seized this moment and told all about the past counselor's oppression of Xu Yong. Despite Su Yong's furious accusations and insults, he still didn't stop. As it was, after about 5 minutes, Xu Yong suddenly broke down and cried, holding his head with both hands and lying on the small tabletop of his chair, sobbing uncontrollably. What do you guys know? You guys don't know anything. He's not a human being. He's a demon. He was sent from heaven to torture me. Every single one of his research is mine. I did it all by myself and I don't even deserve a name. When I tried to report him, he blackmailed me with my mother's poor health, saying that if I dared to do that, he would have the school expel me. My mom's health has always been poor. She can't accept this kind of thing. Speaking here, Xu Yong lifted up, a sad to the core smile on his face. But my mom passed away a week ago. He can't threaten me anymore. I'm not afraid of him anymore. I'm going to send him to hell. The truth of the matter had come out. Jiang Bai and Lu Zifeng looked at each other, both sensing each other's suppressed anger. Chapter 15, Dad's Suicide. The 2 men who emerged from the interrogation room looked at each other. There was no more sighing. Jiang Bai's face was thick with loss and regret, as well as guilt towards Xu Yong. He had lived in a dormitory with Xu Yong for so long, and knew about him being oppressed by the counselor, but never thought to help him seek justice. If he had helped earlier, perhaps a tragedy like today would not have happened. Lu Zifeng has always been cynical and hateful, but at the same time he feels very sorry. A college student with a bright tomorrow, just so cut off the future. Even if there are extenuating circumstances, but the law is the law. An intentional homicide certainly cannot run. A good situation could result in a suspended death sentence. A bad situation could be immediate execution. Captain Lu, thank you for letting me participate in the interrogation. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Lu Zifeng guessed that Zhang Bo was not feeling good in his heart and patted his shoulder. Don't think too much. You're not to blame for this. Jiang Bai shook his head with a bitter smile and didn't say anything as he turned around and walked towards the door. When he walked to the door, he was suddenly stopped by someone, and his external tone was a bit surprised. Jiang Bai, why are you here? Jiang Bai followed the sound and looked, only to see Luo Fei looking at himself with a smile on his face. Jiang Bai didn't know how to speak and lowered his head again. Luo Fei seemed to know what had happened and stepped forward to comfort him with a few words. I heard about the case that happened at your school, and I also know that you helped a lot. I can understand how you feel right now, because I've had a similar experience. But isn't the purpose of people like us to purge evil? Hearing the words purge the evil, Jiang Bai raised his head thoughtfully. Just when he wanted to say something, coincidentally the cell phone in his pocket rang. He looked at Luo Fei somewhat apologetically and picked up the phone. Hey, Mom! The voice on the other end of the phone was urgent. Xiao Bai, where are you? Come back quickly. Your dad is going to jump to his death. Hearing this, it was too late to ask in detail. Jiang Bai hurriedly said, Mom, don't be in a hurry. First stabilize my dad. I'll go back immediately. After saying this, he hung up the phone and hurriedly ran out. Luo Fei vaguely heard the words jumping and suicide coming from the phone. Knowing that the situation was urgent, he hurriedly chased out and shouted at Jiang Bai's back. Jiang Bai, get in my car. I'll send you back. Jiang Bai, who ran halfway, didn't refuse. It's not certain that he can get a car even if he goes out now. The 2 of them got into the car. Luo Fei asked for the address. His brain was running fast, analyzing the most time-saving journey. The black SUV sped away. In the car, Jiang Bai gradually calmed down. His heart secretly guessed what happened. His father, Jiang Zhonghai, has always been honest. Even the number of times the root of the red face of the people are only a handful of times. In the end, what happened? Luo Fei, who was driving by the side, saw that he calmed down so quickly, and couldn't help but give him an appreciative look. Coupled with all the performance when participating in the program, the heart cannot help but move again to pull together the mind. At a young age, he can achieve calmness in every major event. It is really rare, but right now, obviously not a good time to talk about this issue. About 10 minutes later, the car stopped downstairs. Luo Fei looked at his watch, a little worried. Jiang Bai, there's still an important case seminar in the bureau, so I won't accompany you up. The fact that he could drive himself back already made Jiang Bai very grateful. Jiang Bai solemnly bowed. Team Luo, thank you for sending me back. You go ahead and get busy. I can handle myself. Luo Fei thought about it and didn't forget to exhort. Cheer up. If there's anything you can't solve, call me again. Good. Seeing Luo Fei leave, Jiang Bai no longer hesitated, turned around and rushed in towards his home. As soon as he pushed open the door, he saw his dad and mom sitting on the sofa in the living room. Dad's blood was surging. His expression was excited, and he was saying something with his hands in the air. The anxious mom saw Jiang Bai and quickly pulled him over. Jiang Bai, quickly persuade your dad. Jiang Bai took a deep breath, sat next to his dad and asked, Dad, what happened? Seeing his son return, Jiang Zhonghai suddenly shut up and didn't mention a word. No matter how Jiang Bai asked, he just didn't open his mouth, not knowing whether he felt ashamed or had something to hide. In the end, it was mom who couldn't stand to watch and told the truth. What time is it? You still want to save face and suffer. Son is not an outsider. What can't be said? Mom blared at Jiang Zhonghai, sighed and said to Jiang Bai, your father was fired from the company. The leaders said he was derelict in his duties and leaked company secrets. They also said they're going to sue him and send him to jail to be locked up. Hong Xiuqin became more and more angry, wiping her tears as she continued. This is slander. Someone must have framed your dad. Your dad has been working diligently in the company for more than 10 years, and has never coveted or taken anything in his life. I didn't expect to end up in such a situation. His innocence is gone. Can he not be anxious? Jiang Bo roughly listened to understand what happened. First comforted the mom. Let her go back to the bedroom to rest first. He talked to his dad. Then he sat down next to his dad and looked at his worried dad. Dad, I heard that you just tried to kill yourself. It almost scared me. You are the pillar of our family. If something happens to you, what will mom and I do? Jiang Zhonghai's face showed shame, hesitantly wanting to say something, opening his mouth and then wanting to stop. It was good that there was a reaction. There was still something to talk about. Jiang Bai was finally relieved. Dad, I know you've been clean for your whole life. Suddenly this kind of thing must be unacceptable. But have you thought about it? If you really die, those people will definitely say that you are afraid of committing suicide. At that time, this life stain, isn't it going to be on your body for the rest of your life? Jiang Zhonghai's eyes lit up, regaining a trace of vigor, slapping his thighs. His son was right. If he died just like that, wouldn't the stigma still be on him? In that case, wouldn't he have died in vain? No, I cannot die in vain. Jiang Zhonghai regained his confidence, but he soon realized that he could do nothing about it. However, soon his eyes fell on Jiang Bai. Son, you're right. It's Dad who's confused. Dad has to find out the person who set me up. You've always had a smart brain. Give Dad some ideas. Seeing his dad rekindle his fighting spirit, Jiang Bai was relieved. However, he was still stared at somewhat uncomfortably by his dad's sudden hot gaze, and sidestepped his head. Dad, it's fine for me to give you an idea, but you have to tell me what happened first. I know what happened so that I can treat the problem and find the one behind the curtain. In his head, Jiang Zhonghai carefully recalled the events before and after the incident and slowly narrated. Chapter 16, The Third Man. The incident started 2 days ago. Jiang Zhonghai is the head of the company's accounting department. In addition to daily affairs, he is also responsible for the management of the safe. In addition to spare cash reserves, some important documents are also stored in the safe. In addition to the password, fingerprint verification is also required. Throughout the company, only Jiang Zhonghai and the general manager had the authority to open it. 2 days ago, the company's latest research and development results were put into the safe, but when it was needed this morning, it disappeared and was stolen. Everyone suspected that Jiang Zhonghai had leaked company secrets, because besides him only the general manager has the fingerprints and password. But the general manager is the main leader in charge of this research and development. There is no reason to supervise the theft. There is only one possibility left. Jiang Zhonghai could not defend himself. He was also fired on the spot by the general manager in a fit of rage, and even had to pursue his subsequent responsibilities. Son, that's probably what happened. Do you hear anything wrong? Jiang Bai cried and laughed as he glanced at his father. Dad, don't be in a hurry. The police don't solve cases that fast. Don't worry, as long as you didn't do it, there must be a way to prove your innocence. Hearing this, Zhang Zhonghai nodded heavily. Looking at his son's serious look, he thought of a saying, fighting a tiger is like fighting a brother. Going into battle is like fighting his son. Regardless of whether his son could help him find his innocence, Zhang Zhonghai felt that he had not lost anything in this life. Jiang Bai did not know the feelings in his dad's heart at this time. Carefully recalling all the details his father had just mentioned, he believed that his father was innocent, and would use all of his own learning to prove his father's innocence. It was just that he couldn't go to the scene to look for clues, and there was no one who could provide corroboration. This definitely elevated the difficulty. With such a big thing happening at home, where could Hong Xiuqin sit still? She was lying on the bedroom door, listening to the conversation between the father and son outside, and her heart was burning with anxiety. At this moment, see outside gradually no movement, heart even more panic, want to push the door out. However, thinking of her son's advice just now, she held back again, secretly opened a crack in the door, only to see a large and small, two men sitting on the sofa in the living room, gazing at something. Zhang Zhonghai carefully spoke out the doubts in his heart. Son, do you think there's a possibility that it's our general manager, who supervised the theft? He's the only one in the company besides me who has fingerprints and passwords. Hearing fingerprints and passwords, a thought vaguely flashed through Jiang Bai's mind, but he failed to catch it. He reminded himself to be calm while answering his father's question. Dad, I don't think it's likely. According to your company system, it's too much of a risk to take if it's him. The reward is not proportional to the risk. He wouldn't do that. Zhang Zhonghai sighed deeply, very puzzled. Then it wasn't him or me. Is it hard to believe that there's a third person with fingerprints and passwords? Hearing these words, a bright light flashed in Jiang Bai's eyes and he looked up at his dad. Right, can't there be a third person who has the fingerprints and password? A single word woke up the dreamer. It opened Jiang Bai's mind. All along, he and his dad had been limited in their thinking. Zhang Zhonghai didn't understand and was puzzled. Son, what do you mean by that? Jiang Bai smiled faintly. Dad, all of us are stuck in a thinking maze, because in everyone's long-term perception, they all think that only you and the company's general manager have the fingerprints and password to open the safe. So when something happened, it was subconsciously decided that the person who stole it could only be one of you two. But in reality, the two of you may not actually be the only ones who actually have the fingerprints and password. Zhang Zhonghai didn't understand and scratched his head impatiently in his heart. Son, why am I getting more and more confused the more I hear? What exactly does it mean? Quickly and simply tell me again. Seeing his father's eagerness to know the truth, Jiang Bai no longer sold out. What I mean is that it's very likely that there really is a third person who has the fingerprints and password. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhonghai deflated and waved his hand. Impossible. When the company recorded the fingerprints and passwords, it was just me and the general manager. In addition to me and the manager, how can it be possible? Said Zhang Zhonghai, suddenly froze. He looked at his son, swallowed nervously, and only after a long time did he continue. Son, hearing you say that, I really remembered something. When we first recorded the fingerprints and passwords, both the manager and I couldn't fiddle with the current electronics. Just let the manager's secretary at the time help record it. Do you think there's a possibility that it's her? Before Jiang Bai could say anything, Zhang Zhonghai shook his head again to himself, thinking it was impossible. But Shaoli has already resigned for most of the year. Maybe she's not even in this city anymore. Jiang Bai frowned, thinking for a moment, with a straight face. Dad, I think this person you just mentioned is highly suspicious. Let's call the police. Zhang Zhonghai's face was a little difficult. People have resigned for so long, call the police. In case it's not. Guessing the concerns in his dad's mind, Jiang Bai opened up. Dad, if it's not her, doesn't it just help her clear her suspicions as well? This is not a bad thing. But what if it is her? If we call the police 1 minute later, we might have left her one more minute to destroy the evidence. In fact, Jiang Bai also hoped that it wasn't this person. Having just experienced Su Yong's incident, he still didn't feel very comfortable in his heart until now. But he had been in that mysterious space, in the more than 20,000 cases he had experienced. He had seen too many dark sides of human nature. And right now, it was this person who was the most suspicious. He felt the need to find this person. Zhang Zhonghai's face was torn, and he didn't know what to do for a moment. At this time, Hong Xiuqin, who had been lying on the doorway for half a day, couldn't help but rush out. Pointing at Zhang Zhonghai, he said, You What a time to be thinking about this and that. My son is right. Even if we end up misunderstanding someone, it's not just enough to help her clear her suspicions. Zhang Zhonghai gritted his teeth, put his heart across, patted his thigh and said, "Okay, I agree to call the police. No matter what the final result, at least we tried." Under the encouraging gaze of his wife and son, Zhang Zhonghai dialed the police. The phone hung up. Zhang Zhonghai leaned on the sofa as if relieved. His heart was a little apprehensive. Hong Xiuqin kicked his leg and said, "What did they say?" Zhang Zhonghai sat up and wiped his face, taking a deep breath. "People said to let me stay at home and not move around. In a moment people from the criminal police team will come to the door to understand the situation." Upon hearing this, Hong Xiuqin was a bit anxious. Then are we just going to wait? What if the person runs away? Zhang Zhonghai touched his head instead. Then don't people's police have to go through a process to handle the case? Chapter 17, Father and Son on the Battlefield. Soon, the criminal police team came. After the routine questioning, the Jiang family was told to wait patiently for news, and they went back to immediately develop a program. When the people left, Hong Xiuqin, with a bitter face, repeated the old saying, "Can it work if we wait like this?" Zhang Zhonghai couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Although he understood people's case handling process, but it was about his own innocence, he was also anxious. Seeing this, Jiang Bai comforted, "Mom and Dad, don't get angry first, wait patiently." After saying that, on the pretext of going to the toilet, went to the bathroom. Jiang Bai thought of a way in his heart, just don't know if it will work. After thinking about it, he no longer hesitated and dialed Lu Zifeng's phone. The phone was quickly connected. Lu Zifeng's voice was a bit tired. "Hey, Jiang Bai, what's the matter?" Jiang Bai recounted the matter roughly, hoping that Lu Zifeng could help him find out the location of this person. Lu Zifeng was silent for a moment and sat up from the sofa. "I've roughly understood the situation, and as a matter of fact, we have discipline in our unit, so I can't just help you check your personal information, but given the urgency of the situation, and that you guys have filed a case, I'll make an exception to help you once today. However, the next time will not be an exception. Understand?" Jiang Bai also knew something about the discipline of the police force and understood his difficulties. For Lu Zifeng to do this, Jiang Bo was already very grateful in his heart. "Team Lu, thanks," Lu Zifeng joked. "Alright, just don't be polite to me, this is going to be checked. Wait for my news." After saying that, without waiting for Jiang Bai to respond, he directly hung up the phone. Lu Zifeng has always been such a windy and cynical person. Jiang Bo did not rush out of the bathroom. Although Lu Zifeng had promised to help, it was still uncertain if that person was still in the city. He wanted to wait for a definite result before telling Mom and Dad. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. About 10 minutes later, Lu Zifeng's call returned. "Hey, I found out. Li Jing hasn't left the city now. She's living in room 201, Unit 1, Building 13, Shengyuan District." Jiang Bai's hanging heart was released and he thanked again, while silently memorizing the address in his mind. Lu Zifeng didn't forget to remind, "Alright, I told you the address though, but it's okay for you to keep an eye on it. Don't make any drastic moves, or I won't be able to spare you if something happens." Jiang Bai agrees with a bitter smile. Does he look like the kind of person who was unconscious? Team Lu, don't worry, I know what to do. Having said what needed to be said, Lu Zifeng stopped nagging and urged him to be careful before hanging up the phone. Jiang Bai washed his face in front of the sink to keep himself calm. Only then did he return to the living room. Jiang Bai said to while changing his shoes, "Mom and Dad, I've found out Li Qing's whereabouts. Let me go with my dad to check the situation first." Zhang Zhonghai and Hong Xiuqin looked at each other, both surprised. Hong Xiuqin was uneasy. "Son, how did you find out? It can't be some illegal way, right?" Hearing his mom's words, Jiang Bai felt unable to laugh or cry, so he had to explain. "Mom, how could I do something illegal? Don't worry, I asked a friend from the criminal police force to do me a favor." Only then did Hong Xiuqin half-heartedly nod her head, not forgetting to urge Zhang Zhonghai to move faster and not waste time. Only when both father and son had gone downstairs did Hong Xiuqin react as an afterthought, muttering under her breath, "Son, when did you know your criminal police friend?" "Why don't I know? Shengyuan neighborhood is a somewhat red old neighborhood. In the security booth at the main entrance, there is an old man sitting, wearing presbyopia glasses, looking at people have to squint, while drinking tea, staring at the newspaper. He does not care about the people coming in and out of the neighborhood." Jiang Bai and Zhang Zhonghai, easy to enter the neighborhood, came to the 13th building 1 unit downstairs. Father and son found a remote corner where they could see the stairway at a glance. Zhang Zhonghai, who was on a stakeout for the first time, was a bit of a thief and kept looking around. His palms were sweating nervously. "Son, what should we do next?" Jiang Bai couldn't help but be amused by his dad's appearance. However, when he thought of his dad's behavior, he always acted in accordance with the rules, so he understood. Jiang Bai lightly laughed and cracked, "Dad, you're just like taking a walk in our neighborhood. Don't think of yourself as coming to spy. Be natural. Otherwise if you're like this, people will think it's strange when they see you." Being said so by his son, Jiang Zhonghai's old face turned red. He puffed and deflated for a long time before saying, "Okay, I know. I'll think of myself as someone from this neighborhood." But while he said this on his lips, he was actually still very nervous. Jiang Bai smiled helplessly. It's not easy for Dad to make it like this. After observing for half a day, Jiang Bai realized that they stood here staring. Except for being able to see people coming in and out of the stairway, nothing useful could be touched. It was imperative to first determine if the other party was still at home or not. Jiang Bai softly said, "Dad, you stay here and keep your eyes open. I'll go up there and check the situation." Jiang Zhonghai froze, and when he reacted, Jiang Bo had already gone up the stairs. When he came to the door of room 201, Jiang Bai relaxed his footsteps and leaned on the door to listen to the commotion. Inside the room was quiet. Nothing moved. Jiang Bai could only hear his own gasps. However, just when he was about to give up, suddenly there was a cell phone ringing in the room, immediately followed by a sound of footsteps, and the sound of a woman crying, "You, safe, scum, call the police, I'm not leaving." Through the security door, Jiang Bai could only hear these contents intermittently, but this sporadic only words already explains a lot of problems. Jiang Bai immediately quietly retreated. Since he was sure that the person hadn't left, he and his dad would be responsible for keeping an eye on him next, patiently waiting for police support. After a while, Jiang Bai came out of the building, lowered his head and walked towards his dad's direction. As a result, he didn't take 2 steps, when someone suddenly tapped him on the shoulder, scaring Jiang Bai. Looking up, he realized that it was actually Lu Zifeng who had come. Jiang Bo was puzzled. "Team Lu, why are you here?" Lu Zifeng tapped on his shoulder again and smiled. "I'm a little uneasy. After I finished the matter at hand, I rushed here non-stop to help you. How about any findings?" Jiang Bai was slightly stunned, then reacted and said thank you heavily. Then he spoke out his findings and analysis. After listening, Lu Zifeng frowned and thought for a moment before saying, "According to your analysis, 9 times out of 10, we can conclude that she did it. However, the key is that we don't have direct evidence. Even if we arrest someone, she bites the bullet and doesn't say anything. At most 24 hours in custody, then we have to release her." Jiang Bo's eyes were heavy, thought for a moment, attached his ear and said something in Lu Zifeng's ear. Hearing Lu Zifeng's eyes light up, he nodded repeatedly. Chapter 18 Huge Payouts. Interpol Team, Interrogation Room. Jiang Bai and Jiang Zhonghai were specially allowed to observe the interrogation. Through the one-way glass, Jiang Bo saw the woman sitting in the interrogation chair looking apprehensive and nervous. Lu Zifeng threw the folder in his hand onto the table and glared. Name, age, place of origin. The woman is jittery and bites her lip and whispers back. "My name is Li Cheng. I am 26 years old. My hometown is XX Village, XX Town, Yunqing City." The voice at the back became increasingly low and inaudible. Lu Zifeng reached out and slapped the table. Frighteningly, Qing couldn't help but fight a jolt. "Are you going to explain yourself, or am I asking you?" Li Qing peeked her eyes to measure Lu Zifeng's face, and her face revealed the color of hesitation and struggle. However, seemingly thinking of something, Li Qing finally gritted her teeth. "Explain what? I don't know anything. Are you guys arresting the wrong person?" The more Li Qing spoke, the more agitated she became, and as if she had opened her mind behind her, she rattled off. "I was fine at home. You guys suddenly rushed into my house to arrest someone. I haven't even settled the score with you guys yet." Jiang Bai saw this change in Li Qing, coupled with all the previous clues. He was even more sure that his judgment was correct. Generally, people who were weak-minded and encountered this kind of unexpected situation would be very panicked at first, but once they allowed themselves to convince themselves, they would suddenly become hardened and bluff. Li Qing fit this trait very well. Lu Zifeng wrapped his arms around himself and snorted coldly. "Our department has a special mailbox for complaints. If you have a problem, you're always welcome to complain, but what I'm asking you now is clear to you. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Explaining yourself and us finding out are 2 different things. Understand?" Speaking later, Lu Zifeng steeply raised his volume. Shocking people. Li Qing could not help but feel weak again and stammered for words. Lu Zifeng did not rush to pursue the question, but gave Li Qing enough time to think. Time passed minute by minute. Lu Zifeng cleared his throat and spoke in a deep voice, continuing to break through her psychological defenses. "The fact that we were able to go to you already indicates the seriousness of the problem. According to Article 219 of the Penal Code, The crime of infringing upon a trade secret, with lesser circumstances, is punishable by imprisonment for less than 3 years. If the circumstances are serious or if it causes significant damage, it is punishable by imprisonment of not less than 3 years and not more than 7 years. You're at the age of great youth. If you really go in, what will be left when you come out? Li Qing raised her head violently and looked at Lu Zifeng in horror. She didn't realize that this matter would have such serious consequences and kept swallowing her saliva. Li Qing broke down and shouted, "How could this happen? He told me that at most he would just pay a fine." Looking at Li Qing, who was crying uncontrollably, Lu Zifeng seized the key point and rode the wave of victory. "Who is he you are talking about?" Seeing that Li Qing only cried and didn't say anything, Lu Zifeng frowned and said, "Li Qing, taking the initiative to confess and me asking out are two different things. The person behind you isn't even willing to tell you the consequences, which means that he was planning to let you talk back from the start. Understand? If you voluntarily confess now, I can try to intercede for the judge on your behalf and mitigate your crime." Li Qing raised her head with an expectant face and couldn't wait. "Really? You will really intercede for me?" Receiving an affirmative answer, Li Qing's eyes flashed with a flash of reluctance and deep resentment as she confessed, "It's my boyfriend. He's a scumbag." With a loud accusation from Li Qing, things finally came to light. The company where Li Qing's current boyfriend works happens to be a competitor of Li Qing's original company. Once inadvertently, Li Qing complacently said that she had the fingerprints and password of the original company's safe. Unexpectedly, the boyfriend was relieved. This time, the two companies are competing for the same big customer. Li Qing's boyfriend took the initiative to help, took the job, go back to use all kinds of ways to threaten plus temptation, promising Li Qing a variety of future possibilities. Simply put, it is a big cake. Li Qing is very much in love with this man, directly agreed to after the head, with their own familiarity with the original company, easily avoided the cameras and stole the latest research results. Zhang Zhanghai sighed in dismay, hating and annoyed, confused, not even married, just for a man, casting such a big mistake. Alas, Zhang Bai did not say a word, not knowing what he was thinking. Dad was kind-hearted, he could understand that, but he did not feel that Li Qing had anything to be sorry for. The sins of heaven can be forgiven. People's sins are not to be lived with. It didn't matter if Li Qing knew the consequences beforehand. If she did it for her own personal gain, she would have to bear the consequences. At this time, Lu Zifeng came out of the interrogation room and pushed the door in. "Jiang Bai, Mr. Jiang, now you can rest assured that you have been cleared of your wrongdoing. I'll have someone issue you a certificate of innocence later. Just go to the company and explain the situation." Zhang Zhanghai was so excited at the words that he didn't know what to do and thanked him repeatedly. "Captain Lu, thank you so much. I don't even know how to thank you." Lu Zifeng smiled and waved his hand. "There's no need to thank me. This is my due diligence. However, Mr. Jiang, you did give birth to a good son. The future is bright." Hearing these words praising his son, Zhang Zhanghai couldn't help but straighten his back with a proud face. This time, thanks to his son Jiang Bai help, or else he would really be in the dark. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Lu Zifeng looked at the time. "Let's talk next time. I'm in a hurry to go and bring that man back now." Zhang Zhanghai nodded his head, not daring to delay people's business, and said, "Team Lu, you are busy with something. Come and sit at home some other day." After seeing Lu Zifeng off, Jiang Bai and his dad took the certificate of innocence issued by the criminal police team and came to the company. They told the general manager about the truth and the whole thing. Who would have guessed that the general manager would still be unforgiving? He insisted that in this case, Zhang Zhanghai did not keep it properly and must bear the corresponding responsibility. Now the project with the partner failed. The company also suffered a large amount of economic losses. He asked Zhang Zhanghai to take part of the compensation for the company 5 million, or else he will continue to pursue his responsibility. Walking out of the company building, Zhang Zhanghai, all the way downcast, did not say a word. Jiang Bai was a little heartbroken for his dad and opened his mouth to comfort. "Dad, don't worry about it, as long as you're fine. 5 million is a bit much, but we, a family of 3, working together, will always pay it off." Zhang Zhanghai was touched and shook his head. "It's all because Dad is useless, and has dragged you and your mom down." Jiang Bai took a deep breath. "Dad, you must be said so." Suddenly remembered that his dad and mom didn't know that he won the prize in the program. He immediately told his dad the good news. Sure enough, Zhang Zhanghai's face regained some of its glow and asked for details about the program. Jiang Bai was relieved. Chapter 19, Money Trouble. Since Dad wanted to know, there was no reason not to tell him. Jiang Bo then took advantage of the time at home to tell his dad and mom a little bit about what happened on the show. Naturally, he had to hide the drama of finding the real murderer. "I'll get you guys some water." Seeing that the water in the cup was at the bottom, Mother Hong Xiuqin went to the kitchen to get some hot water. At first, Jiang Bai and his dad didn't care. but after chatting for a while they didn't see their mother come out of the kitchen. Both of them got up and went to the kitchen, but they saw Hong Xiuqin fainted in the kitchen. Wife. Mom. The ambulance arrived in time and Hong Xiuqin was hospitalized. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Hospital. After a series of resuscitation, Hong Xiuqin's condition stabilized a bit, and at this time, she was already sent to the ward. Doctor, how is my mom? Jiang Bai spoke with some anxiety. Even though he wouldn't even have the slightest fear of seeing a dead person, the one in trouble was his own mother. The situation is a bit unpromising. We initially determined that it should be caused by radiation. It could be leukemia, but it has to be further confirmed. The doctor pushed his glasses and spoke. Leukemia wasn't hopeless, but it also required costly treatment. This added to their already debt. I will definitely find a way for the money. Please, you must cure my wife. Jiang Zhonghai was anxious and his heart was in turmoil. Don't worry, we will definitely try our best. The doctor paused. Money isn't the most crucial thing about this disease, but the matching type for the transplant. I'm her husband. This is my son. There's always one that can succeed. Let's try right away. Jiang Zhonghai was anxious to pull Jiang Bai then went to match the type together. Unfortunately, both of them were not matched with Hong Xiuqin. How could this be? Is it possible that they are not biological? Jiang Zhonghai muttered. This is a bone marrow match. Even if they are blood relatives, there is only a 50% chance. The doctor comforted. Let's look at other relatives first. Maybe there's one that can match. Jiang Zhonghai immediately started calling to contact Hong Xiuqin's relatives on her side one by one. Jiang Bai, on the other hand, stayed by his mother's side, waiting for her to wake up. Looking at the heart electrometer on the side, his heart was like this heart electrometer. Unconsciously, he fell asleep in the chair. When he woke up, he only heard his cell phone ringing, and an unfamiliar number called in. Hello? Which one? Jiang Bai picked up the phone in a daze, and a pleasant female voice rang out from the receiver. Is this Jiang Bai? The voice on the other side was careful, as if it was also afraid of dialing the wrong number. It's me. Which one are you? I'm Fong Shijin. Didn't we have an appointment last time? Hearing this, Jiang Bai remembered the extra bonus of who was the great detective last time. A date with the goddess of his choice was today. Jiang Bai didn't have any heart right now. Sorry, something recently slipped my mind. He was a bit embarrassed to open his mouth. I'm in a bit of a hurry right now. May I ask if I can postpone it? Even though he knew that it wasn't a good thing to miss an appointment, his mom's condition in front of him made it impossible for him to keep quiet. Which little girl is it? Go ahead. I'll just take care of Xiuqin here. Jiang Bai did not think that Jiang Zhonghai was eavesdropping on the side. Then, nothing can delay you to find an object, is not it? Jiang Zhonghai smiled faintly, but his heart was apprehensive. Then today, where are we going? The other party is a real estate tycoon. Naturally cannot let Jiang Bai this penniless set. Can't go to the school cafeteria to eat a meal, right? First add a friend. The number is my phone. Fong Shijin also didn't have too much of a stance as a boss. I'll send you the address later. When he added his friend, Jiang Bai received a location, a cafe not far from his house. It was probably also for his traveling consideration. Getting into a taxi, Jiang Bai started fiddling with his cell phone. Adding friends and looking at the circle of friends was a top priority. What's more, this was Fong Shijin's circle of friends. Ever since he returned to reality, Jiang Bai didn't add many friends. Even though he was somewhat famous now, he still had so many friends. In the room, like Jin's first circle of friends, is a poster. $1 million in 3 big words. Money. He clicked on the picture. It is written murder house test sleep, a few big words. Terrorist mansion. Sudden power cuts at night. Sounds rising all over the place. Many sleepers have been scared out of the mansion in the middle of the night. If you can stay in it for 12 hours, you can win $1 million. The scary font with the horrifying images behind it looked really like that. Jiang Bai did not disbelieve in supernatural things like ghosts and gods. After all, isn't 100 years in that space also supernatural? But during the 100 years, he had seen too many incidents of pretending to be a ghost, so instinctively he would not be scared by the ghosts and gods. Instead, $1 million would be a welcome relief. I'll ask later. Jiang Bai thought about this as the cab also arrived in front of the cafe. Walking into the cafe, Fong Shijin was already waiting inside. She was sitting in an inconspicuous corner, and didn't get much attention at the moment. Hello. Jiang Bai sat down and the two were speechless. When they said they knew each other, they had only met once on the program. Saying it was a date, it was more like two strangers meeting as friends. The two ordered a cup of coffee each and sat like mannequins. Is that poster inside your friend's circle real? In order to ease the awkwardness, Jiang Bai took the lead in breaking the deadlock. It's real. Are you interested? Speaking of this, Fong Shijin also slightly liberalized a bit. The previous owner of that mansion disappeared for 3 months, so it was repossessed by a friend of mine. But the strange things keep happening. And it's not selling well. That's why they recruited test sleepers to confirm the safety? Jiang Bai nodded. Would $1 million be too much? Actually, Fong Xianjin looked around to get closer to Jiang Bai. Several trial sleepers were recruited before, and they were all scared away. My friend raised the price so high out of desperation. I want to try. Don't You're not short of money. The previous program just took quite a lot. Why do you have to? Room-like Jean looked at Jiang Bai's eyes to perceive, then stopped. This is her perception as a businessman. Jiang Bo is not a greedy person, and will not show off. The only explanation was that Jiang Bai was short of money. Alright, I'll contact him for you later. Fong Shijin said inside. Is it something recent? It was impossible to be out of money for no reason after just winning the grand prize. I came from the hospital. Jiang Bai spoke. There's something going on at home. Fong Xianjin nodded, no longer pursuing the question. After this topic, the two are considered to open the box. Fong Shijin told Jiang Bo a lot of her business encountered strange people. Jiang Bo has made up some crime-solving stories for Fong Shijin to listen to. The stories you made up are quite interesting. I want to listen to them next time. Fong Xianjin said and looked at the time. It's getting late. I'll go back and help you talk about enrollment. Jiang Bai nodded and smiled faintly. He had personally experienced these cases, but no one would believe him if he really said it. Chapter 20, Trying out for a job. Leaving the calf, Jiang Bai doesn't go back to school, but returns to the hospital to see how his mother is doing. Back at the hospital, Zhang Zhonghai sat by Hong Xiuqin's bedside enchanted. We've been together for so long. Why don't you tell me anything? Zhang Zhonghai looked at Hong Xiuqin on the hospital bed who had not yet awakened. His face agonized. Son, how is it with that little girl? He squeezed out a smile from his bitter face. Dad, I said it's just a friend, not an object. Jiang Bai said and walked over to the side of the hospital bed. Good. Friend, good. Jiang Zhonghai nodded. I told the boss about our family's situation. The remaining 1 million can be staged. Let me get your mother fixed first. Jiang Bai said inside. He had just gotten a huge amount of money but was instantly penniless, but comparable to 100 years in that space. It was still easier. On the other hand, after leaving the calf and returning to the company, Fong Xianjin contacted that friend. Older brother. It's me, sis. Weren't you looking for a sleep tester before? I have a friend who wants to sign up. Just as Fong Xianjin spoke, he heard a cheer on the other side of the receiver. Finally, the voice on the other side of the phone was excited. This time we're going to do a live broadcast. Live broadcast? Fong Xianjin was a bit puzzled. Why didn't you do it before? Who knew that house was so evil? It's rumored to be a murder house, but it's not necessarily a murder house. The other party sighed as he said, if it wasn't for the trial sleeper I found at the time being scared away, I'm afraid my industry credit would have been lost. Being recognized as a murderous house and selling it, it would be quite acceptable for ordinary people, but it was a villa. The person who wants to buy it is either rich or noble, so it's not going to be a big deal? You let him rest assured. I'll make sure to put full surveillance on the day he tries to sleep. As long as there is something wrong, I will definitely find someone to go in and save him. The other end of the phone is full of confidence. It's best to prove that it's not a murder house, then I can lose less. After this chat, Fong Shijin sent Jiang Bai's contact information. Jiang Bai's contact information is also good to deal with. Director How can know exactly when the phone number is also from him here. Not long after, Jiang Bai received a phone call. Hello, is Jiang Bo students? The person on the other end of the phone looked at the information. Jiang Bai was still a college student, so he called him a classmate. I am. What's wrong? Jiang Bai said, taking the phone and leaving the ward. We heard that you're signing up for a trial sleeper, so we came to confirm. The voice on the other end of the phone was respectful. Well, that bonus you guys were talking about is no problem, right? Jiang Bai was more concerned about the bonus. As for how this murderous mansion actually was, he didn't have much of an idea. Don't worry, the bonus is definitely there. If you confirm it, is it convenient to add a friend? We will send you the specific process. Please come to our company to sign in the near future. The person on the other end of the phone was about to hang up after saying that, but was called by Jiang Bai. Wait, can I come today? Today? Today is best. The caller was a bit surprised. Is this rushing to death? Hanging up the phone, Jiang Bai received a friend request. After agreeing, the other party sent a company address and relevant documents. This is a company called Bijuyuan Real Estate. Jiang Bai even went to the internet to look for a better understanding of the company, which specializes in the sale of luxury apartments, but also collects luxury apartments. Reputation is also considered the industry leader. There is no big problem with the document. Mainly details of confidentiality, such as the specific address of the mansion, cannot be leaked. He has not been a trial sleeper. Naturally, when this should be the normal process, Jiang Bai came to Bijou Garden Company when the room seems to be Jean was also in. That's him. Fong Shijin said and walked towards Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai. This is the assistant manager of Bijou Garden. Fang Zhao. Sister, isn't this that big detective's redneck? Fang Zhao recognized Jiang Bai at a glance. With a big detective coming, I'm not afraid of this murderous mansion. Let's talk about the specifics first. Jiang Bai said with some seriousness. He desperately needed the money. Okay, this way. Fang Zhao said and invited Jiang Bo inside. Then I'll leave first. Jiang Bai will contact me again if there's anything. Fang Shijin left and Jiang Bo followed Fang Zhao to the conference room. Great Detective Jiang. I really didn't expect it to be you. Fang Zhao's praise was overflowing. Why don't we have dinner later? I'll call my sister up. It's better to talk about the trial sleep first. Okay, work talk first. He nodded and took the documents out. These are unusual non-disclosure agreements. Don't worry, as long as you don't casually disclose generally nothing. Jiang Bai took a brief look at the documents. They were the same documents that were sent earlier. After he signed it with alacrity, Fang Zhao took out the rest. The house was located halfway up the hill, with a total of 2 floors with a small garden. It was a typical mansion. The original owner disappeared for 3 months, so we acquired this house with the permission of their relatives intending to refurbish it and sell it. Fang Zhao explained as he put on the PowerPoint. Who knew something would happen the night we started construction? Things inexplicably swing, and there are also some women's mournful cries at night. The people who decorated one after another quit, and the house was considered half ruined. The company did not die. Let Fang Zhao think of some way. That's what led to the job of trial sleeper for this house. Great detective. Let me remind you, before several trial sleepers were scared out in the middle of the night, the house can be evil. Fang Zhao had previously invited the test sleepers in order to prove that there was nothing wrong with the house, but this behavior in turn was slowly confirming that there was something wrong with the house. This led to that poster and the heavy reward. He firmly believed that there would be a brave man under the heavy reward, but he didn't expect to wait for this great detective. Well, there's no problem, as long as the $1 million you mentioned is paid truthfully after the end. Jiang Bai nodded with a calm face. Indeed a great detective, not afraid of ghosts and gods. I, Fang Zhao, admire you, Fang Zhao said and took out another document. It's the trial sleep this time. We're planning to have a live broadcast. A live broadcast? Another live broadcast? If you open a live broadcast, then secrecy will be impossible to talk about. That's not true. Mainly the reputation of this house is too bad. It's just the right time to broadcast live to dispel buyers' concerns. Fang Zhao laughed. Big detective on camera. How come I have to give a chance of exposure? Jiang Bai then realized that he was trying to raise the heat to sell the house. After all, if he, the big detective, is living in the house without problems, then buyers are bound to come in droves. However, Jiang Bo did not have so many worries. He wanted to get $1 million to quickly solve the problem of the treatment of his mother. After signing the various agreements, Fang Zhao also relieved. With the previous trial sleeper being scared away, their trial sleep of this murderous mansion became a job that the trial sleeper community uniformly refused. It's not too early. Why don't I treat the great detective to a meal? Fang Zhao glanced out the glass window and looked down at his watch. My sister happens to be free today as well. That's fine. Thanks to assistant manager Fang. Deputy manager, how out of the ordinary is that? I'm a few years older than you. Just call me brother Zhao. Fang Zhao smiled faintly. How is my sister? Although she's a few years older than you, she's quite a match. Chapter 21, The Broadcast. In the evening, under the hospitality of Fang Zhao's invitation, Jiang Bai still ate the meal. The topic of conversation during the meal was also that set of mansions. Who knew that set of house was so evil? Fang Zhao said inside. It's a big pot. Sister, why don't I jump your company? You're making it difficult for me. If you come in, even if your ability is good, you won't be able to get away from a word of climbing relatives. Fang Shijin said, shaking her head. If that house doesn't work, there's only to demolish it. Taking a piece of land doesn't seem to be much of a loss. Older sister's lesson is. Fang Zhao nodded. Fang Shijin was a real estate tycoon, and Fang Zhao did not lose by much. After chatting earlier, Jiang Bai also knew about Fang Zhao's family history. This Bijou Garden was also considered to be brought up by Fang Zhao. He is also considered to be the person who turned rottenness into magic in the industry. Originally, Bijou Garden was about to face bankruptcy, but Fang Zhao's amazing performance not only pulled Bijou Garden back from the brink of bankruptcy, but even accomplished today's premier luxury real estate specialty company. Jiang Bai didn't have much to talk about, so he could only move out 1 or 2 crime-solving short stories for these 2 siblings to listen to. Great detective, have you done this before? Fang Zhao put on a somber face. If he wasn't the murderer, how did he know so many details? Just a little story from hearsay. Aoyama has made so many Conan does not necessarily mean that he is the murderer of more than 1,000 murders. Ha ha ha, you're not Aoyama. I think you're the contemporary Sherlock Holmes. Fang Zhao released a smile. At this time dinner also came to an end. See you tomorrow then. After saying that, Jiang Bai bid farewell to Fang Shijin's siblings, Fang Zhao, and returned to the hospital. If it wasn't for the help of He Dezhuang and Dui Heng, Jiang Bo would have had to go to the school to ask for a vacation. Did mom wake up? Jiang Bai hurriedly walked in. No, has not woken up. Relatives said in 2 days to do matching. Jiang Zhanghai said and kept sighing. Why didn't you tell me about this kind of thing? Dad, don't worry about the treatment fee. I found a temporary job. Jiang Bai said holding Jiang Zhanghai's shoulders. I'll just take care of the money. Your studies can't be delayed. But he didn't want Jiang Zhanghai to say so. The last time the big detective also counted you lucky. But it's impossible to be a person who is so lucky back and forth. Don't worry. Your old man will find a way even if he loses his job. The first stage of treatment added up to more than 100,000 yuan, not counting surgery and other money. Jiang Zhanghai couldn't imagine how much money he could get from the temporary job that Jiang Bo was talking about. Don't worry, leave it to my son. You'd better go back to school first. If there's anything, it's not too late for you to come back. Jiang Zhanghai looked at Hong Xiuqin although she didn't wake up but her condition was stable for the time being. Jiang Bai nodded and went back to school overnight. On the other hand, leaving the meal, Fang Zhao sat in Fang Xiujin's car all the way back. The driver drove in the front, so Fang Zhao and Fang Shijin chatted in the back seat. I say sister you are not too young, should find a man, right? I think Jiang Bai is good. He's stable and has good looks. Fang Zhao said and looked at Fang Shijin. Sister, you are not bad so beautiful, a big beautiful woman. Groom and woman, money is also not lacking. What are you talking about? You'd better think about where to find a girlfriend first. Fang Shijin snorted coldly. You're not young anymore. The next day, Jiang Bai came to the parking lot in front of Bijou Garden as promised. Coming? Fang Zhao instantly recognized Jiang by pulling him in. At this time, the crowd was preparing for the live broadcast, and the working group was putting a large amount of equipment into the van. Why don't we go to the field first? Seeing that Jiang Bai was at a loss for words here again, Fang Zhao proposed. Getting into a Maybach, they drove all the way out of the city. After a night of viewing, Jiang Bai also had a somewhat comprehensive understanding of this so-called murder house. Passing through a path that was on the gloomy side, the car stopped at the periphery. The house looks a little old, but through the window to see the situation inside seems to be very new. This is it, or not, big detective, you around first look? Fang Zhao cannot dare to go in. All can scare off many bold trial sleeper is not covered, but see Jiang Bai all the way into the go, not the slightest fear. The main door of the mansion is a small garden. About 15 meters inward is the mansion. The surroundings look slightly old, which should be caused by the long period of time that no one lived there. There were quite a few messy footprints on the ground, which seemed to have been stepped on recently. Perhaps these were left behind by the previous sleeper's escape. From the garden fence here, one could clearly see the scenery below the mountain. If it wasn't a murderous mansion, it might be expensive. Unlike an ordinary mansion, this mansion actually had a storage room in one corner of the small garden. Room deputy manager, Zhao brother, does that outside storage room have a key? Jiang Bai walked out to inquire. If it was a house collected by Bai Gu Yuan, it was bound to inventory the house's various items, rooms and other situations. Then the key must be owned by Bijou Garden. What storage room? Fang Zhao was surprised for a moment. I don't remember any storage room outside. In a moment of curiosity, he also followed Jiang Bai into the forbidden zone. Sure enough, even Bai Gu Yuan did not know that there was a storage room in this corner. How can you be so careless? Fang Zhao frowned. If I were to recycle this house, I would never make such a mistake. The implication was that he didn't have the key. In due time, the working group's van stopped outside the gate. The sight of the mansion became lively all of a sudden. Jiang Bai couldn't care less about the storage room. The time for the live broadcast was 6 o'clock in the evening, and he would have to stay in this murderous mansion for a minimum of 12 hours. The personnel of the working group hurriedly carried down various objects from the van. They set up a large shed and installed surveillance inside and outside the mansion. They were moving very quickly, as if they wanted to finish all the work before nightfall. It seems that the legend of the murderous mansion is not only spread in the sleeping community. Night is coming. The working group has entered the final stage of commissioning the command vehicle. At this moment, the entire mansion was already covered with surveillance cameras. Even if Jiang Bai went to the restroom afterward, he would still be able to see it clearly in the surveillance cameras. Can we start the live broadcast? Seeing that the working group was basically ready, Fang Zhao was a bit impatient. Jiang Bai saw a familiar figure in the working group. It was the young girl who had judged the debt when he chatted with He Dezhuang at that time. She was helping to bring water to the technicians of the working group. Ha! Bai Wei Yuan will open a live broadcast? No way. Is it going to enter the world of the poor? Look at the title. What about the murder house? Wow! Exciting murder house adventure. I'm a test sleeper. There's something really wrong with this murder house. Beyond Park on this platform usually just sends out videos to publicize some of their mansions. and doesn't do live broadcasts. There are a lot of people who like to pretend that they often steal the video of the Bijou Garden to pretend that they live there. Bijou Yuan live broadcast. This is the first time. Just started broadcasting, and even no one came out to host. There will be a lot of curious viewers pouring into the live room. Pop-ups are endless. Instantly, Bai Chui Yuan's heat in the platform had risen to the middle of all live broadcasts. Ahem. Everyone, I'm the Deputy General Manager of Bijou Garden, and this so-called murderous mansion has been rumored for quite a long time. Fong Zhao personally took the stage. Chapter 22 Strange Movements in the Murder House. Wow. The assistant manager himself. What sincerity. He's the assistant manager? He's a bit handsome. Ha, a woman? The pop-ups went from a swarm of curious inquiries at the beginning, and the full list became sparse. Today, we'll ask the test sleeper to live test sleep to see if this mansion works or not, Fong Zhao said, and the amount of pop-ups rose up some more. It's impossible for someone to come and try to sleep. It's been said that it's a murderous mansion. Who would dare? Trying to sleep in a murderous mansion. Sounds exciting. When Jiang Bai appeared in the camera, the pop-up screen became more and more lively. Wow. The little brother who is trying to sleep this time is a little bit handsome. It's true that it's Bijou Garden. Even the one who tries to sleep has to be chosen. Wait, why does this person look so familiar? I think I've seen him somewhere. Isn't he the lucky audience of the last great detective? Yes. In the end he even won the grand prize. The prize money and the master of deduction were both his. Many people who had seen the great detective also started to introduce Jiang Bai. Last time he participated in the great detective, Jiang Bai gained some supporters. This is the guest we invited to try sleeping this time. Jiang Bai. We have surveillance throughout the whole process to confirm the situation in the room. Now let student Jiang Bai make some comments. Fong Zhao said and nodded to the director in the general control room at the side. This time, thank you for the invitation from Bijou Garden. I will personally enter to view the set, and stay inside for 12 hours. Jiang Bai spoke, his words steady. So without further ado, let's look forward to Jiang Bai's performance. After Fong Zhao finished speaking, the director changed to cut the camera to first person. Jiang Bai had a pinhole camera in front of his chest that was able to clearly capture everything he did. The entire Bijou Garden live murder house trial sleeping was instantly lively because of Jiang Bai's addition. Good guy. Taking time off turns out to be recording the program? He Dezhuang opened the computer at this time. The hottest live broadcast is the Bijou Garden murder house trial sleep. At this time, Dui Hong was also attracted by the words of He Dezhuang, pulling the stool over, watching together. But He Dezhuang is not so willing to be lonely people. After he spread the word, the entire floor of the dormitory knew about Jiang Bai's participation in the program. Then the more it spread, and even the whole dormitory building got the news. The students opened the live broadcasts one after another, and all of a sudden, the Bijou Garden live broadcast room was jammed. Card, calling card with an alternate line. There was an endless stream of pop-ups calling for cards, and even the platform hadn't expected such a large number of viewers for a Bianca's live room. The platform immediately adjusted the servers and gave the Bijou Garden live room increased traffic stability. After the jam was restored, Jiang Bai had slowly walked into the murder house. The doorway was lit, which also alleviated a hint of eerie feeling. However, the mansion in front seemed to emit a gust of gloomy wind. In the camera, Jiang Bai strides in. He was careful to open the door. He began to look around. He did not enter before, just watched from the periphery. Snap! After a crisp ringing sound, the lights in the living room lit up. This murderous mansion was about a 2.5-story structure, with a living room on the first floor, accompanied by a toilet study and kitchen, and a small bedroom at the corner of the stairs. A proper top-class mansion. Everything looked normal, but under the show's netherworld filter, the entire room gave off a spooky atmosphere. Do you guys think there will be a staff member deliberately messing with the ghosts? I wasn't expecting it the first time the Yank did this program. Not quite. Although it looks spooky, it seems like it's all quite normal. Go Brother Park, I believe in you. As the pop-ups pulled at each other, Jiang Bo had already arrived on the second floor. The second floor was mainly bedrooms. The master bedroom, the second bedroom and a staircase leading to the attic. The attic was dusty and looked like it hadn't been taken care of for a long time. Just as he was about to exit, a red light flashed in the attic. Turning back to look, it turned out that the careful working group had also placed a camera here. Jiang Bai meticulously checked all the rooms. After confirming that there was nothing wrong, he sat on the sofa and planned to watch some TV. Time passed by, and the live broadcast was approaching 4 hours. The viewers were also a bit weary seeing that nothing was happening. The traffic went down. The director spoke. Isn't it necessary to fix something? He was well versed in the way of live broadcasting. No need. The more normal it is, the better. Fong Zhao didn't invite them for eyeball gimmicks, and this live broadcast wasn't for people to hunt. He wanted to prove that this set was completely fine. If they were to engage in gimmicks, it would discourage those real buyers. I can't just broadcast it, can I? I can't even cut the camera to make it look good. The director was a bit upset. At this moment, I don't know which camera recorded a strange sound. The sound was a bit weak, but it sounded like a woman's mournful cry. Is it coming? The murder house is starting to seize. My brother Pie's pinched? The director, who sensed a hint of breaking point, instantly cut the screen to see from where the sound was coming from. The audience was also rekindled by this instantaneous sound. Fang Zhao was a bit unhappy. Jiang Bai also heard the sound. He turned down the sound of the TV and got up to check. The sound sounded like it was coming from the toilet. After exploring a little earlier, the kitchen was next door to the toilet, and the toilet door was facing the upward staircase. The sound seems to be coming from below, Jiang Bo thought to himself, and instead of wincing, he walked towards the toilet. Grass, don't you want to die, Brother Park? What if a female ghost demands your life? My brother Bo is bold. In the eyes of the pop-up screen, Jiang Bo has become a hero who knows that there is a tiger in the mountain, but prefers to walk towards the tiger mountain. Turning on the toilet light, there was nothing unusual, but the sound was still there. The closer he got, the more wrong he felt. The voice gradually became clearer. It was shouting for help, but it was impossible to confirm which side the source was on in the toilet. There was a sound by the toilet, there was a sound by the bath, and even there was some sound on this side of the sewer. At this moment, the pop-ups were afraid, but Jiang Bai was thinking, this was definitely a sound made by a person. But according to Fang Zhao, this house did not have a basement. Clang clang clang. After a very sharp banging sound, the sound of help stopped. Ah! A sudden sharp scream came out. Scared me to death. No way. Is there really a ghost? Where did that come from just now? Not only were the pop-ups startled, even the director of the program was so scared that he remained his headphones on the ground for a moment. Fang Zhao's face clouded over. This was the last thing he wanted to see. Sitting in a murder house. This house could rot in his hands. Tearing it down and rebuilding it would cost a huge amount of money and would not be cost-effective. Like chicken ribs, it was tasteless and unappetizing. The scream was followed by a faint shuffling sound. Everything then quieted down. Jiang Bai immediately decided to sleep in the small bedroom on the first floor. Since the sound came from the ground floor, he should be able to find more clues on the first floor. If someone was screaming for help, he was going to find out who and where. Chapter 23, The Basement That Doesn't Exist. Jiang Bai turned on the light of the small bedroom on the first floor. It was clean and fresh inside, as if someone had cleaned it specially. This small room near the stairs should be easier to ignore. So why was it cleaned so well? According to the trial sleepers he'd watched escape the other day, none of them slept here either. He would have understood if the room had been cleaned, but the fact that it was the only one in the entire building that was so clean was a problem. He began to look for something strange. Under the carpet, under the bed, by the desk. Jiang Bai began to look, but found nothing. The only thing he noticed was that the floor felt a bit thin when he stepped on it. He lowered his head to feel it carefully, and there was a creaking sound when he stepped on some places. It wasn't something that could be explained by age. The further under the bed, the thinner the floor seemed to be, and there were some bumps, as if they had been put up temporarily. It was late at night. Jiang Bai was a bit sleepy and planned to come back tomorrow to explore. After 100 years in space, he had long ago developed an intuition about safety and danger. At this moment, he did not have the intuition of danger, so he expected that this murder house is just a false appearance. After simply washing up in the toilet, he lay down on the bed and fell asleep with the ghostly and mournful sound of help. Worthy of being my brother Bo? How can he fall asleep? Did he read the script? How can he sleep in a murder house? Brother Park, you're a bit fierce. Brother Park looks so handsome when he's sleeping. It was already 3:30 in the morning, and Jiang Bai's behavior had been called a fierce man by the pop-ups. The director was also sleepy, and the assistant director was leading the shift, in order to prevent sudden danger while they were asleep. Wake up! At 7:30 in the morning, Jiang Bo was woken up. The live broadcast had also ended. Although there were some strange noises, at least Jiang Bai's sleep live broadcast proved that there was no problem with the mansion. Jiang Bai rubbed his eyes and got up. Fang Zhao and Fang Shijin as well as the director were standing in front of him. Obviously the director was not happy that the live broadcast had broadcast this. Great detective, thank you so much. Fang Zhao, however, was incredibly excited, and he could just sell the house when he proved that it was okay. I want to ask, does this house have a basement? No. The floor plan that I received at the time was just these 2 floors. Is there a hammer? Jiang Bai was sleepy last night and didn't look deeper, but at this time he had a bold idea. The people from the working group brought a door-breaking hammer. It was meant to be used as a direct door breaker for Jiang Bai's danger, only to see Jiang Bai hammering at the ground. Ka-ching! The floor broke in response, and from the broken floor, a pair of blood-red human eyes appeared. Ah! The crowd retreated a few steps in fear. In their hearts, they couldn't help but mutter, what is that thing? Only Jiang Bai was fearless. It's a person. And it's the owner of the house. What? Everyone was glad that the live broadcast had been shut down. Otherwise they would have to broadcast a shocking case. The crowd immediately reported the case. Not long after, Lu Zifeng came with a team. Jiang Bai, it's you again. Lu Zifeng didn't know if he was happy or sad. What's the big case this time? Team Lu, I found someone imprisoned in this mansion, Jiang Bai said, pointing at the pair of blood-red eyes on the ground. A murderous mansion can be played out by you. He noticed that Lu Zifeng had dark circles under his eyes. Why didn't you call me last night for such a big event? It was assumed that he was also one of the viewers of last night's live broadcast. After a lot of floor busting, a woman who was covered in bruises and down and out was rescued. Unfortunately, the woman was probably in a trance because she had been locked up in the basement for too long and wasn't able to say much. Only hearing the woman being rescued again, she was still crying mournfully, her mouth intermittently screaming help. Her identity will be ascertained as soon as possible. For now, please follow me to sit for a statement. Lu Zifeng is routine. However, after he told the others to get on the bus, he left Jiang Bai alone to stay here and participate in the examination. You stayed for the night. What did you find out? Lu Zifeng is looking forward to Jiang Bai's speech. Fang Zhao told me that the floor plan when this house was collected only had 2 floors. There is no basement. Jiang Bai spoke. This is the first doubt. You mean Fang Zhao is related to this matter? No, it's the person who collected the house that has something to do with this. I want you, Lu team, when you check the identity of this woman, to check again who received this house from Mai Chui Yuan, he said, falling into deep thought. From last night to today, he had been wondering about one thing, the locker in one corner of the small garden. Although it was inconspicuous, it was locked tightly, and Bijou Garden didn't have a key. Team Lu, can that locker be broken open? Jiang Bai stared at the locker that was more than half a person high and opened his mouth. Theoretically this house still belongs to Bai Cui Yuan. If you want to destroy it you still have to ask permission. Lu Zifeng was a bit embarrassed. What about the rest? Nothing. After saying that, Jiang Bai followed the ladder car and went forward to make a statement. Since he was the first discoverer, there would be more statements that needed to be provided. Unwilling to be lonely, the director naturally secretly sold this matter to the gossip neighborhood on his way to take a statement. The non-existent basement. The female ghost of the murder house is actually a human being? Hidden secrets of the murder house. After Jiang Bo's statement last night, these tidbits of information spread along with various gossip marketing numbers. Jiang Bo back to school is the other grades of the class time. So there are not too many people block. What happened back there? I fell asleep watching you sleep. When he Dezhuang saw Jiang Bai enter, he immediately closed the door to get the exclusive news. Did you dig up someone's basement? Dui Han on the other side also searched for various versions of the story. It's the room I slept in last night. I feel like the floor is very thin, and some sounds are coming from below. Jiang Bai said and went to bed to catch up on his sleep. On his return, Fang Zhao had already informed Jiang Bo via phone that the 1 million would be approved within 3 working days. At this time, Fang Zhao was looking up the file. Who actually received this mansion in the first place? The floor plan does not even have a basement. There must be something strange. Although this set of house has taken off the murder house hat, but stuck on the case of the hat cannot be immediately listed for sale. Of course, Jiang Bo solved the problem of murder house has made this house rise more than $2 million. Even if he sends Jiang Bo $1 million, it is also reasonable. Hello? Old Du, why haven't the files from the information department arrived yet? Our files are missing. It's the file of that house. Even the floor plan is gone. During Fang Zhao's speechlessness, Lu Zifeng here was even more speechless. This is a case you privately leaked. Know how big a crime it is. In the transcript room, Lu Zifeng angrily looks at the director. If it wasn't for the network department's people checking, I wouldn't even know that you spread such news. Did you know that the murderer would flee? You're making it more difficult for us to make an arrest. I'll have to detain you for obstructing the police force. The director was in tears. He didn't realize that he had become such a big criminal by sending out such a casual message. Chapter 24 Temporary Consultants. When Jiang Bai woke up, it was already close to evening. He touched his cell phone in passing but found that it was not with him. You're awake? A strange yet familiar voice came. Jiang Bo then looked downwards. Lu Zifeng was sitting in his own seat below. When he heard Jiang Bai's movement, he spoke. Team Lu? Jiang Bai woke up with a start. Why are you here? He called you a lot. He Dezhuang on the side explained. It started at around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Under his explanation, Jiang Bai knew the general situation. It turned out that shortly after Jiang Bai fell asleep, the cell phone started ringing. At first, he Dezhuang didn't react, but the calls kept coming and he got annoyed. Jiang Bai is sleeping. You'll call back later, he Dezhuang said as such at the time. However, he didn't expect the other party to ask for their location. And then it was Team Lu who came. What's the situation? Jiang Bai changed his clothes and walked out of bed, wiping his face. Since Team Lu had personally come, there must be some important situation. The imprisonment case itself was not all given speculation. Could it be some new situation? Team Lu glanced at He Dezhuang at the side with Dewey Hung, who was concentrating on his computer. It's better to go out and talk about it. After all, the case is confidential and cannot be revealed casually, especially irrelevant people like Jiang Bai's roommate. Is it the basement imprisonment case? Dewey Hung's brain cells were well developed, and he had seen a lot of gossip this morning. But strangely enough, by noon, all these relevant news had turned into 404. How do you guys know about the basement imprisonment case? Jiang Bai's heart felt strange. This matter should not have been broadcast live, right? Alas, the director did it. Lu Zifeng sighed. At that time, when we brought the director back to give a statement, he revealed this matter, and it took our network department a long time to block it out. Surely this is true. Dewey Hong was bursting with excitement. Just this once. If you reveal it, you will face criminal detention. Lu Zifeng looked at He Dezhuang and Dewey Hong with serious eyes. Understand? The duo looked at each other in disbelief, then nodded. Although He Dezhuang was often called He Dazue, he would never casually disclose such a matter of life and death. The clue is broken. Lu Zifeng then spelled out the situation. It's probably because the director scared the prisoner by revealing the news. There should be a lot of clues. It's not like they're all broken? Jiang Bai wondered, but saw Lu Zifeng nodding. Noon to afternoon, Jiang Bai missed a lot of important things. First of all, that victim was suspected to have been oversedated, incoherent, talking inconsistently, unable to provide clues to the culprit at all, only known to be wearing a pig head mask. Then there was the news from Bijou Garden, where Feng Zhao took the initiative to report the theft of their company documents. What is missing is the information about this murder house, and it seems that the salesman who took over the house at that time has already left. In the end, the monitoring is broken. Even who went to steal the documents do not know. This is also too coincidental? Jiang Bai said as he fell into deep thought. According to the reaction of a normal person who saw the news, it was impossible to dispose of the documents so cleanly so quickly. Could it be that it was prepared in advance? Why did Feng Zhao take the initiative to report the case? This was something Jiang Bai did not understand. This mansion acquisition was supposed to be done by Feng Zhao. It's just that he was busy with another real estate acquisition matter at the time and randomly assigned a salesman to do it. Lu Zifeng explained, if you want to count it up like this, the pot should be held on Feng Zhao's head. Just at this time, Jiang Bai received a text message. The bank card credited 1 million yuan. The phone then rang again. Hello? It's me, Feng Zhao. This $1 million is what I'm giving you privately as a reward. That house thing is causing a case. The chairman won't approve it for now. On the other side of the phone, Feng Zhao suppressed the anxiety in his heart as much as possible. I heard my sister say that you had no choice but to make money because of something in your family. So I'll give you the money first. Thanks a lot. You don't matter, right? It's fine. My big deal is to start from scratch. Feng Zhao laughed, revealing a hint of bitterness in his laughter. Change a family and start from scratch again. He had the strength to do this, but Bijou Garden was at least considered his heart and soul. It was also a bit of a pity to leave it like this. Then hang up first. I still have some things to deal with, said Jiang Bai as he heard the opposite side hang up the phone. It seems that Lu Zifeng is not the only one in a hurry. Can the data be recovered? Dewey Hong speaks. If it's electronic data, it should be able to be recovered if it's deleted. This we have looked for Bijou Garden. Their words were a bit vague, saying that the hard disk that stored this document was lost. Could it not be an internal cloud archive? Dewey Hong became skeptical. I remember that many companies have their own internal cloud archives or borrow other companies' cloud archives. Not just hard disks, Dewey Hong said. If I can be let in, I can recover whatever he deleted. He had been to some big companies in the software industry for internships, and had quite a bit of knowledge in this area. Classmate Jiang Bai, these roommates of yours are really crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Lu Zifeng guardedly smiled, then turned to He Dezhuang. Besides you, do you have any specialties? I'm good at spreading news. A sentence is uttered. Almost not. Lu Zifeng laughs and sputters. If you spread this matter, then it's one of the detention division's elegant seats. He Dezhuang hurriedly shut up. In this case, I'll go back and communicate with my colleagues in the network department. By Cui Yuan document here at that time, please participate. Lu Zifeng is also looking for a consultant for their network department. It is said that heroes come out of youths, and this is even more true for electronic information. He has also heard of stories of 16 or 17-year-olds who have reigned supreme in the hacker world. Yes, Team Lu, Jiang Bai, you come with me. I've applied for a temporary counselor for you. After all the clues were broken, Lu Zifeng came to this position with an upward hard-on, not only because of Jiang Bai's ability to solve the case, but also because he is considered the first discoverer, and definitely knows more than those who came after him. You wait, I'm going to go to the hospital. Jiang Bai glanced at the bank card deposit, intending to solve the problem of his mom's medical expenses first. I drove here. Just tell me where to go. Lu Zifeng acquiesced that Zhang Bo had agreed. It didn't take long for a car to drive out of the school and head straight to the hospital. Inside the hospital room, Zhang Zhonghai is accompanying the unconscious Hong Xiuqin, because the money has not arrived. The treatment is delayed to start, to stabilize the condition of the main. Dad, there's money. Zhang Bai pushed the door in and then spoke. I just made $1 million. Enough for medical expenses. Did you go to some program again? Zhang Zhonghai had some worry in his eyes. Or did you go to sell blood? The money came clean. This is Team Lu. I'm going to help him out later. Hello Mr. Jiang. I'm Lu Zifeng, captain of the criminal police team. There are some cases that need your son's assistance. Lu Zifeng said and shook Zhang Zhonghai's hand. All this money is clean and legally obtained. I can prove this. Please feel free to use it. Mr. Jiang. Dad, the rest. I'll tell you when I come back. We can't delay for too long. Zhang Bai said and gave all the money to Zhang Zhonghai. Chapter 25, New Clues. Leaving the hospital, Zhang Bo followed Lu Zifeng to a conference room of the criminal police team. On it were all the clues related to the female captivity case, including photos of the various people involved. Of course, there was also Zhang Bo's photo. The clue diagrams were simple and easy to understand, but they were all broken now. Tell us your thoughts. Lu Zifeng sat down and spoke. First of all, the data loss shouldn't have happened today. The other party had premeditated this. This is not a simple case of female captivity. Zhang Bai spoke. At least it was premeditated for a few months. What makes this judgment? Lu Zifeng's eyes lit up. He also had a feeling, but couldn't find corresponding evidence to support himself. The floor plan only has 2 floors, which means that it started from the floor plan. Plus, the renovation takes a certain amount of time. Zhang Bai slowly said. I heard from Fang Zhao before that this house was sold by a relative 3 months after the owner disappeared. 3 months before the sale, the whole plan should have started. This is something we also asked Fang Zhao about at the time. But unfortunately, we found out that the homeowner's relatives were either out of town or abroad. Tracking it down would require a multi-local or even international alliance, and it might take some time for approval. Lu Zifeng's brows furrowed. It won't be approved just by speculation. Redecorating is the first step, selling the house is the second step, and the third step is not allowing anyone to buy the house. Zhang Bai voiced out the speculations that came to mind on the way. Why not let anyone buy it? Lu Zifeng spoke. Even if it's a murder house, there are still those who are greedy for a bargain. As long as someone comes in, there's a possibility of finding problems. Moreover, Baitsui will not actively buy high and sell low. Based on Zhang Bai's impression and his observations from traveling to Bijou Garden Company at that time, Bijou Garden, which had always been in the business of only luxury properties, would not just lower these types of luxury properties to a price point that was affordable to ordinary people. Then what's with the redecoration you said? Lu Zifeng remembered what Zhang Bo just said. I didn't just pick a random room to sleep in last night. Zhang Bai explains. The entire first floor I think originally had no bedroom, especially near the stairs. This kind of mansion wouldn't even arrange for such a small bedroom. Basement, Lu Zifeng blurted out following the train of thought. That's right. It's likely that this was originally a basement door that was temporarily renovated to become a bedroom, and one wouldn't even notice this bedroom without careful observation. Zhang Bai nodded. Have you checked the identity of the victim? It should be the female homeowner if my guess is good. After comparing the fingerprints, it's the homeowner of this house, Lu Zifeng said and continued to add. A few of her relatives. They are also quite rich. By the way, there is also one who does business in Dao, Taio, the city that has a legitimate bokai? Aha, he said and continued to explain. We were going to focus on monitoring him afterward, but he didn't have the time to commit the crime, so we didn't do any tracking afterward. Maybe something else was missed, Zhang Bai said. According to my speculation, it should be someone who took in the money from the sale of the house, scaring people while thinking of escaping. Fang Zhao once privately revealed to me that if the house doesn't sell, it might end up being demolished. If we find out at that time, the evidence isn't like now, and the one saved may not necessarily be alive. Lu Zifeng sucks in a breath of cool air at the thought. If this is really the case, there will be one more unsolved case on his head. By the way, did the director's surveillance all do evidence? I want to take a look. Zhang Bo really had to thank the director this time. This night's all-round surveillance might be able to find clues. It's all included, Lu Zifeng said as he brought Zhang Bai to the surveillance room. Several of our brethren have been watching it and can't see anything wrong. Opening the surveillance, countless grids were displayed in front of Zhang Bai. He first adjusted to the period of time when the sound appeared. As soon as the mournful and ghostly sound of help appeared, Zhang Bai rewound the tape. Could this sound be related to the murderer? If the woman had been underground, either she had been making the sound or she hadn't been making the sound. no more. He should have sent out a cry for help when he entered the room himself. Therefore, he judged that when the sound appeared, the murderer must be in the basement. How did he get in? The only exit from the basement is that small room. Jiang Bai slept there because he wanted to catch him. However, the garden locker, which he had paid attention to before, had been in the blind spot of the surveillance. Damn it! He frowned. But the moment he frowned, a new clue appeared. He could really thank the director for the lighting. Some irregular shadows appeared moving in the light by the dead end of the surveillance. Although it was small, it was still caught out by Jiang Bai. Team Lu, watch! Jiang Bai pointed at the tiny irregular shadow. This, Lu Zifeng was overjoyed. Maybe the co-workers working overtime were too tired. New clues had appeared, which was enough to prove that the murderer was also here on the day that Jiang Bo went live. Hey, Lao Zhao, found new clues. By Chui Yuan side of the house can destroy the investigation. Phi down? Down. Can be fully investigated. Good things come in pairs. Lu Zifeng immediately led his men to that mansion. Jiang Bai period. To all case officers explained that shadow. All of them brought various implements to directly break open the locker. There was surprisingly a passage underneath. It might be dangerous. Let my ancestors go down. Lu Zifeng pulled Jiang Bai. Immediately, a rotten stench came out from it. Report, 3 highly decomposed corpses were found. 3. Jiang Bo was shocked in his heart. Could it be that the same modus operandi had already succeeded 3 times? This was no longer a matter of premeditation. It was a mature modus operandi. Could it have been 3 times already? Lu Zifeng let out the same question. He also realized the seriousness of the matter. After the investigation by the criminal police team, a large amount of tranquilizers existed in this basement, as well as some blood-stained hammers, knives and twine-like objects. How long has this house been built? Jiang Bai frowned slightly. Check all the heads of households in this house. Lu Zifeng angrily opened his mouth. And after the current investigation was completed, they quickly closed the team. Involving human lives, the severity of the case had risen directly to the highest level. Jiang Bai, thanks a lot. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have been able to realize that this is a serial case. The other parties' methods have matured and they are repeat offenders, making it even more difficult for us. Jiang Bai's frown still didn't loosen up. I'll apply to the top for you to be the full advisor for this case. Just let me know if there's anything you want to look into. Lu Zifeng also frowned, but his eyes were firm. If this case is not solved, it will be the biggest shame of his life. At this time Lu Zifeng and Jiang Bo's phones rang at the same time. What? Unable to recover? Lu Zifeng exclaimed. I'm in Team Lu and their network department. Those files can't be recovered. Dewey Hong spoke. Just found a new clue and it's broken again? Chapter 26, Ad Hoc Investigations. The severity of the case escalated and Lu Zifeng went to report it after returning to the police force. Jiang Bai had been waiting for Dewey Hong at the network department. He was trying to ask Dewey Hong to go back to school with him, but he saw that Dewey Hong was up to no good here. How did it go? They used a very clever maneuver. Dewey Hong spoke, or rather very low-end, fake-to-cloud platform. These files were recorded in the fake cloud platform. Subsequently, even the website with the information was deleted. Not even the hard disk would be saved. However, Jiang Bai was not nervous. With 20,000 pieces of experience in solving cases, there were not a few cases like this. As long as the clues were found, they could definitely be detected. This method is actually very low-end, and many number thieves do it. That is, they overwrite the field of the account password with their own software, making you think that you are entering the account password of a regular platform. Dewey Hong explained, I'll do it casually, but it's not necessary. He disdained such low-end hacking techniques. Bang! The door to the room was opened and Lu Zifeng stood in the doorway in a hurry. Brothers, meeting. Jiang Bai, the case has gotten complicated. You and your classmates wait a bit before leaving. By the way, sign a confidentiality agreement later. It didn't take long for all the people involved in the case to arrive at a large conference room. This case has risen to the highest level, so a task force has been formed to investigate this case specifically. Case number 600,481. Code name, Operation Murder House. At the forefront of the conference room, Team Lu's leader was speaking. Comrade Lu Zifeng will be the task force leader, and Comrade Luo Fei will be the deputy task force leader. In addition, the network department, the transportation department, and the civil department all have to assist in the investigation and give maximum support. Roger. The conference ended. Lu Zifeng told Jiang Bai and Dewey Hong the latest situation after making them sign a confidentiality agreement. You guys go back and rest first. Just leave the clues in these to us. Although this case had yet to make a big splash to the public, everyone in the police force was on the edge of their seats. It's been a while since I've worked with you. This case is a bit complicated. Luo Fei patted Lu Zifeng's shoulder. Cheer together. In the special operations room of the task force, Lu Zifeng was making arrangements. First of all the homeowners of this murder house should be checked. Even if they erase their files, there should be records on the real estate side, Lu Zifeng said and turned to the people involved in the network department. Network department, try to reverse recover that fake platform. Do as much as you can. Brothers from the civil department, go check all the personnel movements of the companies related to this house. Roger. At this time, only Lu Zifeng and Luo Fei were in the special operations room. Jiang Bai trying to sleep proves that there must have been someone messing up before, to mess up and still not be discovered. Lu Zifeng opened his mouth while thinking, the murderer must be very familiar with the structure of the house. A case of this magnitude would be a gang crime, with someone special to forge it for them and someone special to blend into the company. Luo Fei analyzed. Otherwise it doesn't make sense. Mixing into the company might not be a specialized person. Find someone internally and just pay hush money when the time comes. Lu Zifeng shook his head. The hush money is so much that he can change places to live. The real estate company should not be suspected with so many people coming in and going out in a year. With $300,000 to $500,000, one can live well in a small place, or even go to another big city to fight for a while. Has the house estimate come in yet? I just received it. About $30 million. Even if it's a murder house, the price reduction won't be less than $15 million. It fits Lu Zifeng's speculation. Then giving $1 million is also considered a fly in the ointment. The house should have been renovated a long time ago, sold at the original price, and then it is imprisoned, saying the owner is missing, pretending to be a relative to sell the house, scare people into a murder house, wait for the wrongdoer to get cheap, continue to imprison, say the homeowner is missing. Lu Zifeng straightens out the whole vein. Theoretically missing for more than 48 hours would be death by default, right? Luo Fei nodded. Such a subtle maneuver. He has not seen more than 3 cases in such a long time. Team Lu, why wasn't the body found before? Luo Fei thought of rescuing the victim when he didn't smell any rotten odor. Just now we went to investigate and found that the basement in this passageway has a very thick door that is well insulated. Lu Zifeng speaks. The other end of the door is camouflaged like a wall, which the brothers didn't realize at the time. After all, they haven't gotten the power that can be destroyed when investigating. Isn't he afraid that we will find out? Luo Fei frowned. If we follow the current technology, we can definitely find out his head by backtracking on the transfer, the handlers and other matters. What if it has never been found? Lu Zifeng opened his mouth. By then, even if it's demolished, it's still considered an unsolved case for decades. There's no way to investigate. The location of the crime was also chosen to be in a more remote single mansion, making it even less likely to be discovered. If it is not Bai Zueyuan want to make a move. If it is not Fang Zhao want to prove that there is no problem with the house. If it is not Jiang Bai that smashed, I am afraid that none of this will surface. The toughest part of handling a case was the waiting time. Without new clues, there is no progress. They can only wait. On the other side, Jiang Bai and Dui Hong were on their way to meeting the school. I want to stay a little longer, Dui Hong said with both eyes glowing. The technique is trashy, but it works. It's so breathless. I'm telling you, there's so much interesting stuff in the network department. Go back and rest first. By the time they returned to the dormitory, the time had already reached the early hours of the morning. He Dezhuang couldn't wait to come and say hello. Can't say. I'll tell you when the case is solved, Dui Hong said and climbed into bed to sleep. He Dezhuang also has no way to see the 2 case experts so lying on the bed. Of course, he also has his own little news. I'd say the murderer must be very short of money. He spoke. He Dezhuang spoke up. Otherwise, why would they do this kind of repossession to scare people and wait for the price to drop before buying? Where did you hear that? You left your computer on. I saw it all. Since Dui Hong was remotely using his own computer to assist in the investigation, He Daqiang saw it all. You want me to die? Dui Hong was in a panic. I signed a confidentiality agreement. Are you trying to make me eat jail time? He quickly got out of bed to check his computer. Just like that, He Daqiang was also involved. Jiang Bai was inspired by the fact that the truth is often the simplest yet least likely to be discovered. He Dazhuang's words were not harsh. If he wasn't short of money he wouldn't have done such a thing. And also 3 times. If you dare to say a word I'll drag you in as well, we'll both eat jail together. Dui Hong's fear turned into anger. Alright, I swear I'll never say anything. He Dezhuang made an oath. This way, if you don't say a word more this time, I'll bring you along next time there's a program. Really? It's a deal. Jiang Bai's blank check was obviously more effective. Of course he didn't think about participating in any new programs. In the special operations room, Lu Zifeng and Luo Fei stayed up all night. Jiang Bai's reasoning ability is really good. If he can pull it over as a consultant, it can help a lot. Luo Fei opened his mouth while waiting for clues. I've thought about it too, but given that he's a college student, it's not a good idea for the top to do it. Chapter 27, Successive Caught in the Net. It's better to see what he has to say. After all, The position of supernumerary advisor comes with some paychecks. There are also additional bonuses for significant merit. Lu Zifeng thought about it and spoke. Don't tease, does Jiang Bai lack money? The last time the big detective had a whole $4 million. This time it's estimated to be quite a lot. Luo Fei was amused. Lacking. His mother seems to be seriously ill and hospitalized. Before that incident with his father, wasn't you also heard about it? Lu Zifeng seriously opened his mouth. This afternoon went to his dorm room and saw that he has $1 million to the account. It is estimated that it is also the live streaming commission given to him by Fang Zhao. You say that, but yes. And there are some cases that our criminal police team can't conveniently intervene in that he still has access to. Luo Fei nodded. After this case is solved, let's see what he means. To say that Jiang Bo is the reasoning school, then Lu Zifeng's criminal police team is the practical school. During Jiang Bo's sleep, Lu Zifeng had already collected quite a few clues. Until the next evening. First of all, the previous heads of the murder house were all found and recorded statements. The only one missing is a certain rich man who works in Taiyou. Secondly, according to Fang Zhao's identification. Secondly, the salesman who took over the house has been found according to the identification of the house. In addition, the Civil Affairs Department has found 3 other victimized real estate companies through the statements of the heads of households. Although the company's cloud file was destroyed, but the repossession of the house is not purely the company's behavior. The house will be received under the company's name before going out. Ha ha ha, 100% of secrets are not enough. Lu Zifeng saw this clue for a moment of excitement and immediately dialed Jiang Bo's cell phone. With the new clues and Jiang Bo's help, I'm afraid they're going to break the police force's record for special case investigations. But Jiang Bo didn't want to come, so Lu Zifeng broadcast Dui Hong's cell phone again. As soon as he heard that he could go to the network department again, Dui Hong pulled Jiang Bai to come cheerfully. Team Luo, go and sleep for a while. I'll call you if there's any emergency. After making the call, Lu Zifeng turned to Luo Fei. Luo Fei, on the other hand, found 2 chairs in the special operations room and lay down to sleep. Not long after, Jiang Bai came. The previous clues are renewed. There shouldn't be anything for me, right? You take a look before saying anything. Lu Zifeng looked at all the clues during Luo Fei's rest, and he was at a dead end again. Fortunately, he asked Dui Hong to pull Jiang Bai. I'm afraid he would have to make another trip to their dormitory. After checking out the new clues, Jiang Bai falls into deep thought. The victim's Dao relative was also the former head of this house, so there is no doubt that he knew the structure of the house. This also explains why the murderer didn't do away with the homeowner like the previous cases and falsely claimed to have disappeared. The murderer should be this man named Zhang Huaqiang, Lu Zifeng said as he held this information of the victim's Dao relative. But there is no evidence that can directly prove that he is related to this case. The victim's name was Zhang Yi, a distant cousin of Zhang Huaqiang. Nowadays, it can only be proved that he was once the head of the house. The statements of several real estate company salesmen also proved that the other party had done voice processing when they contacted them. But the East doesn't shine. The network department made a new discovery. We tried to recover the code and made a major discovery. The internal call came in, and they immediately headed to the network department. We recovered the code, and the person who made it is in the city. A colleague from the network department spoke. Your little student is quite capable. Everyone who writes code will have their own characteristics. Based on the characteristics, we can go find the person. Won't it be easy to find him? Catching that person will make it clear how they operate. Meanwhile, the people involved in the crime couldn't withstand the psychological defense to tell the story. They all coincidentally had received a large sum of money as hush money. What about the flow of funds? After summarizing the clues this evening, Lu Zifeng blurted out. Unfortunately, the money is clean and theoretically counts as a gift. The civil department threw cold water on everyone with a single sentence. It's better to catch that hacker first. Luo Fei spoke. Let's see what we can ask out of his mouth. That seemed to be the only way for now. All the action team members moved quickly. Jiang Bai and Dui Hong, on the other hand, returned to their dorm rooms to rest. After all, they only counted as advisors and were not obligated to stay there all the time. How was it today? With Jiang Bai's promise, He Dazhuang didn't reveal a word to the public. The clues are broken again. The murderer is thousands of miles away. How can we catch it? Dui Hong sighed. Who would have thought it would be like this? Could this be in the murderer's calculations? On the other hand, that night, Lu Zifeng captured the hacker who made the fake cloud platform. Why did you arrest me? Think about what you've done first. Lu Zifeng and Luo Fei teamed up to sit in the interrogation room. I didn't do anything, did I? Hacker looked hesitant. Just stole a few numbers and sold them. Your skills are not small. Lu Zifeng smiled slightly and showed him a picture. On it was the front page of Baitsui Yuan's fake cloud platform and a string of code. How did you guys find it? I didn't leave a trace. This belonged to the werewolf killing a sentence to chat himself up and explode. Say, you'd better explain truthfully. Luo Fei play blackface began to force the question. If you say, in the future we can consider giving you to turn to be a tainted witness, steal the number of things as long as you no longer do, we do not pursue. But if you don't say, you can be an accomplice, with a few lives, I don't think you'll be able to get out of this for the rest of your life. How could hacker resist such intimidation? And immediately confessed. I'll say, it's just that someone approached me to make a fake cloud platform to bring in. Bijou Garden and several other real estate companies have heard that the defense is so strong that I want to try it. Speedy said with tears streaming down his face. I didn't think I could attack it either. Just followed that and did it. He gave me $300,000 after it was done. I didn't think it would make that much either. So I helped him out a few more times. Where's the number? Where's the voice? It's a private number. And the other person's voice was obviously processed. Hacker spoke. It's normal in this business for the other party to handle the voice. The trail broke again. Hacker was also unable to prove who gave him the order, and the funds were just as clean. Lu Zifeng was drained inside. He hadn't slept for 2 days. Team Lu, you go sleep for a while too. We'll check this side. Luo Fei comforted. Che mustn't scare the snakes, which is natural. Since the murderer had been locked, it was imperative not to frighten the snakes. Lu Zifeng, like Luo Fei before, found 2 chairs in the special operations room to lie down and sleep. The case has gone on for 2 days with no progress. Zhang Bo went to the consultant, also no progress. There is no new clue direction to prove that Zhang Huaxiang is the murderer. Can we go fishing? What time is it that you still want to fish? Due Hong smiled at He Daqiang. I don't remember you like fishing. This game is quite interesting, let's go fishing together. I don't have a clue anyway, so I might as well relax. Hearing this, Zhang Bai suddenly sat up from the bed and looked down at He Daqiang. These words instantly made him catch a glimpse of opportunity. He Daqiang was a person who looked a bit foolish, but always gave people surprises at crucial times. Fishing. Chapter 28, luring a snake out of its hole. Do a reenactment, put everything back to normal. Let the killer think he didn't find anything. The grapevine is closed. The press doesn't report it. In fact, the other side doesn't necessarily know that they've detected anything. Even if a few real estate companies and related people were invited to tea would have been insignificant. The next wrongdoer appeared to sell the house. Will certainly attract his attention. Thinking about this, Zhang Bo remembered that there were several cases. There is no evidence to lead the snake out of the hole. The murderer does not fight to confess. He immediately contacted Lu Zifeng. Hello, Team Lu, I thought of a way. I don't know if it's useful. Zhang Bai spoke. Have a scenario reenactment to lure the murderer out. What do you mean by scenario reenactment? Lu Zifeng's black eyes had gotten a little better. Reenacting a live broadcast? I have to mean follow the previous process. The house is haunted. Bai Yuan reduces the price and sells it. The wrongdoer buys it. The murderer will definitely make a move. Good way. I'll go find Fang Zhao. You come here for a while too. Not long after, Zhang Bai had arrived at the special operations room, and Fang Zhao had also arrived. The solution was immediately rejected by Fang Zhao. How is this going to work? It's already been proven that the house is safe, and there's no way we, Bai Yuan, would do a money-losing deal like buying high and selling low. Fang Zhao was a bit anxious, but his own job is also about to lose. Take a gamble. He'll come back to arrest people. Zhang Bai spoke. If Finish didn't lack money last time, then he wouldn't strike again and again. I think it's worth a try. Fang Zhao, after it's done the house will still return to Bai Yuan's name. Lu Zifeng spoke. We just need to arrange for a good deployment, and we'll be able to capture the stolen goods. There's also that hacker. It needs to be used. Luo Fei reminded. Zhang Bai, if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't even know how long we'd have a headache. Lu Zifeng smiled and patted Zhang Bo's shoulder. It's good to have help. Zhang Bo said and shrunk a bit to the side, so a big net was spread out. Zhang Huaxiang this today's hand is not good again. Said that he works in De-Ao, rather said that he often goes to De-Ao. He himself is not working in Tai-O, and the information above is nothing more than a fake. After each time, he would go back. Seeing that the money from the last pit was about to bottom out again, he began to check on the murder house. Last time, these idiots even wanted to have a live broadcast to scare you all to death, Zhang Huaxiang said, looking up information about the suite on the computer in the rental house. Suddenly, he saw the so-called censored clip. Ha 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 ha, so it was later scared away? Zhang Huaxiang laughed out loud, watching the video of Zhang Bo slipping out of the murder house in a state of distress. After the last scare, Zhang Huaxiang quickly traveled to Tai-O. Therefore, he did not see the timely blocking of the video. Therefore, he did not see those timely blocked gossip. It wasn't long before he found out that the house had been sold. Just in need of money, he picked up the phone. Hey, expert, help me find out who actually bought that house. Zhang Huaxiang was holding a different cell phone, one that was able to get rid of the sound completely. Okay, new business? Speedy's voice was a little hesitant in front of him, but quickly returned to normal. Count on it. Just help me check it out first. Figure it out before getting me a few fake family identities, and just run everything as usual, Zhang Huaqiang said. And it's not the first time, you just have to do it. The money will naturally arrive. Without realizing it, the hacker at this time was receiving this call at the Interpol. In addition to this hacker, aside Lu Zifeng and Luo Fei are also listening to this phone. The voice was muddy and had indeed gone through some serious processing. Lu Zifeng noticed that the tracking officer on the side kept shaking his head, so he wrote the word hang up to hacker. Okay, there is money to be made on the line, said the phone off. Tracking cannot, with a private phone, network department colleague said shaking his head. Then there is only the next step. The crowd nodded. Soon hacker passed over the fake information and the colleague from the network department continued to trace it, but again it ended in failure. Did you make this anti-tracking for him? No, I don't have it and I don't know. Looking at Speedy's scared look, he should be telling the truth. Lu Zifeng and Luo Fei frowned. That only left the last step in Zhang Bai's plan, to wait for the rabbit. It was sort of a gamble. If he was inviting people over to mess with him, then everything would fall through. Coincidentally, Zhang Huaqiang's money was pretty much used up, and he didn't really want to waste extra money. Not to mention that he had already succeeded multiple times. There was no need to waste that money again. A few nights later, the murder house was brightly lit. It seemed to be inhabited while the surrounding area was unattended. But in reality, a large number of people were hidden by Lu Zifeng in the dark. Everyone was waiting. The room also installed a lot of hard-to-find cameras, just to be stolen and captured. They have been standing firm here for several days. The long wait was rewarded with great success. On this day, they ushered in the dawn. Late at night, Zhang Huaqiang sneaked to this place. Team Lu, it's coming. Don't rush. Everyone stay put. Wait for him to go in. Lu Zifeng opened his mouth with a serious look. Luo Fei, on the other hand, acted as the bait and led a few people to ambush the murder house. In the surveillance, Zhang Huaqiang's behavior was clearly seen. He sneaked in, opened the window leading to a small bedroom on the first floor, and climbed in. All the details of the crime were revealed in this performance. Luo Fei had already realized that someone had sneaked in, but he pretended not to know and went upstairs. At the moment of going upstairs, everyone saw that Zhang Huaqiang and Luo Fei were only separated by a railing. While Luo Fei went upstairs, Zhang Huaqiang began to fiddle with the objects in the room. This time, everyone knew how the haunting actually came about. Many of the furniture in the room had a mechanism, like a timed alarm clock, which could cause the objects to move with just a little fiddling. However, only Zhang Huaqiang knew where the mechanism was. Of course, now all the cadres knew. With everything in place, Zhang Huaqiang began to play tricks. Luo Fei pretended to feel something unusual and went downstairs. Instantly the electric light flickered and the house was dim. Team Luo, behind you, drink! In the next second, Luo Fei subdued Zhang Huaqiang to the ground with a precise tackle. All the cadres swarmed around Zhang Huaqiang. How does it feel to do the same old trick again? Zhang Huaqiang? Luo Fei said, removing the murderer's hood, and Zhang Huaqiang's face was revealed. What old tricks? I'm just here to see if the house is sold. We'll find out on the way. Everyone was relieved when Zhang Huaqiang was captured. The person captured. Inside the interrogation room, Lu Zifeng and Luo Fei sat in front of Zhang Huaqiang. Say it, confess and resist. Luo Fei opened his mouth. Just tell us how you harmed people. Harmed people? Harmed what people? Zhang Huaqiang pretended not to know. I just heard that the house was sold and I took a look. After all, I used to be a homeowner. You look at the house with a hammer? Or do you need to be masked? Lu Zifeng picked up. My personal preference. I used to be a laborer. It makes sense to bring a hammer. It's so cold now. It's not illegal for me to put a hood over my head, right? Zhang Huaqiang continued his sophistry, looking like he was fully prepared. I'm, at most, only counting trespassing as well. Chapter 29. Let Zhang Bo try. Lu Zifeng had expected the case to be closed by catching the murderer. However, Zhang Huaqiang, who kept on sophistry in front of him, gave him another headache. Team Lu, go out for a while. At Luo Fei's gesture, the duo temporarily left the interrogation room. The duo looked at Zhang Huaqiang in the interrogation room through the one-sided glass. As long as he doesn't say anything, it's not just us. In the future, he'll go to court as well. Luo Fei opened his mouth and sighed. His psychological defense is too sturdy. A simple psychological warfare won't be able to break him down. The problem is still that there is no ironclad evidence. If there is ironclad evidence, how he denies it we can set it down. Lu Zifeng rubbed his head. The high-intensity work had kept him in a state of semi-headache. I actually have some ideas. Luo Fei picked up the coffee from the table. What we can't think of. Zhang Bai can instead gain insight. Is it because of identity? Identity? We've been in the criminal police force for so long. The way we think has slowly solidified. Even sometimes the figure of convenience is more inclined to action. He explained, Jiang Bai, as a student, can instead dissect the problem from a different perspective. Sometimes, Jiang Bai conversely thinks faster than us. Ha ha. Lu Zifeng laughed. His head instantly felt more comfortable. The investigation to this point has been left to interrogation. Even if Jiang Bai's reasoning ability is better, he can't engage in interrogation, right? Not really. Luo Fei shook his head. Remember the last time I was invited to participate in the Great Detective that program? Well, remember. After Lu Zifeng nodded his head, Luo Fei told Lu Zifeng what happened at the end of the Great Detective. His grasp of the prisoner's heart is by no means worse than ours. Why don't we let him try? Luo Fei looked to Lu Zifeng. After all, he is the task force leader. This matter has to be decided by him. No, we've already let Jiang Bai help enough. We have the nerve to let a college student do everything we should do? Lu Zifeng spoke. He is the advisor. We are the main force. Find a way to attack Zhang Huaxiang first. Zhang Huaxiang was the murderer. The matter was nailed down. But with the lack of evidence, he could only rely on interrogation to start from his psychological defense. If we continue like this, we'll be convicted of breaking and entering at most. First, use breaking and entering as a reason to detain him for further interrogation. The two looked at each other inside. Was it because they hadn't encountered this kind of case for a long time that their skills had declined? Or was Zhang Huaqiang's plan to commit the crime too perfect? For 3 days in a row, Lu Zifeng and Luo Fei took turns interrogating Zhang Huaxiang in a wheel battle. 3 days down. In addition to proving that he broke into the house, there was no progress. On the evening of the 4th day, only Luo Fei and Lu Zifeng were left in the special operation room again. We can't go on like this. How about looking for clues again? But where are the clues? As the two of them fretted, Lu Zifeng called Zhang Bo. Hello? This is Lu Zifeng. We've run into a little trouble. Are you free? Lu Zifeng spoke tentatively. I'll come pick you up right away if I have. Team Lu? Yes there is. Let's talk on the phone for the small trouble. Before Jiang Bai could make the second half of his sentence clear, he only heard Lu Zifeng's sentence, I'll come over right away, and the phone was hung up. Jiang Bai muttered, why is he in such a hurry? Not long after, Lu Zifeng had already come to Jiang Bo's dorm room. I'm coming. Can you come now? Jiang Bai noticed a hint of anxiety out of Lu Zifeng's tone. It was assumed that the small matter was not small, so Jiang Bo nodded his head. Team Lu, bring me along as well. There might even be a new discovery, Dui Hong said, looking serious. In fact, he just wanted to go to the information department to play with the high technology again. Good. Sitting in Lu Zifeng's car, Jiang Bai and Dui Hong's expressions are two extremes. Dui Hong is smothered in joy. If allowed, he would be willing to work overtime in the network department for a week. Jiang Bo had a serious face, pondering in his heart what was going on. Could it be that his plan didn't work? If it didn't work, it would mean that the gossip that the director spread out last time had been detected by the murderer. When he came to the special operations room, Jiang Bai's frown hadn't been loosened. The situation is like this. The person has been caught and is in the interrogation room. Lu Zifeng found a chair and together with Luo Fei, they told Jiang Bo about the recent events. Since he has been caught, there should be corresponding evidence of his residence. Jiang Bai spoke. As long as we find evidence to collect traces, we can prove that he is the murderer. If the television set in his house can be used to commit the crime, then we can definitely convict. Luo Fei joked. We did everything you said, but there isn't any evidence. Lu Zifeng shook his head. Does he have another address? Jiang Bai pondered. Or a rented house, or some other property. The kind that has records but isn't used? Checked. There is no record of renting a room. The property is the address. Other than that, it was once the head of that murder house. Will there be any missing ones? Jiang Bai thought for a moment. Like there might be other secret residences? No. We've asked the landlords in the neighborhood and there's no information about Zhang Huaxiang renting a house. As expected, the so-called small thing was the dead end of the whole case. Do we have to cheat again? Jiang Bai spoke. In that case, we can only use the old method to trick him out. Thinking too much. Zhang Huaqiang's psychological defense is very strong. We even interrogated him for 3 days with ease. Hearing this, Jiang Bai began to continue thinking. Was it possible that he had missed something else? As long as it was a case, it couldn't be perfect. In the 100 years of mysterious space, countless cases, the murderer was bound to have 100 mistakes. Why don't you try? Luo Fei remembered Jiang Bai's performance at that time again. Maybe he could have a strange effect. This is not too good. I'm afraid. I'm just an advisor. I don't have this right. Right. You try. The two of us accompany you in. Did not say that the advisor cannot observe. Lu Zifeng, a moment of excitement. Anyway, the top asked down is the advisor to listen to want to ask questions. As long as the case is solved, which will pay attention to so many details. In this way, the left side of Luo Fei, the right side of Lu Zifeng, Jiang Bai like a prisoner, was brought into the interrogation room. Both of you, I don't know him. Don't think of finding a random person to make me confess to a non-existent crime. Zhang Huashan was on the verge of laughing out loud when he saw this battle. He's not here to identify himself, nor does he know you. Luo Fei spoke, just a guy who came to observe. Your criminal police team, you've even started doing this kind of internship? Zhang Huaqiang snickered. Little brother, just graduated and came here? This isn't a place for newcomers. Jiang Bai sat back and sized up Zhang Huashan. From the language he used just now, he could tell that he should have had a relationship with the criminal police force at one time. Perhaps this was the key to him being able to withstand 3 days of interrogation. And his behavior was very typical of an extremely conceited criminal. This confidence of Zhang Huashan should come from his seamless modus operandi. Since he is so meticulous, it's true that it's not easy to break through the psychological defense. But with 3 days of interrogation, the psychological defense will not be as solid as it was at the beginning. So as long as you keep asking questions, there will be negligence. Chapter 30, Psychological Attacks and Tough-Talking Prisoners. In this interrogation, Lu Zifeng and Luo Fei were still asking the same old questions. Is this the level of your current criminal police team? With the presence of Jiang Bai, Zhang Huaqiang even provoked in turn. It was as if he was saying, the current Interpol team is this bad, and your little brother still wants to come for an internship? Jiang Bo, what questions do you have to ask? Lu Zifeng opened his mouth and turned to Jiang Bo who was sitting at the back. This was their killing move. At this time, Jiang Bai had also finished reading all the interrogation records from the previous 3 days. I have a question. Do you know that you have 3 lives on your back? Jiang Bai opened his mouth. He saw that neither Lu Zifeng nor Luo Fei's records talked about the 3 cases that were merged in before. What human lives? Zhang Huachan played dumb. I had sold my house by then. How could there be any human lives? That's strange. Why would there be human lives once you sold it? Jiang Bai put on a puzzled look. It's too strange to have a dead person on the front foot when you sell your house. How could it be? I'm selling my house. No one comes to buy it. How do I move? Zhang Huashang realized that this in turn little brother in front of him was not simple, and immediately changed his words. No one comes to buy it won't even be there. The corner of Jiang Bai's mouth was tricked, hooked. However, thanks to Luo Fei and Lu Zifeng's torture in the first 3 days, the two of them had only 2 words in their hearts. There is a show, but this can only be used as a slip of the tongue, not as decisive evidence. Sell the house. Play God. Wait for the price of the house to drop. The new occupants get greedy. Imprison. Abuse. Sell under the pretense of a relative. And do it all over again. Your plan is indeed impressive. Jiang Bai simply stated all of Zhang Huaqiang's behavior. At this moment, under Zhang Huaqiang's iron face was a cold sweat behind his back, but he remained calm. I don't know what you are talking about. I never had any plans. Zhang Huaqiang spoke. Besides, the previous homeowner was my distant cousin. What in reason would I have to harm her? She has already woken up. The murderer has a similar build to you and has something that you specialize in. She thinks you did it. Jiang Bai opened his mouth. He was the best at this stone-throwing trick. The two captains are trying to get you to admit it to yourself, so that you can still get a lighter sentence when the time comes. This kind of extremely conceited criminal usually had this characteristic. When something didn't go according to his plan, he would panic and make mistakes. Impossible. Never. How can she be normal after all the tranquilizers I gave her? Zhang Huashan realized that it was already too late. Even if he kept his mouth shut, there was no way to help him get through this difficult situation. Sedatives? Going down the list of sedatives? Lu Zifeng is smiling. The enemy has already surrendered. We will record all interrogations, all records, to ensure that the process can be made public. What you just said, all recorded. Actually, your distant cousin hasn't returned to normal. Luo Fei spoke, but with such a trick, you confessed I really didn't expect it. They were not allowed to use this kind of fraudulent method of interrogation as a criminal police team. Jiang Bai could. He didn't belong to the criminal police team. There was no need to follow the rules. The matter of the sedative in front of him was already basically ironclad from Zhang Huaqiang's mouth. Let's end my mission, Jiang Bai said as he got up and was about to exit. Wait, don't you want to hear what he has to say? Lu Zifeng retained. Jiang Bai could only sit and listen, only to see Zhang Huashan lying on the table for a while and finally sighed. I'll say. He sat upright and looked at Jiang Bai. I used to be quite rich. Zhang Huashan then explained everything. He was originally considered a little rich, owning a mansion. Normally, he also liked to watch some deduction dramas and novels. When he had time to play with computers, he knew a few hackers, but he got hooked on gambling. He even installed a lot of machines at home to help him cheat. Since this kind of gambling is prohibited in the city, he found a shell company in Taiyou. He pretends to work there, but in reality, he is just working there. pretending to work there, but in fact is there crazy gambling. Soon, the savings bottomed out. Unlike those short-sighted gamblers, he had long ago realized that if he simply sold his mansion, it would only be a drop in the bucket. It could not satisfy his quest for excitement at the table, so he got his head in the game and began to plan meticulously. With his remaining savings of less than $300,000, he bought a cell phone that could not be traced and could be handled. As Jiang Bai analyzed, after selling the house, he used the money to buy hackers, real estate salesmen, and other people. By playing God, the price of the house is lowered, and when the wrong person buys it, he commits the crime. 3 times, each time they catch a new person, they kill the previous one. The money can be squeezed consistently to be able to satisfy his excitement at the table. As the house's reputation grew stale, he found his distant cousin to pit the last one. Ostensibly, the idea was to deliberately play God to get the price of the house down so that he could give it to his cousin. In fact, it was to use the cousin as a final tool. In which room did you contact hacker to collect the information? In order to prevent retracting his confession, Luo Fei wanted to have all the decisive evidence in hand. It's just above where I live. I rented it with a fake identity, Zhang Huaqiang said, letting out a long breath, as if all the pressure built up in his heart had all dissipated away. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly he laughed out loud. I did such a flawless job and ended up losing on my own head. Wrong. As long as you commit a crime, you're bound to be 100 times perfect. Even if you can't be convicted now, as the investigation deepens, you're bound to have loopholes. Lu Zifeng looked at Zhang Huaqiang seriously. However, he did not realize that Zhang Huaqiang's attention was all on Jiang Bai. Little brother, I don't think you're here for internship, right? Well, I'm just assisting. Jiang Bai shook his head. True enough, if I guessed correctly, the case should be solved by you. Zhang Huaqiang looked at Jiang Bai with some appreciation and said, if I had a friend like you, things could have been more seamless. Perhaps, the two of us could even get rich together. You are thinking too much. Jiang Bai coldly spoke. The interrogation was over and the case was closed. Fellow Jiang Bai, thank you so much this time. I will apply for a subsidy from above for you. Lu Zifeng spoke. However, are you interested in being our long-term advisor? You just need to assist from the sidelines with a fixed salary. I need to think about it. Jiang Bai opened his mouth, and in his heart, there was actually some refusal. It's fine. There's no need for you to make a decision immediately. Take your time to consider. Luo Fei was afraid that Jiang Bai would balk. Well, I will consider it. Jiang Bai nodded slightly. Coming to the information department, Dui Hong was still not finished, fiddling with these high-tech addicted. Jiang Bai, your classmate is quite impressive. A network department cadre said and smiled. He has a knack for playing with computers. Jiang Bai nodded. Dui Hong, can we go back? Ha, you're done here? Aha. Dui Hong walked over with a bummed-out look on his face. He's staying with us for a bit longer. The network department isn't a dangerous place anyway. The officer looked at Dui Hong and said, we'll send him back when the time comes. Chapter 31, to Jiang Zhenghai. Jiang Bai walked downstairs alone and was planning to go back. Coming face to face was an acquaintance, Jiang Yonghai. He was only handcuffed with a silver bracelet on his hand, and was about to be taken to the CID by 2 members of the CID. Dad, how did you get arrested? Jiang Bai was shocked. His dad had always been honest. How could he have committed a crime? I don't know. The nurse said that I was going to kill Shouqin, and arrested me here without a second thought. Jiang Zhenghai looked aggrieved. This team member, what happened to my father? He was suspected of attempted murder and was caught by the nurse who entered the ward. The 2 team members looked at each other in dismay. The specifics still need a statement. With that, Jiang Zhenghai was brought up. Jiang Bai immediately turned back. He knew very well that his dad would not harm his mom. Lu Zifeng and Luo Fei had just submitted their materials and also sent their men forward to search for the final evidence. The duo, who were planning to take a good rest, saw Jiang Bai suddenly come up. Decided? Lu Zifeng stretched his back and spoke. My dad was arrested. Why? Jiang Bai spoke, his eyes revealing a hint of anxiety. What's the situation? Having been in the task force for so many days, the 2 of them were not clear about the other cases. Just now, I saw my father being arrested. Jiang Bai spoke. I want to know what happened. This, Lu Zifeng and Luo Fei looked at each other. Let's go and take a look together. With that they walked towards the other interrogation room. Through the one-sided glass, Jiang Bai watched Jiang Zhenghai being interrogated. Where were you at 9:30 tonight? I ate downstairs at the hospital, and bought some wet wipes. After some questioning and the statement of the nurse who reported the case, Jiang Bai sort of cleared things up. The nurse was going to test Hong Shouqin's body indicators at 9:30 tonight, but when she opened the door, she found a person with a figure that looked like Jiang Zhenghai with a knife about to kill Hong Shouqin. After a scream, the man turns around and snatches the door open while bumping into the nurse. Not long after, Jiang Zhenghai came back. The nurse found that the murderer and Jiang Zhenghai wore the same clothes and had the same body shape, so she reported it to the police to confirm that it was Jiang Zhenghai who was trying to kill someone. Where's the surveillance video? Lu Zifeng said, asking the recorder next to him. In the hospital. There is surveillance everywhere. Whether it is Jiang Zhenghai or not can be seen at a glance. In the evidence room, there are brothers watching the surveillance. Not only Jiang Bai, Lu Zifeng and Luo Fei were thinking of one thing. Even if there was a nurse screaming, the murderer didn't necessarily need to stop. After all, a hospital full of surveillance wouldn't give him any chance to evade pursuit. The trio's experience in solving crimes all pointed to one answer: framing. In the evidence room, the team was still looking at various parts of the security footage. What have we got? There were two perpetrators. Two people? Lu Zifeng froze. Could it be a joint crime? No, the same person appeared in two places. Two Jiang Zhenghai? They also followed to check the video. Indeed, two Jiang Zhenghai appeared by chance at the same instant in one or two surveillance. One wore a mask, and the other was Jiang Zhenghai himself. If they didn't check all the surveillance cameras at the same time, it would be easy to confuse the two into one person. One of the Jiang Zhenghai was deliberately avoiding the surveillance. Therefore, not all locations can see two Jiang Zhenghai at the same time. Moreover, from the CCTV, the Jiang Zhenghai wearing a mask's figure, clothes, and even the upper half of his face were almost identical to Jiang Zhenghai. I understand the matter. Luo Fei spoke, but without catching the real culprit. We can only condemn your father first. Jiang Bai nodded. I want to meet him. He still had many questions in his mind. His father was framed and his mother was in a coma. What secrets were they harboring to be poisoned like this? With Lu Zifeng's help, Jiang Bai met his father, who was temporarily detained. Dad, do you think someone is trying to frame you? I don't know. Jiang Bai nodded as he listened. Then did mom show any strange signs before? No, all good. Is sometimes dizzy? Jiang Zhenghai said. I thought it was blood pressure and blood sugar or something like that, so I went to get some Chinese medicine. Has the situation eased? No, still sometimes have a headache. Just then I started to get busy and didn't have time to care about it. Jiang Zhenghai said and lowered his head. If only I cared more about her at that time. Dad, don't worry. This matter will definitely be clarified, Jiang Bai said before he left. As he turned around, Jiang Zhenghai suddenly remembered something. Son, if someone wants to kill Xiuqin, and I'm framed and locked up here, it's too dangerous to have no one by her side. Suddenly, he frowned, rushed out of the Interpol to take a taxi straight to the hospital. Rushing into the ward, he was relieved to see his mother unharmed. Could it be that it wasn't an assassination? Then send away the real Jiang Zhenghai. There may be a murderer too into the palace. He plans to stay at the hospital for the next few days, so that if there is anyone, he can find them in time. After a night, Jiang Bai has been sleepy to the point of dying. At this moment, Jiang Zhenghai walked in. Along with him, there were also two members of the criminal police team. Dad, Jiang Bai was a bit surprised. How did you get out? Thanks to Team Lu, Jiang Zhenghai said. He knew that I wasn't a prisoner, so he bailed me out. But I had to be monitored by two members of the criminal police. Jiang Bai immediately understood what Lu Zifeng meant. Perhaps he was thinking in the same direction as himself. The surveillance criminal police members are actually here to protect his mom and dad. You go back to school first. Look at how tired you are, Jiang Zhenghai said with some heartache. It's good to have me here. Just at this time, the doctor also walked in. After our complete diagnosis, MS, Han Xiuqin is suffering from benzene poisoning, the resulting leukemia, and a small amount of radiation. The doctor spoke. My recommendation is to wait for MS, Han Xiuqin to wake up before proceeding with the relevant treatment. If the situation is critical, we will immediately perform resuscitation. Of course, we will also experience medication to assist MS, Han Xiuqin in waking up. Back in the dormitory, Jiang Bai had a gloomy face. What's wrong with you? Where is Dui Hong? He Zhuang only saw Jiang Bai return alone with gloomy eyes. His heart felt strange. Something big couldn't have happened, right? He's not back yet? Jiang Bai said as he climbed onto the bed. Maybe he's still at the police station. No way. He didn't commit a crime and get detained. Did he? Zhuang got worried. I swear I didn't say a word about those things before. No, he kind of went to have fun. After saying that, Jiang Bai fell back to sleep. A night of thinking. His father unjustly imprisoned. His mother was poisoned. He was exhausted at the moment. Just in the afternoon, Dui Hong finally came back. Chapter 32 Tiancheng Group's shocking mystery. Hearing the movements, Jiang Bai also woke up. Back so late? Jiang Bai sized up Dui Hong. His dark circles under his eyes were quite obvious and his lips were a bit dry, as if he had returned from an internet cafe pass. But seeing Jiang Bai, he immediately recovered his spirit. Jiang Bai, guess what I found? Dui Hong said and turned his computer on. What is it? Zhuang also just finished his nap and curiously came to Dui Hong's computer. Dewey Hung smiled mysteriously. I'll show you something top secret. Just don't tell anyone. Jiang Bai got out of bed and also came to Dewey Hung's desk. In the computer are several cases, or some tidbits of information on the website. Tiancheng Group employee lost his footing and fell off the building. A company's mid-level couple was poisoned by gas at home, and a 4-vehicle serial rear-end collision on Highway 66. In the last one, a rainy night butcher surprised a suspected severe ghost to claim his life. Did you steal this? Not really. Can you call what a programmer does stealing? Dewey Hong pressed his voice. Guess what these are? It can't be gossip that's been suppressed, right? Jiang Bai thought about this as the only possibility. Otherwise, how can it be called top secret? Tiancheng Group. Why do these 4 words sound so familiar? Do you know why these were suppressed? Dewey Hung mysteriously looked at Jiang Bai and he Dezhuang behind him. I heard that it was Tiancheng Group requesting for assistance. Only one of these 4 things is related to Tiancheng Group. How come Tiancheng Group wants to be pressed? He Dezhuang was puzzled. The second thing, the middle-level couple, that is, Tiancheng Group, in front of the accidental fall 2 months after the accidental death. There are also serial tailgating. 4 cars have 3 cars are Tiancheng Group employees. This is half a month after the poisoning of the couple. The location where the rainy night butcher appeared is also on the side of Tiancheng Group. Dewey Hong explained. You said that if all of these things were to explode, Tiancheng Group's stock price isn't suddenly plummeting. Being proficient in computers, he of course knew something about stocks. If this kind of intensive unfavorable news is not suppressed, not only will the stock fall, but there is also the possibility of losing a lot of other group cooperation projects. Jiang Bai suddenly remembered that his mom's workplace is also Tiancheng Group. However, when he was a child, he went to play and saw the Tiancheng Culture and Media Company. He immediately searched the Tiancheng Group, the original Tiancheng Culture and Media Company, Ltd. Enterprise. In the past few years in the local mix of prosperity, the project continues to increase, and eventually became the Tiancheng Group. Together with this matter of mom, there should be more than 6 people from Tiancheng Group killed. But, our accidental death, mom, this leukemia, also looks like some accident. As the saying goes, once is coincidence, twice is coincidence, 3, 4 or 5 times may be inevitable. This Tiancheng Group is not simple. This thing you cannot talk nonsense, otherwise I'll be in trouble, Dewey Hong said, deleting the file after multiple processing. Just pretend you didn't see it. I'm only showing it to you because I treat you as brothers. Believe me, in a few days, Tiancheng Group's stock price will definitely plummet. You're not going to post it online, are you? No, I'm just picking out a few of them. A bunch of fierce news from Tiancheng Group. This is something that grows again in the spring after a wildfire, Dewey Hong judged. Although Tiancheng is a good company, but this wave of big sale can be rubbed in. When it goes back up I'll make a fortune. He made these remarks like a liar. However, he Dachang fell for it. Do brother you say we what relationship? This does not take me a hand? He Dezhuang said with a smile. You guys are busy. I'm going to the hospital. Jiang Bai said and left the dormitory. He did not go to the hospital, but traveled to Tiancheng Group. At the entrance, a conspicuous Maybach was parked. Fong Zhao came out of it with a briefcase. Great Detective Jiang? What a coincidence, he said walking towards Jiang Bai with a smile on his face. Since the case was closed and the problem of that murder house was solved, he had also successfully upgraded from Vice General Manager to General Manager. After a simple redecoration, the house has been listed for sale. The price has been restored from the original freezing point selling price to the normal $30 million. Due to his busy schedule, he hadn't formally thanked Jiang Bai. My mom worked here before, so I came to take a look. Jiang Bo nodded his head and spoke, without any intention of getting close. But Fang Zhao was the kind of warm person who had a hot face and a cold ass. It just so happens that I'm also going to Tiancheng Group. I'll have to treat you to a meal when I come out later. Fang Zhao spoke with an excited face. I was busy with the new project at hand before. I didn't have time to look for you. Dinner is not necessary. Jiang Bo spoke. The $1 million from before is enough. How can this work? As a great detective Jiang, I have to treat you to dinner in a decent manner. Fang Zhao was so enthusiastic. It seemed that Jiang Bo would not stop until he agreed. So Jiang Bo only had to nod his head in agreement. Subsequently, Jiang Bai followed Fang Zhao and successfully mixed into Tiancheng Group. In recent months, Tiancheng Group is not doing well. Fang Zhao walked into the elevator. No one around. Then spoke. Baizhua Yuan's new project is to engage in a live broadcast with Tiancheng Group, to enhance the Tiancheng Group's popularity, or else the recent events of the stock price will certainly fall burst. Jiang Bai was silent. He actually already knew the reason from Dewey Hung here. Arriving at the top floor in front of the chairman's office, Jiang Bai had intended to just take a look at other locations within Tiancheng Group first, but unexpectedly, he was pulled in by Fang Zhao. In front of the chairman's desk, there was a sign, Zhao Zhongxiang, Dong Zhao, coming. We've already gotten the place approved for the last project. Here's the cooperation agreement and the temporary subletting procedures for the property. Fang Zhao's warmth made the entire chairman's office sweep away that cool air. No wonder Fang Zhao was able to become the person in the industry who transformed the rotten into the miraculous. You're really a blessing in disguise. Recently, my head is killing me. Zhao Zhongxiang revealed a smile from his bitterness. Accidents, accidents, accidents. Every day is an accident. I really don't know what the CID is doing. Facing the Tianchang group that constantly had accidents, he was really burned out. Is it not an accident? Fang Zhao opened his mouth. The CID must have no problem investigating the case. Since it's an accident, they don't have the means to find out who the murderer is. This is, Zhao Zhongxiang signed before realizing Jiang by standing in a corner. I forgot to introduce. This is Zhang Bo, Great Detective Jiang. Zhang Bo was immediately pulled to Zhao Zhongxiang by Fang Zhao. He's capable of a lot. If it wasn't for him, that set of murderous mansion would have been stopped in the hands of Bai Chui Yuan. Oh, a great detective? Zhao Zhongxiang's eyes lit up. That's really great. Letting this great detective that Fang Zhao favored come, he might be able to find out what was behind those accidents. Not a great detective. I'm just a student. Jiang Bai spoke. I came here this time to look for my mother's work location and see if she left anything behind. He deliberately took a few steps back. From Zhao Zhongxiang's tone just now, he felt a wave of condescension. Your mother? It's Hong Xiuqin. It seems like she did take a leave of absence. Right on the 14th floor. Just at this time, a woman who was about 25 or above walked in. Dad, this is the recent statement from the Live Department. Chapter 33, Commission of Inquiry. Everyone, this is my daughter Zhao Qian. Zhao Zhongxiang introduced Fang Zhao and Jiang Bai to Zhao Qian as well. Aren't you the winner of the last great detective? Zhao Qian said with some surprise, raising her hands and feet in a gentle manner. Dad, Jiang Bo is a god at detecting crimes. Oh, although he was a passerby in the last great detective, he solved the tricky cases in one go. Hearing this, Zhao Zhongxiang nodded. I know, you go ahead and get busy. Saying this, Zhao Qian left the office. Then the matter of cooperation. Let's wait for Tianchang Group to finish the program. After seeing Zhao Zhongxiang sign, Fang Zhao placed the documents in duplicate separately. Dong Zhao, I'll go back to the company first. Saying this, he picked up one of the copies and was about to leave. Jiang Bai was also going to follow him out. Anyway, later on, Fang Zhao went down himself and excused himself to the restroom and secretly went to investigate. Wait, Zhao Zhongxiang called out to them. Manager Fang, I have something I want to talk to Mr. Jiang Bai. That's fine. Detective Jiang, I'll wait for you downstairs. Fang Zhao said and walked out the door with the documents. After going downstairs, Fang Zhao immediately called Fang Shijin. Hello, sister, guess who I ran into today when I went to Tianchangmi? He spoke into the phone receiver with a burst of excitement. Who did you run into that could make you this excited? Fang Shijin rested her shoulder on the phone. Her hands were still writing a copy. It can't be that she ran into some pretty little girl, right? Little girls can't affect my office speed. Fang Zhao said as he sat in the Maybach and waited. Jiang Bai, what's he doing in Tianchang? I don't know. Anyway, just bumped into it. Fang Zhao closed the door. The driver started the car thinking he was going to drive. Wait before you drive. There's someone else to wait for. Fang Zhao said to himself, and then turned back to the phone this end. But I have an appointment with him for dinner. Are you free today? Empty. Should have put. Later you drive the car over to pick me up. Together. Room like Jean said. The brain is still thinking about the text. Place you said it. I'm still busy. Well, give me the address is good. Okay. Fang Zhao hung up the phone and sat in the car while watching the news and waiting. In the chairman's office, Zhao Zhongxiang's expression was a little hesitant. He really didn't believe that such a college student could have such amazing crime-solving ability. However, both Fang Zhao and his own daughter were quite appreciative of Jiang Bai's ability to solve crimes. He trusted Fang Zhao, who was the first of all the other companies to come to the snow. During Tianchang's recent downturn in time, it was Fang Zhao who offered to cooperate, taking out a temporarily unused mansion in Bai Chui Yuan for the program. Thus, he also trusted Fang Zhao's judgment. Jiang Bai, if I tell you that Tianchang Group has had a lot of mishaps recently, how would you judge? Zhao Zhongxiang was still hesitating in his mind whether to let Jiang Bai help or not. Accidents? It depends on the number. 1 or 2. It might really be an accident. But if it's many, continuously, there might be a problem. Jiang Bai spoke. There are many modus operandi that are disguised as accidents. Do you think you have the ability to investigate? Zhao Zhongxiang nodded. I want to entrust you to help me investigate these accidents. I wonder if it is possible. How about a commission fee of $1 million? To him, those accidents were like landmines. Even if the matter was not big in front of him, and he could still suppress it by asking the Interpol to help. But if he didn't solve it from the root, sooner or later, he would not be able to suppress it. At that time, Tiancheng Group wouldn't just have its share price fall off a cliff. Even the partner companies would leave one by one. If this matter could be resolved, what's a mere $1 million? Hearing Zhao Zhongxiang's words, Zhang Bai frowned. This should be a good opportunity for him to investigate his mom's matter, but these accidents were not in his thoughts. If 1 million isn't enough, it can be 2 million. Zhao Zhongxiang thought that Zhang Bai might think that money was not enough, as if his mother was sick and should need medical expenses. Taking so many days off from work must be some serious illness that should require a large amount of medical expenses. If he happened to be able to provide him with enough money, perhaps he would be able to help immediately. It's not a matter of money. I just want to see what's left of the location where my mom works. Zhang Bai didn't positively refuse, but he didn't want to agree either. I heard that your mother is sick. I can cover all the medical expenses. Count it as a workplace injury and I'll give an allowance. As long as you promise. Zhao Zhongxiang opened his mouth and took out his checkbook. As for the commission fee, I can give it to you now. If these accidents aren't accidents, why don't you turn to the criminal police force? Dong Zhao? Zhang Bai spoke. The CID's ability to handle cases must be fine. Combining these cases together will allow for a thorough reinvestigation. The criminal police force? If they had this ability, would I still be so burnt out? Zhao Zhongxiang snorted coldly. If you think you're not as good as the criminal police team, I can pretend that I didn't say what I just said. I'll help you look into it, but I can't guarantee that I'll be able to find it. Zhang Bai finally decided to promise Zhao Zhongxiang in order to be able to find out the murderer who harmed his mom. Money is not necessary. As the saying goes, take the short hand and eat the short mouth. Then it's hard for you. I will give you a temporary pass. You can enter most of the places in this group. Of course there are some top secret places you can't enter. Thank you, Dong Zhao. By the way, I will prepare a report of all the accidents for you to help you investigate. Zhao Zhongxiang said as the anxiety in his eyes lessened a bit. Are you free tomorrow? Can you come again? Free. You can't disclose this matter to anyone. Is that okay? Understood, said Zhang Bai left Tiancheng Group, walking to the main entrance. Fang Zhao on the Maybach was still waiting for him. The car door opened. Fang Zhao made a gesture of invitation. Detective Jiang, come on? Zhang Bai nodded, his heart still a little reluctant. Sitting in the car, he had been thinking, and he basically didn't listen to a few of Fang Zhao's words. Tiancheng Group had been going smoothly in the past. Why had so many strange things suddenly happened? There weren't many competitors around, and it wasn't like the competitors were messing around. The car stopped. Zhang Bai thought he had arrived, so he was about to open the door and go out. Detective Jiang, wait. Just now didn't I say I have to pick up one more person? You wait, Fang Zhao said with a mysterious smile and walked out. It wasn't long before Fang Xijin sat in the back seat. How have the past few days been? How are things at home? Fang Xianjin opened her mouth, but she saw Zhang Bai with a preoccupied look on his face. It's all okay, Zhang Bai replied casually and went back to thinking. Fang Xianjin sensed that something was wrong with Zhang Bo, but did not say anything. Although the two of them couldn't talk about being close friends, Fang Xijin had an outstanding sensibility in observing people. The car drove all the way to one of the most luxurious local restaurants. Fang Zhao has already booked the box. Zhang Bai dressed in casual clothes walking through the dinner upper-class crowd looked so out of place. Chapter 34, An Unexpected Harvest. Entering the box, the appetizers were already set and the red wine was already awake. Zhang Bai sighed and planned to eat first, because his stomach had already started to rumble. He hadn't eaten anything at all since he woke up. Did something happen? Fang Zhao saw that Zhang Bai had been absent-minded in the car earlier. It's fine. After eating something, Zhang Bai already looked quite refreshed at this point. He planned to fill his stomach before continuing to think. Between meals, they chatted as usual, and Zhang Bo also told one or two new stories about solving cases. After a meal, Zhang Bai refused to let Fang Zhao drive him back to school. When the car turned on, Fang Zhaijin lifted his cell phone to check Zhang Bo's friend circle. There must be something that made Zhang Bai so distracted, but Zhang Bai's friend circle kept stopping at May 8, 2025. Older brother, help me check what happened in Zhang Bo's family recently. Fang Xianjin opened her mouth, always having some bad premonitions in her heart. Are you finally going to start doing it, old sister? Fang Zhao smiled faintly. It's fine. With me as your oldest brother, I will definitely help you get Zhang Bai. You're overthinking it, Fang Xijin said frowning. He must have something going on lately, otherwise he wouldn't be so absent-minded. Just consider me to owe you a favor and help me check it out. Of course I'll do as my old sister commands. On the other side, Zhang Bai was walking back to school. This restaurant was not far from the school, and was one of the reasons he chose to walk back. Walking on the cold street by himself, with the cold wind blowing, he was able to clear his head a little bit. On the empty street, he was able to calm down and think about what he was going to investigate next. One thing he was actually very unsure about was whether or not mom had anything to do with these accidents. The same counts as accidents. It is difficult not to associate these things with mom's leukemia, but thinking about it separately, it looks like a simple accident. An accidental fall, an accidental death from gas poisoning, an accidental rear-end collision, and mom's accidental leukemia, in addition to the rainy night butcher alone, are all accidents. Suddenly he thought of his father. If he did not take $1 million trial fee, the treatment is delayed, then the mother will die. Stabilizing the condition is only a means of delaying the time. Have money to treat will be completely different. Leukemia is not hopeless, and in the process of treatment, mom will certainly wake up. That's why the killer had to do it. If dad is caught, mom will be alone and will carry out a second assassination. There's nothing wrong with that theory, but why didn't they do it? The situation was different now. With the police guarding dad, the murderer couldn't do it. As he traveled along, he arrived at the school. Hey, there's something new. Just after entering the dormitory, Dewey Hong pulled Jiang Bo over. Jiang Bai saw the latest gossip in front of Dewey Hong's computer. Of course this was a screenshot. The real news had been blocked out. Ever since Dewey Hong found out about the unfavorable news about Tiancheng Group, he had gotten a special script to sift through the latest events. After all, in order to bottom out in the stock, one must pay good attention to all the developments of Tiancheng Group. The latest event was the sudden suicide of the Tiancheng Group's security guard, who was found to have secretly embezzled nearly $3 million of the group's funds before his death. Jiang Bai took a closer look. This is not the security guard that I saw when I entered the door today? He passed in the afternoon and died in the evening? This tipster can get so many photos? Jiang Bai was a bit skeptical and opened his mouth. The general marketing accounts were looking for Zhang Tiancheng Group's net picture to open the brush, and then put a few irrelevant pictures to make up a bunch of blind words. But this report, which contained a large number of pictures, was as if he had witnessed the entire process. Maybach? Jiang Bai saw Fong Zhao's Maybach, although it was only half of it, and the license plate only revealed 2 numbers. It was obvious that this picture was taken today. What's wrong? Tiancheng Group must have this kind of luxury car. He Dazhuan opened his mouth, not realizing that this car belonged to Fong Zhao. Jiang Bai nodded copiously and continued to look down. What followed was the body of the security guard after he committed suicide in the security booth. There wasn't even anyone from the criminal police team around. In other words, this series of photos was like advance warning that this security guard was going to commit suicide. Instead of a report, it's more like a preview of a crime. What's the purpose? There will come a time when this massive news will be blocked. When the stock price drops, it's time to take the plunge. If it's only for the purpose of bottoming out, it's perfectly fine to put out some other unfavorable news. It wouldn't even be suppressed news. So bottoming out the stock price should be incidental. Killing people is the main purpose. Could it be that these people had something in common? Can you help me find out from whom this news was released? Jiang Bai opened his mouth. Perhaps he was able to ask something from that person's mouth, or even a clue to his own old mom's murder. Take some time. I didn't go to the network department for nothing. Dewey Hong smiled slightly. Gotta avoid the cyber department. I'll have to put in a little more effort. Apparently Dewey Hong had already evolved after his tour of the network department. In this era where human flesh was illegal, one had to resort to some means. Thinking that he could get some clues and a temporary pass from Zhao Zhongxiang tomorrow before Jiang Bai could continue to think, he breathed a long sigh of relief. Hopefully the wait was worth it. The next day, Jiang Bai came to Tiancheng Group early in the morning. The security guard at the entrance had been replaced, and the bloodstains in yesterday's photo had been cleaned up. Riding on the elevator to the chairman's office, Jiang Bai heard a woman's voice inside. Dad, the recent live projects are quite good. It's okay to let those things out. The voice inside came out. It was the voice of the chairman's daughter Zhao Qian. The live broadcast department just got up. The volume is not enough. Without suppressing things, the stock price cannot be stabilized. Zhao Zhongxiang opened his mouth. It's not like you haven't seen those accounts that post articles. Giving them a few catch-alls can make up all sorts of nonsense for you. He could even imagine the future headlines. Cursed company, serial accidents, really accidents? All sorts of messed up and finally weird. The company's credibility could be lost by such insignificant little accounts. Well then, I've been able to stabilize the live broadcast situation. How about some things can be left to me as well? Zhao Qian sounded a bit distressed. Dad, you can't be burdened with these things alone. My daughter has grown up. Well, the magazine submission department. You try next month. Zhao Zhongxiang nodded. Zhao Qian opened the door only to find Jiang Bo at the door. When did you come over? Didn't even knock on the door? She smiled and spoke. Looking for my dad or because of your mother's matter? Zhao Qian remembered that he didn't go to Hong Xiuqin's office yesterday. Aha. Jiang Bai nodded. Then I won't bother you guys. Zhao Qian said and left. Dong Zhao, I'm coming. Jiang Bai said, closing the door. The stuff is here. and the passes. If you want to check them, it's all fine. Remember not to enter some forbidden places, Zhao Zhongsheng said and took out a file bag from the drawer. Inside are all the ones you can use, including last night's security guard suicide? Zhang Bai said, moving closer. How do you know that? Chapter 35, it's classified. I saw it before the tidbit was blocked, he said, explaining. That incident, I can only give you the employee status. I don't know the rest. The criminal police team is still investigating, and the news is still blocked to the public, Zhao Zhongxiang said with a frown. It's probably another accident. The surveillance you can also look at. I also put documents inside. He continued to explain. But it's best to come back after the Interpol investigation. Familiarize yourself with the information first. Aha. Zhang Bai nodded and took these things away to leave Tiancheng Group. Returning to the school, he didn't go back to his dormitory directly, but headed to the library. The library was quiet and with many floors. It was easy to find some unoccupied places. At this moment, he was sitting at a table by the window on the foreign language floor, opening documents. The first incident all goes back half a year. The one who accidentally fell was a security guard in the underground garage, who was responsible for patrolling the underground garage and the parking spaces on the ground against the east. Before he fell, he was smoking a cigarette by the window in the 6th floor stairwell when the window broke loose and he fell out. The second accident. Then a couple, said to have once started a business together, after the business failed to enter the Tiancheng Group. It seems that they owed a lot of money during the startup. It seems that they couldn't bear the pressure of loan sharks and finally committed suicide by gas. Things happened 5 months ago. Zhang Bai replayed these accidents in his mind. Suddenly a hand slapped on the edge of his table, interrupting the thinking. You're checking up on my parents? Zhang Bai looked up. It was a girl. It seemed to be the girl in debt that he had analyzed before. She was pushing a cart with books on it and happened to pass by, only to realize that the information in Zhang Bai's hand was none other than her parents. This is confidential. Zhang Bai spoke. It's best if you don't look at it. With that he put the item away. I know you. If you were the one to look into it you would definitely be able to find out. My parents would never have killed themselves. The girl didn't have too much revulsion. Instead she looked at Zhang Bai with a thirsty look. I don't have any money on me. If you can find out, you can do whatever you want me to do. Wait, you have to make things clear first. Because they were in the library. Both of their voices were small. Under the girl's explanation, Zhang Bai roughly knew the ins and outs. The girl's name was Yen Xie, and her parents started a business together and lived a decent life. But then the company went bankrupt, and she realized that her parents owed a large sum of money to loan sharks. In order to pay back the money, her parents entered the Tiancheng Group. The pressure of life became greater every month, but at least the money could still be paid back, until she learned of her parents' suicide. My parents had been working hard to pay back the money. They were optimistic, Yen Xie said as a trace of sadness was evoked in her heart, and tears dripped down a little bit. It's absolutely impossible for them to commit suicide, and we never used gas in our house. Seeing her behave like this, Zhang Bai did not show any sympathetic expression, but his heart was still slightly touched. He closed his eyes to calm himself down. Don't get too close to anyone. I will help you. Zhang Bai opened his eyes and spoke faintly. I'll find out what the truth is, but I can't guarantee it. Thank you. Thank you. If there's anything you want to know I'll definitely say it. Yen Xie's heart was excited. I don't have any money. What I can do for you I will try my best. Yen Xie then added Zhang Bai's friend to be able to contact at any time. She pushed to put the book trolley to leave. Zhang Bo was to continue to look at the document described in the accidental case. They ranged from security guards to lower-level employees to middle-level, and had nothing in common. He instantly understood why the CID did not combine these cases, even if they carefully delved into the identities, the modus operandi and the relationship between them. None of them were relevant. At this time, he received a call from Lu Zifeng. Zhang Bai immediately put away his things and got up to run to the restroom. Hello? It's me, Lu Zifeng. There's a case I want you to take a look at. Lu Zifeng's voice revealed the helplessness. I wanted to rest for a few days, but I was arranged by the leader again. Saying this, he let out a bitter smile. What case is it? Just say it directly. This time, Zhang Bo immediately opened his mouth, fearing that Lu Zifeng would come over to frame himself to the criminal police force without any explanation. A suicide. But there are too many doubts. Lu Zifeng opens his mouth. Let's just say the private embezzlement of $3 million. This is what a security guard can do. Listening to Lu Zifeng's explanation, Zhang Bai quickly realized that he was talking about the recent suicide case of Tiancheng Group. You see what direction to pursue. If I were to take the lead I definitely wouldn't be able to set a suicide. Lu Zifeng opened his mouth. The surveillance was also looked at. It just so happens that the camera don't go over and didn't capture anything. Hello? Zhang Bai? Lu Zifeng sighed for a long time, did not hear the sound, thought he hung up, so took away the phone to confirm in the call. I'm thinking, Jiang Bai replied faintly. In this case, the method was so clumsy that Team Lu was able to see the problem at a glance. The previous series of accidents could have been almost flawless. The difference in techniques was too great. Could it be a different person committing the crime? And the $3 million? Obviously planted. Maybe it's a gang. There must be a member of theirs who can control or know about the camera movement. With the current information, he could only judge it this way. Okay, I'll find them to ask later. Lu Zifeng was inspired by Zhang Bo and immediately acted. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Bo was in deep thought. The video record had been taken. Then Zhang Bo would never be able to see the recent surveillance video. The fresher the case, the more information it can give. And he was able to push back a series of previous cases. Why don't we start with the employees? The gossip circulating among the employees might be the key. When Jiang Bai left the library, it was already evening, and Yan Xie was waiting for him outside. Jiang Bai, Yan Xie said, handing him the bag in her hand. I see you haven't eaten for such a long time. It just so happens that it's time for dinner. I brought you some from our store. Thanks. Jiang Bai nodded and spoke faintly. I have to continue working. I'll go and get busy first. Be sure to tell me if you find anything. Yan Xie watched Jiang Bo result in the bag and then hurriedly walked down the stairs. Back in the dormitory, Jiang Bai saw He Dezhuang looking at him with a strange look. Du Weihong also looked mysterious. What's wrong? Jiang Bai put both the bag and the documents on the table as if nothing had happened. Don't you not eat much fast food? And you went to buy it on purpose? Du Weihong spoke. Could it be that someone gave it to you? A friend sent it. Jiang Bai said and sat down. You guys can eat it if you want. How dare we eat someone's loving meal? Du Weihong said while leaning on the left side of Jiang Bai's desk. You've gone out these few times. It's not like you're secretly dating, right? If it wasn't for He Dezhuang bumping into them, they probably wouldn't have known that this Jiang Bo kid was secretly hooking up with a girl. Chapter 36 Timeline. Jiang Bai, don't pretend. I've seen it all. Say last time you know people liabilities is not a long time to know? He Dezhuang watched the fun. This time the love meals are sent over. Is it that people are interested in you? Don't think too much. Jiang Bai said and hid the file bag. I just promised to do a favor. You have to make it clear to your brother. Otherwise how can we be on your side? He Dezhuang said. It's not just me. There are quite a few people who saw it. Jiang Bai originally thought that the heat of the great detective should disappear with time, but never thought that there are still so many fans in his school. Just an ordinary friend. She asked me to help. They saw Jiang Bo did not admit. Also see Jiang Bo on this matter so flat then assumed that there is no gossip. Jiang Bai then pondered at the table. These things have nothing to do with him. He has more important things. Just see him draw a horizontal line on the paper, divided into several paragraphs. The first vertical line, it said 6 months ago. The second was 5 months ago. The third was 4 months ago. And so on up to the most recent month. Before that there was once every month. And the time is variable. The beginning and end of the month can happen. Only this month. This month first of all their own mom leukemia counts as the first time. Dad was framed also means that someone wants to kill mom. Then the second time, to the present security guard suicide, is the third time. Figure out the timeline. The only information obtained is that the time of the crime is getting shorter and shorter. Unless we find common ground, or similarities, the whole thing is still a fog. Could they have been present at the same time at some point? Like a reunion? Or a collaborative project? Or maybe a photo shoot? The Interpol is investigating the Tiancheng group, and it is understandable that Zhao Zhongsheng does not want to meet himself and the Interpol. Now one could only wait, as well as think more about reasoning during the waiting process. Just got off work. Do you want to come to my house to see the situation? Yan Xie messaged Jiang Bai. I've been living in the schoolhouse hasn't moved yet, and I still have the key. Jiang Bai glanced at the time, 11:30. It was a good time for night exploration of the murder house, but right now there is no way to go to Tiancheng Group to look for clues. Why don't we just go to her house and take a look? Good. Yi Chan replied to the message. I'm going to the hospital. Jiang Bai said, walking out of the dormitory to send Yan Xie the meeting location. On the other side, Lu Zifeng could have a headache. He also felt why the front was set for an accident. Although the approach is much rougher than the previous accidents of Tiancheng Group, but he really can't make any sense of it. It was as if the non-existent murderer stood in front of them and taunted. I clearly killed someone. You just cannot find out. What can take me? In this way, the general members of the criminal police can only beat the drum to set the accident. But Lu Zifeng is not this kind of person. Did the statement of the security guard in the monitoring room come out? Lu Zifeng urged. Hurry up. It's not that simple. Team Lu, should we not count it? Tiancheng Group has been evil for the past half year. Almost every month someone has an accident. A member of the criminal police team reminded. Maybe there's some kind of evil spirits haunting the place. You're a member of the criminal police team. How can you believe in such things? Lu Zifeng yelled. You guys who don't want to participate can apply to quit. But as long as I'm here, I'll make sure the case is solved. The criminal police members looked at each other in disbelief. So they hurriedly continued their work. Team Lu, throwing such a big tantrum? At this time Luo Fei walked in. New case, Tianchang Group. Lu Zifeng was stunned. Something happened again? The team member just now was right. Tianchang Group is a bit evil. Luo Fei spoke. Maybe it's messing with someone who shouldn't be messed with. Another death? No, injured. He's in the hospital right now. Hit by a car. 3 ribs broken. Right arm crushed and fractured. Big truck? Lu Zifeng thinking that this kind of injury can't be a small car hit opening. There shouldn't be a big truck outside Tianchang Group, right? Humph. The driver of the accident was caught. With a bunch of previous convictions, it was obvious at a glance that someone bought the murder. Luo Fei spoke. I'm taking over this case. How about a merger? What about the identity of the injured? Still checking. It seems to be the leader of Tianchang Group's information department's second team. How can this be merged? Lu Zifeng shook his head. If this can be merged, all the previous accidents can be merged in. Luo Fei, Lu Zifeng, come over here. A person spoke. The duo turned around and a man of about 60 or less stood in front of them. Old captain, when did you come back? The person in front of them was Ding Shi, the former captain of the criminal police team, who was now one of their leaders. However, before that, Ding Shi had been out on a business trip and had only just returned recently. What's the situation with the criminal police team? I heard that you guys just finished working on a special case. Ding Shi opened his mouth with a strange look on his face. Shouldn't you take a few days off? Old captain, come and take a look at this case. By the way, there's Team Luo in charge of it. Lu Zifeng said and handed over some information on the table to Ding Shi after simply organizing it. Can it be merged? It's hard to merge. How about you guys withdraw from this 2 cases first? Ding Shi's brows furrowed for a moment. I came back this time to track down an extremely secretive abduction and trafficking gang, and I wanted you guys to lend a hand. Trafficking? Lu Zifeng knew the seriousness of the case compared to what must be the old captain's importance, but he can't let go of this botched suicide case. Bring some capable team members. I'll go back and apply later. Ding Shi opened his mouth and headed upstairs. Only Lu Zifeng and Luo Fei were left behind looking at each other. A case personally handled by the old captain was definitely not trivial. Why don't we close the case first and wait to finish the old captain's case before turning back to the whole thing? Luo Fei opened his mouth. After all, these 2 cases weren't deep. One was a suicide and the other was a traffic accident. That's the only way. Lu Zifeng nodded. Meanwhile, Zhang Bo had already walked out of the school with Yan Siye and headed to her home. On the way, Yan Siye gave Zhang Bo a lot of information about the surroundings. Originally, when my parents were still in business, we didn't live over there, she said and pointed to a brightly lit high-rise on the right. The first time we lived over there. Then after the bankruptcy we lived over here, mainly because it was cheap. The whole way was introduced by Yan Siye. Jiang Bai just listened silently. This old neighborhood had heard that it was going to be demolished in the last few years, so there weren't many people living there. The lights along the way were rather dim, especially in the early hours of the morning. It looked especially eerie. The entire road did not have any passers-by besides Yan Siye and Jiang Bai. Aren't you afraid? Jiang Bo looked around and spoke faintly. Afraid for sure, but must take you to see. Yan Siye said. Maybe we can see more clues. In fact, if Jiang Bai did not connect these accidents and suicides together, he probably would not have casually helped Yan Siye. While talking, they had already arrived downstairs. From the outside, the building is very dilapidated. Inside the building, there is not even a light. It is really something that will be demolished soon. Chapter 37, The Nightly Visit to the Scene. Your home is on several floors. If you are afraid you can go back first. Jiang Bai looked back at Yan Siye with a slightly scared look and said, no need to force it. It's okay, I can do it. Yan Siye said, fixing her mind, and started to lead the way. There were no lights in the entire stairwell, so the duo could only rely on the light from their cell phones to shine all the way up. Along the way, Jiang Bai kept observing the building. The walls of the stairs are covered with all kinds of wires, as if they were built without preparing the appropriate means of burying the wires. In front of the ever-increasing number of wires can only let them exposed on the outside. Walking up to the 7th floor, 703 was Yan Siye's home. Can you go up there? Jiang Bai looked at the upper half of the ladder on the side of 703, and along what looked like a top plate. I haven't tried. It should be possible. Yan Siye explained. It seems like there used to be a lot of workers installing solar water heaters on this to go up from here. Understood. You open the door. Jiang Bai nodded and watched as Yan Siye took out the key. After Yan Siye inserted the key, she gently turned it. The door surprisingly made a snapping sound. The door is open? Jiang Bai went up to inspect the lock. The lock of this old-style room door is a kind of manual jamming latch function, so that the aspect directly pushed open the door. After lightly rotating it with the key, it will return to the normal latch state, which is the state of Yin Siye just now. Open the door. Jiang Bai used the electric light of the cell phone to shine on the location of the door lock. In the news reports he saw, including the information given by Zhao Zhongxiang, the key was inside and the door was unlocked. From the physical point of view, this is a secret room, and from the point of view of the motive, they owed the loan sharks. To sum up, to determine that Yin Siye's parents were suicidal, there are no longer any bodies or gas canisters here, but everything is basically placed in the same position as before. I was found by the loan sharks since my parents' accident. Yin Siye spoke. I promised I'd work odd jobs every month to find a way to pay them back, she explained while touching on the situation. Seeing that Yin Siye hadn't finished, Jiang Bai leaned to the side and sobbed in a small voice. It's okay, it's all in the past. He walked over to Yin Siye and patted her shoulder. Jiang Bai then looked around inside the house, one side facing the street and the other side facing the direction of the other buildings in the neighborhood. That meant that if someone climbed out of the bed, they would definitely be seen. The fact that it wasn't discovered at the time and was ruled a suicide meant that the windows on this side were either closed or there wasn't anyone out. It might be a bit brutal. May I ask where your mom and dad collapsed and where the gas canister is located? Jiang Bai looked at Yin Siye, who was still sobbing, and hesitated for a while before finally opening his mouth to inquire. Wait, I'll think for a moment. Yin Siye wiped away her tears and slowly slowed down to speak. Mom and dad were on the table in the living room, about this position. Then the gas canister was under the table. As she recalled, she gave Jiang Bai a gesture. Jiang Bo followed Yin Siye's explanation and reenacted the scene in his mind. All the doors and windows were closed, the door was unlocked, and then the gas was turned on. This step is exactly the same as the process of suicide. The next question is how the murderer escaped. Just as if Yin Siye's parents had already lost their ability to resist being placed at the table at that time, it was also important to consider how they got out after unlocking the door. Are you able to determine that you are the only person who has the door key and was not inside during the crime? Jiang Bai opened his mouth, because he remembered that Zhao Zhongxiang and those gossip reports mentioned that the homeowner's key was in his pocket. Under this kind of absolute secret room, the general team members have no problem setting suicide. I can't be sure because there should have been quite a few previous tenants when we rented here, Yin Siye said, shaking her head. But the landlord is sure that he gave us all the keys. Where were you at the time of the crime? Jiang Bai spoke. It was about 4 days before the body was found. I remember I was still in school when I received a text message from my parents saying that I should go get some clothes for the winter, Yin Siye said as she took out her cell phone and gave the chat log to Jiang Bai to confirm. It was indeed that day, and Yin Siye also clearly returned that she would be back this weekend. She still had to work part-time. Is it possible that it's a loan shark coming to collect a debt? That day happened to be the time to pay off the debt. Yin Siye also helped to think together. That's impossible. You guys are paying back the money yourselves. It's too late for the loan sharks to be happy. There is no motive to kill. Jiang Bai shook his head. By the way, after your mom and dad's accident, did the loan sharks come to you? Yes, they just asked me where I was at the time of the murder and stuff like that. Then it wasn't them, Jiang Bai said, and then asked, did they ask you to pay back the money? Yes, they said they only had to pay back a third, but I'm not even a third of what I'm working on right now. Jiang Bai nodded while talking about all the clues summarized now. This matter, if the loan shark was also looking into it before, it meant that it was out of the loan shark's expectation. Then why did they let Yin Siye pay back 1/3? This was not like the style of the loan shark. According to the formula, should let Yin Siye all pay back, and will also interest. The last Yin Siye cannot pay out to be arrested. Finally Yin Siye disappeared, and then may appear in some other special place. 1/3, indicating the collection of money. Or, they know something. How is it? Yin Siye looked a little worried at Jiang Bai's prolonged silence. Although this used to be her home, now it was eerie and scary, not a place to stay for long. Suddenly, some ghostly cries came out of the doorway, accompanied by the sound of Sasha moving. Yin Siye was so frightened that she hid behind Jiang Bo, peeking over his shoulder to see what was happening at the door. Jiang Bo also turned to the door. From the sound of Sasha's footsteps just now, he could tell that someone was pretending to be a ghost. As the sound got closer and closer, Yin Siye wrapped her whole body around Jiang Bai's right arm. Don't be afraid. Jiang Bai's left hand patted Yin Siye's shoulder. It's a person. Yin Siye was a girl after all. She was still afraid of these. She looked at Jiang Bo without any fear and even went forward to open the door instead. Come out! Jiang Bai shouted angrily. His cell phone shone, but it was Dui Hong and He Dizhuang. How did you guys come over? We still have to ask you. Exploring a haunted house at night and bringing a sister. What are you doing? Dui Hong spoke up, still saying you're just friends? Jiang Bai, we have such a good relationship. There's no shame in you saying it directly. He Dizhuang spoke. To be honest, this sister is also quite pretty. As he was talking, Yin Siye suddenly let go of Jiang Bai. Her face was a bit flushed. However, the cell phone light did not shine. No one noticed. This is her house. We are investigating a case. I said I just promised to help her investigate the case. That's all. Jiang Bai spoke calmly. On the contrary, how did you two come over? Chapter 38, The Key to the Chamber of Secrets. I helped you find someone, but you disappeared. I had no choice but to look for your cell phone location. Dewey Hong said. It's the person you asked me to help find before. When he reminded him of this, Jiang Bai remembered the person he asked him to help find. The person who could foretell gossip. Well, how's the investigation going? Jiang Bai asked. The person is gone. What do you mean? Hearing this, Dewey Hong continued to explain. It turned out that this article was published by the head of the second team of Tiancheng Group's news department who had set some vests to censor it. However, this team leader of the news department's second team had already been crippled by a large truck. It was still in resuscitation now. How could? Jiang Bai didn't expect that there would be a new case coming out. With such a chain, then before he could find out the truth, all the people who might know the secrets of Tiancheng Group would be dead. He had once made an assumption that all the victims knew a secret of the Tiancheng Group and the murderer was trying to silence them all. Of course this is just a hypothesis. What secret can be known by the security, news department, and some miscellaneous departments at the same time? But this was the only thing that could tie all the accidents together. Let's talk about this side. I heard that the CID has already decided that it's a suicide. Why are you still here to investigate? He Dezhuang opened his mouth feeling a little strange. My parents won't commit suicide, Yan Xie said, trying her best to hold back some tears in her eyes. The first point is that the motive for suicide does not exist, Jiang Bai explained. Although there were loan sharks, the two of them earned quite a bit of income at Tiancheng Group and had the chance to pay it off. The loan sharks wouldn't just kill such ones who can pay back the money. Secondly, apart from the first point of accident, the thing that made the criminal police team settle on Zi's suicide is this unlocked door. Jiang Bai pointed at the door lock and spoke. The key is inside. The door was unlocked. How did the murderer get out? This is the biggest question. There was gas, so the windows and the door were airtight. This is a complete secret room. Seeing you say that, the secret room is solved? Duihang saw that Jiang Bai was so confident and put 80% had cracked the lock of the door that completed the secret room. Almost, Jiang Bai said. There is still one last thing that needs to be confirmed. Saying that, he took Yan Xie's key and put the door into a state where it was stuck on the latch, followed by a twist of the key. Although theoretically it should be a second lock below on the latch that would come out. Today it was still stuck just like the latch. When Jiang Bai pulled the key out, he only heard a snap. Both the pin and the second lock popped out. Dewey Hong and He Daqiang understood what this meant. If the door was closed just now, it would be in an unlocked state. You guys look up there, Jiang Bai said as he knocked the electric light of his cell phone down to the ceiling, able to find a very tiny little hole a little bit outside the low electric light in the living room. When you went in at that time you didn't destroy the scene, there was a key that was in front of the table, right? Yan Xie looked at Jiang Bai while saying that while pointing at the location on the table and nodded. It was exactly where the small hidden hole was facing. If the top plate of the doorway just now can go up, then this secret room will be able to be recreated. Jiang Bai opened his mouth. The hole behind the key goes through a line that is sent in from the top plate to this side of the small hole. Then just use the method just now. Just pull out the key to be able to reverse the lock. Then drawing the wire away from the top is the perfect secret room. Then what if there is no way for the wire to be pumped away? Dewey Hong's thinking was faster. This will definitely leave a residue of the thread on the key. I say through the hole. Both ends are in our hands. We just need to cut one end to naturally recover it perfectly. So, it has been proven that my parents didn't commit suicide, Yan Xie said with some excitement. Is it possible to go to the CID? No, Jiang Bai shook his head. This case is not that simple. I just broke the secret room. In the eyes of the CID team still won't rule out the suspicion of suicide. I think we have to connect these cases, Dewey Hong said. If we can find common ground, we can detect it. Both he and He Daqiang were aware of the gossip of accidents and suicides. These cases? Connected? Yan Xie felt a bit strange. It's not just your parents. There have been so many accidents and suicides in Tiancheng Group over the past half year, He Dezhuang explained, and was suddenly interrupted by Dewey Hong. Hey, you big mouth. You want me to die? Yan Xie, do you promise that you will never tell? I promise. As long as you help investigate the truth about mom and dad, I will definitely say everything. Good. Jiang Bai sighed in relief. Right, Jiang Bai. This case is so complicated. Why don't we come together? One more person is more power, He Dezhuang proposed. Right, I can still check through the internet. Since the CID said it as a suicide, let's rely on our own abilities to find out, Dewey Hong also suggested. Anyway, we all already know the top secret information. We're all on the same rope. You guys can investigate together. I'll forget about it, Jiang Bai said. Anyway, It has been proven that Yen Xie's parents are a murder possibility. I'll just check on Yen Xie and my mom. He didn't just want to keep his distance, but more importantly, he found that this matter wasn't simple. If they got involved easily, their lives might be in danger. The latest case was a truck crash, and the victim was the person who borrowed the account to post the predicted suicide report. That means they're planning to kill everyone who knows about it. Don't. Good brothers must share the same pain, he Zhuang said and patted his chest. If you see anyone who wants to threaten you, I can help you subdue them. Come on, you're just a big mouth. Or me, don't worry. As long as you want to check something online can find a little trace, I will absolutely help you to find out. Dui Hong and He Daxiang showed their talents to each other, not noticing that they were in a murder house with no one around. Jiang Bai, I also want to help. If there is something I need to help I will definitely help, Yen Xie said, also wanting to help Jiang Bai. Although I'm a bit busy with my part-time job, I'm sure I'll be able to find the time to help. The meaning of the crowd was clear that they wanted to investigate with Jiang Bai. Alright, Jiang Bo nodded with relief. Just this once, but these things are secret. You absolutely cannot tell anyone. Seeing Jiang Bo loosening up, Yen Xie was breathing a long sigh of relief, while Dui Hong and He Daxiang had excitement in their eyes. How can they say that this is Jiang Bai personally taking them to investigate the case? But Jiang Bo did have a face of compulsion. Originally wanted to investigate on his own, but did not want to make such a mess. Let's go first. It's not good to be here all the time at such a big night, Dui Hong suggested. It's better to go back to the school first to organize all the clues. Chapter 39, Investigating Tiancheng Group. The investigation is almost done, and it's time to go back. Jiang Bai nodded. Theoretically anything of investigative value around the area should have been brought to the CID when they confirmed the suicide earlier. They could only find things here that the CID hadn't discovered, such as the door lock and the key that was on the table. The four of them went back and Yen Xie was much bolder. Investigate together when we go back. We'll help too. He Zhuang patted his chest and said to Yen Xie. Jiang Bai, on the other hand, sighed. Just don't talk nonsense. Things were still pointing to Tiancheng Group. On the way back, the three of them were in the front while he walked slowly by himself in the back. While walking, he summarized the current clues to facilitate speculation. Yen Xie's parents' murder is more likely than suicide, and the loan sharks may have learned some information. Then the death of Yen Xie's parents is because of something Tiancheng Group was silenced. And recently, such a high frequency of silence seems to indicate that Tiancheng Group to change the sky? On the other side, Luo Fei and Lu Zifeng had already finished the cases they were working on. One accident, one suicide. They decided to wait until they had solved the matter of the old captain's trafficking syndicate here and would definitely come to investigate these two cases thoroughly. Right now, the two of them were bringing some of their capable team members to Ding Shi's office. Report, old captain. We are ready, Lu Zifeng said, standing in front and saluting. There's no time to lose. Take these documents and have a meeting, Ding Shi said and pointed to the prepared documents before heading to the conference room. Ahem. This is a multi-location trafficking group. They have a complete establishment and very strong anti-surveillance capabilities. Ding Shi spoke, perhaps with some illegal weapons, everyone remembering to collect their guns when working on the case. Saying that, they mentioned the target this time. After previous checks, it has been confirmed that one of their offline contacts is called Sunzan. The first thing we need to do is to catch the Sunzan and figure out their organization. Roger. Jiang Bai, who had returned to the dormitory room, didn't have any clue. Jiang Bai, what were you thinking about when you came back? Dui Hong spoke. Since these few things are related to Tiancheng Group, the only way is to check Tiancheng Group. Right, I'm good at collecting gossip, so I'll just go and see if there's any gossip about Tiancheng Group, He Zhuang said, although his mouth was not so strict, but relatively he was also able to get a lot of gossip news. These gossip news must have some useful ones. Then I'll look for all kinds of hidden news about Tiancheng Group. Dui Hong and He Daxiang knew that they couldn't get into Tiancheng Group, so they were actively looking for some outside news. Hopefully, it would help Jiang Bai. You guys kindly appreciate it. Go to sleep first. Jiang Bai nodded his head and then lay down on the bed. This series of puzzling mysteries were constantly consuming Jiang Bai's brain, but good news would always come. Early in the morning, Jiang Bai received news that the criminal police team had closed the case as a suicide and they had withdrawn from the Tiancheng Group. This meant that he was able to go into the Tiancheng Group to investigate. Taking advantage of the fact that the other two had not yet woken up, Jiang Bai planned to go to Tiancheng Group alone to investigate. But unexpectedly, before leaving the school, he met an acquaintance. Jiang Bai, I brought you breakfast. Yen Xie unexpectedly waited for him downstairs in her dormitory. Jiang Bai looked at his phone before realizing that Yen Xie had messaged him earlier asking if she wanted to bring him breakfast. Thanks, Jiang Bai said and accepted the breakfast. He also heard some of the people around him muttering and whispering. What licking dog? Our brother Bo won't like a licking dog girl like you. That's right, delivering breakfast and still so happy. Justifying yourself as a person? Humph. Fortunately Jiang Bo is kind-hearted and doesn't bother with you. Jiang Bai just pretends that he didn't hear and leaves straight away. Yan Xie follows him. Are you going to investigate? Can I go with you today after taking a vacation break? Yan Xie said, smiling slightly. My parents were previously from Tiancheng Group, so they should be more familiar. She kept on pestering Jiang Bai to convince him to bring her along to the investigation. My mom and dad used to work in the administration department, but then they realized that they were good writers, so my dad was transferred to the information department. Then my mom was later transferred to the screenwriting department. Yan Xie explained in the car, but the live broadcast department was just set up before my parents' accident, so if my parents were fine, they would definitely be able to get into the live broadcast department. Jiang Bai, I heard that the live broadcast department was poached a lot of big names. What Morong Yunhai ah? What Wang Mani ah? Certainly big money ah. Aha. Jiang Bai nodded, basically not listening much. It was just as if Yan Xie usually didn't have a friend to confide in, and suddenly found someone to talk to more. Suddenly he thought of a point. You just said that the live sector was before your parents' accident, right? He suddenly asked, looking at Yan Xie. Yes, it wasn't just my mom and dad's accident. The earliest time before that security guard's accident there was already a prototype of the network department. Yan Xie's chatter just now, in turn, gave Jiang Bai a hint. Could it be that the whole thing had something to do with the live streaming department that had just been established? Seeing things that shouldn't be seen concerning the live broadcast department? He closed his eyes and thought back to all the victims. The security guards were the security department. His parents were considered the news department and the scriptwriter department. His own mom was the administration department, and the one who was hit by the truck was also considered the news department. Indeed, none of them were from the live department. It looks like a siege of the traditional departments by the new live broadcasting department. However, the live broadcasting department was just starting out, and even though it was growing fast compared to the traditional departments, it had not yet reached the point where it could shake the group. Regardless of how the investigation, this matter has become one of Jiang Bai's reference. Today's Tiancheng Group had a few moments of solemnity, perhaps because of the weekend, perhaps because there were too many people in trouble during this period of time. With the temporary pass given by Zhao Zhongxiang, they were able to enter the building smoothly. Don't run around later. After getting on the elevator, Jiang Bai spoke to Yan Xie in a low voice. Yan Xie nodded and followed behind. First Jiang Bo came to his mom's work department. The administrative department is relatively cold. After all, the workload is not large. Mainly some basic internal rules and regulations of the company's management. Jiang Bo's mom is also considered a small middle class, has its own office. The office is not locked. He pushed the door to enter. Between mom's desk opposite the desk, there is a beautiful young lady in the busy registration form. May I ask if you are? Hearing the movement she raised her head and held up her glasses. I'm Hong Xiuqin's son, here to pack up my things. Jiang Bai explained. My mom is sick, so you are Sister Hong's son, the man said slightly excited. I was just transferred here. I've long heard that Sister Hong's son can be handsome. This is, she pointed to the one behind Jiang Bai. This is my friend. Jiang Bai nodded. I'll just look for something. I'll leave soon. Chapter 40, The Breakthrough. While Jiang Bai was packing up his things, the pretty young lady on the side kept trying to chat with him, as if she was a woman who hadn't seen a man in general for a long time. Jiang Bo nodded slightly out of politeness. It looked like she was almost as talkative as he Zhuang, but some of her words were really useful. This young lady named Zhang Xin is more than half a year recently transferred to the Ministry of Administration and Hong Xiuqin partner in an office. According to Zhang Xin's description, she is more than half a year money is in the screenwriting department. Because I heard that the chairman of the board of directors wants to component live department from the administrative department to draw a large number of people. She was drawn from the screenwriting department to here. The live broadcast department was formed by the chairman's daughter? Before Jiang Bai could say anything, Yan Xie asked with a surprised face. That's not true. That's why the administration department has been busy as hell lately. Otherwise your sister Hong wouldn't be exhausted. Zhang Xin said and showed some sympathy. Jiang Bai nodded and started doing puzzles in his brain. In his mind, the various clues that were originally cluttered slowly began to sort out. Everything should have originated with the appearance of the live streaming department. Something must have happened before the live streaming department appeared, stringing these victims together. Further up a layer, the live department is the chairman of the board of directors Zhao Zhongxiang's daughter to form out. Could Zhao Qian have something to do with this matter? Now the puzzle is not complete enough. Jiang Bo still need more evidence and clues. Are you in good health these days? Jiang Bo tentatively asked Zhang Xin. It's okay, just a slightly herniated disc, she said and smiled. By the way, how is your mother's illness? It's a bit serious. Jiang Bai shook his head and put on a serious look. Were you here more than half a year ago to work with my mom? Yes, Jiang Xian nodded. Jiang Bai had been able to confirm quite a few things, but he still needed hard evidence to be able to catch the murderer who had harmed his old mom. However, based on previous musings, this was only one of the links. The entire chain had to be broken in order to understand what was going on. However, being able to find mom's murderer was also a breakthrough. From the conversation just now, more than half a year, Jiang Xian has been following the mom on office work. Why did mom get leukemia and she was fine? If it is simply that this room is newly renovated, all kinds of paint and benzene odor emitted, not only or mom, she should also get leukemia. Benzene is not soluble in water, and may be tampered with on the cups. The most likely is that every day with mom in an office inside Jiang Xian. At that moment, Jiang Bo has begun to suspect Jiang Xian. Why? What motive did Jiang Xian have? Where is my mom's water cup? Jiang Bai said and asked. One of the water cups that my mom would often use, saying that it was to be tested. I heard the criminal police team say that they want to confirm who exactly is poisoning. What water cup? I don't remember seeing a water cup here. Although Jiang Xian said this, a hint of panic had already been detected in her tone by Jiang Bai. Let's look for it first. Yan Xie laughed, then patted Jiang Bo. Packing up is packing up. Don't disturb other people's work. In fact, the water cup had already been taken to the laboratory long ago, confirming that his mother's benzene poisoning was caused by the benzene contained in the water cup. Unlike the smell of paint, benzene is colorless and tasteless. It was only there so that where paint had just been applied, the paint odor could serve as a warning. Same with gas. Real gas is colorless and odorless. Okay, no, let's go, Ember said as she left her mom's office, then kept eavesdropping by the door. Hey, that guy has been hospitalized. You will become the owner of this office from now on. Didn't you say that as long as I put things away, nothing will happen? Jiang Xian was really scared and started to call. How did it turn into poisoning? Don't worry, nothing will happen. Even if it's poisoning, you're still irrelevant. The voice on the other end of the phone was sharp. You just have to say you don't know anything. Besides, that guy's leukemia hasn't killed him yet. You're scared to death. Can you afford this money? Her son came to check. I don't care if I find out anything. Jiang Xian hung up the phone after saying that and let out a long breath. Come in with me later. You sneak through her bag. Ha? Yan Xie felt strange. What's the point of going through her bag? You'll find out later. Sure enough, it's you. These words came out. Jiang Xian was taken by a big jump. She didn't expect Jiang Bai to kill back. What, me? Jiang Xian's face looked a little flustered, but overall she was still relatively calm. You're poisoning, Jiang Bai said as he closed the door. My mom's serious illness was caused by you poisoning her. I heard the phone call just now. I'm going to tell the criminal police team that you intentionally poisoned people. Jiang Xian's expression grew more and more panicked when she mentioned this. It was obvious that this was not a trained criminal. I don't know anything about your mother's leukemia, and I didn't get it. Leukemia? Jiang Bai spoke. How did you know it was leukemia? I'm just talking about my mother's serious illness. A split-second slip of the tongue could mean nothing. Jiang Bai. No. At this time, Yan Xie also secretly rummaged through all of Jiang Xian's bags on the side, but found nothing. Perhaps Jiang Bo's moment was too much with the shock, causing Jiang Xian to not notice Yan Xie's actions at once. How come you didn't bring the tools for poisoning? Could it be that the mission has already been completed? Don't you need to bring it anymore? Jiang Bai continued his verbal coercion. Or is this thing too poisonous for you to dare to carry it on you regularly? Told you it wasn't me. Jiang Xian spoke. I never put benzene in your mother's cup. With a series of forced questions, Jiang Xian said everything out. I never said it was benzene, nor did I tell you that my mother is leukemic. Jiang Bai spoke faintly. Just say it clearly. I won't give you a hard time, but it's hard to say if the CID will give you a hard time. Someone asked me to do something when I was transferred over. Jiang Xian sighed. Put something into Sister Hong's cup, and you agreed to this? Not afraid of something highly toxic? If it's investigated, you're an accomplice. Jiang Bai was very angry. This is his mother. Someone so indiscriminately to harm people. My mom has no grudge against you, right? I was short of money at that time. The man gave me $600,000. Let me do it every day. Until Sister Hong got sick. Jiang Xian shook her head. He said to do it every day. I didn't think it was anything harmful and didn't dare to ask. Your conscience is worth $600,000? At first I tried it and nothing happened. So I thought it was some normal laxative or something like that. Jiang Xian said. I really didn't know that your mother would have leukemia. Things had basically been cleared up. Someone had bought Jiang Xian to plot against her old mom. Jiang Bai was going to continue from this breakthrough. Things are already clear to me. You tell me who told you to do these things. You just have to say it when the time comes. You can still be a tainted witness. Under Jiang Bai's lulling, Jiang Xian explained. I don't know. Their phone voice has dealt with, and it's all one-sided. Just now he was the one who notified me. Chapter 41 Secrets of the Administration Department. Is the sound processed again? Zhang Bai's heart secretly suspected that the gang of inviters should be using the same type of phone as Zhang Huaxiang. Is it displaying a private number? Thinking so, Zhang Bai opened his mouth. Zhang Xin nodded his head to indicate. Act normal before the Interpol looks for you, Zhang Bai said and led Yan Xie out of the office. You were so handsome just now. Yan Xie spoke in a small voice. How did you know it was her who poisoned her? Guessed. Zhang Bai spoke faintly. What he obtained was not only information about the murderer who murdered Mom, he also obtained some other clues. The search records on Mom's computer were all about Tiancheng Group's lie department and administration, especially the information about the chairman, Advanced Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian, in charge of the lie department before, is in the administrative department. Counting should also be one of Mom's immediate supervisor. Then Mom searched Zhao Qian and lie department. Should be feeling where there is something wrong. He is clear about the character of the mother. Although the work on the more honest, but sometimes will think some strange things. Finding a breakthrough. Zhang Bai did not continue to go deeper from the breakthrough. There is another side. Yan Xie's parents' information. Zhao Zhongxiang gave only information about her parents for a period of time before they committed suicide, but the whole thing was definitely being plotted half a year ago, so he needed information about his parents from more than half a year ago, so they blended into the archive room and then turned into the abandoned archive area. What are we doing here? Yan Xie had a puzzled look on her face. Shouldn't we go directly to the computer over there to look for the files here? It's clearer to look here, Zhang Bai spoke. In addition to your parents, there are also the security guards who showed you before, as well as those few employees who have been confirmed dead. This was also the restriction given to him by Zhao Zhongxiang. He was not allowed to casually rummage through the employee information. However, these so-called discarded materials were different. According to his understanding of Tiancheng when he was a child, if an employee left the company or died, they would leave a backup copy in the computer, and then this information would be thrown into this corner of the file room. Maybe if you are lucky, you can find something interesting. It was all dusty, and when I searched through it, the dust filled the sky. Zhang Bai covered his mouth and kept searching. After half a day of searching, he finally found all the information of the victims in chronological order. The first accidental death employee was originally working in the administration department, but was kicked to the security room to do management not long after. The following paragraph of the report caught Zhang Bo's attention. It was a transcript of an emergency report. It seemed to be something that happened last year, which was more than half a year's money. Report, underground garage level, found an unknown culprit taking hostages. Understood. Notify the CID now. Everyone block as much as possible. They drove off. The entire document had obviously been torn out. It seems the murderer knew early on that someone might check here. In the second case, Yan Xie's parents' information was also found with Yan Xie's confirmation. Yan Xie's parents were originally from the administration department, and because of their outstanding work, one was transferred to the news department and the other to the screenwriting department. Administration department? Zhang Bai froze. Your parents were in the administration department before? Yeah, I just told you in the car. Yan Xie nodded. Then the case had a bit of a head start. If Zhang Bai guessed correctly, the people in the remaining cases should all be related to the administration department. The administration department was previously considered a department controlled by the chairman's daughter Zhao Qian, so it should all be related to the chairman's daughter. Perhaps the administration department itself had some kind of ulterior motive? From the information that has been obtained now, Zhang Bai has made it clear. First, Zhao Qian used to be in the administration department, and was probably related to all the deceased. Secondly, the hostage-taking incident more than half a year ago had gone nowhere. Third, after that, Zhao Qian formed the lie department, picking a large number of the administrative department staff and some other departments. At the same time, she also transferred a large number of people associated with Zhao Qian either away or the same positions to other departments. Fourth, the chain of accidents and suicides began, and the information that I was able to get from Zhang Xian here indicated that there was at least one team that was operating behind the scenes. Perhaps this professional team was the culprit who committed this series of cases. At this point, the jigsaw puzzle in Zhang Bai's brain had already put some pieces together, and things became a little clearer. Let's go. Before Zhang Bai's words fell, Yan Xie did make a discovery. What's this? Saying that he looked in the direction of Yan Xie's discovery. It was a black leather bag. Don't move first. It might be dangerous, Zhang Bai said, but only to see the careless Yan Xie unzip the bag, only to find that inside was a variety of murder weapons for dismemberment. Knives, saws, ropes. There were also a lot of bloodstains on it. In the innermost part of the bag, there were also some masks with blood. Zhang Bai seemed to have some memories of these things, but for a moment, he couldn't get up in a hurry. Yan Xie just wanted to scream before Zhang Bai covered her mouth. Calm down, Here in theory none of us should be here, Zhang Bai said and subconsciously wrapped his arms around Yan Xie from behind. Yan Xie not only calmed down, she leaned against Zhang Bo's side and felt a special wave of peace of mind. When Zhang Bo didn't notice, her small face slightly got red, closing the zipper and putting the black leather bag back to its original place. Zhang Bo brought the panicked Yan Xie to sneak out of the file room. After staying outside for a better moment, Yan Xie returned to normal. Is there anything else to check? Yan Xie shook her head, sobering up quite a bit. It also felt how dangerous she was just now if she really called out. Surveillance it is, Zhang Bai thought while speaking. You go back first. I'll be fine alone here with the monitoring. Don't worry, I won't cause trouble for you, Yan Xie said and leaned on Zhang Bo's side. Don't worry really, Zhang Bai sighed and walked into the surveillance room. Who are you guys? The monitoring room is an important place in the company. You can't just enter. The security guard saw Zhang Bai walk in with a serious face and opened his mouth. I have documents that the chairman gave me to check the surveillance. Zhang Bai took out the document given to him by Zhao Zhongxiang, and sure enough, after seeing the document, the security guard's attitude was much better. I don't know which ones you want to check, sir. Almost all of the recent CCTV footage has been handed over to the CID, and they haven't returned it yet, the security guard said. But to check the previous ones we still have backups. I want to see the surveillance from half a year ago. Is that okay? Zhang Bai said and sat down in front of the table where the surveillance images could be viewed. Half a year ago then. Might be a bit difficult to do. Our previous surveillance save limit was half a year, before we recently switched to electronic save. The security guard spoke. There may still be a record if you want to look exactly 6 months ago. Let's see how long ago the most previous video footage we can find first. Chapter 42, called Zhang Bo. As Zhang Bai said that, the security guard started searching for the security footage at the very front. The time was exactly half a year ago, but before that, there were some messy and confusing video records. Can these be played? Zhang Bai asked. Let's play these if we can. The moment he spoke, his head spun rapidly. These videos should have been deleted by half a year according to Reason Love. The fact that these messy-looking videos were not deleted, it was obvious that someone was trying to leave a message for themselves. There must be some important message in them. How come there are so many messy videos? Maybe they weren't deleted before? The security guard muttered as he was about to delete it. It's probably a garbage document left behind from before. I guess I can't open it. Open it now. Zhang Bo grabbed the security guard's hand and organized him to delete these messy codes. The security guard had no choice but to open them, only to see the security video is spliced. Starting from the car garage, see a security guard report while rushing towards a car, and then the car quickly opened. The security guard was too late to chase. Then the video earns its way to the ground. Surveillance footage near the underground garage saw the car rushing all the way out, and then the car sped all the way to the gate after turning a few corners. The security guard at the gate just opened the gate to let the car out. Due to the limited scope of the surveillance video, Zhang Bai is difficult to see clearly who is in the car, and a lot of passers-by are blurred. Look at the time, seems to be off-duty time. There are a lot of employees out of it. Can I take away this video? What use do you have for this? The security guard spoke indifferently, but Zhang Bai could see a hint of panic in his eyes. The chairman asked me to look for this. It's this one. Give it to me. I brought the flash drive, Yan Xie said, taking out the USB flash drive from her bag and copying and pasting the garbled file. Zhang Bai had already found most of the clues he needed. He had to analyze them one by one. Only then could he draw further conclusions. To be honest, after the previous investigation has been considered to find the murderer Zhang Xian who murdered his mom. However, Zhang Xian was obviously bought and paid for to harm people, so Zhang Bo needed to find out the mastermind behind the scenes. He understands that this matter may be involved in the Tiancheng group behind the huge secret. Not dig out this secret. Not only his mother, there are more innocent people will be victimized. Out of the monitoring room, Zhang Bai see time is not early. They intend to go back. The security guard in the monitoring room is dialing a phone. Hello? He came to the surveillance room. Yes. He wants to check the surveillance of half a year ago. The security guard said, but that 6 months ago is still there. What the hell? Didn't you say it was all destroyed in the first place? The voice on the other end of the phone was very muffled, and it seemed that only the two parties on the phone knew each other's identities. I don't know. Before it was said to have been destroyed, I checked and there was no relevant record, and I don't know how it suddenly came out. You mean there is a mole in our team? No, not. The security guard said somewhat nervously. I'm just afraid that kid will get this surveillance and find something. Just this? So what if he finds out? Let him check, not just a college student? The voice on the other end of the phone said in a mocking tone. Zhao Don, let him check. Can he find out anything? Don't worry. After this matter is over, you definitely won't continue to stay here in this Thai security room. On the other side, Lu Zifeng and Luo Fei under the command of Ding Shi had already brought a lot of people to mix into Tiancheng Group to install hidden surveillance. After 2 days of investigation, they found that Sun Jian is now an employee of Tiancheng Group. Therefore, all current investigations have returned to Tiancheng Group. At this moment, Lu Zifeng is in the command vehicle confirming the listening and surveillance equipment installed. On the other side, Luo Fei is setting up the relevant peripheral surveillance tasks. Ding Shi was also on the scene, confirming all the arrangements in the command car at this moment. While they were busy, Lu Zifeng unexpectedly saw a familiar person on the surveillance. Jiang Bai? He couldn't help but speak up. Who is Jiang Bai? Ding Shi said and turned around. Old captain, let me borrow a step. Lu Zifeng looked around. Everyone was busy. Ding Shi also looked around, confirming that there wasn't much that he needed to personally command for the time being, so he followed Lu Zifeng to an open grassy area. Does the old captain remember the previous special case? It's the special case that appeared after it was escalated by the severity of the female captivity case. Lu Zifeng spoke. Jiang Bai didn't just play an important role in the middle of the case. Even this case itself was discovered by Jiang Bai. He sighed and continued to explain. I'm not afraid of losing face. But, Jiang Bai is indeed powerful. You mean the waves of the Yangtze River push the waves of the front? Ding Shi had seen the detailed report of the case, which did talk about the important role of Counselor Jiang Bai. Or are you saying that you can't do it yourself? No, old captain. What I mean is that I saw Jiang Bo in the surveillance just now. Maybe he's looking into this case too. Lu Zifeng said. Like a circle. Good thing everything is related to Tiancheng Group. He also has some bottom line to reinvestigate the case that has been closed before. Him? Investigating trafficking? No, it may not be the same case on the surface, but maybe it's a case on the inside. Lu Zifeng spoke. Previously, Luo Fei approached me about merging the 2 previous cases, both of which were of the Tiancheng Group. Do you remember that, old captain? Well, not bad, but emotionally speaking, those 2 cases cannot be merged. Ding Shi told him with his experience in case solving. Then why did you have the idea of merging? I don't know. It always felt like the cases were always connected in some way, including the previous series of accidents and suicides. A series? Ding Shi froze a bit. Wasn't it just 2? He had just returned from a business trip and had been tracking this gang, and was not clear about what had happened to Tiancheng Group in the last 6 months. More than that, I checked the previous records. Basically 1 suicide or accident a month. Until this month, 2 pieces suddenly appeared. The ones that Team Luo and I were responsible for separately before. Lu Zifeng so with a reminder. Only then did Ding Shi react. Where was the case handling at that time? How could the case be closed so hastily? Ding Shi was a bit angry. Start all over again. Right. Since Jiang Bai is also investigating, you call him here and match the information between the 2 sides. Then, this side first, you arrange for your men to continue setting up. I want to meet this Jiang Bai, Ding Shi said, relieved. Since this Jiang Bai can and Luo Fei Lu Zifeng cannot think of a way when the strange strategy often appear, but also can play an important role, must be a talent. If you can bring him together, the future strength of the criminal police force will not be the same. Luo Fei Lu Zifeng is already considered the mainstay of the Interpol team, but there is no good seedling in the newly promoted team members. Chapter 43, The Library Room. Thinking so, Ding Shi did have some thoughts about letting Jiang Bo enter the criminal police force. If he really retired in the future, even if he could really rely on Luo Fei and Lu Zifeng, but what about after them? Without the newest members of the team to jump out and become masters of the case, the criminal police team would have no one to follow. When Lu Zifeng heard that his old captain wanted to meet Jiang Bai, his heart was naturally a little excited. He introduced himself to the old captain just to get him to talk and pull Jiang Bo into the criminal police team. Lu Zifeng was also thinking the same way when he asked Jiang Bo to be a long-term advisor before. But with the old captain's relationship, Jiang Bo will definitely be able to enter the criminal police force. Hello, Jiang Bai? I'm Lu Zifeng. We have someone who wants to meet you. Lu Zifeng spoke. Can you do it today? I'm afraid I can't today. I'm a bit busy. Jiang Bai refused. You can talk about anything tomorrow. I'll eat first. After saying that, he directly hung up the phone. This made Lu Zifeng's face a bit ugly. Ha 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 ha. There will be someone else who will make you show this kind of face? Seeing Lu Zifeng's embarrassed expression, Ding Shi laughed out loud and became more interested in this Jiang Bai in his heart. Meanwhile, Jiang Bo, I am sitting in a fast food restaurant. Yan Siye was making up a class. I have a good place to take you guys to then. It's very secret over there. This was what Yan Siye told Jiang Bai, and it was also the reason why Jiang Bai had to wait for Yan Siye. Because the surveillance video and some documents all belong to the secrets of Tiancheng Group, it would be bad if they were leaked. So before Jiang Bai also just temporarily hidden in the bedroom. General Timon will not be in the bedroom out of hand to see. Now that the USB flash drive is in Yan Siye's and she said that there is a secret place. Naturally he has to wait for her to finish her work. Jiang Bai, if you're directly here, you'll attract a lot of gossip. Jiang Bai was thinking about it when he realized that He Dezhuang sat over. You have to know that it will be hard for me to manage your fans. After He Dezhuang, Dui Hong also came in. It was only then that Jiang Bai realized from the two of them that ever since he and Yan Xie got close, there were quite a few people who were bullying Yan Xie out of jealousy, put broken nails on the bed, secretly cut her clothes, and, He Dachang's close to Zhang Bo's ear whispered, these things cannot be blatantly said. In the entire fan club inside, it seems that bullying Yan Xie has become a trend. You guys wouldn't have done it too, right? Jiang Bai coldly glanced at He Dezhuang and Dui Hong. Accomplices? We are good brothers, you know that. He Dezhuang opened his mouth. You know me well. If I had done this information, would I dare to tell you? You also know me well. Women only affect the speed of me messing with the code, Dui Hong said with a shrug. After they ordered some simple snacks at the fast food restaurant, they reselected a corner to sit down. Any findings? Jiang Bai spoke. Let's start roughly. Yan Xie said there's a secret place we can go to. Then I recommend that Yan Xie better be at that secret place lately. He Dezhuang spoke. With us being by her side like this, there are a handful of people who want to find trouble with her. All the victims are basically related to the administration department. Even the security guards have been kicked down by the administration department. Dui Hong opened his mouth. There is also a bit of a problem with the live department. Part of the people are drawn from the administrative department, the rest are almost all recruited from outside society. This point Jiang Bai did not expect. Only someone like Dui Hong who was proficient in computers and big data could find such a blind spot. Does it feel like the queen has brought a personal guard to a new place to start a new territory? Dui Hong's occupational disease of playing with computers for a long time was offended. Okay, still the queen. He Dezhuang gently patted Dui Hong's head. Eat something. We didn't eat much today. We'll summarize the information later. The time was a bit late and there weren't many people. Suddenly Yan Xie, who was at the front desk, coughed violently, then only heard a snap. Yan Xie fainted at the front desk. What's wrong with you? Another clerk exclaimed when she saw Yan Xie's state. Quickly come and have someone take a look. Hearing this, Jiang Bai immediately got up and came inside the front desk, only to see that Yan Xie had already lost consciousness, and when she fell, her head knocked on the corner of the table, shedding some blood. What's the situation? It was fine just now, the clerk said. He Dezhuang and Dui Hong both nodded, looking at the current situation in a daze. You guys hold Yan Xie first, Jiang Bai said and tentatively had to ask the fast food clerk, can I look inside? Lightweight. The clerk looked at Jiang Bai like Yan Xie's boyfriend, so he nodded. It would be bad if the person was in the store except for something. Zhang Bo looked in the back kitchen of the fast food restaurant. Besides the necessary kitchen utensils and cold cabinets, there was also a restroom. They usually rested in the small room. Yan Xie's water bottle was also basically placed here. At this moment he picked up the kettle and realized that there was quite a bit of ecstasy on the side of the kettle. If one were to mesmerize here on the spot, almost no one would notice with the door closed. The clerk would not be able to easily find this room even if she was busy alone. The consequences would be unimaginable if she was taken out of her coma on that account. The biggest problem lies in the lack of surveillance. If there can be surveillance, we'll be able to find out who is tampering with the kettle. Front desk. Yan Xie and the crowd of rescue finally woke up. What happened to me? Me? Yan Xie looked at the crowd. Nothing, you just fainted from exhaustion. Jiang Bai lightly opened his mouth. Just go back and rest today. He didn't want Yan Xie to also add psychological pressure. After all, today he heard a lot of gossip about Yan Xie being bullied from He Dezhuang. You go back first. Every day is so busy, you should also need to rest for a few days. The clerk also knew Yan Xie's suffering. There's no problem with me here. It's late anyway. In this way, under the escort of He Dezhuang and Dui Hong, Yan Xie led them to the library. The library was originally entered on the second floor. You have also seen this floor below, right? Yan Xie said, sneaking into the library. She was the librarian and had a backup key. Sometimes it was too late to go back to her dorm room. She might just sleep in the library until morning. At this time, the library was dark and it was hard to find the way. The floor below seems like we saw it back then, right? He Dezhuang said with a smile and scratched his head. Both he and Dui Hong were people who did not use the library for a long time. There's a utility room on the lower level that has quite a few things in it, and the soundproofing is quite good, Yan Xie said, feeling blind all the way down, leading them to the floor. This library was quite luxurious, with 6 floors and all kinds of books. Of course only the 2nd to 6th floors had books. The first floor was a waste bookstore and miscellaneous room. How did you become so familiar with this place? Jiang Bai asked while walking. Even the librarian shouldn't know it so well, right? Chapter 44, $2,000. Teacher knows my family's situation. Sometimes I go too late so I just sleep here, Yan Xie said with an awkward smile. The library was indeed close to her various supervisory positions, and as she was a librarian herself, sleeping here could greatly save time. The dark crowd nodded. I've heard that the library looks like it's had a death before. It's on this floor. He Dajuan opened his mouth, his heart a bit false. What's false? People Yen Siye isn't even false. Dewey Hung said and slapped He Dajiang. In the darkness they didn't find the alignment. This slap backfired on Zhang Bai's head. Stop it, Zhang Bai said and continued to follow Yen Siye inside. Many desks and benches were listed here, with quite a few placed in a messy manner. It seemed that this was the graveyard of desks and chairs. Not long after, they came to the room where Yen Siye often slept. Inside was a small teacher's room, but there were no desks and chairs, and outside was a window. Oh, so the window of the lawn was here. He Dajuan came to a realization. Don't hit the curtains outside, we'll see. Yen Siye said, turning on the light. This light is specially allowed by the teacher. This is sort of a night light is weak, like holding a candle here to tell ghost stories in general. At night, let's make do. During the day it's bright. Yen Siye said with some embarrassment. He Dajuan and Dewey Han immediately felt that Yen Siye's girl's attitude is really good. Her mentality is also good. And Jiang Bo match can really be a pair. But this is just their feeling. It still depends on Jiang Bo and Yen Siye's meaning. It's better to tell the news from your place. Jiang Bai sighed. The deeper he investigated, the more he didn't want to involve these three people in front of him. It was obvious that there was a force behind Tianchang Group that was secretly planning and operating all of this again, and it seemed to be on the verge of coming to fruition. The more clearly they got involved in the investigation now, the more dangerous it was. Moving on from what I just said, I secretly stole something out from the Interpol here. Look at this. Dewey Hung took a tablet and showed it to everyone. It was a miscellaneous tablet that he had set up himself to be able to connect to his computer. There were two identical pictures on the tablet, one called Sunzan and the other called Sun Zian. Their identities were even more different. Sunzan was a suspect in an important trafficking organization that the CID was laying a dragnet for, while this Sun Zian was the deputy leader of a group in the live streaming department of the Tiancheng Group. There's a problem with the live streaming department. He Dajuan opened his mouth. The gossip I'm looking for is that the live broadcast department actually used to be there a long time ago, but it hasn't been much of an upswing, so it's almost in the state of being in the waste department. Knowing that more than half a year ago, the chairman's daughter was transferred from the administrative department to the live broadcast department, and reformed it in a big and drastic way, deleted quite a few of the original personnel. Always existed? This news was also really out of Jiang Bai's expectation. All of Tiancheng Group's problems were centered in the live streaming department. What's with the trafficking organization? Jiang Bai asked. This organization seems to be roaming around in multiple places and hasn't been revealing too many traces. Dewey Hong explained. Until recently it seems like there are a few people who have been coming in and out of Tiancheng Group on a regular basis. Or is it the live broadcast department? As soon as Jiang Bai's words left his mouth, Dewey Hong nodded. Why did the abduction organization go to the live streaming department? This question was like it ran out by itself. It's not just the trafficking organization. I also found quite a few underground forces, Dewey Hong said, sending up the rest of the list. If it wasn't for those high-techs from the Interpol's cyber department earlier, I wouldn't have known that these people had been targeted long ago. At this point, what they saw was almost the complete wanted list, including the life age of the criminal, what they did, and the bounty. Wow, these people will definitely make a fortune if we report them. He Dajuan looked at the bounty excitedly. The poorest murderer has $1 million bounty. Forget about it. If you come across this kind of villain, you don't have enough heads. Dewey Hong threw a pot of cold water in He Dajuan's face. Several of these dabbling forces have already changed their names and mixed into the live department. You mean? Jiang Bai didn't say anything, but just nodded his head. The live streaming department was related to the underground forces. That would be difficult. The appropriate evidence had to be found before the CID could be mobilized. Jiang Bai himself did not expect that just checking the matter of his mom's near murder would dig up such a huge inside story. Does Zhao Zhongxiang know? Jiang Bai pondered. Looking at Zhao Zhongxiang's appearance should have nothing to do with this matter. But he thought of what Chen Jin said to Zhao Zhongxiang at that time. Recently, the live broadcast projects are quite good. It's okay to let those things out. I've been able to stabilize the live broadcast situation. Why don't you leave some of the things to me as well? Dad, you can't be burdened with all of these things on your own. I've grown up. Linking this series of circumstances again. Could it be that Chen Jin was the one who started it all? Right, Jiang Bai, do you have any news here? We are about the same. The information we found is also about the same. We have already found out who was harming Jiang Bai's mother. Yen Siye saw Jiang Bai and thought as if he did not hear, then explained. By the way, there is this video, but it is very fuzzy. Can you make it clear? Said she took out the flash drive. I'll try. Dewey Hung's tablet was able to connect to the computer and could do almost everything remotely through the computer. This tablet was basically a split-screen monitor. After all, the footage was a bit old, and it seemed to have been intentionally stored in such a mushy way, so it was a bit difficult to fix. Is it okay? Yen Xie looked at Dui Hong fiddling with the east and west. The picture never changed. Don't worry, it's almost done, Dui Hong said with a slight smile. It's mainly the people in this car, right? I'll prioritize the restoration. Alright. Before his words fell, the moment they saw the car as, everyone exclaimed, Tu Tianjin? They were all investigating the Tiancheng group, so how could they not recognize the 1,000 daughters of the chairman of this Tiancheng group? I don't know if it's the image or what's wrong with it. The back seat is indeed 2,000 golds, and the person driving in front of them also looks a bit familiar. As the image continued to become clearer, a confusion in Jiang Bai's mind seemed to be resolved. What exactly was the relationship between those victims? It was all put out in this hidden video. First, the first victim, the security guard who said he saw someone being held hostage in the garage. The second set of victims, Yan Xie's parents, are the ones who glimpsed the car as it drove out. They thought they would be able to catch a glimpse of at least $2,000. The third victim, who properly should be missing, was bumped into when the car turned out. He should have seen the two millennials in the car as well. Then there was another security guard, who was in charge of opening the gates, and he looked like he should be their inside man. Finally, the car came out and Jiang Bai's mom caught a glimpse of it. Not only that, but several other people saw the whole process. But the other people who saw it have either become top brass in the broadcasting department, or have become missing persons. Chapter 45, about to close the net. One of them must be a fake. That was Jiang Bai's first instinct after seeing that video clear up. This was what explained everything, because the real Chen Jin was arrested. The fake Chen Jin was here to expand the live broadcasting department, which had originally been silent. Along the way, it also transferred a large number of people from the administration department. This was equivalent to giving favors in disguise. The better the live broadcast department was run, the more bonuses they would be able to receive. Compared to other departments, the administration department had a very large number of idle positions, which were also used for people who climbed into the company to mingle, especially the chairman's daughter Zhao Qian. I checked. The chairman's daughter, born in a famous school, but with almost no social history, is working in Tiancheng Group as the upper middle level of the administrative department. When Dui Hong saw such a picture, he also started to quickly look for Zhao Qian's relevant information. Basically from graduation until now it seems to have been in Tiancheng Group. Jiang Bai nodded. This also proved from the side that Chen Jin had changed. How was it that someone who used to practically paddle in the administrative department was suddenly able to single-handedly pick up a live department? I think it's better to investigate around Chen Jin. Dui Hong thought about it and spoke. Maybe your parents' deaths are related to this. Aha! Yan Xie nodded. The three of them returned to the dormitory. Yan Xie planned to just sleep in the library tomorrow just in time to continue working part-time. I didn't expect Tiancheng Group to have this kind of fierce information. The three of them lay on the bed, the dormitory room with the lights turned off. Yeah, if it wasn't for helping Yan Xie investigate her parents' matter, still didn't know that Tiancheng Group had such a big conspiracy. Jiang Bai, how did you get that video? Dui Hong asked. It's not easy to get something like that. Luck. What Jiang Bai said was quite a big truth. According to the surveillance records, this video should be more than half a year old, and theoretically should have been deleted. But such an edited video that looked almost like a mess could be saved. This was also considered luck. This isn't luck. For this kind of video to be edited to such an extent and hidden away, it definitely requires a high level of computer skill. Dui Hong explained. I've seen the corresponding code. It should be hidden for more than 2 to 3 months of timed concealment. Then this messy code is also not easy to be discovered, and will basically be fixed in the innermost part. Hearing Dui Hong's explanation, Jiang Bai came to a sudden realization. Perhaps someone deliberately hid these clips and waited for someone with a heart to view them? In any case, now the chairman's daughter here must be investigated. Right, how can the chairman's daughter be investigated? He De Zhuang spoke. She is now the absolute core of Tiancheng Group. To investigate will be discovered in minutes. I guess we can only go so far. What do you think, Jiang Bai? Dui Hong said, but heard Jiang Bo that bed no movement. Che, and the earliest asleep. Jiang Bai did not fall asleep, but was thinking about tomorrow's events. He was going to personally go to the chairman to confirm, and it was also considered to give him an explanation. After all, the whole thing had been cleared up for the most part. The rest of the matter was not something he could find out here. Of course the matter of the abduction group had to be told to Zhao Zhongxiang as well. However, Jiang Bai hadn't been able to figure out why the people from the abduction and trafficking group had entered the Tiancheng Group's live broadcasting department. Was there a connection between the rise of the live streaming department and these trafficking syndicates? If it was a joint operation of the trafficking syndicates, then this series of cases would be able to be explained. On the other side, the criminal police team was also preparing for the arrest in a hurry. They had already fully identified the outlaw named Sunzan. This night, They had already notified Chairman Zhao Zhengxiang in advance, hoping that he would give his approval. Zhao Zhengxiang naturally couldn't at first when he got the news, but after he saw the wanted person's information, he could only cooperate with the criminal police team. Chairman Zhao, don't worry, we definitely won't affect your group's normal operations. We're just arresting one person, Lu Zifeng said, handing over some documents to Zhao Zhengxiang. Alright, I promise, but if you affect our company's operations, I still have to file a complaint. Zhao Zhengxiang spoke somewhat reluctantly. Chairman Zhao, don't worry, we definitely won't make any mistakes. After Lu Zifeng finished speaking, he left Tiancheng Group. Returning to the command car, they also began to plan for tomorrow's arrest. We must be careful, there might be illegal weapons on the thug's hands, Ding Shi said as he pulled open his sleeve. There was a visible scar on his arm. This was something that happened a few months ago when we arrested one of the trafficking syndicate elements. As a frontline criminal police member by birth, Ding Shi liked to follow the front line whenever he could. While this was certainly conducive to arrest operations, it also increased Ding Shi's own risk factor. Don't worry, old captain. Nothing will happen to me and Team Luo when we're around. Lu Zifeng patted his chest and said, the main thing is not to scare the snakes. This point is a bit difficult. I'm back. It's all set up. Luo Fei also returned to the command car. He has already completed the deployment of the periphery. As long as someone tries to run when Sun Jian falls tomorrow, they will be able to eliminate these people in one fell swoop. Frighten the snakes. Let them be frightened. This time we'll catch a big wave. Ding Shi spoke. Tiancheng Group's live broadcast department must not be simple. Saying this, he placed the information he had previously found out on the table. In just half a year, the live broadcasting department has gone from losing money like crazy to making some profit. This is almost impossible. This, Lu Zifeng and Luo Fei were also a bit surprised. They had also taken over cases that had arisen in several live streaming companies in the past, especially some collapsed live streaming companies. A live streaming company would have to smash in countless amounts of money in the early stages, which amounted to being in a state of calling the shots for at least a year or two. It might even still be in a state of loss until it closes down. However, Tiancheng Group's live broadcasting department not only turned a profit in just half a year, but also pulled in a series of big names such as Morong Yunhai, Wang Mani, Ruan Lingyu, and even the entry of an overseas Somali first sister. This was simply a miracle for the live broadcast industry. This turning a loss into a profit. It can't mean the entire group, right? Luo Fei muttered while watching. I'm simply taking out the live streaming department's numbers. Ding Shi spoke. Public companies, these things have to be made public. Since they put them out, they must have authenticity. Does some money count as coming from unknown sources? Lu Zifeng found the clue. He wasn't very concerned about Tiancheng Group's live platform. But why would there be so many so-called list one big brothers throwing away thousands of dollars? He knew that rich people were sometimes capricious, but there weren't so many capricious rich people, right? How many tycoons would casually drop tens of thousands and tens of thousands into the live broadcast? It was always a minority. He took out his calculator and began to calculate the contribution of these rank 1 big brothers. Good guy. The whole 80 million net profit. These top 1 big brother contributed at least 50 million. Of course, this kind of trickery does not belong to their criminal police team to investigate. Generally have the financial department to deal with. Chapter 46, Hijacking. Alright, these are not our concerns. If they have financial problems, the Ministry of Finance will investigate them. Ding Shi spoke. Let's just do what's in front of us. None of the abduction group can be spared. This group of them had already been staring at the periphery of the Tiancheng group for so long, just to figure out the movements of the suspects among them. Of course, apart from Sun Zan, there were some others that they could choose to arrest. However, given that they had investigated that Sun Zan was not only from the trafficking organization but also had connections with multiple organizations, Sun Zan was their key target. Time passed by, and they ambushed and remained undetected. By morning, the first batch of plainclothes had already mixed into Tiancheng Group pretending to be visiting. They had to arrange a total of 3 batches of plainclothes to complete the arrest by the end of the afternoon. This would minimize the impact on the Tiancheng Group. By noon, the second batch of plainclothes sneaked into Tiancheng Group and occupied a few places with a wide view of Tiancheng Group. By afternoon, Lu Zifeng met Jiang Bai in the surveillance. Jiang Bo? Lu Zifeng exclaimed. What is he doing here? Jiang Bai? Where? Luo Fei was also attracted over, only to see that in the middle of the monitor's screen, Jiang Bai was walking into Tiancheng Group and started to take the elevator upwards. I think I heard earlier that Jiang Bai's mother is from Tiancheng Group. I guess he's here to find his mom's job position? Lu Zifeng explained so to himself. But in the surveillance footage, Jiang Bo unexpectedly entered the chairman's office straight away. No way? The chairman's office? Luo Fei was also very surprised. What's he doing going to the chairman? We've already changed to see him more than once last time, right? Lu Zifeng spoke up. I feel like there's a possibility that he's investigating something as well. Ignore him first, let's manage the suspect in front of us. Yes, in Tianchang Group, in the middle of the chairman's office, there were only Jiang Bai and Zhao Zhongxiang inside. Speak, since you're here you should have investigated something. Zhao Zhongxiang's face was even worse compared to before. Perhaps it was the fact that there were too many things wrapped up in various anxious matters that made his mind and strength exhausted. First of all, this series of things are all connected. Jiang Bai spoke. It wasn't really an accident. Well, that's good. Then what? Jiang Bo's words spoke what Zhao Zhongxiang loved to hear. If Jiang Bo also said that these were mere accidents, then the first time Zhao Zhongxiang would tell Jiang Bo to get out. All of the dead are related to an incident that happened more than half a year ago. What was it? Zhao Zhongxiang was considered to be completely appetized by Jiang Bo. The real and fake Xian Jin, Jiang Bo said, took out his cell phone and showed the video to Zhao Zhongxiang. This is the surviving surveillance record, which should have been deleted after more than half a year. Jiang Bai continued to explain, only this one was kept. In the video, it was indeed clearly visible that two identical millennials were sitting in the car at the same time. Where did you bring this from? Zhao Zhongxiang's expression was somewhat alarmed. The surveillance video, Jiang Bai spoke faintly. It seemed that it wasn't quite the same as what he thought. Perhaps Zhao Zhongxiang still knew something inside. From this, I suspect that the Qianjin may have been changed, and a series of accidents were caused by this real or fake Qianjin matter. Jiang Bai spoke. This is the result of my investigation. Whether you believe it or not, my investigation is here. In the end, there are quite a few criminals from the abduction and trafficking syndicate in the live department, so I hope to find Dong to be able to take a look at them clearly. He was sure that the next one, what with the trafficking syndicate, would not be something he could solve alone. Thanks. After a long time, Zhao Zhongxiang sighed and said, at least you found out quite a few things. This video was once shown to me. It was the security guard who first accidentally fell off the building. I thought that when he died, the murderer would remove all of this together. Zhao Zhongxiang nodded. I will give you the money. Don't worry. I'm already satisfied to see that you've investigated to this point. But, whether my daughter is true or not, it's not up to you to say. Zhao Zhongxiang said and took out his checkbook. No need for money. I just came to say it. Also, I have investigated the murderer who plotted against my mom. It's Zhang Xin from the same office. I hope you can bring her to justice. Jiang Bai said and directly left the office. In the office was Zhao Zhongxiang's somewhat embarrassed expression. He didn't know how to bring himself to admit this matter. Jiang Bo, who left the office, sensed that something was wrong. The elevator that was clearly considered close to closing time did not have a single person. The wait for the elevator was also considered smooth. Ding! The elevator arrived. Jiang Bai walked in smoothly and pressed the first floor. There was only one stop in the middle, and it was the floor of the live broadcasting department. Looking from inside the elevator, the people in the live broadcast department were still working overtime. There was only one exception, and that was Sun Zan, who was planning to get on the elevator. Hello. Sun Zan glanced at Jiang Bai and subconsciously spoke. I don't think I've seen you before. I'm the son of Hong Xiuqin from the administration department. I came to help my mom organize things. Jiang Bai said, showing some politeness, then stood away from the position of it. The elevator continued down. In this instant, the order to close the net had already been given inside the command car outside the Tianchang Group. At the same time, Ding Shi had already come to the periphery, and the two of them, Lu Zifeng and Luo Fei, one had already guarded the elevator entrance, and the other had already stuck in the stairwell, never letting Sun Zhan escape. Plainclothes on each floor are also getting ready, preventing Sun Zhan from directly changing directions to escape on another floor. As the elevator continued to go down, the plainclothes on the upper floors also began to close the net downwards. Most of them were blocked on one floor, and it was at this time that Sun Zhan sensed something was wrong. When the elevator doors opened, Lu Zifeng and Luo Fei were blocking the area with a large number of team members in plainclothes. Sun Zhan, we suspect that you are involved in a trafficking syndicate. Hopefully you can cooperate with our investigation. Lu Zifeng had just said these words when Sun Zhan suddenly seethed. Don't come over, all of you. Come over. Again and I'll kill him, Sun Zhan said. Surprisingly, he pulled out a small knife from his waist and put it on Jiang Bai's neck. Calm down first. Resisting like this will only add to the crime, Luo Fei prompted. You'd better put down your weapon first and come out to talk. No way, Sun Zhan yelled, pressed the closing case of the elevator and directly pressed the highest floor. What should we do? Jiang Bai is being held hostage by him. Lu Zifeng frowned and said, Old Captain, how do we handle this? There are always emergencies. Immediately block the elevator. Luo Fei, you take people to climb the stairs to the top floor for support. Everyone else guard every floor. Let Tianchang Group's people that floor plan. Make sure there are no other escape routes. Ding Shi was worthy of being a veteran captain, able to face any emergencies calmly. Lu Zifeng, Go call the fire department just in case. In case Sunjan wants to jump, you must be prepared. Yes. Chapter 47. Let Jiangbai play a little. While everyone was worried about Jiangbai's comfort, inside the elevator, Sunjan clearly didn't want to victimize Jiangbai, instead using him as a means of escape. Jiangbai noticed that his pocket knife was never really placed in a position to threaten him from the beginning. Even in the moment when he confronted the Interpol just now, it did look like he could kill himself with his hands. Little brother, I'm sorry, I don't really want to hold you hostage, as long as they give me a way out. Sunjan's tone was very panicked. I can't be arrested by the Interpol. Absolutely not. What have you done? Why can't you be arrested by the CID? Jiangbai opened his mouth. There were only the two of them in this room. There was no outsider's view. And when he reclosed the elevator, Sunjan had already destroyed the surveillance probe inside the elevator. There were actually quite a few things he wanted to ask Sunjan. No, I can't say it. I'll be dead if I just say it. You're dead if you say it, and you're dead if you don't. Do you have a choice? Jiangbai calmly opened his mouth. The 2,000 gold, including the live department inside the thing mixed into the trafficking organization Interpol knows. No way. I hid that surveillance well. Sunjan told the truth. It's what I used to save my life. You're not talking about this video, are you? Jiangbai said and showed that secret video to Sunjan. At once, Sunjan was shocked. No, it can't be. How did you get it? Did you hide this? Jiangbai spoke indifferently, solving some of the mystery in his heart. This video was hidden by Sunjan for self-protection, which meant that his relationship with this trafficking group should not be good. He was afraid that he would be betrayed at any time. Then Sunjan is indeed a huge breakthrough. Maybe through Sunjan, even the mastermind behind the murder of Mom can be caught. At this point, Jiangbai decided to convince Sunjan, or at least make him not continue to be complicit with the trafficking group. It's always impossible to hide. Why don't you abandon the darkness? On one hand, you can still be a tainted witness. On the other hand, even if someone wants to harm you, the Interpol will protect you, Jiangbai said, somewhat casually putting away his cell phone. Ding! The elevator door opened to the top floor, and on the side was the entrance to the rooftop. Don't come over, all of you. Don't push me. Although Sunjan was a little bit affected in his heart, he was still afraid that these criminal police members in front of him would take him away for interrogation. There were too many secrets on him. At this moment, another hidden corner of Tiancheng Group. Hey, the Interpol team is on Sunjan. It doesn't matter. We just need to make timely changes so we won't be discovered. If he does say anything, we'll do him in when he comes out. Yes. On the rooftop, the hostage-taking continued. Lu Zifeng and Luo Fei had gotten snipers to prepare from afar. Even if Sun Jian was their key suspect, they still needed to find tons of evidence from him. But now that he had threatened the civilian population, the worst outcome would be a shoot-down. Report, Team Ding, Team Lu, Team Luo. Snipers are ready to shoot. Wait first, see what attitude the suspect has. Lu Zifeng said, sweat dripping down from his forehead. Well, don't shoot until the last moment. Understood. You really haven't thought this through? The conversation between Jiangbai and Sun Jian continued. Since the Interpol found you, it means that your organization doesn't have much time left. Wouldn't it be better to abandon your organization in time? But they're too complicated. And there's tons of money. Don't you know about all those accidents and suicides in Tiancheng Group before? Sun Zan's hands were shaking. They did it all. They can make a person disappear without a word. Do you think it's justified and right? Jiangbai said, looking ahead at the Interpol members who were waiting for the murderer's next move. Then he nodded his head. What does Jiangbai mean? Luo Fei asked as he looked at the color of Jiangbai who was being held hostage in front of him. There should be a play. Let Jiangbai play it out first. Lu Zifeng spoke. Let's surround it stealthily from both sides first. You guys trust Jiangbai that much? Ding Shi was also a bit surprised. Although this was not considered a formal meeting, Ding Shi's first reaction to Jiangbai now was that of an ordinary college student. He was probably much calmer compared to normal college students. If he can take down the suspect, we can save a lot of effort. Luo Fei trusted Jiangbo. Precisely because he wasn't from the criminal police force, he was able to have more and more flexible ways to solve the problem. Wrong, definitely wrong. Sun Zan whispered. I'm not crazy. Who doesn't know that these things are wrong? But do you in order to make money do you have any solutions? In order to make money do you not care about anything? Jiangbai frowned and spoke. You said that this kind of thing is definitely unwilling at first. Sun Zan said and also sighed. If you're like me and you've saved by fighting in society, you'll think of ways to make money. Saying that, he said to himself, fighting hard to make money is just a tool of the big boss, kicking it whenever you want. Do you live through these days? There are loan sharks everywhere. Can you afford to pay them back if you don't do evil? Do you think everyone can go to college like you? Do you think everyone can have such a good life with such a mom and dad like you? Sun Zan spoke from his heart. Don't do evil and make money properly. Isn't it promoted by the society? Isn't it the most fundamental thing to be a human being? Zhang Bai said. You still have a chance to turn back. And you see that you still have a job in the live broadcasting department. Why should you give up all this, whether you say it or not? When you're being tracked by the CID like this, you've already been given up by them. Zhang Bai saw that there was an upturn, so he continued to pursue the attack. The Interpol will guarantee your safety, and until they dig out the entire organization, you will be protected. Trust me. Sun Jian's hand loosened, and he dropped the knife, so weak that he was about to sit down on the ground. But in that instant, only a bang was heard, and a bullet was fired. Who is it? Didn't I order that no one is allowed to shoot? Ding Shi was a bit angry. He looked towards Lu Zifeng and Luo Fei. The people were elected by them, but there were still people who disobeyed orders like that? Group 1 didn't shoot. Group 2 didn't shoot. Group 3 didn't shoot. The sniper groups at the 3 points didn't fire. So who the hell fired the shots? They looked towards the direction of the gunshots, and it seemed that there was a black-clothed man on the mountain who was putting something away. The team members on the hill make every effort to search for any suspicious people in the stay perimeter. Ding Shi roared over the intercom. Luckily, just now, Sun Zan sat down weakly on the ground, and the bullet did not hit Sun Zan, merely grazing Sun Zan's shoulder. All the criminal police teams swarmed to cuff Sun Zan and take him away. Fellow student Jiang Bo, it's been hard on you this time. Lu Zifeng patted Jiang Bo's shoulder. But why are you here? Just happenstance. Zhang Bai said and smiled. Chapter 48, The Old Captain's Favor. Happenstance is happenstance. You still have to come with us to make a statement. Lu Zifeng said and smiled. It didn't take long for the whole thing to die down, and the whole Tiancheng group treated it as if nothing happened. There was no one else who escaped from the Tiancheng group, and the only thing their criminal police team gained was Sun Jian. In the interrogation room, I want you to make sure to guarantee, your criminal police team will definitely protect my safety. Sun Zan was sure again. Don't worry, if you say everything, you're our important witness and will definitely ensure your safety. Luo Fei opened his mouth. It looked like Sun Zan was already planning to confess everything. On the other hand, Lu Zifeng had obtained quite a lot of new information. At first, it was just to make a confession. Why exactly did you go to Tiancheng Group? Just to go and organize mom's stuff. Turn off the surveillance and recordings. Lu Zifeng's intuition was that Zhang Bai had not confessed, so he used the intercom to have the outside turn off the surveillance and recording. The entire room where the confession was recorded was now airtight. Just come right out and say it. There's only you and me here now. There won't be a third person who knows. Lu Zifeng spoke. When the time comes to say the clues, we can conspire to say that Sun Zan said it. It has nothing to do with you. Can you rest assured like this? Are you sure you want me to tell you? Zhang Bai spoke. I think you should all be able to find out. Let's pretend that we can't find out. I've already seen you go to Tiancheng Group more than once from the surveillance. You even went to the chairman's office. Does your mom have any connection with the chairman? Lu Zifeng opened his mouth. He was already a bit angry. Just tell us. I even purposely turned off all the surveillance and recordings. It's the chairman who asked me to help investigate the accident. Zhang Bai sighed and said, it's those cases that your CID team set down as accidents and suicides. And then? Then it was investigated to the chairman's daughter's head. Zhang Bai will that video to Lu Zifeng see. Look, in the video inside the people including my mom is either an accident or suicide. If we don't have medical bills my mom is considered to be certain death. You mean, Lu Zifeng is enlightened. All these cases are able to merge and the murderer should be a gang, right? Zhang Bai nodded. There shouldn't be anything for me, right? By the way you arrest Zhang Xin. You might be able to ask something. She was the one who poisoned my mom. After saying that he got up and was planning to leave the statement room. After all, he had said everything that needed to be said, and with the criminal investigation team to look into this matter, then it was not his turn to worry. Both his mother Hong Shouqin's matter and Yen Xi's parents' case should come to light after that organization was caught out. At least that was what he thought. But when he opened the door, a slightly older-looking member of the Interpol team blocked the doorway. Old Captain? Lu Zifeng said. I'm Ding Shi, and I'm also considered their old-timer. Ding Shi said as he sized up Zhang Bai. At the time of the hijacking just now, he didn't expect Zhang Bai to be able to remain so calm as a hostage and even convince the thugs to surrender their weapons. At that moment he also slowly understood why Luo Fei and Lu Zifeng wanted to let Zhang Bai play a bit. Hello, I've finished giving my statement and plan to go back to school. Zhang Bai was very polite but also spoke in a very indifferent tone. You can see me again in the future if you have the chance. Don't go back yet. Ding Shi said and smiled. You're considered a victim. You just hijacked and you're in shock. Why don't you have a meal first before going back? I will personally drive you back later. Ding Shi's tricks were much smarter than Luo Fei and Lu Zifeng. As a veteran captain of the criminal police team, He had not only been working on cases for dozens of years, but also had a lot of profound experience in the official world. Then, our old captain invited, just have a meal. Lu Zifeng added some more fuel to the fire. Zhang Bo had to agree. Criminal police team's cafeteria is open no matter when. Occupation special. So the arrangement is to let those who are too late to eat the criminal police members are able to eat a hot meal. In the empty cafeteria, Ding Shi casually ordered a few dishes and played a big pot of rice. It wasn't long before Luo Fei also rushed over. Old captain, it's been a while since I ate with you like this, Lu Zifeng said and smiled. Almost 3 or 4 years, right? Before that, I've been busy with that gang and traveling everywhere. Ding Shi said and smiled to himself. I was all set to retire after this case. This case should start from more than half a year ago. Well, before that big gang was still somewhere else, but it's been turning back towards here since more than half a year ago. The conversation between Ding Shi and Lu Zifeng was not an idle one for Jiang Bai, but those suicides are really hard to say. Luo Fei spoke up. If you don't look closely it could easily turn out to be separate suicides. What do you think? Ding Shi turned to Jiang Bai. Finally, the picture was clear. I helped my friend look into a gas poisoning. Jiang Bai opened his mouth. At first glance it looks like a suicide, but the door lock of the room over there is very special. It can't be a secret room structure at all. In other words, as long as it is related to the deceased, people or organizations are suspected. Ha ha ha, what about that serial car crash afterward? Ding Shi deliberately spoke. That's always an accident, right? Not really, that road is very narrow, and all the vehicles coming and going will be careful. Jiang Bai opened his mouth. In his heart, he knew that this old man was going to fish for his appetite. And I heard that the people who hit 3 cars with 4 cars died, and only the last car survived. To put it bluntly, the safety measures were done in advance, and the money was collected to kill people. Ha ha ha, you're a funny kid. I usually watch some Conan or something, just blindly guessing. Jiang Bai shook his head and replied, the meal is almost done. I'm going back to school. Okay, Lu Zifeng, you send him back to school. Yes, said Lu Zifeng as he got up and led Jiang Bai all the way to the underground parking garage. Luo Fei, this kid is a good seed. You guys have to find a way to dig him in. Ding Shi said with a sigh of relief. In all these years, other than you and Lu Zifeng, I haven't seen such a talented and good seedling. Old captain is overpraising. Luo Fei spoke. Actually, we're already thinking of ways. First bring him some cases and let him be an advisor. Step by step. After all, it's just a student. He still needs to adapt. Well, it's rare for a student to have such excellent reasoning skills. Ding Shi said with praise in his heart. His sensitivity to the case as well as his detection of some details is no worse than you guys. The difference may be some experience. Otherwise, it's not impossible to have more than one young Jiang team directly in the Interpol team. Chapter 49 Omitted Details. After Jiang Bai sat in Lu Zifeng's car, he drove all the way to the school. Have you ever thought about the things behind this case? Lu Zifeng probed. The 2 Qianjin including these in the video. There is bound to be a gang behind it. Well, there is. Jiang Bai nodded, also treating it as a casual conversation before going back to school. Our old captain was staring at a trafficking syndicate before, and now most of the people in the trafficking syndicate seem to be entering the Tiancheng group. Lu Zifeng explained, after taking down Sun Zan we're going to take action against this group. It should be able to solve all the mysteries altogether. I believe in the ability of the Interpol team. Zhang Bo said as he continued to nod his head and stopped talking. Lu Zifeng had wanted to get more information from Zhang Bo. The atmosphere in the car also gradually became awkward. Zhang Bo on the other hand was thinking about who fired that shot this afternoon. If it was the trafficking organization, why did they shoot at that time? Sun Zan had secrets used for self-protection, so wouldn't killing Sun Zan be equivalent to putting himself in harm's way? The video of the 2 millennials was found by themselves, and theoretically the entire company didn't know about it, let alone the gang members lurking in the live department. Therefore, the fact that the other party dared to kill Sun Zan might mean that the secret on Sun Zan no longer had any value. Just thinking so, Lu Zifeng had already driven the car to the school entrance. It's a big night, I won't drive in, Lu Zifeng said pulling on the handbrake. Thanks a lot. Jiang Bai faintly opens his mouth, gets out of the car, nods at Lu Zifeng and leaves. The school at night is extraordinarily cold, especially at the entrance. A girl was waiting for someone. She is squatting by the school gate, carrying a bag in her hand. When she got closer, she saw that it was Yan Xie. Jiang Bai. Yan Xie immediately had a smile on her face when she saw Jiang Bai. Why are you here? Jiang Bai said walking forward. Where have you been? I was so worried, Yan Xie said, picking up the bag. I was supposed to bring you food, but I ended up sending you away. I had a little thing. Jiang Bai nodded. Go in first. Well, by the way, who was the one who sent you back just now? Yan Xie said as she followed Jiang Bo while walking. Without realizing it, a pair of hateful and jealous eyes were secretly staring at the two people who looked like a couple at the top of the teaching building in a Jew. Team Lu, the criminal police team. Zhang Bai took Yan Xie's bag, which contained burgers that had already gotten cold. Ah, the criminal police team? Did you commit something? Yan Xie said with some fear. Is it that those things we checked with you were found out by the criminal police force? No, I'm just making a statement, and I ran into some small things. Zhang Bai said. It's fine, you don't need to worry. What about our investigation? Is it that we can only investigate up to here? Yan Xie said. Her eyes were not only concerned about the investigation but also filled with concern for Zhang Bai. I told Team Lu about those things and he said he would re-investigate thoroughly. Zhang Bai casually said. After being reminded by himself, the criminal police team should re-investigate the whole thing together. If the investigation is linked up, perhaps the trafficking gang that Team Lu talked about will also come out. However, Zhang Bo was now interested in another matter. Loan sharks. Why did Yan Xie's parents' loan sharks now only need Yan Xie to pay back a third of the money, instead of letting Yan Xie alone carry all the money owed? This was very suspicious. Earlier, he had been investigating the Tiancheng Group's matter. He had instead overlooked this detail. Zhang Bai, thank you. Yan Xie was a bit excited. She couldn't help but hug Zhang Bai. You, calm down. We still have some things to check. Zhang Bo said indifferently. Things are not over yet. Yan Xie instantly noticed that she was too excited and lost her temper a bit. She immediately loosened up, ruffled her hair, and followed Zhang Bo. How did you get in touch with the loan sharks? Zhang Bai asked. I want to find them. You won't be short of money, right? Yan Xie tensed up at once. Don't look for loan sharks. It's really scary. It's not a loan, just something I want to ask. Zhang Bai said. It's with the group of loan sharks that you have been paying back. I'm not too clear. It's all about them contacting me every month on a fixed basis and letting me just put the money into an account. Yan Xie said. They are very mysterious. Unless they say they want to borrow money, it is difficult to see them. In his thoughts, the loan shark gang must have gotten hold of some information that he didn't know. Otherwise, they wouldn't have just let Yan Xie go. In his 100 years in the mysterious space, Zhang Bai had already seen countless people who were driven to desperation by loan sharks. He didn't believe that the loan sharks in the real world were so merciful. On the other hand, returning to the criminal police team, Lu Zifeng found that Ding Shi and Luo Fei were still discussing. Old Captain, Team Luo, I'm back, just in time to take a break. Ding Shi beckons Lu Zifeng over when he sees him. What's so mysterious? Lu Zifeng looked at the two with a somewhat serious expression. Based on Zhang Bai's statement, and the video he gave, I just speculated the whole thing with Xiao Luo. Ding Shi said, taking out a piece of paper. This was the way he was most accustomed to drawing a timeline. He then began to explain. First of all, the video of the real and fake Xianjin from more than half a year ago. This should serve as the starting point of the matter. And it was from this point that the abduction gang's center of gravity began to shift towards the Tiancheng group. While removing witnesses, this group began to take root in the live broadcast department. From the first security guard's fall to the suicide of the couple who owed the loan sharks later on, they were the ones who were accomplishing the entire plan step by step. All the informants were not spared one by one. These know-it-alls either compromised and followed the thief ship, or they were settled. And now, it was estimated that the plan was nearing completion. So they began to settle the last few witnesses in large numbers. Why are they so intent on doing the live streaming department? Lu Zifeng asked. It wouldn't be a matter of money, right? Ding Shi nodded. After Sun Jian was caught, I took the time to look for my colleagues in the finance department. What was the result? Drifting money. He sank his face and said, actually, the colleagues from the finance department have also been checking the live department of Tiancheng Group recently. The amount of money is very large and the origins are all very unclear. Old Captain, what you mean is that the abduction gangs are rinsing this unseen money through the live streaming department? Lu Zifeng sucked in a breath of cool air at the thought. 89%. That's what the financial department is thinking. It's just that it still lacks key evidence. Ding Shi nodded. They want us to catch this group of people and interrogate them before handing them over to the Ministry of Finance. Lu Zifeng didn't expect the Ministry of Finance to be involved. Well, the illegal funds inside are under the Ministry of Finance's investigation. We can't cross the line, Ding Shi said, opening another topic. Still, let's talk about that shot this afternoon. Chapter 50, the match has been found. I remember all the sniper teams were not ordered and did not fire. Luo Fei nodded. That's also fishy. Maybe it's because they saw that we were close to capturing Sun Zan and wanted to silence him? Lu Zifeng guessed. Wanting to silence him is very understandable, but why didn't you do it earlier? Ding Shi shook his head. From the point that we sent someone in the morning, I don't think the head of the trafficking organization would not have failed to notice. Maybe it was a warning. The situation at that time, if we really killed Sun Zan, we would never stop. and would be more proactive in investigating this matter thoroughly. He thought for a moment and said, with no one else in trouble and that person not being captured, we might just be wary. There's also this intelligence. Luo Fei spoke. Without this key intelligence from Zhang Bai, we wouldn't have been able to deduce the whole thing, especially the video of the double 1,000 gold. Ha ha ha. Ding Shi suddenly laughed out loud. A few of us old geezers who have been working in the CID for so long aren't even as good as a college student like him. This, indeed, is hard to say, said the three of them as they all laughed to themselves. Xiao Lu, you go keep an eye on Zhang Bai. He shouldn't give up on checking these things. Remember, it's best not to let him find out. Ding Shi spoke. Xiao Luo, you and I will start wrapping things up. Not a single person who gave Sun Zan up can be released. Yes, Luo Fei and Lu Zifeng replied in unison. At the same time, Zhang Bai received an encouraging message. Son, your mom is awake. When he received this message, Zhang Bai was still on his way back to his dorm room. Yan Xie was still accompanying him. My mom woke up, Zhang Bai said and immediately turned around. I'll accompany you. Zhang Bo didn't reply. This matter made him see this message his mind didn't even care. Yan Xie felt that Zhang Bo was agreeing by default, so she also followed along and flew all the way. Good thing she is not what dress exquisite girl. Otherwise that kind of small leather shoes and high heels must give her run bad bit until. Arriving at the hospital, Zhang Bai opened the door. Son is here? This is. Zhang Zhanghai saw Zhang Bo followed by a little girl. This is not the one who called last time, right? No, she is my classmate. Zhang Bai turned around but was surprised to find Yan Xie also followed. He then remembered that he just ran out in a moment of excitement and forgot to tell Yan Xie. Hello uncle, hello auntie. Yan Xie was very polite. Zhang Bai came to Zhang Zhanghai's side and looked at Hong Xiuqin who had come to her senses. Mom, how do you feel? Zhang Bai couldn't wait to ask. It's okay, and I don't know how the company will handle it. Hong Xiuqin said inside. Your dad still owes so much. If I still lose my job, how would this be? Mom, don't worry about any of this. Zhang Bai said. You get well, auntie, just rest well in the hospital. Zhang Bai is very capable. Yan Xie agreed. Zhang Bai didn't immediately ask about what happened half a year ago, but instead nagged Zhang Zhanghai and Hong Xiuqin at the side. After all, the leukemia still needed to be recuperated first. Just at this time, the doctor knocked on the door and entered, along with two women. One was Fang Xiujin, and one wore a mask. Zhang Bai could tell from her eyes and hairstyle and physique that this was Stella, the big star who participated in the Great Detective program together at that time. MS. Hong Xiuqin, Mr. Zhang Zhanghai, the bone marrow match has been found. The doctor's voice was excited. Although there isn't anyone within the relatives who matches, there is a bone marrow match from one of the testers. Really? Zhang Zhanghai was so excited that he immediately stood up from his stool. But, the doctor looked at the two behind him. It's fine, just get right to it. This is Stella. Ha? Yan Xie was also so excited that she almost jumped up. Stella, that was a famous goddess. Although Yan Xie was a girl, it didn't matter how much she loved Stella. This, Zhang Zhanghai glanced at Zhang Bai. It was as if he was saying, where did you kid dig up the connections from? Could it be that by participating in the Great Detective once you have a lifelong friendship with someone? It's fine, I've already agreed. Stella said, Goddess, can I take a picture with you? Yan Xie's little fangirl state was revealed. It's better to talk about business first. Little sister will take a picture with you later. Oh. Hearing Stella say that, Yan Xie was so happy that she was about to faint. At this time, Zhang Bai's attention was on Fang Xijin. He himself was not familiar with Stella. It was 80% that she was the middleman. We have something to talk about with Zhang Bai. Fang Xijin said with a smile. Zhang Bai, come out for a moment. What's going on? Coming to the corridor, Zhang Bai faintly opened his mouth. Before we talk about things, can we explain first? In fact, the last dinner I saw you absent-minded, so I found someone to check you, and then I found out that your old mother was hospitalized with leukemia. Room like Jean opened his mouth. I slightly find some friends also helped to see the matching type. Mainly thank you for helping my old brother through the difficult time, she said and patted Zhang Bai's shoulder. And Stella heard that you solved that female captivity case as a CID consultant. She's very interested. I don't think this has made the news yet, has it? Ember remembered that it took a while for something this big to get to the point where the news could report it. Not being on the news doesn't stop my oldest brother from telling me about it, right? Fang Xianjin said. Stella does have one thing she wants to ask for your help as well. What is it? Zhang Bai spoke. I will definitely help if I can. This matter is related to my aunt in Kyoto. What I want is that after the surgery is completed and I recover, you can go with me to Kyoto to find my aunt's whereabouts. Stella whispered. I haven't heard from my aunt in over 2 years, so I'm worried. I promise you, after the surgery is done and you recover, Zhang Bai said and nodded. The favor of saving a life deserves to be repaid. Good, then it's a deal. Several people returned to the ward, and the doctor brought the relevant documents. After signing them, Stella was placed in the advanced ward to prepare for the surgery. After Jiang Bai and Jiang Zhenghai thanked Shifeng Shijin and Stella once again, the doctor also started making preparations. The surgery will probably be scheduled half a month later. MS. Hong Xiuqin, on your side, you still need to stabilize your condition with medication again. The doctor finished and recorded on his book. By the way, little sister, did you want to take a photo just now? Stella remembered the little sister beside Jiang Bai just now. Yes, Yan Xie said, so excited that she took out her cell phone. Feng Shijin helped take the picture. On the other side, there was still a meeting among the criminal police team. According to the information we got from Sun Zan now, these guys should be the backbone of the trafficking organization. As long as we catch them, we should be able to feel out information about their boss. Ding Shi said and pointed at the pictures on the board. Be careful, they may be carrying illegal weapons. Xiao Luo, have you gotten through to the chairman of Tianchang Group's side? Not yet. He doesn't seem to want us to make a big deal out of it. Luo Fei said and shook his head. Chapter 51, The Faulty Loan Sharks. Then let the plainclothes go in first to confirm. Since they are all in Tianchang Group, the location is fixed. Ding Shi sighed. Remember that the periphery must be well guarded, and monitor the entry and exit of anyone. Yes, he had been tracking this group of trafficking organizations for a long time, and was well aware of the other party's thought process. As long as their boss was still around, he could always rise again. While presiding over the hunt in other cities, Ding Shi had also smashed them successfully. However, every time he smashed them, the group became more difficult to detect and had a complex structure. When the meeting ended, Ding Shi immediately called Lu Zifeng. Hey, how's the situation with Jiang Bai? This was also considered one more input of Ding Shi's branch line of clues. Nothing for now. He is visiting his mother in the hospital. Lu Zifeng said. Old captain, don't worry, I will definitely report any new discoveries he makes. Well, remember not to be discovered by him. Don't show yourself unless it's absolutely necessary. Ding Shi once again instructed. Old captain, we've known each other for so long, you still don't know me well. Lu Zifeng said and smiled. He's out. He's probably going back to school. I'll follow first, said he hung up the phone. Ding Shi put down the phone and thought carefully. Right now, it was almost considered a clear-cut battle within the Tianchang group. He absolutely could not let the abduction group's boss escape again. However, the identity and appearance of the boss had yet to be determined, and if he were to make a sudden arrest in this regard, there was also a possibility of alerting the snakes. One way to find out is to interrogate the backbone. This method is actually not a small risk. It is easy to let the boss escape again. After all, catching these people will also alarm their boss. Rushed before he ran to block his way is very difficult. The second is to continue to go deeper through the clues found by Jiang Bai. By judging the previous series of Jiang Bo's behavior and speech, Ding Shi's years of experience in crime detection told him, Jiang Bo should continue to investigate. By following this line through Lu Zifeng, he was able to obtain more information in a timely manner. Perhaps this was the key to identifying the trafficking syndicate boss. Leaving from the hospital, Yan Xie followed Jiang Bo back to the school, and in the eyes of others they really did look like a couple. Jiang Bai, by the way, why are you looking for those loan sharks? She remembered that Jiang Bai hadn't explained it to her yet. Just a little question to ask them. Jiang Bai spoke faintly. What little doubt, I can hear it. Yan Xie approached Jiang Bo with her eyes wide open. Do you know about regular loan sharks? Jiang Bai said. If you can't pay back the money, they will find a way to get you into a trafficking organization to cover the debt. And then, suddenly he seemed to have figured it out. The relationship between loan sharks and trafficking organizations. But it still needed to be proven. If these loan sharks were connected to the trafficking organization that was in the Tianchang group, then it would not be strange to only need Yan Xie to pay back 1/3. Of course, if Yan Xie knew the inside story, it would be logical to abduct Yan Xie and exterminate her in the process. It seems that this trafficking organization is also very moral. Never kill innocent people? Along with their own just figured out things to speculate on. The loan sharks know that the couple is the trafficking organization, and then the trafficking organization to offer a reasonable price to make them shut up. At the same time, Yan Xie here, as long as no clues, to reduce to 1/3 of the debt. She is also considered to be getting benefits in disguise. If this is the case, then through the loan sharks this line will be able to find the trafficking groups at least close to the head of the people. At this time, Jiang Bo's heart is a bit contradictory. This matter is theoretically related to his mother's life. He could not stand by and watch, but this kind of large organization is powerful. Or let the criminal police team to detect the best. But the problem is in the criminal police. From the previous meal, Jiang Bo has felt Ding Shi's passion. A kind of passion that wanted to pull him directly into the criminal police force. This made him instinctively want to resist the invitation of the CID. Jiang Bai, what's wrong with you? Returning to his senses, he realized that Yan Xie had been calling him from the side. Nothing, just suddenly thought of something. Jiang Bai sighed in relief and looked at Yan Xie. You try to contact first. You'll know when the time comes. If there was a connection between the loan sharks and that abduction organization, then the loan shark organization was the one who indirectly killed her parents. Thinking back like this, he felt it was better not to let Yan Xie know about this. Alright, I believe you. Yan Xie nodded. Suddenly her cell phone received a message, and she was a little excited to see it. I'm going to another temporary job interview tomorrow. I heard that it's the venue for the recent live broadcast program that's hiring. Yan Xie's voice was a bit excited. Maybe I'm a bit busy tomorrow. I'll help you out when the loan shark gives me the message. Well, pay attention to safety. Jiang Bai nodded and watched Yan Xie go back to her dorm room before leaving himself. Now that mom's leukemia was saved, everything was going in the right direction. Jiang Bo, tell the truth. Are you interested in Yan Xie? Back to the dormitory. Jiang, the gossip expert, opened his mouth again. From back I heard that the two of you were mushy for a night and went out together? Went to the hospital. My mom woke up. I didn't expect her to follow along. Jiang Bai said and shook his head. Just wanted to find her to ask about loan sharks. Loan shark? You want to borrow money? Due Hong froze. Are you such a big spender? Your mother's illness doesn't cost $4 million, right? By the way, there is also $1 million from the last bijou garden. It's not a loan. It's just to ask about the situation. Jiang Bai spoke. If it was an ordinary loan shark, would it be so merciful? What the parents owed must have been left intact for her to pay back. If it can not pay back, arrested and sold. Mining coal or some unseen industry. Due Hong added. This point you said is really suspicious. But you don't need to ask her. I can help you check. There are risks. Jiang Bai opened his mouth. I heard from the criminal police team that there is a trafficking organization mixed with the Tiancheng group. Before what accidents? It's too dangerous for you to check. Are you not afraid of being accident? It's fine. I've long been helping the little brother in the network department of the Interpol team to be busy. Due Hong said with some pride. It's okay to help you. Jiang Bai glanced at Due Hong. He didn't want to be a counselor, but he was addicted to it? However, this is good. It can also slightly understand some of the intelligence of the criminal police force. At least they don't have to face that awkward atmosphere. Alright then, you help me check it out. Okay. Jiang Bai watched as Due Hong's hands kept tapping on the keyboard and soon found out the company. Here's the address. This room on the third floor on the right. Due Hong said as he sent the message to Jiang Bai's phone, his eyes suddenly becoming serious. I recommend the three of us go together. At least you have to bring He Dezhuang with you. Me? Oops. You guys finally remembered me? The reason for bringing him was simple. This company was not simple. Chapter 52, The Plight of Bijou Garden. In the short time just now, Due Hong not only found out the location of this company, but also most of the information of this company. On the surface, this company is considered a pawnshop, but secretly, it is also involved in some money drifting activities and a lot of lending behavior. It seemed that they had quite a few thugs hidden inside the company to prevent trouble and carry out debt collection. Are you guys still going? Due Hong put the news and some insider information that he found out to Jiang Bai and He Dezhuang. I'm a bit stronger, but I can't fight. He Dezhuang directly beat a retreat. I'll just go and ask something. Jiang Bai opened his mouth, simply to confirm my thoughts. This way, I'll bring you a recording and automatic alarm device. Due Hong was actually terrified of this kind of dark stuff himself. It's fine to check through the network cable, but if you really want to go, you can't mention how scared you are in your heart. Thanks a lot. Jiang Bai nodded. The next day at noon, Jiang Bai woke up and took the equipment supported by Due Hong and left from the dormitory. When he walked to the bottom of the library, he found Yan Xie sitting alone on the edge of the grass and sighing. Jiang Bai. After Yan Xie looked up and saw him, she immediately got up and straightened her clothes. She had especially changed her clothes and looked like a working woman with several years of work experience, and also wore glasses, looking quite professional. Only her eyes were a bit red. What's wrong with you? I don't know why I overslept and missed the interview. Yan Xie's look was very sad. That one was a temporary recruitment for Bijou Park. That live broadcast can still see a lot of big stars. Bijou Garden? Jiang Bai seems to have an impression. Last time Fang Zhao and Zhao Zhongxiang talked about a live broadcast project, right? Well, but it's late now, Yan Xie said, lowering her head. I've taken time off from several jobs, just to get this one. Otherwise I won't be able to pay back the money next month. Let's go to Bijou Garden to take a look. It just so happens that I'm also going to Bijou Garden. Jiang Bai didn't know why he said this, but he always felt that he had to help Yan Xie a little bit when he saw her so sad. You're going too? Hope appeared in Yan Xie's heart. Let's go together. She knew about the Murder House live broadcast and some of the cases behind it, as she was also working there at the time. Jiang Bai should have connections with the top management of Bijou Garden, so maybe she would have a chance. Thinking this way, she pulled Jiang Bai along to take the car to Bai Bai Garden. Jiang Bo felt that he was a little bit yawned just now, but a trip to Bijou Garden is not a bad thing. After all, Tiancheng Group is going to have a live broadcasting project with Bijou Garden. If the live broadcasting department has a big melon, the project may also have to collapse. Came to Bijou Garden. Jiang Bai directly to the front desk said to find room general manager. The front desk is also seen Jiang Bai. Immediately give room Zhao call. At this time in the general manager's office, Fang Zhao was a little anxious. Quickly please, Fang Zhao said twice in a row on the phone, and even personally waited at the elevator entrance again, only to hear a ding. The elevator door opened. From the elevator room came out Jiang Bai. You've come just in time. This is, Fang Zhao asked strangely when he saw a little girl following behind Jiang Bai. This is my classmate, Jiang Bai said. How about this timely thing? Go in and say. Fang Zhao smiled awkwardly. In Fang Zhao's office, Fang Zhao personally poured water for Jiang Bo and Yan Xie. It's better to talk about your matters first. When he saw Jiang Bo bringing the little girl with him, he felt that 80% of the time, these two were a pair. Let's see what's going on with them first. It's about the last time I heard that Bijou Garden is going to collaborate with Tiancheng Group on a live program, right? Jiang Bai thought and said, my friend missed the recruiting interview, so I wanted to ask. Alas, let's not talk about recruiting for this live program. Fang Zhao said inside. I don't have any idea whether this live program will be successful in the end. Isn't it a done deal? Jiang Bai remembered that a few days ago when Fang Zhao went with himself, Zhao Zhongxiang had already signed the documents. It's mainly about Tiancheng Group's funding. Fang Zhao then slowly explained. What was signed before was a suburban luxury manor in Baichuan Yuan. The rent was a total of $15 million for 2 months, including a deposit of $5 million and the temporary right to dispose of the land around the entire manor, including the mansion and garden as well as some other plots of land, about 10 acres in total. The deposit is $3 million. Before in Zhao Zhongxiang finalized is this $3 million and temporary right to use a kind of documents, but the subsequent funds didn't call over, which also led to a pause in the cooperation. Baichuan Yuan has been waiting for Tiancheng Group to dispose of the remaining $12 million of rent. That's how it is. In fact, today's temporary looking for people are cancelled because of this matter. Fang Zhao said, with a headache. I also know that recently Tiancheng Group's situation is not so good. It just so happens that cooperating to do a live broadcast can also raise the heat. Besides, it's not like Tiancheng Group can't get $12 million. You didn't ask Chairman Zhao? Jiang Bai said strangely. Chairman Zhao has been resting for the past 2 days, and it's his daughter who's working on his behalf. Fang Zhao spoke. Although she's from the live broadcast department and seems to be more in tune with our side, she always says that she'll wait for her dad to come back before saying anything about this matter. I don't know what she's dragging her feet on. A Qin Jin who can single-handedly bring out the live streaming department can't possibly be so unassertive. Jiang Bai spoke faintly. I think you'd better go find her in person. I also want to. But you know what? The Interpol team heard about the operation in the past 2 days and sent messages to all of Tiancheng Group's partners. Let's not go these days. Fang Zhao said and scratched his head. So I'm in agony. Wanted you to come up with an idea as well. I'll try to think of something, but I still have things to do today. Good. If you have any good ideas just come to me directly without going through the front desk. Fang Zhao nodded and said. Anyways, there was more hope with Jiang Bai's help. The main problem was that the contract had already been signed and Baichuan Yuan had invested a lot. If it was to stop just like that, Bijou Garden would also have a lot of losses. Therefore, in these few days, Fang Zhao himself was also looking around for help. Good, then I'll leave first. Jiang Bai faintly said as he got up and prepared to go out. Great Detective Jiang, where are you going? I can give you a ride. Fang Zhao followed suit and got up, busy opening the door. No need, I'll just go by myself. Jiang Bai replied. Even so, Fang Zhao still sent them to the door. Because of the news that the interview was cancelled, Yan Xie was also relieved. Jiang Bai, where are you going later? She had taken the day off today, and since there was no more interview, she counted it as a free day off. It was just the right time to follow Jiang Bai around. It's a bit dangerous. I think it's better if you don't go, Jiang Bai said, intending to go alone. This matter, he didn't really want Yan Xie to come into contact with it from the start. After all, it might make her learn that the loan shark company had something to do with her parents' death as well when the time comes. He didn't know what Yan Xie's behavior would be in this situation. Chapter 53, Pawnbrokers in Disguise. Let me come along. Maybe I can help. Getting a car. Jiang Bai sat in the car, and Yan Xie followed him in. Jiang Bai could only nod his head. Otherwise, kick her out of the car? The car drove all the way. Yan Xie, who originally talked a lot, instead seemed a bit silent. She put her hands obediently on both sides, her head lowered. Jiang Bai was thinking and did not notice her expression. Later on, He must be careful when entering the loan shark company. As long as he can ask things out, it's good. He thought so, but realized that there was a car following them behind. It appeared to be unrelated to him, but Mystic Space's 100 years of detective vigilance told him that this car was following him. Inside the car behind them, Lu Zifeng's car phone received a call from Dingshi. Hello, little Lu, how's it going? Dingshi asked. We'll probably move tomorrow and are setting up. If Jiangbai has any new clues, let me know in time. Understood. I'm following. It looks like they're going somewhere. Lu Zifeng spoke. I don't have any certainty. If there's nothing new today, old captain, you go ahead and act. Well, hard work to you, little Lu. Follow for another day today, come back tomorrow and continue to participate in the operation. Dingshi said and hung up the phone. Not long after, Zhang Bai arrived at the neighborhood on the address. It was a three-way intersection and that company's building was in the alley on the left. Where are we going? Ha, so mysterious? Yan Xie had sort of slowed down in the car and was now back to normal. Nothing, just a small company, Zhang Bai said perfunctorily, walking into the alley, entering the building, and walking to the door that Dui Hong prompted. Knock knock knock. Zhang Bai knocked on the door. Who is it? The very impatient voice inside spoke. It didn't take long to open the door. The company is closed today. You can come back tomorrow. The person who opened the door was dressed sloppily, with a pair of sneakers worn as if they were slippers, and a coat draped with a somewhat yellowed white sweater inside. I just came to ask one thing. Zhang Bai spoke. May I ask if your boss is in? Ask about what? The price? The man was still very impatient. We're a pawn shop. If you want to sell something, I welcome it, but forget about anything else. What if I'm looking to borrow money? Zhang Bai said tentatively. Who gave you that? We don't lend money. Although the man said so on his lips, the extension and expression told Zhang Bai that they were loan sharks, borrowing a small amount of money. Don't you have any? Zhang Bai continued to test. I heard that someone from Tiancheng Group has borrowed money from you guys. At these words, the man's expression immediately changed. You wait for one. I'll go find brother Zhang. With that he closed the door. Zhang Bai. What do you mean? You've already checked out the loan sharks? Yan Xie was shocked. Could this be the place where my parents borrowed from loan sharks? Don't say anything when you go in later. It might be dangerous. Zhang Bai said with slightly serious eyes. He had already pressed the listening device hidden in his pocket. The listening device was connected to an alarm button, which was the only tool Dui Hong had built for him to save his life. Good. Yan Xie saw Zhang Bai so nervous, then subconsciously hide behind Zhang Bai. Moments later, the door opened again and a decently dressed man walked out. Hello, I'm Zhang Xin. Just call me brother Zhang. Zhang Xin said. I'm in charge of the borrowing program. Please come in and talk. With that he led Zhang Bai and Yan Xie into a small cubicle. It was very plain inside, with only 3 stools and a glass table. May I ask if the two of you have any need to borrow money? Zhang said, with a smile on his face. Is it a difficulty in getting married and buying a house? Obviously, he naturally thought of Zhang Bai and Yan Xie as a couple. Not really, Zhang Bai spoke lightly. It's just that there are some strange things that I want to ask. It's about the Tiancheng Group. When these words came out, the smile that Zhang had originally put on his face disappeared. I don't really know what you're talking about. If you don't want to borrow money, you can leave. If you want to make trouble, I don't mind letting you walk out of this door. Sun Zan told me what happened. Zhang Bai said. What is your relationship with that side? Sun Zan? Seeing Zhang's expression, Zhang Bai knew that he had guessed correctly. From the time Sun Zhan fell into the net to the time Sun Zai started to give an account, Zhang Bo also learned some news. Lu Zifeng had exchanged information with him. Sun Zhan belongs to the trafficking organization, which is the main person in charge of contacting all kinds of stolen goods. Naturally, he should also contact some such as loan sharks, some Big Brother, some other money-drifting organizations. Therefore, Zhang Bai analyzed at that time. If the loan shark has a relationship with Tiancheng Group's hidden trafficking organization, then he must know Sun Zhan. Who is this Sun Zhan you speak of? Zhang returned to normal after a moment's hesitation. I'm not really sure what you want to know. We just provide loans to people in need. That's all. Loan sharks, if they are found out they will be caught, right? Zhang Bai planned to take a risky move in order to find the truth. If I leave now and call the police, you may not be as simple as answering my question. I don't know what kind of loan sharks you're talking about. We're just providing money to people in need. Zhang was still playing dumb and refused to admit it. Calling us loan sharks, do you have any proof? Yan Xie, your cell phone turned over the records. Zhang Bai spoke to Yan Xie in a low voice. Just the records of the loan sharks giving you messages and transferring money. Is this the evidence you're talking about? Saying this, he took out the records from Yan Xie's cell phone. If these are given to the criminal police team to check, they should be able to find your heads, right? I see. So what are you trying to do? Swindle money? Zhang spoke in a calm tone. The teenager in front of him was clearly picking a fight. However, he was going to take a look at the situation, and if this teenager insisted on spreading the word about himself, he didn't mind disposing of him. I just want to know something. That's all, Jiang Bai said indifferently. Your relationship with Sun Jian, and your relationship with the trafficking organization, including the gas poisoning accident of a couple in the Tiancheng group. This kid knows quite a lot, Zheng thought in his heart. Then he slowly spoke. What are your plans after knowing these things? Of course, Zhang would never say this out loud, and at the same time, he was already prepared to dispose of these two. There's nothing planned. I just want to know things. You just have to say it. Jiang Bai spoke indifferently, simply curious. At this moment, outside the building, Lu Zifeng was idly debugging the equipment in his car that received signals from the Interpol. Suddenly, he heard Jiang Bai's conversation just now. Grass. Lu Zifeng was startled and immediately dialed Ding Shi's number. Chapter 54, The Secret of the Loan Sharking Company. Old Captain, don't hang up the phone. Listen to this, he said and amplified the sound from the equipment in the car. Jiang Bai's voice clearly traveling through the phone into Ding Shi's ears. In the pawn shop, Jiang Bai was still calmly conversing. I recommend that you still don't know so much. Zhang's eyes revealed a hint of killing intent. At this moment, two big men with murderous weapons in their hands pushed the door in. I'll give you two choices. Delete the record and leave now. I can leave it alone, Zhang said. Second choice, die. As soon as he spoke, the knives of the two big men were already on Jiang Bai and Yan Xiye's necks. I don't think you'll choose the second, Zhang said. Curiosity killed the cat. Your curiosity might lead you to death. With that he got up and ordered the two big men. They delete the records and let them go. If you want to resist, just do it. Don't you want to know why I'm clear on Sunzan? As Zhang got up, Jiang Bai spoke. I don't want to. This person's death or life has nothing to do with me. I just need to make sure that all my threats are gone, Zhang said with a cold snort and opened the door. Jiang Bai did not panic and pressed the alarm button in his pocket. He understood that the recording was always on, and as long as the CID arrived the evidence was no worry. The immediate need to use a reprieve. Okay, I'll delete. Jiang Bai's expression was very calm. But relatively, can you tell me things? Without evidence. Everything is just empty words for me, right? This is the first time I've seen someone like you. Zhang turned back and looked at Jiang Bai strangely. You'd really risk your life for the sake of knowing the truth? Or rather, I'll come and say speculation. You only need to answer yes or no. Yan Xiye had been too scared to speak. The way Jiang Bo spoke was rather like a knife on Zhang's neck. The reason why Jiang Bo said that was because he was sure that the Interpol team was already on their way. As long as he can stall the time, he will be able to survive. Currently, he wanted to capture Zhang's curiosity. You're already on the verge of death, so I'll listen for now. Zhang instantly became interested in this person who had no fear in the face of death. First of all, you know someone called Sunzan, and they have a large amount of money invested. Jiang Bai slowly said, you started a loan sharking business, and when you came across people who had already been milked for all they were worth, you sent them to the trafficking organization behind Sunzan, getting extra commissions, thus forming an industry chain. Not bad. I have a question. If you know so much, why have you survived until now? Zhang said, keeping his eyes on Jiang Bai. I promised to delete things. Can you guys put down your knives first? Jiang Bai said indifferently. Anyway, in such a small space, it would be easy for you to kill me. Seeing that Zhang had taken the bait, he took the most crucial step. With the knife still on his neck, himself and Yan Xiye were in danger. Even if the Interpol team swooped in afterward, there was a chance that they wouldn't be able to escape in time. This was the reverse psychology, providing him with a mental hint that he could do something to kill himself at any time, as a way to offset the closest threat. Ha ha ha, put the knife down. Zhang chuckled. What else do you know? Nowadays, his curiosity about Jiang Bai outweighed his desire to silence him. Plus, as Jiang Bai had said, he could kill these two at any time. But half a year ago you encountered an unexpected situation. Jiang Bai saw that the big man had already put his knife down for the time being, so he continued to narrate. Your clients, a couple from the Tiancheng group. Originally, they were able to pay back the money every month, but suddenly died of gas poisoning. You guys found out that this matter was actually related to the trafficking organization that you docked with. Oh, it's all been investigated up to this point? Zhang was a bit surprised and thought in his heart. Looks like you kid does have some strength. I can't just let you go. Am I right? Jiang Bai asked back. Pretty much, but it was Sunzan who told us about this matter first. Zhang was already determined to silence him, but before doing so he still wanted to see just how much more Jiang Bai had surprised him. 2/3 of the loan sharks owed by this couple will be given to you by the trafficking organization as compensation, and the remaining 1/3 will be repaid by their daughter, right? Jiang Bai continued to speak. By the way, I also asked you to monitor that couple's daughter. If you find any more clues about the trafficking organization, You will immediately arrest them, right? Not bad. I didn't personally take over this matter, but how on earth did you know? Zhang was looking at Jiang Bai with some appreciation at this time. To be able to have such investigative skills at a young age was also considered a talent. Just a guess, Jiang Bo said lightly. Yan Siye also heard the clues from Jiang Bo's mouth. She was the daughter in the story. Don't move. Interpol. Accompanying this roar was the sound of the outer door being blasted. Lu Zifeng kicked the door open, instantly knocking a big man leaning against the door to the ground. He held up his pistol, his eyes sharp. A few of the Interpol members behind him began to clear the area. Explosive shields, bulletproof vests, all heavily armed. What are you doing? This is trespassing. Zhang glanced at Lu Zifeng, then at Jiang Bai. Did you do this? We received a call that someone is attempting to commit murder in your place, Lu Zifeng said as he stepped aside to order the criminal police members to enter and arrest them. We are talking business here. This little brother has some business. Zhang hadn't finished his words yet, but he saw Jiang Bai get up and say, I've already recorded. Things are clear. And the record that I just said to delete, I haven't deleted it at all. These words, so that Zhang's heart was shocked. A small age mind is so meticulous? Scary. With brother Zhang and his gang ambushed, Lu Zifeng also escorted Jiang Bo and Yan Siye to the criminal police team to make a statement. Team Lu, we're going along too? Suddenly Yan Siye's words produced an echo in the car. The same sound was also emitted from the device in front of Lu Zifeng's car. Team Lu, you explain. Jiang Bai opened his mouth. This, ha ha ha. This is the channel that was tuned in by chance. Lu Zifeng slowly explained what happened before. It turns out that Lu Zifeng found the signal of Jiang Bo's life-preserving equipment in the special signal receiver in the car. And by the way, he listened to the recording. Therefore, the alarm was also directly connected to Lu Zifeng. Let me see this gadget of yours. Lu Zifeng curiously took Jiang Bo's device. Sure enough, this is a simple transceiver modified with the internal system of the criminal police. No wonder he was able to pick up the signal. But then again, you've done us a big favor this time, Lu Zifeng said with a smile. Then it's time to tell why you've been following me. This is not for fear of something happening to you, Lu Zifeng said while smiling awkwardly. I am also following orders. There's no way. Seeing Jiang Bai's disbelieving face, he could only explain this way. Chapter 55, The Lone Shark Falls into the Net. Jiang Bai also understood that Team Lu wouldn't follow him like this unless someone ordered him to. As for who it is, a casual thought will be able to guess that it is his old Captain Dingshi. Riding in Lu Zifeng's car, he once again came to the Interpol as a guest. The arrested Lone Shark members had already been sent to the interrogation room to be interrogated first. Jiang Bo and Yan Siye followed Lu Zifeng to the statement room to make a statement. The unfamiliarity of coming to the criminal police force for the first time made Yan Siye slightly scared, and she carefully followed Jiang Bo at every step. In the interrogation room, Jiang no longer had that smug expression of having everything under control. I'll talk, he said, slowing down the whole thing. They were originally just a relatively small loan shark company, mainly because they didn't have much capital. About 2 years ago, after being introduced by a friend, he met Sun Zan. Sun Zan stated that he had a large amount of capital to invest. Zhang immediately confirmed his cooperation with them. Since he was a loan shark, he naturally couldn't care more about the flow of those funds. Sun Zan's first investment was $20 million. This was an eye-opener for Zhang. As long as we cooperate, there's more money, but I'll take a percentage of the money you recover. Sun Zan said so at that time. The usury itself is the more money you make the more you earn. And with such a large amount of money down, by lending and forcing debts, he made a lot of money, and even started a pawn shop as a cover in this small place. However, he soon discovered that behind Sun Zan was a trafficking organization. Their side has also been collecting heads for a long time, so their business dealings have become frequent. When faced with those who had been exploited to the point of losing all their money and had not yet paid them back, he would bring someone to contact Sun Zan and send these people to the trafficking organization. As for what happens to those people, it's none of Zhang's business. In the statement room on the other side of the criminal police team, Jiang Bo had already finished his statement, but looking at Lu Zifeng did not want to let him go. Is there anything else? Jiang Bo asked. It just so happens that you're here. The consultant's allowance for the last case came down. Lu Zifeng said with a slight smile. Go, I'll take you to collect the money. Jiang Bo, will they find out that I owe loan sharks? Yan Siye pulled Jiang Bai, looking a little scared. It's fine, just say whatever they ask. Jiang Bai said and followed Lu Zifeng upstairs. Another member of the criminal police took over Lu Zifeng's position and started to give a statement to Yan Siye. In the finance room, Jiang Bai received his allowance as a temporary consultant. $80,000? Jiang Bai was stunned. So much money? Mainly some of your credits have become ours on the report, so the allowance will be a little less. Lu Zifeng thought that Jiang Bo was too little. Right, why don't you stay for a meal? It's already afternoon anyway. No need. I'll bring my classmates back with me later. Jiang Bai shook his head after watching the money arrive. Right, oh, then I'll send you guys back to school later? Lu Zifeng continued to speak. We can just go back by ourselves. Jiang Bai continued to refuse. It didn't take long for Yan Xie's statement to be done. Don't worry, loan sharks are not protected and don't have to repay. The door opened and Ding Shi comforted. The money they have already collected. We will also recover all of it and return it to you. How could Jiang Bai not expect that it was Lu Zifeng's old captain who was giving a statement to Yan Xie? This specification is really high. Thank you, Captain Ding. Yan Xie kept thanking Ding Shi. You'd better thank your boyfriend. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have been able to find out about this kind of hidden loan shark, Ding Shi said with a smile. Yan Xie's face swished red as she took a look at Jiang Bai waiting at the door. We are just classmates. Afterward, she followed Jiang Bo and left the criminal police team. In the meeting room of the criminal police team, after completing the interrogation, Ding Shi summoned all the team members. This evidence only proves Sun Zan's relationship with these two sides. Their boss, we still don't have a clue. Luo Fei spoke after reading all the records. Should we still follow the original plan? It's very risky. If we can't catch their boss, we'll still lose all our efforts. Lu Zifeng shook his head. But we can't just let them continue to do evil like this. Ding Shi sighed and said, our net has been opened wide enough. It's time to close it. He had thought that arresting these loan sharks would help them catch the boss of the trafficking organization from another angle along the way. But this is a good idea. It can force the relevant assembly lines around the trafficking organization to fall into line, compressing their room for survival. He thought for a moment and said, we'll launch the arrest tomorrow, and catch the relevant members before making plans. Yes. Jiang Bai returned to the school and Dui Hong was waiting outside. Jiang Bai, how was it? Dui Hong was very worried. He had previously received a signal from his computer that Jiang Bai's security equipment activated. Went to the Interpol. Things are resolved. Hearing this, he was relieved. So did you ask anything? Well, the matter of Yan Xie's parents has all been clarified. Jiang Bai nodded. Right, I don't have to pay back the loan sharks, Yan Xie said. But my parents. Before she could finish, her eyes became a little moist. It's okay, you still have us, Dui Hong said and patted Yan Xie. After all these things, Dui Hong had already naturally treated Yan Xie as one of his own. I called he de Zhuang. Let's have a meal, he said and also patted Jiang Bai. I remember that today is not a special day, right? Jiang Bai spoke. Forget it? Actually, it wasn't me who suggested it. It was he de Zhuang. I don't know what he's up to that he had to go get together for dinner, Dui Hong said and saw he de Zhuang from afar. Over here. Only to see that today's he de Zhuang was red-faced, as if he had won the first prize, his face overflowing with happiness. And brought someone with you? It just so happens that I booked a table for 5 places. He de Zhuang wore a smile on his face and pulled on his collar. He was dressed extraordinarily formally, even combing his hair to look like an adult. Do you want to have a meal together? Jiang Bai turned to ask Yan Xie. Seeing that the two of them were not in a good position to refuse, Jiang Bai asked Yan Xie, if I do, I might still have work tomorrow. Although Yan Xie looked like she wanted to come together, she hesitated but still refused. Next time, I'll be free. There's a store that just opened recently. It's the perfect time to go. I heard it's opened by a star. He half-heartedly said, why don't we go together and take a look? Jiang Bo looked at him with such a smile on his face and guessed that there was some kind of conspiracy. I'll treat you this time. He de Zhuang took out the last killer mace, just as accompany me to go. Looking at him so enthusiastic, and his behavior is a bit strange. Jiang Bai also had to agree. Yan Xie was also pulled together. Chapter 56 Invitation from a Big Star. That restaurant was not far from the school and had a good publicity campaign on the internet. Before it was officially mealtime, the outside was already full of people. Jiang Bai had seen a lot of such situations. Many new stores are so crowded on the first day, waiting for the heat to pass. There is no difference with the general store. If the middle of the accident, may not be 3 months to close the store. The food industry always relies on excellent quality in order to open. I've booked a seat, he de Zhuang said, and walked around the queue of people and headed inside. Hello sir, do you have a reservation? Table 36. Okay, please wait a moment. It didn't take long for the waiter to come out and lead them into the store. Jiang Bai then realized that this was a hot pot restaurant. From the name Lingyu Xian on the outside, it was impossible to tell that this was a hot pot restaurant, but the word Lingyu seemed like Jiang Bo had heard it somewhere before. The inside of the store was already packed with people, and there were no empty seats in sight. This 36th table in the end where? They followed the waiter all the way up the stairs before realizing that the second floor was a private room, in which many bosses were eating. Table 36 is the table in room 36 on the second floor. The waiter pushed open the door and some simple dishes inside were already prepared while the hot pot was already being ordered. Jiang Bai judged from the degree of undulation of the soup in the hot pot that it should have been ordered while they were downstairs. The crushed ice on the vegetables hadn't melted yet, indicating that the dishes should have been prepared in advance in the freezer and just brought up. Please enjoy your meal, the waiter said as the crowd took their seats. What made Jiang Bai strange was that there were 5 seats when it was clear that there were only 4 of them together. You still have a date with someone else? Jiang Bai opened his mouth, with some foreboding in his heart. It could be that He Dezhuang was entrusted by someone to drag himself here. Let's eat first. He might be a while. He's quite busy after all, He Dezhuang said, unable to hide the excitement in his eyes. Jiogong, He Dezhuang, when did you get rich to this extent? Dui Hong took his chopsticks with the intention of placing the food before realizing that the hot pot was a 9-palace grid, and each grid was a different ingredient. According to the information he had found out, this restaurant wasn't very cheap, and He Dezhuang wasn't the kind of rich man who could order so many dishes on the go and use a 9-grid hot pot. Are you hiding something from us? Not only Jiang Bai, Dui Hong also sensed it. No wonder you want to drag us to dinner so badly. Say it, you big mouth. Things can't be hidden. Jiang Bai spoke faintly. Did you offend us? No. Definitely didn't offend you guys. It's just that there's a person looking for me who wants to get to know you. He Dacheng opened his mouth. It's the kind of, she doesn't let me say. Who is it? Yan Xie followed suit and asked, but He Dezhuang just wouldn't say. Jiang Bo observed He Dezhuang's appearance. It should not be like some of his own fans want to find himself. The identity of the person who could make He Dezhuang so stuffed his mouth was definitely not simple. Not long after, the door opened. It was a strange woman. At a glance, she was about 23 to 24 years old, and the sportswear she wore on her body gave her a refreshing feeling. Ruan Lingyu. Yan Xie instantly recognized her. That's her, He Dezhuang said. You guys are here so early? Ruan Lingyu said as she closed the door and sat on the empty seat between He Dacheng and Jiang Bai. This meal is on you? Jiang Bai asked. It's not really an invitation. It's just an invitation for you guys to come and talk. I'm the one who owns this store, Ruan Lingyu said and smiled. When I came to your school to shoot a promotional video at that time, I wanted to look for you, but it seems like you weren't even there. Filming? Jiang Bai froze. He didn't care much about the school's affairs in the entertainment industry, but he had also heard of quite a few TV dramas that would come to their school for filming. Many star-crossed students would gather around outside to watch then. It's about the promotion of a program, Ruan Lingyu said and smiled. I inquired about you at that time as well, but you weren't there. Just happened to run into your roommate, she said as she glanced at He Dezhuang. I got lucky and bumped into it, and even got an autographed photo. He Dezhuang spoke with some stumbling. This is not what I like to inquire about. Then, may I ask what you are looking for me? Jiang Bai nodded and said, actually, it's not a big deal. It's just that I want to invite you to participate in a detective program, Ruan Lingyu said as she took out her cell phone and showed them her poster. It was a detective program in a mansion estate. Very familiar. At noon today, Jiang Bai had seen a similar picture here in Fangzhou. Isn't this the live program in Bijou Garden? Yan Xie said. I heard during this morning that the interview degree for temporary workers was cancelled. Indeed it was at first, Ruan Lingyu muttered to herself, then explained to the crowd. But Fang Zhao found me today and asked if I was interested in investing in the live program. It turned out that although Fang Zhao had asked Jiang Bai to think of a solution, he himself hadn't stopped thinking. He retrieved his many connections and found Ruan Lingyu. Ruan Lingyu was actually very interested in this type of program since watching the most recent episode of Who's the Great Detective. After seeing that the program sent by Fang Zhao was a live detective program, she immediately agreed. It is also considered to temporarily fill part of the Tiancheng Group's capital vacancy. However, her request is to personally participate, but also allow her to find a person to participate together. Her target is Jiang Bai. The performance of Jiang Bo in that episode of Who's the Great Detective was too wonderful, making her want to personally follow Jiang Bo in the program to investigate the case. Jiang Bai, you said it before. If there's another live program you have to call me, He Dezhuang said. How could Jiang Bai not expect that this blank check had gone into effect? No wonder He Dezhuang was so happy today. Why don't you let He Dezhuang go? He quite wants to participate in the program. Jiang Bai spoke. If I do, I might be a bit busy lately. He wasn't very sensitive to these programs in the first place, and his motivation wasn't great either. Thus he was inwardly refusing this invitation. For this show, the winner not only has the money, but also gets a 5-day, 4-night luxury travel ticket to Kyoto, and it's one where you get to choose which star you want to participate in to travel with. Ruan Lingyu spoke. This is more interesting than just giving the prize money, right? Participate. Jiang Bai, people invited you so much, you have to give face. He Dezhuang had already sided with Ruan Lingyu to persuade them together. If I win, can I travel with you? Sister Ruan Lingyu? Although Yan Xie was not a star chaser on the surface, she was still very excited to really be able to play with such a star. Well, and the travel ticket allows up to 4 people to join together. Ruan Lingyu didn't believe that such temptation couldn't pull Jiang Bo into the program. Jiang Bo go. Just so you can see Kyoto. Yan Xie also sided with Ruan Lingyu. I haven't seen what Kyoto looks like, but Jiang Bai still looked like his clothes wanted to refuse. Chapter 57, The Capture Operation. Let's do it this way. As long as you guys come to eat at this restaurant in the future, I'll give you a free bill. Ruan Lingyu saw that Jiang Bo still had a bland expression, so she could only take out her last temptation to pull her in. You can't just not have any food, drink or fun, right, Jiang Bo? People have said so, just say yes. He Dejuan kept persuading. In the end, Jiang Bai still loosened his lips. Alright, but lately maybe I don't have so much time. May I ask when this program will probably be? Jiang Bai sighed and said, the program is still being set up. About half a month. Ruan Lingyu was relieved to see him finally nodding his head in agreement. I'll ask someone to let you know when the time comes. Good. He Dejuan could be excited. He was finally going to the program. Also, I previously agreed with He Dejuan that I would bring him along next time there's a program. Jiang Bai said, if this doesn't work, forget it. Don't worry. There's definitely no problem with this. If Bijou Garden here doesn't agree, I'll personally go and say so. Ruan Lingyu felt that this meal was really worth it. Although Jiang Bai was low-key, he had proved that he was hot on the air. This was another reason why she wanted to find Jiang Bo. Meanwhile, a large number of people from the criminal police team left overnight. They were going to carry out the arrest operation tomorrow. Everyone's faces were incredibly serious. Taking advantage of the night, they were heavily armed and drove to the perimeter of the Tiancheng group. There was already a command vehicle here, only because the guards had become fewer after the previous arrest operation. Channel 1 is clear. Channel 2 is clear. Exit 1 surveillance complete. 2 complete. 3. Sniper team in place. Ready for action. Time passed by, and the sky was already bright. All the Interpol members involved in the case were already in position. Today, they were going to raid the Tiancheng group and catch all the suspects involved in the case. Old Captain, all are ready. Lu Zifeng looked at all the team members in the command car. Well, we must be quick later. Xiao Luo, you are responsible for leading the team to control the surrounding. Ding Shi ordered. Xiao Lu, follow me over to the operation later. Old Captain, how many years has it been? This time you'll take a break in the command vehicle. Lu Zifeng said, trust me. Alright then, act on my command later. The sky was already completely bright and many employees had already come to the company. Zhao Qian came into the office early and received a call. It wasn't the cell phone she often used, but a small black cell phone. The people from the criminal police team have already come. There are quite a few in the periphery. This time, it is estimated that they are rushing towards the hands of the live broadcast department. The calm voice on the other end of the phone said, he was the boss of that trafficking organization. Why didn't you say so earlier? It's useless to notify now. It doesn't matter. These people are gecko tails. You have to adapt to this situation. Otherwise how can you achieve great things? The boss spoke indifferently. Even if we catch you, just pretend you don't know. What about the video? Didn't you say that someone took the video? What if they use the video to force questions? Don't be anxious. You're always the real Qianjin. Just don't admit it. Boss's composure made the anxious Xiao Qian a lot more patient as well. Okay, but what about the money when these people are arrested? We still owe more than $10 million for the Bijou Garden. Zhao Qian thought about it and said, this you can rest assured. I have long anticipated that there would be such a day. Ever since I knew that the surveillance room still had that video I have been calculating. The boss slowly said, don't worry, there won't be a problem with the money. It just takes time to bleach it clean. These people were arrested. It's completely unrelated to us. I'll find another way to give you that money. After saying that, the other party hung up the phone. At the same time, all of the Interpol team's setups within the Tiancheng group also unfolded. Unlike last time, they didn't control it within the entire Tiancheng group this time, but instead, they simply monitored the live broadcast department tightly in the dark. Have they all arrived? The time had reached 10 o'clock, and Ding Shi asked Luo Fei. Everyone on the list has arrived. Luo Fei responded. Action. At this very instant, Lu Zifeng, as the frontline captain, received the order to immediately rush into the live department, not even sparing the suspects hiding in the toilet. What are you guys doing? Zhao Qian shouted as she watched the criminal police team rush in and ran out of the office. You are suspected of harboring suspects. All of you come with us, Lu Zifeng said, taking out an arrest warrant. This small-scale raid and arrest was one of Ding Shi's most satisfying. He looked at the images in the surveillance. Lu Zifeng had accomplished his task very well. I'll talk to my dad first. Zhao Qian frowned with an angry face as she returned to her office and called Zhao Zhongxiong. Hey dad, Why can these criminal police teams come in and arrest my people? There was aggression in her voice. What did they commit? I'm still sick. You be the judge. If they want to arrest, they must have documents. Zhao Zhongxiang said inside. The live broadcast was originally a project that you suddenly proposed to expand. The company has other industries if it's gone. Then, you can make your own decisions if you can. Cough cough cough. Don't come to me first if it's not something important. Zhao Zhongxiang covered his head while coughing and said, if it really doesn't work, after getting the cooperation with Baizhua Yuan's live program done, the live department will be removed. Dad. Before Zhao Qian's words fell, Zhao Zhongxiang hung up the phone. The live streaming department was harboring most of the criminals, so the entire live streaming department needed to go to the CID to make statements, including Zhao Qian. Zhao Qianjin, please? Lu Zifeng pushed the door in. I have my own car, Zhao Qian said with an unpleasant face. I'll come over later. She took advantage of the fact that the people around her weren't paying attention and secretly hid the small cell phone that she used to communicate with her boss on her body. He then rode up to his Maserati, and the driver drove out of the garage, following the Interpol car. This one operation resulted in the capture of 32 people related to the trafficking organization, from the smallest person in charge of transportation to the highest responsible for the coordination and management of the backbone of the net at once. Moreover, Ding Shi had learned his lesson this time, and after completing the operation, he did not immediately withdraw all of the arrestees, but left quite a few to continue monitoring. He decided that where there were so many members of the trafficking organization, their boss was bound to still be hiding inside. The other part of the criminal police members remained in the live department to search the scene, collecting all the things on the tables and drawers of those suspects as evidence. In the criminal police team, Zhao Qian was making a statement, recorded by Lu Zifeng himself. Don't you know that these people are suspects? I don't know. It's not like I have access to your criminal police team's system. Zhao Qian was very impatient. I think I said before that we can't do these things while we're working, right? How much is our group going to lose if you guys are like this? There is a specific arrest warrant for this, and it has been notified before, so we have the right to carry out actions at this time based on the warrant. Lu Zifeng is not condescending. By the way, the people from the finance department still have to check some of these suspects, so after making statements, these suspects will also be sent to the finance department. Ministry of Finance? No comment on the specifics. You might as well finish your statement first. Let him say and continue to ask the question. When did these people? At this moment, the chief of operations, Ding Shi, was reading through all the records of completed transcripts and interrogations as he received them. Chapter 58, Almost Broken Clues. According to the captured suspects, whether it was the accidental fall of the security guard at the beginning, or the gas poisoning and tailgating later, they were all arranged in secret. This information allows all the cases to be consolidated. In addition, they also discovered a shocking news. The chairman's daughter is dead. One of them arranged to hide the body. The news that was captured on camera was the butcher's appearance on a rainy night incident. The young lady in the book room is a fake. However, Ding Shi did not immediately go to debunk it. There were still a lot of documents that he had not yet read. He continued to read, and the more he read, the more wrong he became. Although these people knew that there was a boss, they were not clear on who the boss was. They hadn't even met each other, and were merely in one-way contact through a cell phone. The cell phones that were used as evidence also had a few of them sitting on Ding Shi's table. He had tried them, and they were all special cell phones that could only receive calls, not make them. Without exception, the signals of these cell phones could not be traced. Ding Shi had not mentioned this among the members of the organization that he had captured in the past. At this time, his phone rang. Hello? This is Ding Shi. Old Captain. The network department side of these cell phones tried to dismantle them and couldn't find a way to break the information shield. It was Luo Fei calling. Their suggestion is to send it to the province to be cracked. What is the reason why these phones are unable to make calls? Ding Shi asked in passing. The network department said that these phones are equivalent to a receiving end. They can only receive information. They don't have the ability to send it out. Luo Fei was watching his colleagues dismantle the phones in the network department. Unless we find the most initial outgoing terminal, we can't crack it. A tricky thing that even the network department couldn't crack. At this moment, Ding Shi's brows were furrowed and he had a bad feeling in his heart. He was clear that if the stuff was sent to the province to be cracked and studied, it would take as little as 7 or 8 days, or as much as half a month. In that case, the case would have to be delayed further. If it dragged on, the boss of the trafficking organization would have run away. So who would wait longer? So the trail is broken? No, there's still a clue to the death of the daughter. This fake Xinjin must know something. So he immediately went to the statement room. If this forward statement was not yet done, he could still ask some more things. Fortunately, Xinjin was the last to arrive at the criminal police station. and she only started to make her statement when all these suspects had been interrogated to a certain extent. Knock knock. After knocking on the door, Ding Shi walked in. Old Captain? Lu Zifeng is a bit surprised. Why are you here? You go and bring that video. I have some things I want to ask her personally. Ding Shi said and sat down in front of the table. Are you the daughter of the chairman of Tianchen Group? I am. Zhao Qian replied, thinking in her heart that it was likely that this old captain had seen the video. We, in one of Tianchen Group's surveillance cameras, saw the two young ladies. May I ask if you can explain this matter? Ding Shi frowned at Zhao Qian, or rather he didn't know if this person should be called Zhao Qian. I don't know. My father only has me as a daughter. How could there be two? Zhao Qian replied, her eyes very determined, which made Ding Shi almost have an illusion. Could it be that what that suspect said was what was false? Then how could the images of the two Qianjin in the previous video be explained? Okay, I understand. Ding Shi nodded and continued to inquire. Did you answer all the questions just now? Saying this, he glanced at the statement Lu Zifeng had made earlier. Zhao Qian answered clearly. She wanted to expand Tianchen Group's network department to keep up with the new era, so she approached the chairman and discussed. On the one hand, the original administrative department of part of the manpower, the other is from the community to recruit some talent. These suspects were recruited about half a year ago. At that time, when she recruited, she mainly looked at the ability, so she didn't know that these people were suspects of the trafficking organization. Regarding the company's series of accidents, she felt that someone had intentionally thrown dirt on the live broadcasting department because no one from the live broadcasting department had been involved in any accidents. These answers were justified and very reasonable. It had already set her aside from the entire trafficking organization. Ding Shi really didn't know how to go about it. It was almost a flawless confession. Coming, Lu Zifeng brought in the tablet and laid that video on the table. The video did capture the simultaneous presence of two Qianjin in a car. I'm not really sure how you guys got this video. There might be a problem with the channel given. Zhao Qian spoke. Maybe someone is messing with it. The phrase that a video can't be faked so it's real is no longer common in this day and age. But I am the one and only Zhao Qian. A flawless answer, directly denying the key evidence. Alright, I still have to go back to hosting the live broadcast department, and with the platform fluctuations you guys caused today, the losses will be huge. Zhao Qian said, I know it's hard for you guys to explore the case, but you can't disturb our group's normal operation, right? Ding Shi nodded helplessly. Sorry, Ms. Zhao, it was our negligence. These suspects can't go back for the time being, so please ask Ms. Zhao to re-recruit them. That I know. I actually didn't think they were suspects. Zhao Qian nodded and put on a look of understanding. I came back from studying overseas and I value ability more. After saying that, Ding Shi just watched Zhao Qian leave. Old pair long? Lu Zifeng opened his mouth before Ding Shi reacted. Should I ask Zhang Bai to help? When he saw how distressed and frazzled Ding Shi looked, he sensed that the case must be in trouble again. No need for now. By the way, send someone to follow Zhao Qian around the clock. If you're discovered, say that we suspect that the trafficking organization will misbehave with her. Hereby protected. Ding Shi said. Yes. After a series of interrogations, the people returned to the conference room and organized all the testimonies. They came to the same conclusion as the old captain. This operation had not only spooked the snakes, but had also failed to catch the key person. This confession of Qianjin's death. I think there's something fishy. Luo Fei said. Should we not interrogate it again? The person has been sent to the Ministry of Finance. You still want to get it back? Lu Zifeng said inside. This isn't what the old captain agreed with the person before. In itself, we are interrogating with one hand and giving it to the finance department only after we are done. Now that we are in a hurry to get it back, how can the old captain's face be put down? That clue only leaves the chairman's $1,000. Luo Fei said and shook his head. There's too little that can be used. The entire case was once again in trouble. I have a bit of a headache. Old captain, I'll rest for a while. Lu Zifeng said and left the conference room under the pretense of having a headache. He planned to turn to Zhang Bo for help behind the crowd's back. At this time, Zhang Bai was in Bijou Garden Feng Zhao's room. Hello, this is Zhang Bo? This is Lu Zifeng. We've encountered some big problems. Are you free now? Lu Zifeng said quietly as he sat inside his office, organizing all the current evidence as he spoke. I might not be free right now. Can it be tomorrow? Zhang Bai said. It's best to do it today. How about 10 o'clock in the evening? The location you say, I'll drive to pick you up. He sensed endless anxiety in Lu Zifeng's tone, indicating that things could be big. I'll try my best. Then let's be in front of the school at that time. Chapter 59, The True and False $1,000. It's a deal, Lu Zifeng said and hung up the phone. Ruan Lingyu actually asked you to be her invited guest. Feng Zhao continues to smile and speaks. Actually, if it was you, there is absolutely no need for her to invite you. As long as you want to, I will definitely reserve a spot for you. Actually, it's not me, it's mainly my roommate who wants to participate, Jiang Bai said. I told him before that if I participated in the program next time, I would bring him along, so he found a way to drag me in. He also thought of it as fulfilling He Daqian's wish. Why don't I show you the script? Feng Zhao opened his mouth. He felt that the last big detective program might have been for the sake of the program's effect, even though Jiang Bai had said that he hadn't read the script. Of course he didn't doubt Jiang Bo's detective ability, but just to be on the safe side, it might be more helpful to let Jiang Bo look at the script. No need. Participating in the program is just that. I didn't think about winning or anything like that. Jiang Bai spoke faintly. Are you thinking that I read the script last time? No. This time, Tianchang Group's scriptwriting department has created a very complicated serial case. I'm afraid that no one will be able to solve it by then, so I want you to take a look at it first. After all, there's still a lot of room for your hotness to rise. Feng Zhao smiled and said, I don't know much about live programs but there is heat and fast money. Jiang Bai once again refused. He didn't like to play these small smarts. Well then, nothing else, I'll send you back? Feng Zhao said with a smile. No need. I'll just go back by myself, said Jiang Bo as he left Bijou Garden. Feng Zhao was looking for Jiang Bo today. In fact, the main thing was not the follow-up of this program, but looking for that girl. When Jiang Bo received the call, he had already asked for the contact information of the girl called Yen Xie. Last time he saw Jiang Bo with her. Of course, he tacitly agreed that their relationship was extraordinary, although his sister less available object, but they want to and Jiang Bo again close relationship. This little girl can be very key. Through Jiang Bo asked, it is also considered open and aboveboard. He immediately opened the form and put Yen Xie's name in the position that seems important but actually does not require much professionalism. Hey, Xiao Zhang, notify these people in the form to come and prepare tomorrow, Feng Zhao said, sending the form to the computer of the henchman called Xiao Zhang. Mr. Feng, should we continue with the posters and publicity then? Tiancheng Group has already replenished the funds and plans to continue. However, they have indicated that we need some more people here, Feng Zhao said, so the people in the form are expanded. Understood. Feng Zhao was having a good day today. Not only did Tiancheng Group call in the follow-up funds, but there was also the joining of the great detective Jiang Bai. Although Jiang Bai wasn't a network celebrity, his potential traffic heat was almost unlimited. He could already envision the future situation where the live broadcast room would be overflowing with people watching the program. On the other hand, when Jiang Bo arrived at the school entrance, he realized that Lu Zifeng's car was already parked nearby. He was wearing headphones and listening to music to kill time. Suddenly, Lu Zifeng saw Jiang Bo appear and he immediately took off his headphones and opened the car door. Is there anything else? Lu Zifeng asked. No, Jiang Bai said, but why are you in such a hurry? I ran into a big trouble, but the old captain doesn't want to ask for your help anymore. Lu Zifeng opened his mouth. It's me who wants to ask for your help privately. I promise that after the case is solved, I can give you all the prize money from my side. You keep the money. Jiang Bai spoke indifferently. Didn't you say that the old captain didn't want to find me? The old captain is in the way. It's good that you understand. Lu Zifeng said. I'm different. Just do me a favor. What case? It's the same case as before. The trafficking organization, loan sharks, and the Tiancheng Group, Lu Zifeng explained. Didn't you guys basically solve this case already? Didn't you also give my footage? Jiang Bai was a bit strange. How could it not be solved under these important evidences? After that we also caught the suspects hiding in the Tiancheng Group, but their boss was never caught. Lu Zifeng said. Their boss is very cunning and has escaped from the old captain several times. After his explanation, Jiang Bai realized that the trafficking organization in this case was actually in the old captain's pursuit from early on. After 3 times of capturing their organization, it still allowed the boss to escape. This time, the abduction and trafficking organization had already been considered to be established for the 4th time. It had been proven through interrogation that a series of accidents and so-called suicides were all arranged by this organization. And if they couldn't catch their boss, then even if they could successfully close the case, they wouldn't be able to rest easy. Alright, Jiang Bai thought along with what Lu Zifeng said. Indeed, the current case has entered another dead end. This is the information. I secretly brought it out. You can just read it in the car, Lu Zifeng said, turning off the car's inward-facing camera, as well as the car recorder. He then took out all the current information. This was what he had organized while he was on the phone. Jiang Bai began to look at it. As with Ding Shi's reaction at the beginning, the whole thing seemed like it deserved to be solved. Qian Jin is dead? Jiang Bai said, sounding a bit surprised. It's still uncertain because the Qian Jin we brought seems to be real as well. Lu Zifeng explained. We can't rule out that suspect telling lies. But what this suspect said about the butcher-like clothes Jiang Bai had once seen in the waste archive room should be true. Qian Jin has a problem. After reading the information Jiang Bai spoke, as long as we get Qian Jin to ask again we should be able to find the problem. The old captain has already arranged to follow Qian Jin. Can you find any other clues, Jiang Bai? Lu Zifeng nodded and said, I'm afraid I can't, but with this information, I can only push out this inference. Jiang Bai had just finished speaking when he suddenly thought of something. Wait, let me think about it. He suddenly remembered the moment when he gave Zhao Zhongxiang a report earlier. When he himself showed him the video, his expression was unnatural. If it was an ordinary person who saw that his daughter actually had two, he should be surprised. However, what Zhao Zhongxiang showed was some fear. It was as if he had known about this matter from a long time ago, but didn't want to face such a situation. Chairman of Tianchang Group, have you guys followed up on this? Jiang Bai said with this thought, maybe he knows something too. No, Chairman Zhao also knows about this? Lu Zifeng turned his head and looked at Zhang Bo. We're mainly following Zhao Qian now, checking her abnormalities, including DNA testing. As long as we can determine that she's a fake Qianjin, we'll have a reason to arrest her and ask questions from her mouth. Perhaps it would be easier to ask Chairman Zhao. Jiang Bai nodded. Then I'll go back to rest first. You guys cheer up. But before he could finish his words, Lu Zifeng took him and drove all the way to Chairman Zhao's mansion. Chairman Zhao is sick. We can just go and ask. Lu Zifeng spoke. Right now, fake Qianjin is presiding over Tianchang Group. She won't come to bother us. Jiang Bai, however, wanted to say in his heart, if you're investigating, why bring me along? But the car had already started a while ago, and it would be dangerous for him to jump out of the car. Therefore, he followed Lu Zifeng along with him in such a confused manner. Chapter 60, Two Daughters. It didn't take long before Jiang Bai was led to a luxurious villa, a 3-story villa with a cozy life. I'm afraid that this is the kind of house that only high-end people like the chairman can afford to obtain. There were 3 to 4 parking spaces in front of the entrance, which seemed to have been prepared for the unusual arrival of distinguished guests. At the side of the villa was the garage, and the luxury cars parked inside highlighted the achievements made by Zhao Zhongxiang in the past. Go! Lu Zifeng pulled the handbrake and opened the car door. Ding dong! The doorbell had already rung. Who is it? An unfamiliar voice emanates from the microphone at the doorbell. I'm Lu Zifeng, from the criminal police team, and there's something I want to ask Chairman Zhao. Saying that, Lu Zifeng showed his credentials to the camera. Alright, I'll go and inform his lordship. The microphone at the doorbell replied. It didn't take long before a middle-aged uncle opened the side door and invited them in. I'm the butler. I'll take the 2 of you to see the master, the butler said as he led the way. The master is sick, so please be quick to ask any questions later. Okay, we'll just ask one thing. Lu Zifeng nods his head. Although that didn't know why Jiang Bai would say he wanted to check Zhao Zhongxiang, Lu Zifeng was willing to trust Jiang Bai's judgment. Entering the villa, they changed into slippers prepared by the housekeeper. Walking all the way to the large study on the 2nd floor, Zhao Zhongxiang was sitting here waiting for them. What is it that Captain Lu wants to know by coming to my place? Zhao Zhongxiang said, but saw that Jiang Bai came in after him. Jiang Bai, why are you here too? Drawn here by Captain Lu. Jiang Bai said, I don't have anything to do. Chairman Zhao, I just want to ask, what's different about your daughter's recent period of time? Lu Zifeng cut straight to the point and at the same time, closed the door behind him. It's not much different. It's just that she wanted to expand the live broadcast department more than half a year ago. Zhao Zhongxiang smiled and said, daughters, they have their own ideas when they grow up. We who are adults can't bind them. Then does Chairman Zhao know the video of the $2,000? Lu Zifeng said, handing over the surveillance to him. This I'm not sure. Although Zhao Zhongxiang didn't have any big change in expression on the surface, a hint of fear had been revealed in his eyes. This kind of video has never been shown to me. Then may I ask if Director Zhao is clear that the current Qianjin might be a fake? Lu Zifeng didn't want to be cryptic and asked directly. We've already found out some clues. Impossible, Zhao Zhongxiang said, his tone a bit anxious. Isn't my daughter properly in the company? You guys don't need to say much. Let's go. This time, Jiang Bai was basically certain that Zhao Zhongxiang must know something. Perhaps he was also pretending not to know to try to escape something. Lu Zifeng had the same feeling as him. Chairman Zhao, I don't know what you're afraid of, but I can tell you that all the members of the trafficking organization have been caught. Lu Zifeng said this, so if you know any information, tell me and I'll be able to help you. Zhao Zhongxiang's expression then changed. All caught? That's right, already under interrogation. The whole thing is coming to an end. Lu Zifeng continued to explain. That series of suicides and accidents before have all been identified. It was done by this trafficking organization. Cough. Zhao Zhongxiang coughed and said, since you guys identified it, why did you still come to me? The organization's boss is still at large. We suspect that she is related to Zhao Chen. Lu Zifeng said, I hope you will assist us in our investigation. I don't know anything, since you guys suspect it's related to my daughter. Go investigate my daughter. What are you looking for me for? You guys can leave. Jiang Bai heard this and had a presumption in his heart all along. The real Chen Jin was captured. At this time, he was still threatened, and he did not rule out that the boss would use the real Chen Jin as a bargaining chip to escape. The fake Chen Jin had been never able to assist from the sidelines again, which was the most dangerous situation. Of course, the premise is that the suspect's confession is false and the real Chen Jin is not dead. Lu Zifeng, who had no way out, glanced at Zhang Bo. It was as if he was saying, "Give some roll, big detective." Zhao Dong, if you don't say it, we may not be able to tell if the daughter in front of you is real or fake. Then your real daughter may still be in the hands of the other side's boss. Jiang Bai opened his mouth. At this time, he could only beat a dead horse. If you don't say it, we might not be able to save your daughter. By then, the real Chen Jin might be killed. Okay, I'll say. Hearing this, Zhao Zhongxiang sighed before saying, "Actually, I have 2 daughters." Ha! Not only Lu Zifeng, even Jiang Bo was very surprised. "During my early years of fighting, my wife gave birth to twins," Zhao Zhongxiang slowly said. It turned out that Zhao Zhongxiang got a pair of twins in the beginning, only that one of them was suffering from a disease, and at that time, he was busy with his work and simply didn't have any extra money to consistently save the daughter who was suffering from a disease, so the sick daughter was abandoned. Externally, he only had one daughter, Zhao Qian. And what about this Qian Jin now? The footage of the 2 Qian Jin in the video had been able to explain it, but Lu Zifeng still didn't understand where Spirit's other Qian Jin had gone. It was about half a year or so ago. One day when my daughter came back, I already felt something abnormal. Zhao Zhongxiang spoke, but as a father I was able to sense that it wasn't Zhao Qian, so I also checked DNA and such. It was confirmed to be a relative. Since you know it's fake, why do you still condone it? Lu Zifeng said, if it was given to us to investigate then, we would have been able to find out. You guys? Zhao Zhongxiang snorted coldly. Every day, you give me the story that it was an accident and suicide. If it was handed over to you guys, what could you find out? Since the DNA test is a relative, I'll default that this is my other daughter. Zhao Zhongxiang confessed, I only hope that my daughter can live a good life. If you can help me find my captured daughter, I am grateful. Other than that, there's no need to say more. Good, we will try our best to search. Lu Zifeng naturally didn't poke his nose in. Otherwise Zhao Zhongxiang's attitude would change and their clues would go back to their initial state. Then you guys will talk about it when you find my daughter. Please return, Zhao Zhongxiang said and got up. The butler happened to bring medicine. Lu Zifeng nodded and saluted before leading Zhang Bai back to the car. Do you think this will make the fake Qian Jin tell the truth? Lu Zifeng said and took out the recording. It turns out that he was recording the whole thing just now. I don't know. You can try. Zhang Bai spoke indifferently. Since you already have a clue, send me back to school. This is all your help. How can you not come over? Lu Zifeng smiled faintly. Come along. Zhang Bai was very clear that Lu Zifeng wasn't asking him to come along to witness, but rather to let himself continue to help when possible. He was very familiar with this routine. However, he himself does have some curiosity about this matter. Chapter 61, The Other Dad. The car drove to Tiancheng Group at a fast pace, although it was already late in the day, because of the Interpol's action today, disturbing the work of Tiancheng Group's live broadcast department, so the remaining employees, including Zhao Qian, were all working overtime. Because of the absence of a group of suspects, each of them had more work to do. Lu Zifeng led Zhang Bo into the building and arrived at the live broadcast department. What are you guys doing here again? Zhao Qian's work rhythm was disrupted today, and she was annoyed. Seeing Lu Zifeng at this moment, her heart also got angrier. There are some things that need to be confirmed. Lu Zifeng brought Zhang Bo to Zhao Qian. You continue with this form and send it to me when you're done. Zhao Qian finished speaking to an employee and turned around. Is it going to the criminal police again? No, this is a private investigation. Lu Zifeng spoke. Just find a quieter place. He didn't have an additional arrest warrant. If he did, he would definitely take Zhao Qian away. Then go to my office. Zhao Qian said and walked towards her own office inside. Closing the door, Zhao Qian sat in her seat while taking care of business and said, what else needs to be investigated? I just want to ask, does Zhao Qian feel comfortable sitting in this position? Lu Zifeng is playing a powerful, come up to tear open the face and cut straight to the topic. After all, there has been Zhao Zhongxiang's recordings as evidence. If she is against sophistry, naturally can find the old captain to ask for an arrest warrant. Zhao Qian will be arrested to the Interpol slowly grinding. What do you want to express? Zhao Qian doesn't even look at Lu Zifeng, still dealing with her own documents. I am who I am. If you're talking about the live department, I'm busy in this position. In the next second, Lu Zifeng played the recording of their conversation with Zhao Zhongxiang at that time. It's late, so I won't cover up. I hope you can just come clean. Lu Zifeng then said, but if you don't cooperate, I don't mind taking you away. Only then did Zhao Qian stop the affairs in her hands and look at Lu Zifeng. It took a while for the surprise on Zhao Qian's face to subside. What do you guys want to know? She got up, closed the shutters of the glass window, and locked the door. The trafficking organization, is it related to you? Lu Zifeng said. If so, how are you connected and how do you plan? That I don't know. As I said, I've never been involved. Zhao Qian said. What does what they did have to do with me? Then it's better to ask you to explain this matter first. Lu Zifeng saw that Zhao Qian was still unwilling to talk, so he re-released that video. Don't you guys already know? I have a sister. Zhao Qian's surprise disappeared. I thought it was something. Just me and my sister recognizing each other. What's wrong with that? So where did you go after that? Where was your sister? Zhao Qian herself? I just had dinner and then went home. I don't know what's going on with my sister. Fake Zhao Qian denied. Lu Zifeng frowned and gritted his teeth. With so much evidence, why wasn't it enough to make her talk? I'm doing this for your own good. If these recordings are reported, I'm afraid you'll have to confess to the CID. He thought about it and said in a different direction. Confess? I've already told the story. That day was when my sister and I recognized each other. That's all. Fake Zhao Qian said. If you insist on doing that, then report it and ask me to go to the Interpol. I'm all clean anyway. I wanted to find out the boss, but I didn't expect to be stopped directly by this piece of iron of fake Zhao Qian. Lu Zifeng had no choice. He looked at Zhang Bai. Zhang Bo sighed. Itself here is not voluntary. In front of the fake Zhao Qian seems to be flawless, but not a little loophole is not there, especially in the video. The security guard at the entrance directly released this part. Any normal security guard would stop and ask questions, right? From this, Zhang Bo judged that the security guard in the video was a knowledgeable person, which meant that the fake Zhao Qian might have been in contact with the trafficking organization at that time. I have some questions that I simply just want to know. Detective Jiang, what questions do you have again? Fake Zhao Qian said, a little impatient. If it's an unimportant question, you can talk about it another time. I'm a little busy. How did you survive? Zhang Bai spoke. This point is strange to me. Zhao Dong abandoned a child because he was sick. Then how did you survive so healthily with no support? I was still young at that time. I didn't know anything about the situation. Fake Zhao Qian replied. By the time I had memories, I already had parents and a family. What's your name? Zhang Bai asked smoothly, and fake Zhao Qian didn't shy away from answering. Zhang Yun. After all, there was that recording and the video of the double chin gene. She didn't have to tell lies to these two. Do your adoptive parents know about this? Zhang Bai continued to ask such irrelevant things, including the recognition, and this series of things. My mom got sick and left a few years ago. If my dad, I don't know. He disappeared. Zhang Yun answered vaguely. One last question. Inside the video, in the final stage, the security guards saw the two millennials and directly released them. Why is that? Zhang Bai asked knowingly. This point could not be washed away in any way. He had already speculated a series of things in his mind. It was impossible for an ordinary person to come into contact with this kind of trafficking organization, let alone a tailor-made plan for her. Therefore, Zhang Bo speculated that the leader of the trafficking organization was Zhang Yun's other father. This, let me guess. You say yes or no? Zhang Bai opened his mouth. Your father is the leader of the trafficking organization. He told you about Zhao Dong's abandoned baby. You wanted to retaliate, so your dad tailored such a good show for you. As his speculation exited, panic truly appeared in Zhang Yun's eyes. Without her needing to speak, Zhang Bai already knew the outcome. By the time you take down the Tianchang group, you can take charge of the entire company with your adoptive dad and continue to commit crimes. Zhang Bai slowly said, if these speculations are right, then may I ask how you and your dad are connected? What you said is all speculation. Where is the evidence? Evidence? Zhang Yun panicked. There is no evidence. Everything you said is false. Indeed, as she said, if Zhang Bo had no decisive evidence, these were purely speculations. At this time, Zhang Bo's mind was spinning rapidly. All the clues, all the clips related to the case flashed back and forth in his mind. Whether he still missed something. Suddenly, he caught a few fragments in his mind. Sun Zan was nearly silenced when he was caught, and he remembered that he inferred at the time that the organization was not afraid of leaking the footage, or already had the video. That video was hidden and the surveillance room records were hard to find, and only himself and Yan CS saw it at that time. No, there was another person. The security guard who was in the surveillance room at the time. If everything was valid, then the case was now solved. Chapter 62, the boss of an abduction organization. Lu Zifeng sees Zhang Yun with such an expression, and in his heart, he also understands that Zhang Bo should be right. The evidence is not there yet, but our criminal police team will definitely find out the problem with a deeper investigation. Lu Zifeng spoke. At that time, will you still be able to be so sophomoric in front of hard evidence? His words caused Zhang Yun to fall into silence, but it doesn't take long for her to regain her previous eyes. What right do you have to find out evidence for something that wasn't there in the first place? In the face of Zhang Yun's stiff upper lip, Lu Zifeng couldn't continue to persuade with such threats. You are harming your father. Zhang Bai spoke. For the sake of your own hatred, is it worth it to put your adoptive father in such a predicament? I don't have hatred, Zhang Yun said, but she didn't know what to say. Just what? The trafficking organization itself is an illegal act. If you know about it, why didn't you stop him? Zhang Bai continued to launch a psychological attack. If your dad, who was originally planning to wash his hands of the gold pot, but because of your capriciousness, returned to his old ways, aren't you just plainly harming him? He has done it before. How can I stop it? Zhang Yun said, almost having acquiesced to what had happened before. And this thing he didn't tell me. How would I get involved? It's clearly him. If you know it's wrong, you should stop it. This is your duty as a daughter. Zhang Bai chided. Now that you put him in such a situation again, you can't escape the blame. It's not too late for you to say it now. We can consider him to have turned himself in for a lighter punishment. Lu Zifeng picks up and says, abduction is a felony. Are you just going to abandon him like this? Under the joint psychological offense of Zhang Bai and Lu Zifeng, Zhang Yun fell into silence. Then let me ask one last question. Is your dad in the security room? After a long time, Zhang Bo uttered the last speculation in his mind. At this instant, Zhang Yun panicked, her eyes already telling them, yes. Wrong, you're wrong. In the confusion she denied it. Why do you still persist? If you continue to deny it now, when we catch it, not only him, but you will be arrested for harboring a criminal. Lu Zifeng said. Not only harming him, but also harming yourself. Is this what you want? No. Zhang Yun's disorganization caused her to speak completely in a forward and backward manner. Contact your adoptive father immediately and say you want to meet. No, Team Lu, go, take him to the monitoring room. Zhang Bai said, his mind still pondering. The monitoring room didn't seem important, but being able to observe the company from all angles, from a person who needed information, he would probably be monitoring and watching everything moment by moment. It was like observing everything from God's perspective. The man, he concluded, must still be in the surveillance room. Jogging all the way down the corridor, Zhang Bai and his party met a security guard who had just come out of the surveillance room. This person was the same security guard that Zhang Bo and Yan Xie had met when they went to check the surveillance at that time. Long time no see, Zhang Bai said when he saw him. You, oh I remember, the little brother who wanted surveillance last time. That security guard said with a smile and an easygoing face. What's the matter again today? Well, checking the surveillance. Or please ask the big man for a favor. Zhang Bai said, today may not be too good. I'm changing shifts. There is another person on duty inside. Do you want to find him? This security guard's voice was calm, as if he really didn't know. I'm more familiar with you, so it's better if you help. Zhang Bai spoke. This is Team Lu. He also wants to ask you for a favor. Lu Zifeng didn't react for a moment and had no choice but to nod his head. There shouldn't be any important surveillance, right? Why don't I go and have a meal first? The security guard said, still with a smile on his face. You guys wait first? No, we happen to have not eaten. Why don't we come together? Eat just in time to check the surveillance again. Zhang Bai continued. At this moment, the security guard realized that he and Zhang Bo were in a clear-cut game. That's fine. Go to the monitoring room. I will help you look for. Facing Zhang Bo's hot pursuit, and seeing Lu Zifeng with Zhang Yun, the security guard nodded. He already has a number in his heart. The surveillance room. There was no one else inside. What do you guys want to check? The security guard said, sitting on a chair with his back to them, picking up his coffee. We want to check why exactly the boss of the trafficking organization was in the surveillance room for so long. Ember said. Him? Lu Zifeng just reacted. He immediately closed the door and took out his handcuffs. Can you tell me when you found out? The boss said. No resentment or even urgency in his tone at all. It was just as calm as it was at the beginning. The earliest was probably the time when I caught Sunzan. Zhang Bai said. See, daughter, I told you, didn't I? That shot was fired too quickly. The boss said, taking a sip of his coffee. But you really surprised me by being able to spot me in such a subtle way. And then there was that time you gave me surveillance. Zhang Bai spoke. A normal person's reaction probably wouldn't be to delete it. But I didn't care at that time. Ha. If it wasn't for that shot, you shouldn't have suspected me, right? The oldest laughed and said. A bad move. Losing at the hands of your own daughter. Wrong. You lost in justice. Your behavior will always be caught out. Zhang Bai replied. Even without me, the CID will bring you to justice. Young man, you are very good. The boss said, turning his chair around. I am the trafficking organization boss, Zhang Zijian, defeated at your hands. I admit it. Lu Zifeng saw the prisoner with such an attitude, so he was in no hurry to arrest him. I still have some questions that I haven't clarified. Zhang Bai spoke. Is it true that Chen Jin is dead? Not dead. In a rented house. I sent someone to guard it. Zhang Zijian said. I had planned to switch and raise it as a daughter later. Then what happened to the corpse? Lu Zifeng asked. That corpse? It was to make you guys think that Chen Jin died, so I raised another daughter quietly. Zhang Zijian replied. If you guys don't find out, how could you not know that she is Zhao Don's other daughter, right? This plan was seamless. This corpse, if it was in Zhao Don's eyes, might just be another insignificant daughter. Then it's better to talk about the rest of the matter at the criminal police team, Lu Zifeng said as he was about to go forward. Slow down. Everything has nothing to do with my daughter. I was arrested voluntarily. Zhang Zijian said, putting down his coffee, and got up, holding out his hands. She doesn't know anything. This is my condition. As a criminal, who are you to talk about conditions? Lu Zifeng said. I'm leaving. You can't stay. Zhang Zijian said. I've arranged smoke explosion devices all over here. As long as I activate it, you won't be able to find me at all. Lu Zifeng was a bit hesitant. Chapter 63, Caught. I was defeated at the hands of this youngster. Not your Interpol team, so get it straight. Zhang Zijian said with one hand on a mysterious button. Fine, but you have to cooperate with the investigation. Lu Zifeng said inside as he watched Zhang Zijian bring his hand back. With Zhang Zijian's hands handcuffed, the case that Ding Shi had been chasing for a long time and that the CID team had a headache with had been sort of closed at this moment. Can you send me back then? Zhang Bai said. You'll have to get your statement done. Lu Zifeng smiled slightly. There are some things I will help you conceal. Zhang Bai sighed, took out his cell phone and looked at the time. It was almost 7:30. Unexpectedly, his trip back to school would be so arduous, he even had to go to the criminal police force again. As for Zhang Yun, she also had to go along. Lu Zifeng assured Zhang Zijian that he was simply using her as an uninformed witness to make a statement. In a mysterious place, a person was watching all of this. This kid is not bad. He can continue the examination. On the other side, the criminal police team was still having a headache. Old Captain, Zhao Qian is missing. Luo Fei received a call and ran anxiously. The people we sent out just arrived at the lie department and realized that Zhao Qian has disappeared. What? She really is related to this matter. Ding Shi slammed the table. Check all the gates, and the company's internal surveillance. We must know where she went. This is our only clue. Yes, this matter was like adding insult to injury for them. He kept thinking about what other details he had missed. Could it be that he had escaped? With a mess in his head, Ding Shi's brows furrowed. Got him. Suddenly a team member rushed in and shouted. What caught? Team Lu caught the boss. Like a bit of light in the midst of darkness. These words lit up everyone's hearts. Lu Zifeng brought Zhang Zijian in, and together with him were fake Chen Jin and Zhang Bai. Seeing this combination, Ding Shi already understood what was going on. You're the leader of the trafficking organization? He said as he walked forward. Captain Ding, long time no see. Zhang Zijian said with a slight smile. Ding Shi's heart instantly shook. In fact, they had met long ago. The earliest arrest operation, the hotel raid, this person ran away pretending to be a waiter. The second arrest operation, he disguised himself as a deliveryman and brushed past Ding Shi. The third time, this person was even the doorman of that building, sitting over there for so long without realizing it himself. During these actions, he even had a conversation with this Zhang Zijian. So it's you. Ding Shi sighed. It's me who is old. The next thing went much smoother. Zhang Zijian took the initiative to explain everything and took all the incriminating evidence related to Zhang Yun on himself. Zhao Zhongxiang heard that his daughter is still alive, then also hurried to the criminal police. At this time in the criminal police force, Zhang Yun just read last night's statement. Dad, I lied to you, Zhang Yun said and sat beside Zhao Zhongxiang. It's me who is sorry for you, Zhao Zhongxiang said. I really had no choice back then. You were seriously ill and I just couldn't get the money. If you're willing to continue, I'll arrange for a new room for you to live in and return to your family again, he said, filled with guilt. I actually had a feeling you were another daughter from the start. That, Zhang Yun pursed her lips. She really couldn't say it. She had lied to her biological father for so long, and she was still trying to steal the company. It's fine. Your ability has already proven that you are suitable for managing the live broadcast department. As long as you do well, you can still be in this position, Zhao Zhongxiang said. In the beginning, I planned to give you the character Yun, so change your name to Zhao Yun. Everything in the past will be treated as non-existent. Dad, father and daughter embraced each other. Meanwhile, Jiang Bo was still left in the conference room. Lu Zifeng brought Jiang Bo to explain what happened before to Ding Shi and Luo Fei. Little Lu, you still haven't listened to me after all, Ding Shi said inside. Fellow student Jiang Bai, you've done a great favor again. if there's anything you need, I can satisfy you privately. He kind of owed Jiang Bai a big favor this time. No need, just send me back to school. Jiang Bai was on pins and needles in the conference room. Xiao Lu, send him back after you finish your statement. Ding Shi nodded and said, yes. After Jiang Bo and Lu Zifeng left, Ding Shi was conflicted in his heart. On the one hand, Jiang Bo had helped himself solve the case that had not been solved for so long, and he was indeed grateful. On the other hand, as the veteran captain of the criminal police team, if he were to be told that he relied on a college student to solve the case, he would not be able to keep his face. He admires Jiang Bo from the bottom of his heart and decides that before he retires, he must find a way to bring Jiang Bo into the CID. With Zhang Zijian's confession, various things are explained, including the attempted assassination of Hong Xiuqin by someone pretending to be Zhang Zhanghai. A few days later, the CID successfully rescues the chairman's daughter Zhao Qian. After the case of the real and fake Tianjin is solved, Tianjin Group is penalized by the Ministry of Finance, and the live broadcasting department is again facing the status of a normal live broadcasting platform with losses. The news of Zhao Zhongxiang's acceptance of his righteous daughter Zhao Yun brought Tianjin Group back into the public eye. This incident, coupled with the upcoming live program, caused the stock of Tianjin Group, which was about to fall off a cliff, to soar all the way back up. Bijou Garden also because of the impact of the live broadcast cooperation, the stock price also followed up a lot. Zhao Zhongxiang naturally thought of Jiang Bai. Therefore, he found a day to bring his two daughters and invited Fang Zhao and Jiang Bai to have dinner at the Flower Hotel in the city as a thank you. One had come to his aid at his group's low point, one had helped him solve his group's problems, and he had also found another daughter. You guys can eat whatever you want today. In the box, Zhao Zhongxiang looked very happy. Fang Zhao also looked enthusiastic. We should be the ones to congratulate Zhao Dong. Jiang Bai also followed Fang Zhao and raised his glass together. Consider this meal as me thanking you too, Zhao Zhongxiang said. Although Jiang Bai had a happy face, his heart was quite flat. He didn't intend to go, but when Fang Yao learned about this opportunity, he frantically searched for himself. He even drove the Maybach directly into the school. Even if Jiang Bai didn't want to go, the person was already in front of him. Jiang Bai, after you graduate, are you interested in coming to my Tiancheng group to work? Zhao Zhongxiang said. Your mother is also an employee of my Tiancheng group, so this is just right. What position you say? As long as you don't become the chairman, I can arrange any position for you. I think Jiang Bai is still more suitable for our Bijou Garden, especially the trial sleep live. Fang Zhao said, but in the end, it's still you, Jiang Bai, who will decide. After all, you're still a college student. As they ate, the meal turned sour. Facing the two major listed companies of Boss Direct, Jiang Bai could only sigh. Fang Zhao, you're being unkind, or else you'd also jump over from Bijou Garden? I'm very short of people now, especially management talents like you, Zhao Zhongxiang said. The managing director that I said before, as long as you come, I'll arrange it for you. Chapter 64 Program Information. Dong Zhao, I prefer real estate. It's better for me to be in by Chui Yuan. Fang Zhao smiled. Jiang Bai, in fact, if you want to come to the live broadcast department, I will definitely make you a big star, Zhao Yun said. It's more interesting than working inside the Tiancheng group, right? Yes, it just so happens that we, by Chui Yuan, are also involved in this project, Fang Zhao said. How about we build up Jiang Bai together? Be a joint spokesperson. Good idea. Zhao Zhongxiang also nodded. I haven't thought about it yet. Let's talk about this later. Jiang Bo spoke indifferently. The program is confirmed to participate anyway. These people were too kind to refuse. But Jiang Bo really didn't want to leave too many footprints in the world. Good point. You haven't graduated yet. You can think about it more. Zhao Zhongxiang praised Jiang Bo's thoughtfulness. He liked this kind of calm young man. The meal ended. Jiang Bai returned to school dizzily, not because he drank too much, but these people were trying their best to lure themselves to their company, making it really difficult for him to refuse face to face. Why are you so late again? Yan Siya has been looking for you for half a day, he Dezhuang said when he saw Jiang Bai returning to the dormitory. There are a lot of troubles, Jiang Bai said, but tomorrow should be fine. How can it be fine? Don't forget there's still a program. He Dezhuang spoke. Did you get any inside information? No, we'll know when we go to the program. Jiang Bai opened his mouth indifferently. At this time Dui Hong let out a sigh. How come? Dui Hong looked at Tiancheng Group's stock with disappointment. He had planned to bottom out at a time of a big drop, but now that it had dropped a little bit it had started to rise wildly. The rise was so huge that he wouldn't be able to make much money even if he entered now. It's still me who's smart, he Dezhuang said, with a smug look on his face, took out his cell phone and showed it to Dui Hong. Look, I bought 8,000 shares when it was falling. Now it's a profit. This is simulated stock speculation. You idiot. Dui Hong glanced at He Dazhong's cell phone. The words simulated stock speculation were written brightly. Ha, no wonder I have so much money. I thought going into the stock market would send me this much. He Dajuan became much more disappointed from his initial smugness. After a while, excitement returned to his face. By the way, did that program group contact you? He continued the topic from earlier. No, I guess it's still being prepared. This kind should contact us, right? He Dajuan participated in this kind of program for the first time and was curious about everything. It should be. You guys see. Dewey Hong also participated in the topic, only to see that he had searched the homepage. This was Tianchang Group's live broadcast platform. Because of the previous entry of various celebrities, as well as this program Tianchang Sleuth, the platform called Tianchang Live Streaming already had a lot of people's heat. In addition to Ruan Lingyu, there was also Wang Mani, Fang Shijin, Morong Yunhai, Yu Longjiao, and even the mixed blood star Evita. All of these people were plastered on posters, along with a mystery guest, and randomly selected passers-by. These two positions were labeled with question marks. Unlike Who's the Great Detective, this passerby was already internalized. Guessing the mystery guest became an activity again. As long as you guessed correctly, you would be able to get $1,000 platform recharge, and there were also a large number of peripheral gifts to give away. The viewer who said the right name the earliest according to the time of participation had an additional chance to win a $10,000 cash prize. A mystery guest? He Dajuan was stunned. One look and you're that randomly selected passerby. Dewey Hong said, anyway, I've already participated, so Jiang Bai, the mystery guest, should be you. With Ruan Lingyu's invitation, he could be considered to know from the inside. This 10,000 yuan of cash is not to be taken for nothing. Now the platform's homepage has also been changed to the program's related promotional video. An eerie mansion with secrets buried inside from 100 years ago. Not only on this platform, but also on many social networking sites is the topic of this program. It could be said that the momentum was building rapidly. I see. Jiang Bai, could it be that this is how you were chosen last time? He Dajuan thought so and looked at Jiang Bai. I was by chance last time. Jiang Bo spoke lightly. There's no need to fake that program after so many issues. Half a month had come and gone. Hong Xiuqin's surgery started and Stella, who had finished donating bone marrow, was resting in the hospital room. Jiang Bai and Jiang Zhanghai waited outside the operating room with great nervousness in their hearts. Fang Shijin was also waiting with Fang Zhao. They had come to visit Stella, and on the way, they also looked at Jiang Bai's condition. Not long after, the light above the operating room changed from red to green. The doctor slowly walked out removing his mask. The surgery was successful, but Ms. Hong Xiuqin will need to rest for a while, he said with a sigh of relief. Being able to succeed is also due to Ms. Hong Xiuqin's strong will. Thank you, doctor. Jiang Zhonghai excitedly shook the doctor's hand. Hong Xiuqin, who was still under anesthesia and had not yet awakened, was also reintroduced to the ward. After Jiang Bai stayed in the hospital for a while longer, he left the hospital and headed to the school. Just as he arrived downstairs, Fang Zhao greeted him. It just so happened that we were at the hospital, so I told them that I'd inform them personally. Fang Zhao said, that program is sort of a bit of a role-playing component, so we have to have a meeting in advance. Let's go. Jiang Bai nodded. Since he had already agreed, he naturally had to go as well. Not long after, in the conference room on the upper floor of Tianchang Group's live broadcast department, all the participants in the program were due, including He Dajuan, who entered as a passerby. Everyone should first look at the background information at hand. The first installment of Tianchang Sleuth is set in an ancient mansion, the director said. Everyone counted on being familiar with it because Tianchang Group had hired the famous director Hao Ku. Since the program was more similar to Who's the Great Detective, in order not to make any mistakes, they invited Hao Ku as well as most of the behind-the-scenes people from the Who's the Great Detective program. The host's name was Fang Shuyao, who was trained by Tianchang Group itself. She worked hard to forge ahead and was tapped by Zhao Yun to be the host this time. Jiang Bai picked up the information and watched. The background information for this program was an ancient mansion in the middle of a field. The mansion was huge and there were often horrifying incidents. It was said that the mansion was once a place where a murderous demon hid his body, so the locals were very leery of it. Is that really a good description? Yu Longjiao glanced at Fang Zhao. You don't want to sell this house? Although he walked onto the stage as a little fresh meat, he was not satisfied with this, diligently exercising and honing his acting skills, gradually from the small fresh meat into a strong actor. From this, he also expanded his network of people like Fang Zhao and Zhao Zhongshan, doing a program. Fang Zhao said with a smile. In fact, this house is also considered a murder house, has not been sold for many years, even with the surrounding land to buy together is also ineffective. Therefore, Bijou Garden's final decision was to use it as a program. If the effect is good, it can even be used as a tourist attraction to develop. If the effect is not good, then it will be torn down and rebuilt. although the reconstruction will cost some more money, but together with the surrounding land, can build a set of garden-style neighborhood. In essence, it is not a loss. Chapter 65 Opening Plan. Yo, meet again? The door opened and the man said, walking directly towards Zhang Bai. This is Captain Lu, who we hired to play the sheriff. Hauke said. Captain Lu, hard work. Not hard work. I'm still interested in these crime-solving shows. Lu Zifeng said and leaned on the edge of Zhang Bai's chair and smiled. It's just that affairs are a bit hectic and I'm late. Zhang Bai continued to read the information. The information said that 8 people with different identities, split into 2 groups, had gone to explore the ancient mansion in pairs because they were curious about it. A sheriff was already in the middle of it to explore the case. Their task in the program is to find the sheriff who is exploring the case and help the sheriff to find out the secret of the old house. One of each group is summoned by the evil forces of the house, fixed apparatus, and becomes the mole. The mole's mission turns directly into preventing everyone from learning the truth about the house. This background is absolute. Yu Longjiao exclaimed after reading the background information. I'm willing to be a group actor even if I'm asked to. The plot submitted up by Tian Chen Group's scriptwriting department was truly wonderful, causing the documents with only relevant background information to be so fascinating. To be honest, Haoku and the others also agreed to come to the program because of this script. Let's talk about the opening plan next. Since the roadies are already internalized, we're going to film a segment of selecting the roadies. Is that okay, Hidashan? Haoku said. According to the plot, to now gather at a small house on the periphery. This is the official start of the next day. The crowd nodded their heads. Especially Hidashan was unusually excited. Everyone go back and prepare first if you finished reading the information. Haoku as the director had already begun to execute his duties. Zhang Bai followed Hidashan to the shooting site, which was actually considered going back to school. This was the program provided by Ruan Lingyu. Eating hot pot at Lingyu Xian and finding He Dezhuang as a roadie to participate in the movie. This was also considered publicity for her hot pot restaurant in disguise. Hello everyone, I'm Feng Shuyao, the host of this Tianqing Divine Detective, and according to the program arrangement, we're also going to select a roadie to participate in our program. Feng Shuyao had no stage fright in front of the camera and looked very mature in her movements. This time we came to Lingyu Xian. I wonder what kind of passerby we will meet. Although this was the appetizer before the official start of the program, there were already quite a few people who had already entered the live broadcast room to watch. Hello student, congratulations on being drawn. This routine was more familiar to Zhang Bai, but he was really randomly drawn that time. Me? He Dezhuang's acting skills were unexpected. He really acted out the reaction a passerby should have. You guys aren't cheating, are you? This is our credentials. You've been selected. After some introductions, He Dezhuang pretended to open the live broadcast with a half-hearted look. I'm on the live broadcast? He was surprised. Good, I'm in. With the completion of a series of live clips, this small segment of the live broadcast had ended. After all, it was a new program, plus those advertised stars had yet to appear, so the response wasn't great. Haoku, as the director of Who's the Great Detective, naturally understood the reasoning behind it. This kind of new program, only when the main program started would there really be traffic coming in. The mystery guests hadn't even been announced yet. The potential of this program was still huge. Then tomorrow we will personally bring you all there. Please wait at the agreed-upon location at 9:30 a.m. Hawk said on the phone and led the crew to the outskirts of the ancient mansion on the show. Everything went on as it should. After a night, at 9 o'clock in the morning, Zhang Bai was pulled out of bed by He Dezhuang. Good morning. Yan Siye was waiting at the school entrance. Why are you here? He Dezhuang looked a little surprised. I'm a staff member in charge of picking you up to go there together. Yan Siye said and pointed to the car on the side. The driver was already waiting. What a coincidence, He Dezhuang said with a smile. Go. Good morning. Zhang Bai simply said to Yan Siye and got into the car together. Although the program wouldn't start until the evening, preparations had to be made from the morning. The main reason was still that the nature of this program was different from Who's the Great Detective. Arriving at the scene, the video team was constantly revising the video, and the props team was repeatedly confirming the props. The venue was testing various organs at the ancient mansion in the distance. Zhang Bai saw the ancient mansion from afar, a 4-story big house. The style is somewhat ancient, surrounded by either grass or farmland, quite a bit of the past appearance. The others arrived one by one and started to make preparations in the dressing room. Yan Siye also followed the behind-the-scenes staff and got busy together. Zhang Bai, long time no see. I didn't expect the mystery guest to be you before. Morong Yunhai walked up with a fake smile. If it was an ordinary person, he would have jumped up and down in excitement, but Zhang Bai didn't. He looked at Morong Yunhai with a calm face. Aha! Morong Yunhai was badly hurt by him last time. He lost a lot of his persona on the live program, and this time he wanted to take revenge on Zhang Bai. The second time we worked together, did you behave happily? Morong Yunhai said with a smile. I'm looking forward to your performance. I'm happy to work with you, Jiang Bai said indifferently, then walked to a closer distance to observe the ancient mansion. As the night approached, the program was about to begin. The live broadcast room had also been opened, and the screen was facing the ancient mansion. Many people had already entered the live broadcast room to discuss it. Who do you guys think the mystery guest is? It won't be Fong Mu, right? This kind of program always has to bring a veteran. I heard that it seems to be my goddess Stella. Che, if you want to talk about a veteran, why don't you talk about Luo Fei? Team Luo is very busy. Where is he free? The mystery guest's speculation had a good effect, and at this time, the identity of the mystery guest was being speculated inside the live broadcast room. Very well, cut to the opening promo at 8 o'clock sharp. Video team, the finished draft is confirmed over there, right? Hauke looked at the number of people in the live broadcast room as well as the pop-ups that kept rising, indicating that the atmosphere was pretty much done. It was now 7:45, and there were still 15 minutes to go before the start. Director Hao, the video has been completed. The intercom said inside. Okay, get ready first. We're about to start the live broadcast. Everyone cheer up. Hauke's enthusiasm infected all the people behind the scenes of the program. Reconfirm all the things at hand. Time passed by, and at 8 o'clock sharp, the program began. Ancient mansions of old age. People are on edge. As the video cut in, more and more people entered the live broadcast room. Grass. This production is too powerful. Is this the new program? Where do I download this video? I want it too. The pop-ups began to increase. Hello everyone. Welcome to the first installment of the Tianchang Divine Detective Program. There are many secrets hidden in this ancient mansion that we will be exploring over the 3 days of live broadcast. Fang Shuyao's opening remarks under her back were said very naturally. Here are our appearing guests. As the host spoke, Ruan Lingyu hit the head and had walked out. Wow, Ruan Lingyu, my goddess, my male god, Yulang Gom. Mr. Fang has participated in a bit too many programs lately. Seeing the guests come out one after another, the amount of pop-ups went up at once. Chapter 66, First Exploration of the Periphery. After He Dezhuang came out as the previously selected roadie, only Jiang Bai had yet to appear. Next up is our mystery guest. Fang Shuyao said vocally. I don't know if there's an audience to be right. He is. Saying that, after a sound effect of drums, the spotlight hit Jiang Bo's face. Jiang Bai student. Under her introduction, Jiang Bo slowly walked to the team and greeted them with a simple nod. Brother Park. My god, this program team is awesome. No way. Brother Park is so unexpected every time. I guessed right. Ha ha ha. I knew it was my brother Por. I've been following him since the last trial. I knew my brother Bo would come out again. In this instant, the pop-ups talking about Jiang Bo instantly exploded. Hauke was also very attentive, immediately replacing the question mark character on the webpage and various publicized posters with Jiang Bo after he appeared. It's true that Jiang Bo has great potential. He looked at the amount of pop-ups and nodded. Jiang Bo wasn't an internet celebrity or a star, so he had always maintained a sense of mystery for those who followed him. This mystery had unlimited pop-up and viewer potential. When the mysterious guest was announced, the publicity on the major websites was also updated at the right time, and a large number of people rushed into the live broadcast room for the mysterious Jiang Bo. Although the platforms are different, the number of people in this live room alone is already not inferior to the top streaming live rooms on other platforms. The 8 guests have all received an identity in advance, and they will be taking it with them as they explore the ancient mansion. Fang Shuyao said as the end followed the movement, and in the blink of an eye they arrived at a broken house. Now the grouping is announced. Morong Yunhai, Yu Longjiao, Wang Mani and Ai Weitai in one group, Ruan Lingyu, Fang Shijin, Zhang Bo and He Daqiang in another group. Isn't it obvious that this grouping is a huge advantage for my brother Yunhai? A group with my brother Bo will definitely win. Your group is soft and flabby. How can they have the strength of our Jade Dragon Pride? The pop-up screen said as the camera continued to move. Various props were placed inside the broken house. Water pipes, matches, flashlights, and so on. Each guest can pick a prop as an aid. Fang Shuyao very skillfully pointed one finger at the camera and introduced the table. The 1,000-year-old unsolved case of the ancient mansion begins here. All guests must rush to leave the ancient mansion and return here before dawn. Otherwise, they will be eliminated from the game. At this time, everyone had put on headphones and had cameras on their chests. They walked into the house. Fang Shijin and He Dezhuang naturally followed Jiang Bai's side. The others were already choosing props. Morong Yunhai was the first to snatch down the flashlight, which was the essential thing for exploring the pitch-black ancient mansion. Wang Mani, on the other hand, relatively had to choose a box of matches. Yu Longjiao, on the other hand, wisely chose a water pipe. After all, there were some places to pry. A water pipe was a good thing. My big brother Yunhai is just smart. The water pipe is the most important thing, okay? It can be used for defense. Matches can light things up and illuminate. That's multi-purpose, okay? Don't argue. There are still people who haven't chosen. I wonder what my goddess Evita will choose. As the pop-ups chatted, Zhang Bai also made his choice. He chose a small toolkit. Inside was a screwdriver and other items. There was not much left on the table. Fang Shijin took gauze. He De Zhuang took a lighter. And Ruan Lingyu chose a half bottle of wine. You're all wrong. This is the most important, Evita said with a smile. This hook can be used to pick locks. Saying that she chose the last tool on the table, the iron hook with a small pole. Morong Yunhai was clear that Yulong Jiao's body was strong. Evita as a mixed blood was also considered to have fair physical strength. And Wang Mani was bold and meticulous. Therefore before the start of the match he had specifically requested for such a team. If he didn't have any helpers, how could he let Zhang Bai make a fool of himself? Leaving the house, Morong Yunhai then led his 3 people with flashlights all the way forward, while Zhang Bai and his party fell behind and advanced carefully. In the middle of the broken house, Fang Shuyao breathed a sigh of relief. This was her first time hosting such a large-scale program, and standing with so many stars, her heart had been pounding non-stop, but her strong ability to play on the spot allowed her to be good and not make any mistakes. The end had switched out and she was able to take a break for a while. Good. Take a break. You'll have to continue hosting when they come back in the morning, Hawk said over the intercom, his eyes not daring to slow down in the slightest. Although there were no flashlights or other lighting tools, the moonlight was already enough to illuminate some things around. Zhang Bai realized that there seemed to be some patterns in the scarecrows placed around these farmlands. You guys, look at this scarecrow. The way it's placed is so strange. Ruan Lingyu also noticed it. It was because of the darkness and the necessity to pay attention to the surroundings that they noticed the unnoticed details of the group of Morong Yunhai who had already taken a big step forward. It might be useful to write it down, Fang Shijin said, using her cell phone to take a picture of the grassman as a whole. As they continued to advance, the wind carried a slight chill, making the surroundings quite oozy. This won't be a horror live broadcast, right? I'm a bit scared. Brothers, I'll slip away first. Look at my brother Yunhai. Don't keep the camera on them. Yeah, and my goddess Evita. Looking at the pop-ups, Haku immediately changed the camera to Morong Yunhai's group's perspective. The Morong Yunhai in front of him had arrived in front of the ancient mansion, and the door was locked. Let me do it, Evita said as she looked at the lock on the door and wanted to use a hook to unlock it. It's better for me to do it. Yulongjio was the first to take the hose and was about to force his way through. Wait, if we go in with it open first, it's equivalent to them being able to enter as well, Morong Yunhai analyzed. Let's first look around to see if there's a place we can get in. If there isn't, we'll pick the lock. You guys look at the ground. There are footprints. We might be able to find a trail, Wang Mani said as she used a match to discover the tracks on the ground. It was a trace that could only be revealed with the temperature of the match. Production team details. My Manny has been smart since she was a kid. That's right. Look at you guys. You're all big and thick. Don't you dare talk nonsense about our family Evita. The pop-ups followed in real time, and the crowd followed Wang Mani's perspective all the way to a cellar near the side grass. The footprints disappeared here. Here, Wang Mani said, and saw Yulong Jiao walk up to try to open the cellar. It's locked, Jade Dragon Jiao said and tried to pry it open again. This time Morong Yunhai did not stop it. After all, this side and back cellar near the grass was hard to be discovered. As long as they went in one step earlier and Zhang Bai came in one step later, their own chances of winning would be 1 point greater. What's more, Morong Yunhai had already secretly read the script. As long as he made sure that his team members didn't touch that thing and didn't become a mole, he could still have a greater advantage. This time, he was going to trample Zhang Bai under his feet. Chapter 67 Insider Converts Artifacts. The cellar was opened under the prying of Yulongjio's hose. It was eerie inside and couldn't even light up the end with a flashlight. In fact, Morong Yunhai was a bit puzzled in his mind. He didn't remember this cellar in the script, much less the footprints that could be found with matches. He remembered that the back door could be opened easily, and a lot of key information was located at the back door. But the script was too complicated and he didn't remember everything. Therefore, Morong Yunhai assumed that this was the place he had overlooked when he peeked at the script. Going down? Evita looked at the black hole of the cellar and felt some trepidation in her heart. Even though she was considered tall, her instincts as a girl were still there. I'll go down first, Morong Yunhai said, taking the flashlight and preparing to enter the cellar. He was clear that there was no danger the entire time. See how brave our big brother Yunhai is. Our Jade Dragon Jiao isn't bad either, okay? Your goddess is panicking, ha 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 ha. Surprisingly, it's still a horror mystery solving program? Compared to the atmosphere of the scene, the atmosphere of the pop-up screen was indeed much more relaxed. As Morong Yunhai entered with his flashlight, he recalled looking at the floor plan on the script. There was indeed a cellar, and he knew exactly where the cellar went up. Therefore he planned to pretend to find his way first and look for relevant clues in the cellar. Wang Manny was the last one to land in the cellar, and she struck a match. The flame was weak, but it was able to burn. There isn't very much air here. It's best to find the location to go up, she said, looking towards the neighborhood. It's best to split up and search. Jade Dragon Pride said. This can be faster. No, look together. There might be clues around, Morong Yunhai retorted. In such a dangerous place, we must gather together. He didn't want anyone to accidentally touch the insider's artifacts without him knowing. According to his memory, there was one in the basement, one on the first floor, two on the second floor, and finally one in the attic at the top. He would never allow his team to have a mole. After all, the mole counted as a separate achievement, and as long as no one cracked the ancient mansion in the end, they won. Even if they had to be the mole, it would be themselves. Morong Yunhai is right. We should gather and go together, Evita said. Although she had no guts from watching horror movies, she could not help but feel a little scared in her heart when she was so immersed in the scene. As their group walked through the cellar, a slight putrid smell gradually filled the air. Apart from the range illuminated by Morong Yunhai's flashlight, they could hardly see anything. What is this? In the light, the attentive Wang Manny spotted a piece of paper. The crowd went forward to observe it. It was a remnant page torn from a large book. Patient number 33, hand dancing and threatening. Diagnosis, possession failure, treatment, amputation. Patient number 35, shaking head from time to time, mentally unstable. Diagnosis, overinjected fusion agent, treatment, intestinal cleansing. Patient number 36, cut open arm, large amount of white unknown substance inside. Diagnosis, amputation. The paper was very old, and the words written in pen on it were shocking. Wang Manny covered her mouth in fear. Morong Yunhai remembered that this was not the artifact that transformed the mole. This is the previous record. Maybe this place used to be a hospital before? Evita didn't have much sensitivity to these heavy words. It's better to go up first, Wang Manny said with a little shiver. It stinks here. Look for more. There might be more clues, Morong Yunhai insisted. Why don't we find the way up first, and then we'll come down to investigate? Yulangio said with some concern as she glanced at Wang Manny's state. After all, she had just mentioned that the air here was not very sufficient. Yulangio had made some grave robbing movies and TV dramas, and was also clear about the reasoning of not touching the gold until the cock crows and the lights go out. When the lights went out, it meant that there was not enough oxygen in this place. Previously, Wang Manny also tried to light a fire with a match, proving that the cellar was the same. What are you afraid of? Morong Yunhai said. Let's go together. Just follow me. The crowd was helpless. After all, the flashlight was in Morong Yunhai's hand. During their search, Hao could turn the camera to Zhang Bai's side. Right, we need to take a good look at our Miss Ruan Lingyu. Right, and our Mr. Fong. Guide, you can't be biased. What's wrong with you, Brother Park? Morong Yunhai is already playing in the mansion. Yeah, hurry up and get in there, or else we'll fall behind. Along with the pop-ups, Zhang Bo and his party had yet to arrive at the ancient mansion. They had observed quite a bit since the periphery and had an overall idea of the surroundings. There were 6 pieces of land around, with fields and meadows spaced out from each other. There weren't any additional clues though. Zhang Bai, did you feel anything? Fang Shijin found some clues. All 6 roads channel the center. It seems like I've seen this pattern somewhere. I also have some impression. It seems like it was put in a movie. Ruan Lingyu was very lucky that this old movie she was acting in at the time, as a little girl picking flowers on the side of the road. But most people didn't know that was the Ruan Lingyu as a child. Mental hospital, right? We used to have it in our movie appreciation elective. Zhang Bai said. It's about a murder in a remote mental hospital. It was this layout. What? We had this elective? He Dazhuang had a gangly face. Don't you often skip classes? Zhang Bai said indifferently. Now, the viewers of the live broadcast, including some of their school's teachers, knew about He Dazhuang's skipping classes. Let's not talk about such things. He Dazhuang smiled nervously. The periphery is almost done. It's better to go inside and take a look, Ruan Lingyu suggested, and they then accelerated their steps. When they arrived at the main door, a large lock on the doorway stopped them. From the side windows, there was a figure saving inside. Perhaps it was Morong Yunhai's group. There are matches on the ground. They should have left them behind. Fang Xianjin looked down. Actually, the cell phone also had the function of a flashlight. It just didn't have the strong light-gathering ability of the flashlight Morong Yunhai grabbed. Additional lighting equipment is not allowed. At this time, a voice came from within their headphones. Fang Shijin could only turn off the cell phone's flashlight. Look for it. There might be a key. He Dazhuang felt that the program group couldn't be so cruel as to lock them out. If this place is locked, how did they get in? Ruan Lingyu asked. There should be another entrance. No, here, Zhang Bai said, finding a large key on the edge of the grass. Just now, He was scrutinizing his surroundings and found the key dropped on the ground and passing through the strange traces of the grass. Worthy of being my brother Bo. Haha, just now you moron Yunhai didn't even realize it. That is to say, there's still a forced demolition to be done. Not even a little bit technical. Why didn't you Jiangbai say anything when you went slow? Our brother Yunhai is to take a shortcut. You've been searching for half a day and we've already finished searching. Seeing Jiang Bo open the lock, the pop-ups supporting Jiang Bo's group and Moron Yunhai's group quarreled with each other. Chapter 68, The Ninth Man. This made Hawk happy. Although it was noisy again, it was still manageable. And with the huge amount of pop-ups, the number of viewers coming in was only increasing. This is his idea of healthy competition. Unlocked. Jiang Bai turned the handle, only heard a creak. The door was gently pushed open. At the same time, Moron Yunhai was leaving the cellar with his team. The other exit of the cellar was near the back door. Moron Yunhai happened to be searching for clues based on his memories. Suddenly Yulong Jiao was about to touch a statue. Don't move! Moron Yunhai called out to Yulong Jiao, then took off the microphone and typed a few words on his cell phone. This thing will turn into a mole if you touch it. Yulong Jiao frowned when he saw these words. Could it be? Moron Yunhai nodded. Jade Dragon Jiao then moved away from that statue. The behavior just now did not appear in the live broadcast. At this moment, all three of them already knew in their hearts that Moron Yunhai had read the script. Anyway, it was just a program. If he had read the script, so be it. It would be easier for him to win. Thinking this way, Jade Dragon Jiao followed Moron Yunhai. Wang Mani and Evita also followed behind, and also understood why Moron Yunhai just asked himself to stay in the cellar for a while longer. Although the remnants of the page with the patient's report was discovered by Wang Mani, if it wasn't for Moron Yunhai deliberately pointing at it, she wouldn't have been able to discover it. Hauke didn't notice the abnormal behavior over here. He was still focusing on the pop-ups and traffic changes after switching the screen to Jiang Bai's line. After searching for few clues at the back door of the first floor, Moron Yunhai led the three of them straight to the second floor. If they found the sheriff ahead of time, their progress would be a whole lot faster. The script did not mention the specific location of the sheriff, but according to the plot description, it was on the second floor. On the other side, Jiang Bai and his group entered the hall. The surroundings were dark and could only be judged by the moonlight coming in through the windows. In front of them was an empty hall with some statues and paintings, and two large staircases leading to the second floor. The left side seemed to be a small study, while the right side looked like a kitchen. Let's check out the study first. There might be a lot of information, Ruan Lingyu said. Fang Shijin nodded in favor. Jiang Bai, on the other hand, continued to observe the hall for a while before following the group into the study. It was a study with a room set of rooms. The exit on the other side led to the place where the books were hidden. It was thought that the books were read here after getting them from the book collection room. In front of the desk, there were some papers arranged in a haphazard manner, all scattered from a folder. It looked like someone had done it on purpose. On the header of the folder, the words Giant Mountain Psychiatric Hospital were written in large letters. This should have been a mental hospital in the past, and it's similar to what we observed earlier. Jiang Bai judged. Could this be the secret of the ancient mansion? No, if it's a mental hospital it shouldn't be hiding so many books from other series, Ruan Lingyu said, pointing at the thick books stacked on top of each other. Various storybooks, and detective collections, not like a collection in a mental hospital. Look you guys, I found this, He Zhuang said, finding a diary on the floor under the desk. See? Said Fang Shijin as he took the book and placed it on the desk. But it was really dark in here and it was hard to see what was actually written on it. Use this, Ruan Lingyu said and brought over something like a kerosene lamp. By the looks of it, it seemed to be working. The lampshade was flicked open, and the wick inside was intact. It should work, Jiang Bai said indifferently, taking out his toolkit, which contained a small driver and screwdriver just enough to open the inside. I have gauze. You have a lighter. We should be able to try and redo it, Fan Shijin said and took out their tools as well. Ruan Lingyu opened the bottle and realized that it wasn't wine but kerosene inside. With everything in place, the kerosene lamp was relighted with the cooperation of all of them. They also saw the contents of the diary. The diary was written by a rich man, and it recorded the strange phenomena he found in the house after suffering from a strange disease, an attic ladder that would open at any time, strange cries at night and a hall that would often have strange people in white clothes floating around. The pattern described in the diary was no different from what they saw on the first floor. From this, it can be judged that this ancient mansion should be owned by this rich man. Then how could the psychiatric hospital information be explained? This old man should be a psychiatrist, right? That explains it, He Zhuang said after casually merging the clues he saw. How can a doctor manage so many patients? Fang Shijin retorted. Look at the forms. From number 1 to number 50, there are 27 people just towards the details. What if they're at different times? No, there won't be a clear time record underneath all of them. From 1900 to 1902, Amber shook her head. 2 years is no way to have that many patients in one doctor's hands at the same time. The diary records the time as 1890. Ruan Lingyu saw some time recorded through the lines. Jiang Bai began to think, this old rich man would have been the owner of the house in 1890 and up, and then this place turned into an asylum. Then what happened in between? As a matter of fact, the owner of this place would have inherited the house to his descendants. Very evil place, and not so much that a mental hospital would buy it as a venue. Ha ha ha, look at you guys, Pico can. Stuck, right? That is to say. Or let's see what our big brother Yunhai is doing. Right, the guide is still biased. How can you not give our Yulongjio brother the camera? These few pop-ups were caught by Haoku, who immediately changed the channel. At this moment, Morong Yunhai had already started to lead people to grope the second floor. The floor of the second floor was very old, and would produce creaking sounds when walking. 3 people searching from room to room, do not know exactly what they are looking for. Anyway, as long as you follow Morong Yunhai will be good. He had read the script, how could he go astray? Morong Yunhai was in a hurry to search for the sheriff. The sheriff was the most crucial at the moment. However, there had been no sound while walking. Morong Yunhai also felt strange. What about the promised sheriff on the second floor? Could someone have changed the script? With great effort, when they opened the door of the innermost room, they finally saw the silhouette. The light from the flashlight shone on his back and saw that the person's tattered and torn clothes were revealed. Not only was he skinny and bony, he also had some scars all over his body. Looking upwards, the person's skin was incredibly pale and his hair was very thin. This is the sheriff? Morong Yunhai froze for a moment, but then saw the man turn around. This hideous and twisted face of his suddenly appeared, scaring Wang Mani and Evita backward. Even Yulong Jiao couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart. This person was by no means a sheriff. Seeing the light struck by Morong Yunhai, the man quickly pounced and scared the crowd. They were only relieved when they saw it running wildly directly towards the other side of the second floor. Chapter 69 Doubts about the ancient mansion's past. Who's that? I don't know. An actor found somewhere, right? Great makeup skills. Did you see the holster zipper? Couldn't be someone from some haunted house adventure, could it? Specialty actor, right? All the audience saw this scene just now, and they were all praising this scare actor for his skill. Who was that just now? The guide muttered. We didn't arrange for that position to be occupied, did we? Never mind, just broadcast it, Hauke said, watching the live stream traffic rising miserably. There was a burst of excitement in his heart, no matter who he was. Anyway, now he was helping to raise the traffic of his own live room by another big chunk. As long as the broadcast doesn't die, it will be broadcast to death. But Yen Xi's heart tightened when she saw this scene. Jiang Bo and the others won't be in danger, right? She thought so in her heart. On the other hand, Jiang Bai had made quite a bit of progress. They found that a large part of the room where the books were hidden in the back was used as an archive room, and apart from the original owner's collection, the rest were all patient records. On top of that there was a floor plan. This is the floor plan for the second floor? They clearly noticed that most of the rooms on the second and third floors served as patient wards after the asylum had been handled. See if there are any newspapers. Jiang Bai was talking when they heard a scream. The crowd immediately rushed inside. Ruan Lingyu held an oil lamp and saw a corpse, hanging in mid-air. It was horrible. Jiang Bo has long been accustomed to this kind of scene. The position of the body is not high. After climbing up the bookshelf will be able to untie the rope. Putting the body down, Jiang Bai confirmed that it was a silicone dummy. What was the purpose of putting it here? Fan Shijin pondered. To indicate that someone is hanging here. It should be the rich man from the previous diary. Jiang Bai held the kerosene lamp and looked at the corpse. Look at what he's wearing. Silk pajamas. The colors are similar to the preferences recorded in the diary. Ruan Lingyu took a deep breath and then calmed down to think. This corpse is so professionally done. Look how calm my brother Pak is. Who's brother Pai? Is it that handsome guy? Even the viewers were shocked by the scene just now, but Jiang Bo had no fear. At this moment a large swath of pop-ups flew by again. If the assumption is that the tycoon committed suicide here, then someone took over the house afterward and sold it to the mental hospital. Fang Shijin analyzed. This is the earliest secret of the ancient mansion, right? More than that, it doesn't look like he committed suicide. Jiang Bai said. If this is a scene restored by the program team, then look at the ground. There are no tools that can help him commit suicide. He pointed to the ground. It was empty, especially the rope. How did he manage to hang himself so high? I just went up there to lower him and had to use a small lift from a bookshelf, let alone have to hang a rope from it. Jiang Bai explained, shining a kerosene lamp in front of him. Behind the tiers of bookshelves, there was another platform close to the small second floor, and this seemed to be another location for reading books. Maybe this rich man usually reads books here, and the study outside is only used for office work? Thinking so, Jiang Bai walked up the stairs to observe. There was only a table and chairs on the small platform on the second floor. with some newspapers on it. Jiang Bai stood on this position and looked at it. This position was just able to reach it. If the rope was knotted from here and then the body was thrown out, the same effect could be achieved. If the tycoon didn't commit suicide, there would be a whole lot of clues to be found. If they were to be restored in the room, these newspapers should have been what the tycoon was reading before he died. Jiang Bai, what did you find? He Dazhuang said and followed up. The remaining two did not want to stay near the corpse, so they also followed. The main kerosene lamp was in Jiang Bai's hand. There should be some information in these newspapers, Jiang Bai said, placing the kerosene lamp in front of the small table. Giant Mountain Mental Hospital? Isn't this the one we just saw? He Dazhuang took out the second newspaper when he saw its exposed corner. This one was the Giant Mountain Mental Hospital destroyed by fire. They began to instantly flip backward, a total of 6 points of the newspaper, and forward to the news of the patients fleeing, and the attending doctor committing suicide. All of these newspapers must have had their reasons for using the front page to chronicle these events. Looking at the timing, it didn't seem right that these papers would put news of the mental hospital on his front page every other day. Do you guys think it's possible that the mental hospital deliberately released the patients to occupy this house after killing this tycoon? Ruan Lingyu speculated. Can a mental illness commit a crime like that? He Dazhuang retorted. A jump this high to hang the tycoon up? That's Superman. As his words left his mouth, the eerie atmosphere around him itself eased slightly. Wait a minute, did you guys feel like you stepped on something when you just entered? Jiang Bai suddenly remembered something after touching the paper of the newspaper. No, it's just the floor, He Dazhuang said. Why do you say that? There was no lighting equipment when he entered the door just now, so Zhang Bo couldn't observe what was on the floor. He immediately walked down the small platform to the door. Sure enough, there was a newspaper at the entrance. The kerosene lamp shone on it, and the time was relatively recent compared to the previous ones. Rich man mysteriously commits suicide. Heir missing. The headline on the newspaper instantly made the process clear. Who? As Ruan Lingyu followed her out, she noticed a white shadow flashing over the railing on the second floor. It was extremely fast. Yo, isn't this student Jiang Bai? A familiar voice then appeared on the stairs. The flashlight's blinding light hit Jiang Bai's face, causing Jiang Bai to cover himself. The clues below can be finished by me. We can now go to the other side to find the sheriff. Morong Yunhai smiled as he led the team slowly. You guys are moving a bit slow, so I'll give you some hints to put. There are more clues in the back door. He believes that the main task of the first day is to find the sheriff. Without the sheriff's help, the secret of this house is impossible to talk about. Look at our brother Yunhai. Still not forgetting to give clues. Don't be cocky. Our brother Park is a first-class detective. What first class? Just participated in the program once. That's right. Without him, brother Yunhai would have been able to find the murderer. This side, Jiang Bai and Morong Yunhai bumped into each other, and the supporters of both sides in the pop-up screen also quarreled. 3.5 hours had passed since they entered the ancient mansion. They remembered that the rules in the information stated that at midnight, there would be a group of ghosts and most of the place would be blocked. Between midnight and 2 o'clock, they had to stay in the safe zone. It was now 11 o'clock, and there wasn't much time left. Go! Morong Yunhai looked at the time. There's not much time left. We need to hurry and search for the sheriff. They immediately went up to the second floor. There is information near the back door. Why don't we go and take a look first? He Dezhuang said very innocently. Chapter 70, You've become a spy. It's a lie. If we go to the back door to find it, they'll have more time to find the sheriff. Nguyen said. We should just go up there and find the sheriff before they do. I'm in favor of that. Fanshijin nodded. No, we don't have a mission that says we have to find the sheriff. Jiang Bai spoke faintly. Remember the information? Finding the sheriff can lead to more information. It means that the sheriff himself is a source of information. You mean you were able to find that information? Ruan Lingyu opened her mouth. It wasn't that she didn't believe in it, but the current situation was such that she felt that she had fallen behind Morong Yunhai's group. Haven't the secrets of the ancient mansion already been found? He Dazhuang said. What hasn't been clarified yet isn't how that tycoon died, who killed him, and how he was taken over by the mental hospital. His words were coarse. As long as these few issues were clarified, the secrets of the ancient mansion would be able to be made all clear. It seems so, Room Seeming Jean said, nodding. It felt as if they were closer to the truth from this perspective. Take a look at this news. Jiang Bai had just been paying attention to the newspaper on the floor. If Morong Yunhai hadn't interrupted, it's just a rich man committing suicide. Doesn't it match up with before? He Dazhuan looked carelessly. Still no new information. Huge amounts of property have disappeared. Fong Xinjin and Ruan Lingyu read the sentence out. You mean, the Giant Mountain Mental Hospital took over the house for the huge property hidden inside? Ruan Lingyu asked after thinking accordingly. Not unlikely, Jiang Bai said and nodded. Then are we still going to look for the sheriff? Not yet, he said shaking his head. Go and take a look around the back door. the group followed Jiang Bai to the back door, a cellar that had been opened, the door, a statue, and to the left another room. Jiang, take a lighter and look down there, Jiang Bai said. The flame could prove the oxygen concentration of the cellar, preventing them from going down and being in danger. But Dezhuang didn't pay attention and seemed to freeze for a moment. Dezhuang? Jiang Bai said again before Dezhuang came back to his senses. I just saw someone in that room. His voice was a bit shaky. Brush it off and go over there. At this time, at the behind-the-scenes staff. Who put that newspaper there? Hauke said as he looked at the screen. The arrangement in the script doesn't seem to have put a newspaper in this location, right? Saying that, he began to flip through the script. It was also because the script was too complicated and wonderful. It was also possible that it was put there by mistake. No, our props team's side of the record didn't put this newspaper. The person from the props team immediately replied over the intercom. Forget about it for now. It's fine to advance anyway. On the other side, Morong Yunhai finally found the inspector who was exploring in the innermost room on the other side. Lu Zifeng slowly turned around after being found by the light. How come it's you guys? He said with some surprise. Lu Zifeng thought that Zhang Bo's group should have found him before him anyways. Cough, Sheriff. What did you find out from your investigation? At this moment, Morong Yunhai read from the book. This house is harboring a shocking secret that may involve a serial murder case. Lu Zifeng said. This mansion was originally a mental hospital and was later bought by a tycoon to fulfill the tycoon's desire for serial killing. So it was to detect a serial murder case from the past. Morong Yunhai pretended to be a little surprised and said, "We will help you." In fact, he knew all of this in his heart. However, the location of some clues seemed to have been tampered with, causing him to not be able to follow the rules on the script completely. There was no harm in all of this. They should be very close to the truth. And the next step was to just search for clues to the murder. Suddenly, Morong Yunhai had a special idea. Having read the script himself, what if he was the mole? Being able to perfectly block everyone from detecting Jiang Bai without the help of the sheriff. I'm afraid that he doesn't even know that this is an investigation of a serial murder case. Time to zero. They must find the appropriate security point. Morong Yunhai sighed. Find a room where the mole's artifacts are hidden. This is the only token on the second floor. This place is safe. Please come out after 2 o'clock. A voice sounded in their headphones. This room hasn't been looked at closely. Just in time to take a look, Morong Yunhai said as he began to look around. After all, having already entered the safe zone, then it was a process of reasoning and contemplation, and it was only normal for him to search this room again. Therefore, the first thing he did was to touch the artifact that could be converted into a mole. You have become a mole. From now on, preventing the detection of the case is your mission. You can't be discovered by anyone, or you will be directly eliminated from the game. A voice rang out from the headset. Of course, this voice was only known to Morong Yunhai. This was also the reason why Hauke liked the Tianchang sleuth program the most. With the existence of a mole, outside of the increased difficulty in solving the case, it was also a heat for the competition to guess who the mole was. Meanwhile, Jiang Bai's side also came to the side room. They had also heard that this place was safe and had to stay here until 2 o'clock. Better come to think of it, first the huge treasure left behind by the tycoon attracted the covetousness of the asylum. Then the asylum killed the tycoon and started taking over the house and searching for the treasure. Ember said, summarizing all that was backed up by evidence so far. What's this? Hidachiang was fumbling around inside the room. Instead, he saw a keyhole-like bump. The crowd gathered around. It was a keyhole hidden in the bookshelf. What is this room for? Fang Shijin asked. It would be too simple to say that this is a study room. They pondered for a while and remembered that this should be the room directly opposite the study room. And through this wall should be that small second-story platform. You guys, look at this keyhole. Isn't it similar to that lock on the main door? Ruan Lingyu observed the lock and her intuition told her that these two things were exactly the same. Where's your key, Jiang Bai? He Zhuang said. Should we try? It was good that Jiang Bai didn't use up the key and throw it away. The large key was uniquely shaped. He thought it might still be useful, so he brought it with him. Inserting the key, it was just right and was even able to rotate. Snap! After spinning, it made a loud noise. The bookshelf slowly moved away, revealing a passageway. Grip it! The production team made this? Against the heavens. This kind of mechanism can't be seen in other programs. It's still our brother Park's group that can. They found the secret passage. Don't be silly. Brother Yunhai found the sheriff too. That means the sheriff can find it too. It's better to look at our goddess Ruan Lingyu. She prompted this, moments after the mechanism was opened. The pop-ups exploded. Do we have this organ? Hauke once again questioned. But looking at the pop-ups and the traffic, he decided to ignore these minor issues. Ask Fang Zhao. What exactly is the situation? The house he should know best. Zhao Yun was also in the scene shed at this time. Chapter 71, The Ninth Man Reappears. It was pitch black behind the dark door, and Jiang Bai led the way. carrying a kerosene lamp to enter. It seemed to be a secret room for collections. There were all kinds of sculptures and paintings. I think I've seen this painting before. There's the same one in the museum. Fanchijin saw a landscape painting and said, "It can't be that this is the so-called huge treasure, right?" "Maybe." Ruan Lingyu agreed. "Look at this statue." Jiang Bai listened and lifted the kerosene lamp over. There was a head over there. The carving was detailed and looked to be worth a lot of money. "If this is the treasure, then we should have found quite a few clues," He De Zhuang said. "Why don't we go up to the second floor later and take a look? There's not much more here anyway." The crowd nodded and left the secret room. "Jiang Bai, give me your key." When he came out, He De Zhuang said, "Let me keep it. Let me participate in the program for the first time." He smiled. Jiang Bai nodded and gave him the key. After all, it was also because he had requested so much that he came to participate in this program. It was necessary to wait until 2 o'clock to be able to continue the action. So they continued to integrate all the information here as well. Jiang Bai had brought the rich man's diary with him, and at this point, he was also going through it again, trying to find some clues that he had overlooked. It didn't take long for 2 o'clock to pass. The pop-ups and the number of people were also slowly entering a low ebb. The first day of investigation is almost done. Everyone prepare to alert them. Hauke arranged inside the walkie-talkie. Fang Shuyao, get ready to host when they return. Okay. Although he said that he would be back by dawn, Hauke was not really prepared to broadcast until dawn. He understood that after 2 or 3 o'clock the traffic would go into a small trough as more people went to bed. Moreover, the program said to come back before dawn, but it didn't say that it had to come back at dawn. So this was the back way left by the program script. Seeing that it was time, Jiang Bai and his group left this room all the way to the second floor. They had only investigated the first floor this night, and there were still most of the places left to investigate. When they arrived at the second floor, they happened to meet up with Morong Yunhai's group. "This just came up? The clues can all be taken by us," Morong Yunhai said with a smile. "Why don't I still share some with you guys?" "No need. We'll check it out ourselves," Jiang Bai said indifferently and started to move forward to the left. "Hey wait. This place is a bit eerie. I'm afraid that something will happen to you guys. Why don't we investigate together?" Morong Yunhai suddenly changed his attitude and was cooperative instead. "This is the sheriff we found. Do you see that I'm sincere enough?" Since his goal of victory had changed and it was a foregone conclusion that his own team would not be able to find out the truth, he was afraid that Jiang Bai would be as godly as last time and crack the mystery. Therefore, Morong Yunhai immediately decided to investigate with Jiang Bo, and even introduced the sheriff to Jiang Bo. As long as to block Jiang Bai's thoughts of solving the case, he will be able to prevent everyone from solving the case perfectly within these 3 days. At that time, winning would be a breeze, wouldn't it? Thanks a lot. Jiang Bai expressionlessly nodded his head as he spoke to Morong Yunhai, then followed his team along to the left to continue the investigation. "Why are you following them?" Yu Longjiao said, looking at Morong Yunhai somewhat differently. "You're not." He felt that Morong Yunhai had already grasped the script. Why should he follow Jiang Bai? That is to say, it's better to go up to the third floor and take another look. Evita stood on Yulongjiao's side. "What's the point of sharing it with them when you have so much in hand? Something is different. It's better to see what they have mastered." Morong Yunhai was being half-truthful. It was also considered a dumb question. What he meant was that the current situation was quite a bit different from the script, so maybe Jiang Bai had grasped some key information. After all, Morong Yunhai was able to bring them to lie down and win. So the 3 of them followed Morong Yunhai along with Jiang Bai. Sheriff Lu Zifeng, according to the script, is to follow one of the teams after being found. This time both teams are together. He is also much more convenient. He felt that as Jiang Bai's old friend, he had to open a convenient door for Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai came to the left side of a large room. Here seems to be a bedroom plus gym combination. A thick wall to separate these two parts, but there is no door in the middle of the passage. Further outside was a large balcony, and the lighting was quite outstanding if it came during the day. This was the place where Morong Yunhai's group first encountered that mysterious weirdo. There should be quite a bit to uncover here, Ruan Lingyu said as she glanced around. Her eyes flicked to Jade Dragon Zhao. The two of them exchanged glances. The two of them had once been rumored by the gossips, but since the subsequent paparazzi didn't catch anything, the matter was left unsettled. Just as Jiang Bai was about to explore from this room with everyone else, he suddenly heard continuous strange screams. "Who?" Lu Zifeng turned around, but saw a figure running towards the distance while screaming. This could be the key clue. "Chase," Morong Yunhai improvised. As long as he could interrupt Jiang Bai, anything could be used. Jiang Bo and his group followed and chased out. Who the hell put this person in there? Hauke looked puzzled from the crowd's viewpoint. Go take a look when we wrap up later. We can't let this person continue to disrupt tomorrow. In order to ensure the mysterious nature of the program, he did not put surveillance in any location of the ancient mansion. The entire program was broadcast from the perspective of the guests. The crowd chased them all the way to the third floor. where the sound came to an abrupt end, and even their running steps were all that was left. Where did it go? Morong Yunhai flashlight everywhere to shine a little figure is gone. No wonder it was said that this program is difficult. Fong Shijin sighed and said, if the clues are on him, we can't find them well. Maybe this is the last clue. Wait until we find other clues and then come back to catch him. Ruan Lingyu gasped and said. Just then, the crowd looked at each other. Why were there only 8 people? There should have been 9 people in their party, including the sheriff. Where did Jade Dragon Pride go? Morong Yunhai frowned. Although there was no transformation item within the mole artifact, as long as someone was outside his field of vision, there was a risk of solving the case. It can't still be over there, Evita said, glancing at Wang Mani. Wang Mani also shook her head, stating that she didn't realize Jade Dragon Pride just now. Having been lured by this mysterious figure just now, they were all focused on chasing after him, and no one noticed that Jade Dragon Jiao had fallen behind. It's better to go back and take a look first. Then Fong Shijin suggested, although it's not a group, it wouldn't be good to be in danger. They walked down the corridor and down the stairs. However, they found that Yu Longjio had unexpectedly collapsed in the second-floor corridor. Blood had soaked through the range of his collar, and the entire person had lost consciousness. Chapter 72 Live Broadcast Accident. Ah! The female guest let out a scream. When Hauke saw this image, instantly subconsciously called the live broadcast to a halt. He knew very well that although the script was complicated, nothing would ever happen to anyone. Notify the CID. Hauke said as he looked at the various images on the screen. Have all of them pull out first. The staff go in. No one is allowed to move. At the scene, Lu Zifeng shouted and immediately went forward to touch his neck. The heartbeat was still there. Not dead. Hurry up and call an ambulance, he shouted. The crowd was in shock and stood still. Only Jiang Bai was pondering. He himself was guided by Morong Yunhai and also saw the silhouette before he chased out. Running himself couldn't care about the other sounds. The whole house except for them. Only a mysterious person was there. Technically it was also considered a complete enclosed space. He looked around and didn't notice any other suspicious sightings. Director, is the director there? Lu Zifeng immediately called the director through the microphone. I'm here. I've already notified the criminal police team. Hauke frowned tightly with a tense face. He also knew the seriousness of this matter. Not to mention Jade Dragon Jiao's value. If he was injured or even killed, then thousands of fans would be looking for the entire program team to claim their lives. Therefore, he immediately stopped the live broadcast. What's the situation? Is it possible that the card has exploded? There won't be so many people on such a big night, right? Disperse. Something is probably wrong. The pop-up screen looked at the live broadcast screen that said line failure under repair and asked questions. It didn't take long for the people in the live broadcast to start decreasing, and in the end there wasn't a single person in the live broadcast. And on the scene, the ambulance and the criminal police team had not yet come. It is good that there is still a professional criminal police chief on the scene. He briefly judged the state of Jade Dragon Jiao's injuries. Suffered a heavy blow to the head. Serious problem. Lu Zifeng's eyes were serious. Do any of you have gauze? He remembered that there was gauze in the props provided in the script earlier. I have. Fong Shijin said and took out the gauze that was left over from the use. As the head of the criminal police, Lu Zifeng still had some knowledge of first aid. However, without being sure of the injuries elsewhere in the body, he could only stop the bleeding first. As long as Yulong Jiao still has a heartbeat, everything is hopeful. After simple treatment, Lu Zifeng told everyone to go downstairs to rest, but he called out to Jiang Bo. Jiang Bo, what do you think? Lu Zifeng asked. There shouldn't have been any outsiders at that time. There was only one outsider, the one we were chasing at the time, Jiang Bai casually said. But what we saw was that person heading towards the 3rd floor, and there's no trace of him now. Lu Zifeng recalled. He was out of time to commit the crime. Looking at the bloodstains, the first crime scene should be inside. The two of them follow the bloodstains inside. From the bloodstains, it is speculated that it should be Yulong Jiao who received a heavy blow inside and then walked all the way out to end up collapsing here. Sure enough, the blood trail extended all the way to the wall inside the room. This should be the murder weapon. Lu Zifeng takes his cell phone light and shines it on a statue of a human head. Isn't this something from the secret room? Jiang Bai frowned. What secret room? There doesn't seem to be a secret room in the script, right? Lu Zifeng had a questioning face. When we explored the downstairs just now, we found a secret room that had this inside. Jiang Bai replied. How is this possible? Lu Zifeng was even more surprised. If what you said is right, then the perpetrator first had to go to the 1st floor, then ran up and finally hit the Jade Dragon Jiao. The only way in and out of this place is this door in front, and we were all there at the time. It's impossible for someone to be able to hide so well. It's better to wait for the CID to come. Jiang Bai said. I won't get involved. He said that he was about to leave, intending to be an eyewitness. Wait, we are so familiar with each other. The criminal police team is not here yet. You can be my assistant for a while, Lu Zifeng pleaded. Don't we have cameras on our chests? We'll know what's going on if we watch the video later, Zhang Bai said and patted the pinhole camera on his chest. As long as the videos were all watched by then, the truth would inevitably come out. Right? Oh. Lu Zifeng slapped his head and Han suddenly realized. Just at this time, a sound came from the front door. It was the staff of the program running in, including the medical staff. They pulled the electric switch and turned on all the lights in the mansion. The medical staff immediately took the medical kit and began to do emergency treatment on the unconscious Yulong Jiao. This golden time was very important. If left untreated it might not help until the ambulance came. Lu Zifeng and Jiang Bo carefully walked out. Don't even go in here. Paramedics, you handle it carefully and don't damage the scene as much as possible. As he says this, he directs the medical staff to use a stretcher to carry the unconscious Yulong Jiao down first. Team Lu, it's a good thing you're here. How's it going? What have you found? Haoko also ran in at this time, his face anxious. Yulong Jiao must not be in trouble. Yulong Jiao is still alive. I'm still surveying, Lu Zifeng said then asked. By the way, the videos of all the people who live-streamed before have been recorded, right? Yes. I will immediately arrange for someone to export the video files, Haoko said while wiping the sweat from his forehead. It didn't take long for the CID and the ambulance to come at the same time. The former quickly blocked off the scene while the latter quickly sent Yulong Jiao to the hospital. Team Lu, you just got out of the program and had an accident. Bad luck, Luo Fei said as he walked in. How's the situation? He felt that since Lu Zifeng was the first on the scene, he should have already done a brief survey of the scene. It's you? Lu Zifeng said with a slight smile. Then his eyes returned to seriousness. It's a bit complicated. What does that mean? The murder weapon had to be taken out from the first floor to the second floor to commit the murder. Lu Zifeng said frowning. We should have all been there at the time. It's almost impossible to accomplish. The difficulty of committing the crime in such a crowded situation is equivalent to creating a secret room. Yulongjiao couldn't just hit himself in the back of the head with something. Could he? Alright. I'll send someone to do a good job of surveying the scene first, Luo Fei said, commanding his team to go upstairs to investigate. Lu Zifeng, on the other hand, took Jiang Bo and the crowd with him to leave the ancient mansion to the temporary rest area. Tell us about your actions at that time, he said and looked at the crowd. Although he felt that this kind of question was useless, it still had to be asked. I was the first to spot the strange man. The flashlight swept in, Moron Yunhai said. Then that's what everyone saw. I then chased it out. Me too. Followed and chased it out to the second floor. I was on the side of the bed at first. Then I was attracted by Moron Yunhai's shouts and saw that thing too. Fong Shijin replied. After a round of answers, the cause was that Moron Yunhai saw that mysterious figure running up the stairs. Everyone was chasing after it. It was reasonable to say that no one would have the time to commit the crime, unless someone was lying. It was impossible for someone to take something good from the first floor and run to the second floor to commit a murder in such a short period of time. And even if he ran to the second floor to commit the murder, the corridor should be the first crime scene, not that room. Chapter 73, The Video Clouds. Among these people, the one Lu Zifeng trusted the most was Jiang Bo, even though Jiang Bo was still on the cold side towards him. Jiang Bo, any thoughts on these answers just now? Lu Zifeng pulled Jiang Bo aside to inquire. Now that the field is surveyed by Luo Fei, he is the main person in charge of this case, although I don't think it's possible. It should be one of us who committed the crime. Zhang Bai replied. That thing is only inside the secret room. He suddenly remembered something. When the secret room came out, it was He Dazhuan who asked him for the key. If the other keys to open the door were ruled out, then only He Dazhuan could have opened the secret door. Only what? Lu Zifeng asked after him when he saw Zhang Bai freeze. The murder weapon? The key was in He Dazhuan's hands. Zhang Bai sighed and said, this is a fact, but He Dazhuan basically has no relationship with Yulongjiao. Non-relative and non-enemy, he has no motive to commit the crime. This matter is better to wait for the video to come out. Lu Zifeng nodded. He also counted on having seen He Dazhuan a few times, a bit of a loudmouth, but also considered a simple and honest type of person. After a while, Haoko exported the video. After Lu Zifeng informed Luo Fei, he was responsible for watching the video, while Luo Fei continued to complete the survey. Zhang Bai was naturally made an assistant and came to the screen to confirm together. Zhang Bai? The one who brought the video was Yan Xie. How are you? Are you hurt? I'm fine, but someone was hurt, Zhang Bai said lightly. It's better to watch the video first. The video opens. The previous ones are basically half-skipped viewing. The first thing to do is to confirm the moment before the crime. Who is it? With the video road Moron Yunhai's voice issued. From his pinhole camera can indeed see the flashlight shown on a mysterious figure. Let's call this the ninth person for now, Lu Zifeng said. His trail could be the key to solving the case. Saying this, He starts recording on his book. The video is paused at this instant. The book draws a square grid. Inside is Lu Zifeng's standing position of everyone based on his memory and the video synthesized. Morong Yunhai and Evita who were closest to the door at the time. Then there was Zhang by Fong Shijin who was near the bedside. He Dezhuang and Wan Lingyu on the wall side as well as Wang Mani near the fitness area and Yulong Jiao who was the farthest away. Looking at Yulong Jiao's state, he seemed to be fiddling with the equipment. Does Yulong Jiao like working out a lot? Lu Zifeng muttered. He does like working out a lot. His body is first class, Yan Xie said. Although she wasn't a stargazer, she had some idea about most of the stars nowadays. As the video continued, Yulongjiao then turned to the crowd to see that Morong Yunhai had already run out and the rest of the people were about to go out. He walked very slowly while still focusing on this side of the fitness equipment. The camera has not left the fitness equipment. Then he fell to the ground at once. The reason for this judgment was because the camera suddenly smashed into the ground, followed by a black. At this time he should have been attacked, Lu Zifeng said, drawing another simple diagram on his own notebook. Since his basic body was half towards the gym equipment, he couldn't capture the killer's appearance. It's impossible for an extra person to appear out of thin air, right? Lu Zifeng hurriedly went back to watch the real-time video of everyone on the spot. There is no problem at all. They did all follow after Morong Yunhai immediately after hearing what he said. In that case, at this moment, Yulong Jiao should be alone. Amplify the sound. Jiang Bai seemed to have heard something. When Yulong Jiao was in the bottom, they were able to hear the sound of things falling and a sharp running sound. The murderer shouldn't weigh much and isn't very tall. Lu Zifeng used his experience to judge the sound. Behind the video is Yulong Jiao climbing up, looking at the empty room and staggering out. In the end, he passes out and falls down, sprawling on the ground, and there is a blackout within the screen. There were no additional suspicious characters recorded inside the video, except for the ninth person that Morong Yunhai had photographed at the beginning. But the ninth person ran upstairs. We chased him all the way up. There was no possibility of him committing the crime at all. Lu Zifeng thought back. With such a small amount of time, there was no way he could have circled back to commit the crime. There were two staircases, but they were both visible to each other. If he came down the stairs and circled back around his own party at that time, he would definitely be able to see it. Go get He Dezhuang, he said with a sigh. River Paw also understood what this meant. Me? I was following out. Jiang Bai, you were right next to me, He Dezhuang said. Then how do you explain the key? The murder weapon is the statue of a human head in that secret room, Lu Zifeng said. No one can open it except you. He Dezhuang's anxious face, the look of wanting to say but not daring to say did make Lu Zifeng suspicious. Tell the truth. Lu Zifeng's tone was strong, almost chiding. I am the mole. I can't let everyone win. He Dezhuang is forced to tell the truth. That's why I held the key in my hand. Jiang Bai recalled that there was indeed a point in time when He Dezhuang froze and didn't respond when he called out. I just touched a statue of the back door and heard the headset telling me that I had become a mole. He Dezhuang confessed. If Jiang Bai you still have the key, you can solve the case at any time, then I will not lose. Saying this, he took the key out. The last bit of clues were broken. Team Lu, did you find any clues here? Luo Fei had already finished his survey, and at this time, he walked into the makeshift shed where he was watching the video, but saw Lu Zifeng shaking his head. Two captains? Any clues? Haoku is probably the most anxious person in the room. No. By the way, did anything strange happen in today's broadcast? Lu Zifeng asked in passing. To say it's strange, it's that secret room. The script didn't arrange for this place, Haoku thought and said. And the newspaper at the gate. I was under the impression that it was not arranged. Is that the one at the gate? Jiang Bai said and took the newspaper out. I think this one is crucial, so I brought it with me. Although this series of newspapers were forgeries, they were still made to the same kind of specifications as over 100 years ago and used traditional Chinese characters. Regal treasure, yes, that's the one. I remember that information was not in the script. Hawk nodded. Take it to the lab immediately. Luo Fei picked up the newspaper and handed it over to the criminal police members under his command. If he could confirm who put this newspaper there, he might be able to find out the relevant clues. The entire house should have been decorated by Feng Zhao and the others according to the script. The secret room, then maybe Feng Zhao would be clear. Haoku thought about it and spoke. How's the investigation going? Zhao Yun was also at the scene. She, as the main person in charge of the Tiancheng group side, was also anxious at this time. Chapter 74, The Shifting Fierce Weapon. There hasn't been much progress for now, Lu Zifeng said, but the investigation is deeper and should be able to find out. Currently, he can only use this kind of official language to explain. Where is Feng Zhao? Why isn't he here? Luo Fei asked. I've already notified him. He should be here soon. Haoku called to inform Feng Zhao at exactly the same time just now. On the other side, Feng Zhao received a call shortly after he fell asleep. Hello? Mr. Feng, something's happened. Someone's been injured. On the other end of the phone was Hao Ke, his tone filled with anxiety. Wasn't the program already broadcast? Fang Zhao was still a bit confused and casually asked, how could someone be injured? Yulong Jiao was seriously injured. He was just sent to the hospital. The people from the criminal police team are still investigating, Hao Ke said, and Fang Zhao instantly sobered up. You'd better come here quickly. Okay, I'll come right away. Hanging up the phone, Fang Zhao quickly put on his clothes, not even washing up, immediately ran all the way to the garage. The Interpol had stepped in. What had happened? He had thought that the program had already started, so there shouldn't be any problem. How did not expect in this early morning at 3 o'clock will have an accident? At the scene, all the witnesses have been questioned. Luo Fei has also seen the video. Same as Lu Zifeng, there was no useful news. It's already late. Let them make a statement on the spot. Luo Fei said and turned to Hao Ke. Can you specially arrange a large shed? After completing the transcripts everyone will go back to rest first. After all, it's not a solution to let everyone be so exhausted. Okay, I'll arrange it. Hao Ke said and immediately asked the program staff to set up a special shed. Jiang Bai, can you stay for a bit later? Luo Fei said as he looked towards Jiang Bai. With the situation at hand, even if Luo Fei and Lu Zifeng were allowed to spend a few more hours, there probably wouldn't be any new conclusions. He decided to seek Jiang Bai's help. It's so late. It's better to talk about something tomorrow, Jiang Bai said. The case won't be solved in a day either. He didn't explicitly refuse, but the meaning had already gotten through. Just think of it as helping me out. As a consultant, I'll apply to give a subsidy, okay? Lu Zifeng said, you've helped us so many times. It's not that bad. I'll drive you back later. This, Jiang Bai, I saw your ability last time with my own eyes. Hao Ke also advised, think of it as helping me out. Yeah, this matter is serious, and it's possible that Tiancheng Group will be attacked by fans because of this. Zhao Yun said, just think of it as helping me out as well. Under the persuasion of the crowd, Jiang Bai could only nod his head in agreement. After the transcript was completed, several guests went back. He Dazhuang, as a temporary suspect, was being guarded by a member of the criminal police. Yan Xie, on the other hand, followed the program team to settle the matter. After finishing, she also stayed behind. When she saw the mysterious ninth person in the video, she was worried about Jiang Bai. Fang Zhao drove up late at this time. What's the situation? Fang Zhao got out of the car and immediately ran towards Lu Zifeng. You're finally here, Hao Ke said inside. What's going on with the secret room? What secret room? There was no secret room set up when I looked at the decoration design plans. Fang Zhao replied. This side. Lu Zifeng pointed to the screen of Jiang Bai's team in the video. On the screen, Jiang Bo took out the key to try after listening to Wan Lingyu's words. Then the bookshelf moved away. Inside was a secret room. This is impossible, Fang Zhao said with some surprise. I remember that at that time, I personally came to see this house, and this is a complete wall. How could there be bookshelves? That means these things are outside the arrangement, right? Luo Fei said while pondering. Report, the lab results are out. A team member rushed in with the documents. Well, Lu Zifeng looked at Luo Fei looking at the document with a serious face. There are only fingerprints of you, me and Jiang Bai on it. Luo Fei replied. Unless this thing was placed by you, Jiang Bai, or someone intentionally didn't leave fingerprints before. This newspaper would definitely leave fingerprints if it was placed by a normal staff member. He plus Jiang Bai's fingerprints, and even the fingerprints of other staff members would be the normal situation. This clue is also broken, but it's good to know that it's man-made at least. The two looked at each other inside. How about trying a scene reenactment? Lu Zifeng suddenly thought that if they repeated the previous scene, they might find some clues. They picked a few team members to go upstairs immediately after watching the video. Jiang Bai, you pretend to be the murderer and use this instead. Luo Fei handed a small stick to Jiang Bai. Then everyone went back to where they saw the ninth person standing before the murder. First is Moron Yunhai said who it was. Said they simulated it. Then Lu Zifeng stood here in the fitness equipment as Jade Dragon Pride. When the team went out to chase the ninth man, Lu Zifeng looked back. He should look back and then walk sideways. Lu Zifeng said simulating the behavior of Jade Dragon Pride before he was killed. Jiang Bai, you hit it. Be gentle. Jiang Bo received the prompt and went up to the back outside the range of Jade Dragon Pride's camera and lightly hit it. Then Lu Zifeng fell to the ground. Jiang Bai was also thinking as he did the action. After hitting him, he threw down his stick and immediately ran out. At this moment, he just saw everyone in the stairwell and was still on the stairs. He followed them up the stairs. If the murderer was one of them, that seemed like plenty of time. The only problem was the murder weapon. The only people who knew about this secret room were him, He Dezhuang, Fang Xianjin and Wan Lingyu. Of course, he couldn't rule out the others knowing about it in advance. He was able to confirm that the statue of the human head was still there when he walked out. because when he gave the key to He Dezhuang, the image happened to capture it. It wasn't clear, but it was able to be confirmed. What are you following up for? Luo Fei asked when he saw Jiang Bai walking behind their group. I was thinking, if I'm the murderer after smashing people, mixing in the team seems like enough time, Jiang Bai said while thinking. These words reminded Luo Fei, including Lu Zifeng who followed behind and also heard it. You mean, the murderer is in the guests? Luo Fei frowned. This is a very serious accusation. If you have evidence I'll take it, but I can't take it just based on such a reenactment of the case. In fact, the two of them agreed that such a claim was fine, but without evidence, it was merely speculation. It's better to start with the ninth person here. Luo Fei sighed and asked over the intercom. What about the ninth person? Reporting, no trace found around. The intercom replied. Intensify the search and catch any trace of the ninth person on the live broadcast. Team Luo, I think the possibility of the ninth person committing the crime is very low. Jiang Bai said, if he had to get away from us and still have time to commit the crime, then the bloodstains wouldn't have come out of the room, but directly in the corridor, including the murder weapon, which should also be in the corridor. Chapter 75, The Route of the Crime. How could Luo Fei not have thought of it? But, it was impossible for a criminal investigation team to go by speculation alone. It was even more impossible to reason another speculation with a speculation, even if, as Jiang Bai said, the one who committed the crime was one of them. Now that the guests were all temporarily put back, there was no way to re-interrogate them one by one. Team Luo, you continue with the ninth person's line first. Jiang Bo, let's go take a look at the secret room. Lu Zifeng suddenly remembers that the secret room he has only seen in the video. He has yet to take a field trip. Jiang Bai said indifferently. Unaffected, with the key in their possession, they came to the first floor near the back door. What's behind this wall? Lu Zifeng asked. The library. It should correspond to the small platform on the second floor used for reading books, Jiang Bai said, inserting the key into the rotation. The bookshelf moved away and it was still dark inside. However, because the mansion was electrified, the light was able to illuminate quite a bit inside. Lu Zifeng turned on his flashlight to search the interior. Jiang Bai also noticed that the statue of a human head that was placed over there before was gone, proving that it was the same item. That statue was here, right? Lu Zifeng recalled from the previous video. Right. Hearing Jiang Bai's response, Lu Zifeng ran out of the secret room as fast as he could, subsequently going up to the second floor. Not enough time, Lu Zifeng said. If the secret room is open and I grabbed something and ran up again. According to the time projection, Yu Longjiao definitely came to the corridor. As a member of the criminal police, he has basic training in both long-distance running and sprinting, so his running speed is faster than an ordinary person. Even he himself couldn't do it, let alone those few guests. Perhaps only Yulongjio himself could come close to that speed. It can't be that Yulongjio smashed himself, right? Lu Zifeng said snidely. Then how light must the hit to the back of the head be? The case was at an impasse and the program was temporarily stopped. Lu Zifeng sits in the command car and re-watches the video, while Jiang Bai was thinking on the side. If he was the murderer, why did he do such a troublesome thing? And that position, slanting against the wall. If someone had ambushed him in advance, it was impossible for everyone not to realize it. He himself had a kerosene lamp in his hand, and Morong Yunhai had a flashlight. No matter how bad the eyesight was, it was impossible to not be able to spot a person at all. He recalled the situation. The corner of the wall was empty, unable to hide from anyone. For the time being, let's assume that someone was ambushed. Then how would he run after committing the crime? He was on the stairs, and if he ran quickly, he would certainly be noticed. If you are looking for a place to hide, at that time their own line of people have come down. 80% will make a photo. If he kept hiding, when the lights were turned on, he would also be revealed. The only escape route was to run out from the basement. The video had seen that Morong Yunhai had entered the house from the basement at that time. There seemed to be a large space inside. Very complicated. It would be easy to get lost if one wasn't clear about the route and direction. Having an additional person to better explain it all made the speculation smoother. But speculation is never in the service of a better explanation. Who is the extra person? When did he come in? Where did he hide in the beginning? How could he perfectly escape the search of the two teams of himself and Morong Yunhai? According to the video footage, Morong Yunhai's group had looked at almost the entire second floor, except for the room where the accident happened. Because the ninth person scared them so much, they did not enter this room. If it was an early ambush, there was enough time between midnight and 2 o'clock, provided that he didn't prepare a murder weapon. During this time, their group stood guard outside the secret room, and any movement inside was able to be detected. The mansion was large and quite empty, so any sound would be amplified a bit. Jiang Bai recalled that there was nothing unusual at that time. At the moment, multiple routes of operation appeared in his mind. Entering through the front door, entering through the basement, and hiding inside in advance. None of these can completely replicate the previous situation. As long as the idea of an additional person committing the crime was put forward, there was no way to achieve a 100% reproduction. Therefore, his thoughts went back to the theory that the murderer was among them. The sky was already slightly light, and it was past 5 o'clock. How's Jiang Bai? Any progress? Yan Xie said, bringing food at the door of the command car. I think you haven't eaten in a while. Are you hungry? Thanks. Jiang Bai nodded. Thanks, little sister. I'm hungry too, Lu Zifeng said, and also took a bread from the bag. Captain Lu, can Jiang Bai go back? Yan Xie actually came to ask about this. She has been busy since morning, waiting for Jiang Bai after the accident. A little while longer. If there are no new developments on Team Luo's side, we will close the team for now, Lu Zifeng said inside. Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai. How come he gets into this kind of case every day? If it had been such a case in the past, Lu Zifeng estimated that he would be just a member of the criminal police until now. Actually, I have something I don't know if I should say, Yan Xie said. It's that I saw something unusual when you guys were live. What did you see, little sister? Lu Zifeng brightens up. If there are new clues, then solving the case can be expected. It's that at that time I was sitting and resting on the director's side when I suddenly saw one of the screen images go black for a bit, Yan Xie said. A very short time kind of thing. It wouldn't be the one that went black when Yulongjiu fell to the ground? Although Lu Zifeng still had some excitement on his face, his heart was already starting to get disappointed. No, Jade Dragon Jiao is another screen, Yan Xie said. I didn't see it clearly at that time when it was too far away. It might be an illusion. Team Lu, did these videos just now have a blinking screen? Jiang Bai asked. This also appeared as a new possibility that the live feed had been tampered with. If this was the case, these videos would no longer be reliable. And at the same time there were countless more possibilities. The difficulty of probing the case skyrocketed. No, the records are all smooth, Lu Zifeng says and turns to Yan Xie. Can you say when the screen appeared to suddenly go black? Probably when the other screen went black for a bit. Can you determine which screen it was? It's too far away to see. Yan Xie shook her head. Lu Zifeng took a long breath and leaned back in his chair. Team Lu, it's almost time to close the team, Luo Fei said over the intercom. No progress. But this place has been blocked off. We'll come back tomorrow and the day after tomorrow to survey the area. Luo Fei led his team to search almost the entire mansion all over again. Apart from the secret room, there were no other traces that could be found, and there was also new news from the hospital side. After resuscitation, Yulong Jiao's body was temporarily stabilized, but he didn't know when he would wake up. It was not guaranteed that it would become a vegetable. Jiang Bai, I'll drive you back. By the way, all your classmates will ride in my car together, Lu Zifeng said. Although He Dazhuang is suspected, but the video is proof that He Dazhuang was in front of Jiang Bai. The whole thing was recorded and there was no time for the crime. Thanks a lot. Jiang Bo spoke faintly and yawned. On the way back, the car was silent, mainly because everyone was tired. Chapter 76, Motive. Jiang Bai, do you think I'm too unlucky? Back in the dormitory, He Dazhuang sighed and said, just joined the program and encountered this kind of thing. What's wrong? Is it related to the interruption of the program? Dewey Hung heard the movement of the door opening and sat up from the bed to ask. Ugh. Yeah, He Dazhuang said breathlessly. I'll sleep for a while. It was dawn, so the two of them could only catch up on their sleep. Dewey Hung was also watching the program at that time. How it was a program that Jiang Bai and He Dazhuang participated in. Seeing that the live broadcast was cut off at around 3 o'clock, so he peeked at the information stream on the back end of the live broadcast through technology. It wasn't some line failure as stated on the screen. It was the live broadcast side that actively cut it off. He felt that something must have gone wrong. Lying on his bed, he thought for half a day and froze until the two of them came back. You guys say it first, Dewey Hong said. I can't sleep if you guys don't talk. It's just that someone was attacked during the live broadcast. It seems like it was some kind of Jade something big star. Jade Dragon Pride? Yes, that's him. He Dazhuang replied and climbed into bed and fell asleep. Dewey Hung, who got the answer, was also finally able to sleep at ease. It didn't take long for slight cries to ring out in the dormitory. On the other hand, Lu Zifeng and Luo Fei did not rest for a moment after bringing the various exhibits back to the criminal police. They had long gotten used to this routine. Have the lab results come out yet? Luo Fei urged the people in the evidence room to step up the lab tests while still looking at the transcripts on hand. Lu Zifeng, on the other hand, was rewatching the video over and over again, watching it from beginning to end, trying to combine his recollections to find out more details. The case happened right in front of his eyes, so blatantly, as if it was declaring war on him. At the same time, the people in the network department were also very busy. Yulongjiu is a big star. The surrounding paparazzi naturally will not be less. The first time he was sent to the hospital, there were rumors circulating. Resuscitation at the hospital at 3 a.m., appears to be Jade Dragon Jiao. Jade Dragon Pride mysteriously injured. Suspected to have been killed. Jade Dragon Pride is suspected to have been killed in the middle of the night, and is being rescued in the hospital. News like this and that kept coming out. His agency simply couldn't handle such public opinion, so they turned to the CID for help. The Tanchang Group and Bijou Gardens side also requested the Interpol to block the news for the time being. Tanchang Group had just come out from the unfavorable news. They could not endure another blow. Otherwise, it would be liquidated together with the previous news. If this kind of thing causes a big public opinion, it will be very unfavorable for the criminal police team to solve the case. The network department mobilized almost everyone to block these endless news. The good thing is that there is not too much additional news released. The back as long as the use of hospital, rescue, Yulong Jiao such keywords to search. The use of scripts will be able to block a lot of the news. There was not much news left to catch. After a busy morning, the people in the network department finally blocked the large-scale news that was suddenly sent out in the early morning. Here at the criminal police team, Lu Zifeng and his team also got the lab results of most of the evidence, especially the test results of the human head statue, compared to the network department's fruitful results. The information that the criminal police team received was pitifully small. According to the test results, except for the blood on the statue and the blood in the corridor, which proved to be Yulong Jiao's blood, there was no other progress. There were no fingerprints on the statue, nor were there any traces left by the murderer. This wasn't an impromptu crime. It was premeditated. Lu Zifeng said after reading all the information. The murderer erased almost all the traces. Well, it's still about a big star like Yulong Jiao, Lu Ofei said. Could it be that he wanted to make a name for himself? According to the information he had asked his colleagues in the network department to check, Jade Dragon Jiao's reputation was mixed. On the one hand, he was an excellent actor who started out as a fresh meat but worked hard on his acting skills and kept fit, slowly evolving from fresh meat to muscle. On the other hand, there are all kinds of black news on the internet. Although his agent company suppressed a lot of it, but still can find some of the news that he is speculating on his fans and so on. There were even accusations of him raping. There aren't many people hacking him in recent years. If they want to get the support of the black people, they should have made these kinds of cases a few years ago. Lu Zifeng shakes his head and analyzes. Now that all the winds of public opinion in Yulongjiao are heading towards the good side, wouldn't the current situation of committing a crime be an invitation to blackness? What about the vendetta? Lu Ofei said. I saw that there are some news that he did a lot of things that hurt the world in his early years, and it seems that he is still a playboy in origin. Let's have the network department look into this back then, Lu Zifeng said, pointing to an account on a certain social platform accusing of rape. To say hate, this one is heavier, right? Alright, I'll go and notify them, and we'll check the other surrounding things. Lu Ofei nodded. Now that the case was in a deadlock, they started with the recent events around Yulong Jiao. Speculating on the murderer in terms of motive might lead to quite a bit of progress. After a morning plus midday sleep, Jiang Bai opened his eyes. He was still thinking about yesterday's case. If the case was in a deadlock, then he Dazhuang, who had the key, was the biggest suspect. Last night had indirectly proved that the video had been faked, so he didn't rule out the possibility that the CID would continue their interrogation from He Dazhuang. He himself was once a key holder, and does not rule out the possibility that he will be treated as a suspect, who was not among them at that time. How did the murder weapon run from the first floor to the second floor? These two questions were the key to the case. If the whole thing was like a jigsaw puzzle, then these two questions were the two missing pieces of the puzzle. Jiang Bai didn't really care about the motive of the crime. In the 100 years of space, many cases were so complicated, and the murderer's motive was hidden very deeply. If one were to search in the direction of the motive, it would undoubtedly take a big detour. Moreover, many cases before the murderer saw the hard evidence or dared not to admit will also rhetorically ask themselves what reason to commit the crime. The human heart is unpredictable. That's the kind of thing to say. Therefore, Zhang Bo has developed the habit of looking for evidence from speculation to solve cases based on facts. He began to recollect what happened last night, assuming that the murderer just had a way to quickly move the murder weapon from the first floor to the second floor. Then there was room for the person behind himself to commit the crime. He remembered that he was one of the last few, and that He Dazhuang and Moron Yunhai's group were both in front of him. The only ones he didn't see were Fong Shijin and Wan Lingyu. If there were no additional people, then the person who committed the crime was one of them. At this time, the phone rang. Hello, this is Lu Zifeng. Are you free? Lu Zifeng asked. Just wanted to ask you to come over and help with a reference. What he said sounded easy, but Jiang Bai, who had learned from the past, understood that they had encountered another dilemma and wanted to help themselves. I just woke up and haven't eaten yet. It's better to wait until I finish eating. Chapter 77. Hello, you haven't eaten yet? Lu Zifeng's attitude is very good. Why don't I drive to pick you up and I'll treat you to a good meal? He is still very proficient in the matter of taking the short hand and eating the short mouth. I'd rather eat by myself. I'll treat you, and Team Luo wants to treat you to a good meal as well, he said with a smile. After all, we didn't even formally thank you for helping us so much last time. That is fine then, Zhang Bai sighed. But you guys still have a case, does that not matter? He understood that the two captains were trying to trick him. After all, if he hadn't figured out the case yet, the CID might also be in trouble. If he Dezhuang interrogation is unsuccessful, he may also become a suspect. He believed that Team Luo and Team Lu would not do so, but due to the pressure from the higher-ups and even the Yulongjiao brokerage company, it was likely that such an outcome would occur. It's fine, we happen to be taking a break as well, Luo Fei said as he took the phone. Not long after, Lu Zifeng drove to pick up Zhang Bai. Is it that there is no progress in the case? Sitting in the car, Zhang Bai asked. You understand, then it's good to talk, Lu Zifeng said with a slight awkward smile on his tired face. It's better to eat first. We haven't eaten or slept all night. It's true to say eat, Luo Fei said as he sat in the co-pilot. The three of them came to a simple home cooking restaurant to the second floor and found a private room to sit and eat. On the way to eat, Lu Zifeng and Luo Fei shared the news they found out in the morning with Zhang Bo, wanting to see if Zhang Bo could find some clues from it. In addition to the evidence that the CID had analyzed, it was the motive that they had found out from the beginning. The target of their search was someone who had a grudge against Jade Dragon Pride. This was related to some dark information from a long time ago. Colleagues from the network department found out that there were once news of Jade Longjiao's rape on some social media platforms. Lu Zifeng said, although it was suppressed by the brokerage company in the first place, our criminal investigation team and network department have records. We found out that girl received a large amount of attacks upwards and finally committed suicide when she was overwhelmed. Luo Fei continued to illustrate. We also flipped that case at the time, and the criminal police team at the time was fixing it as a suicide and then hastily closing the case. It was presumably pressurized by the agency's side. What you guys are saying is that this case might be related to that girl? Zhang Bai said. But the person who has a relationship with that girl hit the murderer like a needle in a haystack. Anyone has a motive. The two nodded. That's right, it's a needle in a haystack. So let's give up on this line, Lu Zifeng said. But this original line has no progress to speak of at all. No fingerprints on the murder weapon. No trace on the video. No time for everyone to commit the crime. And not even much of a motive. It can't be that this girl is unjustly claiming her life after so long, right? Lu Zifeng smiled awkwardly. If that's the case, then this should be under the Taoist priest's control. To be honest, it would only be a strange force that could make the murder weapon instantly transfer from the secret room on the first floor to the second floor. Not to mention the secret room door was closed before they left. How could this be a crime without the ability to take things out of space? Of course, all three of them didn't believe in ghostly nonsense and just laughed. Could it be that we missed something at the scene? Zhang Bai spoke. I've thought about it. At that time, we were all running towards the third floor. There was no room for the person in front of me to commit the crime. You mean the person at the back is a possibility? Lu Zifeng had watched the video so many times. He remembered that Zhang Bo was the third from the bottom. The only people behind Zhang Bo were Wan Lingyu and Fang Shijin. Can the two of them, weak women, stun the tall Yulongjiao Jiri? Luo Fei was a bit skeptical. But Team Lu, you mentioned that voice. The height and weight are not big. Women are more likely. Well, we also simulated it before. Zhang Bai, didn't you directly follow it up to the third floor? Lu Zifeng thought for a while and then spoke. You are a male. Time if enough does not mean women have enough time. How about trying again? Luo Fei reminded. Calculate the time again. If it holds, we can check from that direction. Although it was currently just speculation. If the field could prove feasible, the evidence could be rearranged according to this speculation. Well, anyway, it can't possibly be a female ghost claiming her life just right. Lu Zifeng says and gets energized. At least this is considered progress. At least there's no need to work for nothing. After a meal, they head to the mansion. In order to prevent the scene from being destroyed, there is still a cordon here, and there are criminal police members who are specially guarding it. Team Lu, Team Luo. The criminal police members standing guard outside saluted Lu Zifeng and Luo Fei before letting them in. The three of them entered the mansion and came to the room on the second floor sitting on the left. Here corresponding to the downstairs is the room where the books are hidden with the small room in the back. Count the time if the murderer is here. Lu Zifeng stood at the place where the murderer might have committed the murder. The initial perimeter of the bloodstains. I'll start timing. Count the walk first. Saying this, he presses the stopwatch on his body and after simulating smashing someone, he slowly walks out and up to the second floor. Walking is about 20 seconds or less. Lu Zifeng said, walking back. I'll start on my side. Luo Fei said, pressing the stopwatch, and started moving from Moron Yunhai's position. He was jogging all the way, almost simulating the scene when they were chasing the ninth person. 10 seconds up or down. Luo Fei said. This is according to Morong Yunhai's approximate speed in yesterday's video. Next is me jogging. Jiang Bai watched the two of them test while he himself leaned against the wall and waited for the results. Suddenly he had a very strange feeling. If it was a normal reinforced concrete wall, he would have made a soft thud sound when he leaned against it. But when he leaned against this wall, there was a very slight thud sound. He suddenly turned to the wall, tapped it with his hand. Hollow? He thought back to the position of the wall and the chamber below. It shouldn't match. Directly below this side should be the small two-story platform used for reading. However, this hollow wall made Jiang Bai curious. He started searching around. After counting, there should be enough time. Lu Zifeng said, even if it's a woman committing the crime, it should be enough time. The next thing is the murder weapon. If we can find a way for the murder weapon to instantly move from the first floor to the second floor, then this case can be successfully solved. Luo Fei said, without this layer, any more speculation is useless. Even if they were able to prove that Fang Shijin and Wan Lingyu behind Jiang Bai were able to commit the crime, there wasn't enough evidence to support their speculations. I think I found it, Jiang Bai said as he turned his head and spoke faintly. Take a look at this. With that he knocked on the thick wall that separated the bedroom from the workout area. Beep beep beep. Chapter 78 Modus Operandi. Hollow? Lu Zifeng and Luo Fei said in unison. Their faces were very surprised. They had both ignored this wall last night and defaulted to solid. Moreover, the design drawings sent over by Fang Zhao also proved that this wall was solid when it was constructed. The house has been altered. Lu Zifeng instantly calmed down and said, although he and Luo Fei hadn't slept all night, their logical thinking was still meticulous. If there is a secret door here that leads to the secret room below, then all of this can be explained. Jiang Bai speculated. This also explains why the murderer attacked from this location. But speculation is always speculation. They must demand proof. At this moment, Lu Zifeng and Luo Fei also studied the wall at Jiang Bai's prompting. Underneath this wall should be that small platform on the second floor of the library, right? Lu Zifeng said as he recalled the design drawings sent by Fang Zhao. It was drawn like this on the design drawings. Right. Isn't there a secret room on the design drawings? Luo Fei suddenly thought of opening. Why don't we smash it open first? No. There might be some kind of organ. It's better to look for the organ first. Simply destroying it doesn't prove that there is a mechanism to open it. Lu Zifeng said also looking for organs. Since the secret room downstairs had a key to open it, then perhaps there is some unknown keyhole here as well? While groping around for organs on the wall, they looked for suspicious lock holes in locations adjacent to this wall. After a while of groping by the three of them, they successfully found a suspicious switch. Right near the floor, there was something that could be stepped on. It looked like the pedals of a piano, but super small. It blended in perfectly with the floor. Not only was it hard to spot in the darkness of the crime, but even when the lights were on, the criminal police team surveyed it and failed to spot it. Depressing the pedal, only a small sound was heard, and on the side of this wall, a door capable of accommodating a person's size opened up. This is it, Lu Zifeng said in surprise. If that's the secret room down there, then the magic of the murder weapon instantly moving from the first floor to the second floor can be broken. Let's go in first, Luo Fei said and gave Lu Zifeng a wink. They all took their open flashlights and entered inside to observe. Jiang Bai then walked in as well. It was a bit narrow inside, just wide enough to accommodate one person. If it was a female, entering here could be more flexible. Look for the floor, Lu Zifeng said and started to look at the floor. It didn't take long to find a place where a ladder could be put down. Opening the floor to that location, it was pitch black below, not the hidden book room that was previously imagined. It should be a secret room, Lu Zifeng said as he went down first to check. The two then follow suit and go down. Sure enough, it happens to be a location of that secret room. Only the secret room is much more spacious than this wall width. The murderer first went to this location to get the murder weapon and then quickly returned to the second floor. Lu Zifeng speculated, and then went upstairs to commit the crime. But how do you explain the sound of the door opening? Luo Fei said. In that situation, opening the door would definitely be detected. Who is it? Jiang Bai said. The sound should be able to cover it. Try, Lu Zifeng said. The three of them exited the secret room and stepped on the pedal for the second time and the dark door closed. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Who is it? Jiang Bai said mimicking Morong Yunhai's tone. At the same time Lu Zifeng stepped on the pedal. The sound of the dark door opening was not loud and was indeed covered by the sound Jiang Bai said. The case was solved, but not completely. The entire modus operandi has been clarified. Now it's time to identify the suspect. Excluding the case of additional people, the murderer was locked on Fang Shijin and Wan Lingyu. These two both have the time to commit the crime. Take out their videos and compare them. Lu Zifeng said along the lines. There must be one person. Since there is progress in the case, I won't get in your way. Jiang Bai said. This has basically proved that he and He Dezhuang are absolutely not suspected. His mission should end here, and leave the rest to the two criminal police chiefs. Even if there is pressure from the brokerage company, the one who should be suspected is not himself. This discovery needs to be reported. You are the first discoverer. You have to make a record. Lu Zifeng said. He always has a way to make Jiang Bai stay. Jiang Bai as promised came to the criminal police team again as a guest. Evidence room. Lu Zifeng will room like Jean and Wan Lingyu video out to compare and watch. This does not look do not know will look startled. From the time the word who was uttered and the crowd came running out, the images of the two people were almost identical. Even Jiang Bo in front of the screen was exactly the same. Yesterday, all the images were viewed together, and the images of these two people were farther apart, coupled with the fact that Lu Zifeng had watched it all night without rest. This is why he didn't realize the clues. The question is, who's the faker? This magic records look. Jiang Bo is also puzzled. He was sure that the only people behind him were Fong Xianjin and Wan Lingyu. At that time, he was just like the people in front of him, so he was eager to chase after them and didn't have time to look back. Yan Siye also said at that time that there was an image that suddenly went black for a bit. Lu Zifeng said, it means that one of these two people overlapped the images, whether it was Wan Lingyu or Fong Shijin. It wasn't that Jiang Bai didn't believe Fong Shijin, but both of them were suspected of committing the crime. In 100 years of solving crimes in space, he had encountered many seemingly unlikely, even harmless-looking murderers. Look at the identity again. Luo Fei reminded. Since we've already established that it's one of the two, it's better to check from the motive, he said, picking up the information. Fong Shijin, as a real estate tycoon, hadn't been in contact with Jade Dragon Zhao for long. The two of them didn't interact closely either, and it looked as if they didn't have much of a motive. Wan Lingyu and Jade Dragon Pride also didn't have much interaction. It was only a long time ago that there was a rumor about the two of them, but in the end, it was confirmed that the two of them were not so related. There's no motive either way, Lu Zifeng said, scratching his head. It's not like he would want to kill someone just because they are engaging in a scandal, right? Fong Shijin doesn't have the need either, Luo Fei also said. In comparison, Morong Yunhai, who has intentions of entering real estate to expand his industry, is more likely to be the target of Fong Shijin's killing, right? It's better to call both of them and ask them. Lu Zifeng sighed. If these two have the same video footage and are both behind Jiang Bai, then both of them can apply to be questioned as suspects. Then can I go back to school first? Jiang Bai said. The murderer of the case has already been determined to be between two people, with the CID should be able to find out soon, right? Okay, I'll send you back to school. Lu Zifeng nods. The case has already made huge progress. The rest of the trivial things can be done without Jiang Bo being present. Chapter 79, a case must be filed. That afternoon, Luo Fei invited Wan Lingyu and Fong Shijin to come to the CID to be investigated. Hello, MS. Ruan. The reason why we asked you to come back for the investigation is that we found some doubts in the video. Luo Fei spoke. May I ask if you can elaborate more on your actions after the crime? Saying this, he also took out a mock-up for Wan Lingyu to confirm. He asked Wan Lingyu first because based on the standing position, Wan Lingyu should be the closest person to the dark door. However, if Wan Lingyu ran first, Fong Xianjin was not far from the dark door. The two possessed equal suspicion. My last statement already said that it was when I heard Morong Yunhai's words. Then I looked that way. Wan Lingyu was very calm and her expression was not suspicious in any way. Then I followed and ran. I remember I was behind Jiang Bai, she said, and asked Luo Fei in return. Captain Luo, is something wrong? Oh no, we're just doing a routine thing to double check. Luo Fei looked at Wan Lingyu's appearance. It did seem like she didn't know anything. Please describe a bit more in the details. After all, it was early this morning. Wan Lingyu then once again told Luo Fei the entire process he saw originally. Psychologically, Luo Fei already felt that Wan Lingyu was not suspicious. On the contrary, Fong Shijin, as a real estate tycoon, was able to use more financial power and connections, replacing the picture. She was more likely. Therefore, after Luo Fei reconfirmed, he let Wan Lingyu go back. MS. Fong, I'm looking for you to be investigated. Mainly because there are still some things we need you to confirm in our case, Luo Fei said. And just like earlier, asked Fong Shijin to confirm the location. It just so happens that I just got off work. Feel free to ask anything. I will definitely say what I know. Fong Shijin said, looking kind of a bit eager. This program was planned by his younger brother, Fong Zhao and Tiancheng Group. If anything went wrong, not only Tiancheng Group, but also her brothers by Cui Yuan would be affected. She was very clear about the public opinion on the internet right now. The traffic and fans that a big star like Jade Dragon Zhao possessed could even destroy Bijou Garden in minutes. Even if they had nothing to do with this matter, angry fans who couldn't find a place to vent their anger would still take it out on them. Fame was one of the keys to a business being able to do well. At that time, You were in this position, right? Similar to the interrogation of Ruan Lingyu just now, Luo Fei began to interrogate Fang Xijin. Like Ruan Lingyu, Fang Xianjin also insisted that she ran out when she heard the sound. However, her tone and voice made Luo Fei feel that there was something wrong. Why was there some anxiety and nervousness in it? One last question. Have you and Jade Dragon Jiao been in contact lately? After finishing all the questions that needed to be asked, Luo Fei mentioned it in passing. It's also considered a friend who is a bit far away. Fang Xijin thought for a moment and said, the kind that doesn't usually get in touch with each other, but will occasionally say a word or two. By the way, I did run into him at a movie celebration banquet I attended 3 months ago. Can you tell me more about this? It was about 3 months or so ago. The movie we invested in was quite successful at the box office, so we had a celebration banquet. She recalled, at that time, I did run into Yu Longjiao, who was considered the second male lead. Quite a hard-working young man, he was willing to act even if he wasn't the lead. These words again made Luo Fei difficult. Seeing that Fang Xijin appreciated Yu Longjiao's appearance, it should be impossible for her to commit a crime. Even if she had hatred in her heart, with her status, there were ways. There is no need to commit a crime. Perhaps it was necessary to look deeper into these two. On the other side, outside the school gate, Jiang Bai got off the bus and ran into Yan Xie who had just returned. Jiang Bai, Yan Xie said and ran over quickly. How's the case going? A little progress. Why? Jiang Bai looked at Yan Xie somewhat strangely. Why is she so concerned about the case? It's... Yan Xie paused. A few of my friends want to know. Since she had entered the behind the scenes of the program, some of the people who had originally bullied her came over. Often, they would ask her for news about the stars, such as Yu Longjiao. There is progress in the case. It should be solved in the near future. Lu Zifeng said. So if it's solved, will it be put on the news? Yan Xie asked. That is. Jiang Bai, if the case is solved, can you tell me first? She treasures those few hard-to-get buddies. Theoretically, we cannot tell you. Just watch the news. Lu Zifeng said. Something this big should be on the news. Of course, after it's solved, I'm sure the murderer will get his due punishment. Alright, thank you Team Lu. I'll go to work first. Yan Xie just said, walking 2 steps before staggering and falling. Yan Xie. Jiang Bai said and helped Yan Xie up. What's the situation? Lu Zifeng said as he also helped Jiang Bo help Yan Xie into the car. Send her to the hospital first. This is something that Jiang Bo has seen more than once, and he also found out that someone might have drugged Yan Xie's water cup last time when he was at the fast food restaurant. But at that time, since the true or false 1,000 gold case hadn't been solved yet, his own head wasn't in the game. He also told Yan Xie that she was probably too tired. Over time forgot about this matter. It seems that this person is still secretly Yan Xie. This matter must be investigated. Sitting in the car, Jiang Bai's thoughts are very chaotic. On the one hand is about to solve the wounding incident. On the other hand is Yan Xie was drugged. Like a stick in his mind stirring. He didn't know why he wanted to help Yan Xie's case now. Perhaps Yan Xie's life was too pitiful. Parents are dead to rely on their own to earn living expenses. Before there are loan sharks, these as a mountain on Yan Xie's back. These could have secretly touched his sympathy? He shook his head violently and quickly calmed himself down. Which one of you is Yan Xie's relative? The doctor walked in beside the hospital bed. Jiang Bai raised his head but didn't know what to say. Consider it me. Lu Zifeng said. It's quite sad that this child's parents are dead. The situation is not very optimistic. The doctor frowned and said. The constant accumulation of usual exertion is one aspect of the cause. But it seems like there is some sort of toxin in her body. Toxin? Lu Zifeng and Jiang Bo said in unison. It might not be clear without a thorough examination. The doctor said inside. This toxin seems to only cause pressure on the nerves after the fatigue keeps building up. She won't be able to do much more work. At least not lately. Okay, I understand. Lu Zifeng nodded. Pay the treatment fee later. We'll start the examination right away. The doctor said and left the ward. Team Lu, Jiang Bo and Lu Zifeng looked at each other. They both thought of the same thing. Making a case. Since the doctor mentioned toxins, then it was someone who had poisoned the room. This matter made Jiang Bo think of his own mom. She also suffered from leukemia because someone poisoned her. I'm not theoretically responsible in that case. Lu Zifeng said. I'll go back and try to file a case. After all, she's still in a coma without a relative. Chapter 80, New Ideas. Lu Zifeng felt that if this matter could be done well, perhaps he could have a further relationship with Jiang Bo. At that time, Jiang Bo's obstacles to entering the criminal police force would be one less. With old Captain Ding Shi's approval, there wouldn't be too many obstacles for him to enter the criminal police force. Thanks a lot. Jiang Bo nodded his head. At this time, Lu Zifeng's phone rang. Team Lu, where are you? It was Luo Fei's voice. I'm at the hospital. Another person got injured? No, it's something else. Lu Zifeng said and looked at the time. Is there anything urgent? Both people were questioned. Luo Fei's voice is a bit hesitant. The case? It's still a stalemate. Hearing this, Lu Zifeng's brows furrowed for a moment. I understand. I'll come right away after taking care of things on my side. Saying this, he hangs up the phone. You help Yan Xie first, Lu Zifeng said and hurriedly got up. I'm going to go back to the criminal police team. On one hand, it's to see Luo Fei's situation. On the other hand, it's to try to help Yan Xie build a case on her own. After Jiang Bo temporarily helped Yan Xie advance the medical expenses, the doctor quickly arranged for various examinations. It didn't take long for the tests to be completed, and the nurse was sending Yan Xie back to the ward. The results may take some time. Young man, are you his boyfriend? The doctor asked as he lifted his glasses. He was also Jiang Bai's old acquaintance. Jiang Bai's mother's attending doctor was also him. Seeing Jiang Bai again, he also sympathized with him. It was not uncommon to see a mother with leukemia and a girlfriend in trouble. However, this young man is really rich, and this girl has found a good boyfriend with money. No, it's just a better friend of mine. Sorry for the misunderstanding, the doctor said and nodded. Rest well in the hospital for this period of time. I'll have the nurses pay more attention. On the other hand, Lu Zifeng returns to the criminal police team and finds Luo Fei at the first opportunity. How about the situation? Lu Zifeng opens the door and asks. No result. Luo Fei says and brings the video and transcript of the previous questioning to Lu Zifeng. In order to prevent the alarm, Luo Fei did not mention the dark door and the fact that they had already clarified their modus operandi. But in this way asking is the same as not asking. Although Fang Shijin was a bit anxious, there was no need for a real estate tycoon like her to hurt Yulangjiu by taking matters into her own hands. Ruan Lingyu, on the other hand, was flawless in the process and didn't look like a person who committed the crime at all. Is it hard to believe that there is someone else? Lu Zifeng said slowly after thinking about it. Someone has been hiding inside, waiting for a signal. It's indeed possible. Luo Fei spoke along with the thought. Because the modus operandi was clear, the possibilities of the case became more. Even if it was a video recording, it was possible that it was the other parties used to mislead them, saying that it was to give a signal. Then the possibility of Morong Yunhai also existed. If it was going to be a joint crime, those words of his attracted everyone's attention. This gave the signal to the culprit who was hiding in it, and he was able to come out with ease. In terms of financial resources, the top president of the Chinese company, to recruit hackers to change the video is also a matter of minutes. The truth might be the least noticeable one. Jiang Bai should have speculated wrongly. Luo Fei said, there's another person hiding inside. Saying this, he took out paper and started to draw a simple diagram. First of all, this person should be hiding inside this crevice the entire time. Let's call him X for now, he explained as he drew. Heard Morong Yunhai's signal and came out to commit the murder. What about escape? Lu Zifeng thinks along Luo Fei's lines. Downstairs, basement, Luo Fei said. The time we tested going upstairs before, going downstairs should be the same. Moreover, your attention was upstairs when you guys went upstairs at that time, so you probably wouldn't pay attention to the situation downstairs. Makes sense. Lu Zifeng nodded. There was also a strange scream from the ninth person at that time. It was easy to hide the footsteps. From this they launched the idea of a joint crime. Morong Yunhai was also called. What? You can't solve the case so you come to ask one by one? Morong Yunhai asked. I heard that Ruan Lingyu and Fang Shijin were both approached by you just now. The main reason is to ask you to come back and assist in the investigation. Lu Zifeng and Luo Fei sat together in front of Morong Yunhai. Hurry up. I'm in a hurry. There's a meeting to be held later. Morong Yunhai was a bit impatient. Didn't I already say everything before? What else is there to ask? Why did you say those words when you found the ninth person? That mysterious person? Luo Fei asked. If you caught him alone, wouldn't you be able to get the information alone? Get the key information faster than Jiang Bai and his group? You take it that I'm scared, okay? Morong Yunhai said. It's so dark and not trashy. Who knows what dangers there will be? In his voice, there was a hint of nervousness in his disdain. This made Lu Zifeng and Luo Fei even more suspicious of Morong Yunhai. Although Jade Dragon Zhao didn't die, this matter is suspected of intentional injury. Luo Fei threatened. Making a false confession and influencing the criminal police team is obstruction of official duties. Do you know the seriousness of this? Speculative things cannot be used to fraud. This is the rule of the Interpol interrogation. I said everything. All the truth. Morong Yunhai said, his tone more anxious. I really want a meeting. What else to ask? Hurry up. Otherwise I complain about you. Complain later, you can go out the door and turn left. But right now I need you to explain everything. Lu Zifeng said, staring at Morong Yunhai's eyes. What am I telling the truth? What I said is the truth. Morong Yunhai was stared at with some fear and stumbled over his words. I hope you can come clean. Luo Fei said inside. If this matter is released, A large number of Jade Dragon Pride's fans will vent their anger on the internet. I don't know if your company will be affected. If someone says that it's because of that diversion from you, they'll probably treat you as a criminal. Lu Zifeng continued. Your company might be haunted by public opinion. Is this considered a threat from you guys? Morong Yunhai took a deep breath and said, I've already said what I need to say. I want to leave. I want a meeting. We won't let you go until you confess. Lu Zifeng said as he took out a document. We've gotten permission from the higher-ups and want you to undergo a detailed investigation. Theoretically we can detain you for 48 hours. I'll say it, can't I say it? Morong Yunhai was in a hurry. He was supposed to attend an important meeting today, which was related to his company going global. Okay, then please say it properly. Luo Fei said as he lifted his pen and prepared to record. I just read the script in advance, Morong Yunhai said. It wouldn't be that reading the script is also related to this matter, right? I intentionally touched the key props to become a mole. If I can divert everyone's attention, won't everyone be unable to solve the case? Wouldn't I win? That's it? Hearing this comment, Luo Fei and Lu Zifeng were dumbfounded in their hearts. Chapter 81 Jade Dragon Pride Awakens. What else did you guys think it was? Morong Yunhai looked at Lu Zifeng and Luo Fei with a strange expression. I came to the program to win. This kind of thing, you can rest assured to account for it. We won't disclose it. Lu Zifeng said. Is there anything else? Nope. Honestly, I'm a president who is guilty of this kind of thing, Morong Yunhai said. If he, Yu Longjiao, messes with me, I don't need this program to mess with him. Alright, you go back first. Excuse me, Luo Fei sighed and said. Right, go out and turn left, right? I'm going to complain about you guys, Morong Yunhai said, leaving. Luo Fei and Lu Zifeng looked at each other and sighed. Getting to the end of the day is so much more than that. The case is still at a loss. You say, did we both get too much help from Zhang Bai and become stupid? Lu Zifeng began to doubt himself. No, the two of us shouldn't have changed. What has changed is the case, Luo Fei said. How many times have you received such complicated cases before? Speaking of the female captivity and the later Tancheng group alone, no matter which case it was a complexity they had never encountered before. You get busy first, I still have something to do, Lu Zifeng says and leaves. He's going to help Yan Siye try to build a case. Ding Shi's office. You said that this Yan Siye is Zhang Bai's friend? Ding Shi asked. I will help you in this matter. The timing is up to you. I want you to bring Zhang Bai into the criminal police force before I retire. Old Captain. Even if you don't say it, I want to drag Zhang Bo into the criminal police force. Lu Zifeng said. With his kind of crime-solving ability, I'd be willing to give up my position to him. It's enough that you have this heart. Filing a case, this is something I will talk about. You just need to make a good record and submit it. Ding Shi nodded. But be careful. Our goal is always to draw Zhang Bai closer. Make him feel good about us and rely on us. Yes, Lu Zifeng said, but in his heart, he could be muttering. Right now it's himself who is too dependent on Zhang Bai. When he returned to his office, he got busy and kept tapping the keyboard. Soon a case report was made. At this time he heard a knock on the door. Team Lu, Yulong Jiao is awake, Luo Fei said as he pushed the door open. Awake? Lu Zifeng was also pleasantly surprised. As a victim, Yulong Jiao had fallen down and stood up again. The camera on his chest didn't capture it, and he might have personally seen the murderer's appearance. His testimony would turn out to be decisive evidence. Thus, the duo immediately rushed to a private hospital, in order to prevent some crazy fans. After the hospital resuscitation, Yulong Jiao was transferred to an exclusive private hospital by his house for hospitalization. Lu Zifeng and Luo Fei arrived at the entrance of the hospital room relying on their Interpol IDs. When the Interpol team comes later, you can say that you saw the murderer. How can this be a lie? Yulong Jiao's voice was still a bit weak. You're the most crucial person for this case to be solved for so long. His agent, Zhao Chun, was teaching. As long as you say who it is, they'll decide who it is. I can't frame someone else either, right? Yulong Jiao retorted. For example, that Ruan Lingyu. Just say that you saw her run and finally run out. Zhao Chun said. That scandal about her almost jeopardized your acting career. But I really didn't see anything. Yulong Jiao shook her head. Listen to me. Think about who was helping you deal with this all the way over here from start to finish. She looked at Jade Dragon Jiao. Just this time, whoever it was, just say a name. There's no surveillance anyway. Fine. Jade Dragon Jiao sighed and nodded. At this time came a knock on the door. Alright, just follow what I told you. I'll leave you alone. Zhao Chun said to Yulong Jiao after looking at the two Interpol members who pushed the door in. Then turned to Lu Zifeng. The two of you came so quickly? I won't bother you, but Yulong Jiao still needs to rest, so you guys try to be quicker. With that, the agent leaves. Yulong Jiao, since you're awake, I want you to think about what happened when you were attacked. Luo Fei said. Your testimony is crucial because we did not find any other evidence to be able to catch the murderer. Yu Longjiao's voice was very hesitant. Let me think for a moment. You just recovered. You can think slowly. Lu Zifeng continued. The two of them had already heard the agent explaining about Yu Longjiao through the door earlier. Now, they also heard the clues. Yu Longjiao herself did not see who exactly it was. If Yu Longjiao was certain who had attacked him, then that was who it was, whether it was wrongly accused or the truth. But as soon as he retracted his confession, the case would change back to its most initial state. Yu Longjiao's head was wrapped in gauze. He touched his forehead and said, I saw, but he never said it. Framing and wrongly accusing others was the last thing he wanted to do. After a long time, he gathered his courage. Actually, I didn't see anything. Yu Longjiao spoke. At that time, I was looking at those fitness equipment, and when I heard what Moron Yunhai said, I turned back to look at the doorway, my body still facing the fitness equipment. I then turned around to run towards the doorway when I felt the back of my head being hit by something. It matches very well with the video. I didn't see anyone when I looked up after I fell to the ground. Jade Dragon Pride recalled. Only heard some sharp running sounds. Two captains? Yu Longjiao just woke up. He may not have recovered well yet. His words just now don't count. Zhao Chunshan immediately rushed in upon hearing this. Do you still want to teach him to commit perjury? Lu Zifeng is worthy of being a battle-hardened criminal police captain. These words coupled with that look in his eyes made the agent run out of gestures. I didn't. Zhao Chunshan instantly wimped out. Right, I still have some questions I want to ask. Luo Fei said as he took out his book. How is your relationship with Fang Shijin? Not very well acquainted. Just the most ordinary of friends. Usually there isn't much interaction. Yu Longjiao said. It's just that recently there was a cooperative movie where I was the second male lead and she was the investing party. Okay, what about Wan Lingyu? Luo Fei asked while recording. It's kind of a general friend, quite far away these days. Mainly, Yu Longjiao said after a pause. Mainly because there were scandals in the past. On the other hand, Jiang Bai waited in front of the hospital bed for a while, and Yan Siye woke up. What is wrong with me? Yan Siye asked as she saw the hospital around her. You just fainted, Jiang Bai said. I sent you to the hospital with Team Lu. Maybe I'd been too tired lately, Yan Siye said. There was quite a lot of work on that last program. Chapter 82 Suspicions about the murder weapon. Well, the doctor said that was one of the reasons, Jiang Bai explained. He said you still have an unknown toxin in your body that triggers after overworking. Yan Siye looked incredulous. Why didn't I feel it? I don't know. Until your body checkup report comes out. We can only wait, Jiang Bai said indifferently. Think about what's different lately. Nothing's different. I've been working at the library and the fast food restaurant, Yan Siye recalled. And then there's the recent job of finding live programs to do at night. Jiang Bai listened and began to think. Previously, the problem was found at the fast food restaurant, and it was not ruled out that someone was also tampering at the library. What triggered her fainting should be the accumulation of long-term fatigue, and the final trigger should be staying up late that night to follow the program to do work. If it wasn't for the doctor's judgment, she might have thought that Yan Siye had fainted because she was overworked. Considering this as a normal phenomenon, this matter may not be settled. He thought of his own mother, and had to find out in advance. Otherwise it would be too late for her to be as seriously ill as his own mother. Jiang Bai, what's wrong? Yan Siye asked when she saw Jiang Bai thinking so seriously. Nothing, you rest first. Jiang Bai comforted. It should be nothing in the hospital. I still have to go to work, Yan Siye said. It's definitely not cheap to have a checkup and be hospitalized. I can't stay. You can rest here first. I've already paid for it, Jiang Bai said indifferently. Recover your body first before going to work. Then I don't have much money on me. Can I pay you back in installments? Yan Siye looked at Jiang Bo and said. Don't worry. When my body gets better, I will definitely work hard and return the money to you. These are small things. You rest first, Jiang Bai said as the phone rang. It's so late. It won't be Team Lu, right? Hearing this, Jiang Bai nodded and picked up the phone. Hello, I'm Lu Zifeng. Before Lu Zifeng could finish, Jiang Bo spoke. Is it to invite me for dinner? He still doesn't know what Lu Zifeng is here for? The case was 80% into a dead end again. I'll treat you to as many meals as you want, but you have to help me solve the case together. It's a gift from the Buddha to the West. Lu Zifeng said. Yu Longjiao woke up, but the case is still in the same place. How is this possible? Jiang Bai said somewhat, a little surprised in his heart. He should have seen the murderer. We think so too. Maybe it's because Yu Longjiao's memory hasn't recovered yet, Lu Zifeng said inside. In addition to looking for Yu Longjiao today, his agent had already started to put pressure on the Interpol. If they don't find the murderer, the fans who have nowhere to vent their anger may cause a huge wave on the internet. Of course, right now, the fans only know that Yu Longjiao was injured, and all the details of the case are just hearsay. Are you at school? I'll come over to pick you up. I'm at the hospital. Jiang Bai sighed and said, just merely helping him solve the case. It has nothing to do with Team Lu. Jiang Bai shook his head and kept admonishing himself in his mind. Not long after, Lu Zifeng received Zhang Bo to the criminal police team. Lu Zifeng and Luo Fei gave Zhang Bo a rundown of the recent events in the conference room. Morong Yunhai can't be the murderer, Jiang Bai said. If he's going to arrange for an extra person, he'll have to dig into the script very carefully. The duo nodded. And he would also have to hide the person in advance. He would have to be clear about the structure of the house, which would necessitate a connection with Bijou Garden's house Xiao. Right. Who wrote the script? After analyzing it just now, Jiang Bai asked. It's an editor from Tiancheng Group. We also looked for him during the initial investigation. Lu Zifeng said. He changed it from a previous case in a novel, adding the mole and other elements to form the script. There was nothing suspicious about that either. It was as if everything had gone back to the original starting point. Back to whether it was Fang Shijin or Wan Lingyu, Jiang Bai pondered while reading the evidence report. When he saw the report on the murder weapon, he suddenly thought of something. Team Luo, there are no fingerprints on the murder weapon, only blood, Jiang Bai said. It means that the murderer should have been wearing gloves or some other tool that can erase fingerprints at the time of the attack. Why can't it be erased? Lu Zifeng asked. If it was wiped off after the murder, this all stands. No, the possibility of erasing is very small. Luo Fei said, there's not enough time. If we have to rush to run away before Yulong Jiao looks up after he falls to the ground, the time is very short. And if it was wiped off, the blood wouldn't be so regular. Just wiping would definitely leave traces. Jiang Bai explained. This pair of gloves, the murderer should not be disposed of so quickly. What do you mean? There are bloodstains. The gloves themselves are suspicious. Both Fang Xianjin and Wan Lingyu belong to celebrities. They usually get attention when they go out. It's hard to destroy the evidence without being noticed. Jiang Bai said while thinking, it's likely that the murderer is still hiding it. It will not be destroyed until the case is over. What about burning it? Following Jiang Bai's thoughts, Luo Fei raised a possibility. That's unlikely, Lu Zifeng said. Nowadays, there are smoke alarms inside homes. Gloves and such will produce abnormal smoke, likely triggering the alarms and making it easier to detect such abnormal behavior. If the murderer is the two of them, we can't just go in and search at will, Luo Fei said. With the layers of formalities down, they would have long been able to figure out a way to destroy the evidence. At this time, Lu Zifeng and Jiang Bai thought of a way at the same time. It was similar to the earliest method of tricking out Zhang Huaxiang, lure the snake out of the hole. Lu Zifeng and Jiang Bo said in unison, as long as they were able to draw out the evidence, it would naturally be obvious who the murderer was. Didn't we have that Morong Yunhai line before? Lu Zifeng said, although it has been negated. Right. Luo Fei came to a realization and also understood Lu Zifeng's arrangement. It's already late today. Get them here or act tomorrow. Lu Zifeng nodded. This night, the criminal police team sent out a lot of people. They launched a secret round-the-clock surveillance around Fang Shijin and Wan Lingyu. Jiang Bai sighed in relief. The case was always solved at this point. However, in order to prevent Lu Zifeng from coming back to himself again, Jiang Bai planned to stick to the end of the case this time. Day after day, so suddenly call who can withstand? When time came to the next morning, the manpower of the criminal police team for round-the-clock surveillance had already finished setting up. Therefore, Lu Zifeng successively approached Wan Lingyu and Fang Shijin. Ms. Wan Lingyu, we discovered a new clue earlier. Lu Zifeng said, there was likely another person in the field at that time, so please still think in more detail about whether you noticed any strange movements after hearing Morong Yunhai's voice. As subtle as you can. On the other side, Luo Fei said the same to Fang Shijin. Chapter 83, The Truth Comes Out. Since Luo Fei and Lu Zifeng were clear that the only suspects in the case were Wan Lingyu and Fang Shijin, the questioning this time, no matter what they said, they would simply record it. Not long after, the net has been cast out, depending on when the fish hooked. If the murderer realizes that his direction of solving the case has nothing to do with himself, he will definitely find a way to take advantage of this time to destroy the key evidence. Lu Zifeng also did not expect. He slowly began to learn to play the set of Jiang Bai. However, after the battle proved to be effective, sure enough, their anticipation was correct. The murderer's key evidence was indeed not destroyed. The results came out within 3 days. Report, we found cut-up rubber gloves in the garbage bag the killer threw out recently. So reported one of the groups. Their efforts were not in vain. Send over the video first, as well as the gloves to be quickly analyzed after they're put together. Luo Fei said excitedly. Yes, after waiting for a little while, that group of surveillance squads had already transmitted the videos over. Lu Zifeng, Zhang Bo and Luo Fei opened the surveillance. They clearly saw Wan Lingyu throw out a bag of trash. The surveillance team from the criminal police team then took away the bag of trash. Ruan Lingyu, the murderer, was confirmed and an arrest was made immediately. This is now hard evidence. The murderer has been confirmed, Jiang Bai said with a long sigh of relief. Team Lu, can you let me go? Lu Zifeng had a bad smile on his face. It's the old captain who wants to talk to you, but he's busy right now. So help us look at the interrogation during this time. Jiang Bai is a bit speechless. He doesn't understand why Lu Zifeng likes to keep him around so much, but in the end, the case had been solved. It wouldn't hurt for him to stay a little longer. The lab report and the arrest of Ruan Lingyu were completed almost simultaneously. In the interrogation room, Lu Zifeng sent the report on the table. After the lab tests, these gloves have both your fingerprints and Yulong Jiao's blood on them. How do you explain that? Although the gloves that were put together in the photo were off-white, blood was still detected through chemical means. I haven't seen it. Where did these gloves come from? Ruan Lingyu said. How can I explain what I don't know? By this time she still had a face that didn't change color. The actor's instincts were in full effect at this moment. This was found from your family's trash, Luo Fei added, incidentally releasing the video as well. In the face of hard evidence, Ruan Lingyu had no way to hide it anymore. Ha ha ha. She laughed and let out a long breath. Alright, it's me. Then please still give an explanation. Lu Zifeng said. I've been puzzled as to why you committed the crime. Jiang Bai leaned to the side to listen in, also requested by Lu Zifeng. Did you find out? Ruan Lingyu didn't answer Lu Zifeng directly. Instead, she turned to Jiang Bai in the corner. Looks like I still underestimated you. You're wrong. The net of heaven is wide open. As long as a crime is committed it will leave a trail and will be caught out. Jiang Bai said indifferently. You are losing to justice. Justice? Where is there any justice to speak of? Ruan Lingyu said. A tear flashed in her eyes. If you guys were righteous back then, this wouldn't have happened today. Ruan Lingyu then told the story of a little girl. This little girl was a fan of Jade Dragon Jiao, and through a distant cousin, she happened to meet Jade Dragon Jiao herself. The joy of being able to follow a star so close made her flush, but she didn't know that she was caught up in a conspiracy. During the summer vacation, she was at her cousin's house just as Jade Dragon Jiao came to visit again. She felt that Yulongjio was interested in her, and it was very likely that she would become Yulongjio's girlfriend under these coincidences. This and other stories of flying up to become a phoenix are sort of every little girl's fantasy. Ruan Lingyu explained. She and Yulongjio also had a relationship. However, things do not go as planned. Yulongjio play finished do not recognize, and even will be her friends deleted. The little girl was angry. However, in the online news released by the Jade Dragon proud rape, accusing him. In return, the net explosion. Under the attack of countless water armies, she committed suicide. For such a person, killing him would be justice, Ruan Lingyu said, unable to stop her tears. This is something that can be filed. Why don't you turn to our criminal police team? Lu Zifeng said. Well said, Ruan Lingyu said. Isn't it clear what your criminal police team has done? Didn't you hastily close the case when my cousin committed suicide? Why do you want to investigate clearly this time? She almost roared her words out. It seemed that she had vented all her anger. Is it because he was Jade Dragon Pride and the other one who died was my nameless cousin? Just like the story that Ruan Lingyu told. That incident happened during the time period when Jade Dragon Pride and Ruan Lingyu were rumored to be scandalous. Later on, it was also because of her cousin's suicide that Ruan Lingyu stayed away from Yulongjio. And the whole case was pretty much the same as what Jiang Bai had speculated. Ruan Lingyu herself was athletic and her strength and mobility were not bad. When Morong Yunhai said who is it, she secretly opened the secret door and quickly took out the statue of a human head on the first floor. Then she attacked Yulongjio when he was alone, and finally quickly followed the army to create an alibi. The live feed was modified by the hacker she arranged when she received the signal, and the ninth person was arranged by her. She was the one who induced Jiang Bo to discover the secret room, and she even put the newspaper at the door. She was the first person to read the script and also discovered Morong Yunhai peeking at the script. First of all, I apologize to you on behalf of my colleagues. Lu Zifeng and Luo Fei both stand up and bow. Neither of us were in charge of this case at the time. If we were, we would have pursued it to the end. What's the use of apologizing when the person is gone? Ruan Lingyu said breathlessly. I should have hit harder. People like him deserve to die. There's one thing I don't quite understand. Jiang Bai, who was standing in the corner, said faintly, how did you determine that I would definitely be in that position? If I had searched for another room first, wouldn't you not be able to establish your crime? You searched carefully. No matter what route you took, you would definitely arrive at that room, Ruan Lingyu said. What about Morong Yunhai? Wouldn't you have a better chance of striking if you were in a team with him? Jiang Bai continued to ask. Even if I would go over there, Morong Yunhai wouldn't necessarily follow. Morong Yunhai has peeked at the script. In order to win completely, he will definitely find a way to become a mole. Ruan Lingyu said, turning into a mole. He would need to be able to see everyone's actions, but he sees you as his greatest enemy. How could he not monitor you? What if he doesn't want to? Think about it. If you can stop everyone from solving the case, and then tell your own speculation after you win and it happens to be the beginning and end of the serial murder case, isn't it the biggest winner? She continued to explain. He was going to make a name for himself. How could he pass up an opportunity like that? Chapter 84, Mysterious Substance. Ruan Lingyu had a delicate mind and outstanding acting skills, but it was a pity that it was used in such a shady way. Jiang Bai sighed thinking so. Where is the murderer? Where is the murderer? Is it her? Zhao Chunchun just barged in despite multiple people. I knew it was you, Skinny. This is an interrogation room. Please get out. Lu Zifeng frowned and said, who let her in? Zhao Chunchun didn't hear the dissuasion and went up to give Ruan Lingyu a big mouthful. How could the two criminal police captains tolerate such a thing? Snap. In just less than half a second, Zhao Chunchun was already pressed to the ground by them. I am now arresting you for obstruction. Every word you say will be used as evidence in court in the future. Lu Zifeng said as he handcuffed her. Arrest her. Arrest me for what? She hurt our family Yulong Jiao. Zhao Chunchun was still making noise like a shrew. What will happen to me? Ruan Lingyu asked after seeing that Zhao Chunchun had already been pulled out by the Interpol members. Even though it doesn't matter to me anymore, I still want to ask. Intentionally assaulting or injuring another person. You need to pay for medical and mental damages including fines, lost wages and other expenses, then 5 to 10 days of detention. Lu Zifeng explained. What if the other party insists on a criminal settlement? Yulong Jiao less than a minor injury should be dismissed and punished according to the law of public order. If you hit harder, it might be a prison sentence. Luo Fei continued to explain. Actually, it still depends on the other party's reaction. We're going to temporarily detain you, Lu Zifeng said getting up. Jiang Bai, if my cousin had you at that time, wouldn't the outcome be different? At this point, Ruan Lingyu no longer had tears in her eyes, and her makeup was already blurred from crying. I'm not sure, but if it's a case, I will find the truth, Jiang Bai said faintly. Leaving the interrogation room, Lu Zifeng sent Zhang Bo back, while Luo Fei had to interrogate Zhao Chunchun. Her charge of obstructing official duties was much more serious than Ruan Lingyu's willful assault and injury to another person. I didn't expect it to turn out like this, Lu Zifeng sighed as he drove. But it's a bit of a shame that this Yulongjiao person wasn't punished. Team Lu, do you want Ruan Lingyu to beat Yulongjiao to death? How could it be? I'm talking about the rape one. He slowly shook his head. Back then, if Team Luo and I had taken over this matter, we would have definitely ascertained it. Although the words were said this way, he was clear that this type of offense, rape, was the most difficult. It was difficult to obtain evidence, as well as the victim's testimony being unclear, making it difficult to collect the evidence completely. After all, what girl would be willing to tell this kind of thing out in a big way? As Jiang Bai was silent, Lu Zifeng was also silent. The case was solved, but Lu Zifeng's heart in turn had an extra obstacle to get over. On the other side, Luo Fei started interrogating Zhao Chunchun. Name, age, position. My name is Zhao Chunchun, 35 years old. My position is the agent of Spring Media's Jade Dragon Pride. After Zhao Chunchun was handcuffed, her entire body became much more honest. How did you break in? Why did you break in? Luo Fei continued to interrogate. I heard that the case was solved, so I wanted to see the murderer. Zhao Chunchun honestly had to answer. When I came in I looked for half a day and found that interrogation room. Xiao Luo, release her, Ding Shi said as he opened the door. His other hand fist clenched tightly, even shaking. Old captain. Why? When Luo Fei saw Ding Shi's state, he knew that he might have been forced by something. Listen to me and release her, Ding Shi repeated again. Luo Fei sighed. You're free now. If you want to know, I can also reveal some of the case to you. According to the interrogation, Ruan Lingyu admitted to the crime and stated that it was related to a previous case of a girl's suicide. We will write a report on everything. This won't do. Zhao Chunchun instantly panicked. Is there any way not to make a report? This is routine. Luo Fei opened. Zhao Chunchun's face was not right, so he knew that there was something fishy about that matter in the past. Is it okay if we don't prosecute? It's none of our business. It's a matter for the court, Luo Fei said as he unlocked her handcuffs. The report will definitely be passed up, and exactly how it will be depends on what the top wants. After saying this, Zhao Chunchun was obviously relieved. Old captain, why did you let her go? After Zhao Chunchun left, in the interrogation room, Luo Fei questioned Ding Shi. Do you think I would? Ding Shi furrowed his brows with a gnashing of teeth. Could it be? The higher-ups are laying a big net, and they don't want something to go wrong at this time. He explained, the case from above. Let the top handle it. Well, then the case of Jade Dragon Jiao's injury, Luo Fei asked with common sense. He was in charge of this case. Just make your report as usual. Ding Shi said. Don't worry, the higher-ups won't condone any of the criminals. It's just that this time the net has been cast wider. This matter was a secret, whether it was the CID team or other high-level CID teams. After being informed, Ding Shi could not say anything even though he knew what it was about. At this moment, in a distant room, this series of Zhang Bai's operations were all seen in the eyes of one person. Not bad, passed again. We'll have to try his decryption next time. That person's eyes were very satisfied. 2 days later, Yulong Jiao issued a letter of understanding to the court with the help of his agent. At the same time, Zhao Chunshun hired a large number of sailors to watch the matter of Yulong Jiao's injury as an accident. The news didn't report it either, and the matter was left unsettled. The program needs to wait until Yulong Jiao recovers before it can continue. At this time, Zhang Bai is investigating the poisoning of Yan Xie. In the past 2 days, Zhang Bai searched the fast food restaurant and the library with the help of Lu Zifeng. Since it was a girls' dormitory, Lu Zifeng especially sent female Interpol members into the dormitory to investigate. At the same time, they also made a line graph of Yan Xie's relationships. Yan Xie is considered to be isolated kind of girl, around very few friends. Most of the people see the Interpol people and her clear relationship. To really count friends, perhaps only Jiang Bo, Dui Hong and He Dushuang. At this time, Jiang Bo and Lu Zifeng are talking outside the ward. I checked everything. There's no trace. Lu Zifeng said. Lu Zifeng said, the only thing I can confirm is that an unknown substance was detected in the water cup. Hello? The report has come down. The doctor came over with a hesitant face. But, I'm not very clear on what's going on here. May I ask if Ms. Yan Xie was involved in a scientific experiment? Scientific experiment? Lu Zifeng froze. This toxin was detected by our blood test. The doctor said, it's very similar to an as yet unnamed substance. Chapter 85, the potion that disappeared out of nowhere. Under the doctor's explanation, Zhang Bo and Lu Zifeng finally understood. The substance detected in Yan Xie's body was a drug that had not yet been developed. This drug was miraculously effective in stabilizing leukemia, but the side effect was that it would cause accelerated fatigue and even sudden death as a result. The research team is working on how to isolate the substance with the side effect. The substance is called APTX-075 and only has an academic name, not a common name. So I want to know if Ms. Yan Xie has participated in scientific experiments? The doctor said. It should be no, right? Lu Zifeng said and glanced at Zhang Bai. I don't know, but she shouldn't be doing these dangerous things. Zhang Bo sort of knew something about Yan Xie's character. Although she could be extreme at times, she wouldn't do these things for money that could damage herself. We can't treat this toxin. The doctor shook his head and said. However, essentially no further contact with that kind of thing can be excreted from the body over time. Hospitalization. I'm not really suggesting it, just a few more days at home should be fine, he said in passing, and your mother is recovering well. Basically another 3 months of recuperation should allow her to be discharged. Thank you, doctor. Zhang Bai nodded his thanks. The doctor said that this kind of thing, the lab might have it. Lu Zifeng said, this line may be more reliable than the immediate check. He knew that inside the entire city, there was only one high-end research institute that was researching drugs against leukemia. This was also what he deliberately checked at that time when he heard about Zhang Bo's mother's leukemia. But there are so many laboratories, there's no way to check. Zhang Bai shook his head. It's better to look for it from the previous traces. Well, I'll go look for the research lab. The school side is up to you. Lu Zifeng didn't want Zhang Bo to know that he had checked those before. After sending Jiang Bo back to school, Lu Zifeng immediately went to that research institute. Hello, this belongs to a high-classified research institute. May I ask what you are doing? The security guard at the entrance stopped Lu Zifeng, who was wearing civilian clothes. I'm Lu Zifeng, the captain of the criminal police team, and I have some matters I want to inquire about, he said, flashing his credentials. Good day, Captain Lu, the security guard said and saluted. May I ask which researcher Captain Lu is looking for? I'm just here to inquire about something, and don't know the researcher, Lu Zifeng said with a slight smile. All right, I'll inform inside first, the security guard said with a very respectful attitude. Not long after, a person in a white coat walked out. Hello, I'm Sun Li, the supervisor of the drug center. Please ask Captain Lu to follow me, Sun Li said and brought Lu Zifeng into the research room. The smell of disinfectant on his face made him feel like he was in a hospital. All the way up the stairs to Sun Li's office. May I ask what Captain Lu is looking to inquire about? Sun Li asked courteously. I just want to learn about this APTX-075 thing, Lu Zifeng said, simply just curious. May I ask where Captain Lu knows about it? Sun Li was a bit surprised. Even the academic name of this substance was only established in the last half a year, and it was only after mutual cooperation with a number of foreign research institutes that a small amount of finished products were isolated. I have no comment on this. Just asking. Probably what traits and such. Lu Zifeng puts on a look of exploring science to ask Sun Li for advice. This kind of thing we did isolate a small amount of, and collaborated with some foreign institutes to research to determine the name. Sun Li explains, because the full traits have not yet been determined. The name and molecular structure have only been reported in a small amount in medical journals. Sun Li's subsequent explanation was similar to that of the hospital's doctors, that it was a product with side effects isolated from a wonder drug that stabilized leukemia. Also because of the confidentiality of the research lab, Lu Zifeng could only learn about this byproduct. Can I see some of it? Lu Zifeng said, the APTX-075 that you guys isolated. This is fine. Captain Lu, please follow me. This belongs to the part that has been publicized, so Lu Zifeng can look at it. They came to the changing room. After putting on the protective clothing and being sterilized, the duo came to the room where the medicines were stored. Captain Lu, this is what's going on with AP. Sun Li stared at the test tube with some surprise. Supervisor Sun, what's wrong? Lu Zifeng asked. It's missing, Sun Li said. We should have extracted about 3 milliliters. How come there is only 1 milliliter now? Did someone steal it? Lu Zifeng asked. Is there any surveillance? Yes, please Captain Lu, follow me. Sun Li said with some urgency and led Lu Zifeng to the monitoring room. He is the most clear APTX-075 because he also participated in the separation. In the end, how much was separated in his heart is incredibly clear. The two changed out of their protective clothing and went to the monitoring room. The surveillance that was called up shocked Sun Li. In the past nearly 13 days of monitoring, he witnessed a magic change in the monitoring. Since the drugs stored here were all drugs with a certain degree of danger, the clarity of the surveillance was very high. In the first 6 days, the APTX-075 in the test tube was still 3 milliliters, but on the 7th night, it suddenly turned into 2 milliliters, and after another 2 days, it turned into 1 milliliter. This, Sun Li is not understood, but Lu Zifeng is clear. Screen replacement, they finish the crime and then replace it back. Lu Zifeng explained, then frowned. How harmful is this kind of thing? We're still researching. The current result is that it's not contagious, but it will make the user very fatigued, and an increase in dosage may lead to problems such as sudden death or heart failure. Sun Li looked anxious. Captain Lu, you have to help us here. Well, I understand. Then please can you come to our criminal police team? Lu Zifeng said, already having a rough idea in his mind. On the other side, Jiang Bo also made a discovery. The owner of the fast food restaurant had actually secretly put surveillance in the back kitchen a long time ago, just in case some of the new clerks were stealing food. Therefore all the clerks were unaware of the existence of this surveillance. Since the boss was anxious after learning the news of Yan Xie's hospitalization, he told Jiang Bai about all this. From the previous surveillance, Jiang Bai clearly had to see a masked man furtively sneaking into the resting aspect of the back kitchen, holding something like a dropper in his hand. This was the culprit, but the man was so tightly wrapped that it was impossible to tell who it was, or even if it was a man or woman. But as long as there's a first time, there's a second time. Sure enough, the surveillance captured it more than once. This person had sneaked forward over there at least 3 times. Yan Xie is the most diligent employee. Most of the time will not be over there. Only really feel tired will go in to rest for a while and drink some water. Therefore, she didn't notice any of this. Chapter 86, Merger of the Two Cases. In this way, there was no way for Yan Xie to discover that someone had secretly poisoned her. From this, several questions arose in Jiang Bai's mind. First, the murderer mastered the fast food restaurant's rules, and if not for the surveillance, it was almost unnoticeable. Perhaps this person has contact with the fast food restaurant staff, or maybe it is a regular customer. Just ask. Fast food restaurants are busy mainly because of takeout. Not many people eat dine-in after all. Secondly, where did the poison of unknown composition come from? According to the hospital, it's something that hasn't been fully researched yet. The murderer can go access to such things, and even get such things. His identity is not simple. Thirdly, the clarity of the surveillance was not enough, but Jiang Bai was still able to recognize that the test tube the murderer was holding did not look like the style in the school's lab. It wouldn't be a bad clue if he could figure out which lab this kind of test tube was specialized for. Finally, he had actually speculated about the identity of the murderer. Being able to have the above 3 conditions was enough to prove that this murderer was not simple. Whether it was his network of connections and financial resources, it would have been easy to kill Yan Xie. Why did he choose this way? To avoid Yan Xie's direct death and thus being suspected. This was Jiang Bai's first thought. If this method is used, God does not know what is going on. If not for the hospital examination, everyone would just think that Yan Xie was overworked. By the time the toxin continued to accumulate and produce a large number of side effects, even if Yan Xie died suddenly, no one would feel there was an accident. It was really vicious. Thinking this way, he actually had a lot of clues to look for. even so many that he didn't know where to start. Just at this time, Jiang Bai received a call from Lu Zifeng. "Hello, Team Lu, how's it going over there?" Jiang Bai asked when he received the call. Lu Zifeng called. "It must be that he has found relevant clues here." "It's not just clues. I've found out how the poison came to be," Lu Zifeng said. "However, this is related to another case." "Another case?" "Well, the theft of the Institute's medicines." When he said that, Jiang Bai instantly understood. It was 80% the unknown toxin present in Yan Xie's blood. "I've already invited the people from the Institute to the criminal police team. Are you still investigating at the school?" Lu Zifeng continues. "I want to merge these two cases, so I'll come pick you up right away." "Okay," Jiang Bai said and hung up the phone. This time he wasn't really rejecting Lu Zifeng. After all, he had already decided in his heart to help Yan Xie. After a while, Lu Zifeng's car arrived. After Jiang Bai sat in the car started quickly. "The research institute I went to today happens to be working on aptX-075, but only 1/3 of this substance they isolated is left." Lu Zifeng explained the situation to Jiang Bai in the car. "Although it hasn't been confirmed yet, I guess the toxin in Yan Xie's body should have the same composition as the medicine stolen from the institute. I've also found out quite a bit of information on my side. The surveillance of the fast food restaurant found that there was a murderer poisoning the back kitchen," Jiang Bai said. "It's estimated that this murderer is connected to the research institute. Looks like both of us have gained something," Lu Zifeng said, some smiles faintly appearing on his serious expression. The situation was not optimistic, but having a harvest was considered a good thing among bad things. It wasn't long before they arrived at the criminal police team. Sun Li was waiting in Lu Zifeng's office. "Captain Lu, what is this for?" Sun Li saw Lu Zifeng bring in Jiang Bai and felt a bit strange. "Before I say anything, I want to make sure. You should be the only institute in the city that has isolated a small amount of aptX-075, right?" Lu Zifeng did not answer directly and asked in return. "Captain Lu, don't worry, it's not just the city. There are only 3 laboratories in the whole country that have isolated this substance, and we are the one that has isolated the most." Sun Li confirms with a nod. "The remaining 2 are one in the capital and one in the south coast. Neither of them are in the city." "Good, then I'll tell you now. The part you guys lost is in this classmate's friend," Lu Zifeng said. "His friend was poisoned and the hospital detected this substance." "What?" Sun Li looked surprised. "What is this student's name? May I ask through what channel did you obtain this substance?" "My name is Jiang Bo. We didn't obtain it, but someone poisoned my friend," Jiang Bai replied indifferently. "Team Lu, you called me here meaning that these 2 cases are going to be merged into one, right?" "That's right. The aptX-075 that was lost in the lab should be what was detected on Yan Xie," Lu Zifeng said and nodded. "Although further confirmation is needed, these 2 cases can basically be merged." "Jiang Bai, where is your friend now?" Sun Li said. "I'm one of the researchers who collaborated on the separation. Let me take a look at the report and I'll be able to confirm it." "She's in the hospital, but I've brought the report," Lu Zifeng said and took out the report. Yes, this is indeed the same substance," Sun Li said with a nod as he carefully read the general traits of this substance. "Then the 2 cases are combined," Lu Zifeng says as he starts writing the report. "Supervisor Sun, the evidence you have here is limited. I would like to start the investigation from Jiang Bo's friend first. What do you think?" "No problem. It will take time for me to make a report even if the potion is lost. You can just arrange the specifics, Captain Lu," Sun Li said with some nervousness in his eyes. "This substance we isolated not long ago. Many traits are unclear. It's best to let Jiang Bo's friend check in the intensive care unit just in case. I will inform the hospital on this point. Director Sun, you can go back by filling out this form. We will contact you." Lu Zifeng nods as he writes the report and says, "Jiang Bai, later on, you merge the evidence you searched for here with the one I have here." "Good," Jiang Bo nodded. "Then please," Sun Li said and left after filling out the form quickly. After a while, the report was finished and Lu Zifeng and Jiang Bo integrated the information obtained by both sides with each other. "Jiang Bo, tell us your opinion," Lu Zifeng said. "3 thoughts," Jiang Bo slowly said. "First, how did the stuff get lost? Second, how did the stuff get to our school? And third, who put the stuff there?" Jiang Bai brought up all the big questions at once. These 3 questions connected the 2 cases. I think so too," Lu Zifeng analyzed along with Jiang Bai's thoughts. "Let's start with how the first thing was lost. The Research Institute's surveillance is clear and tightly managed. Generally speaking, there is no way for outsiders to get it easily. So there is a mole." Jiang Bai agreed. "The mole contacted a hacker or something like that to replace the surveillance footage and then carried out the crime. As for how it got to the school, I'm not very clear," Lu Zifeng said. "Maybe someone in your school has a relationship with the research lab to get this medicine? Maybe the relationship is not simple," Jiang Bai said. This kind of thing hasn't even finished researching its traits. It's only in a few specialized medical journals. How did the murderer know that this kind of thing was available? This was the latest thing that came to his mind. The isolated side effect agent had never even been seen by a hospital doctor, let alone someone on a university campus. Chapter 87 Unexpected Clues. Therefore, Jiang Bai speculated that the murderer might have just stated a scenario. For example, allowing Yan Xie to be able to look like she died suddenly from overwork, and then the mole in the research lab thought that she had such things in her lab, and then stealing those things out. That's something I've thought about as well, Lu Zifeng said. At that time, when I asked Sun Li, he acted surprised. It should be that not many outsiders would know about this stuff. Then it's more likely that an insider is committing the crime, Jiang Bai said. Checking from the institute personnel related to our school might yield results. He once remembered seeing when he first entered the school in his freshman year that there were people from the institute who went to their school's chemical engineering program to recruit people. I'll look into this point. So is there anything you need from me on the murderer's side? Lu Zifeng nodded. On the murderer's side, I still have quite a few things to check, but I'll be fine on my own. Jiang Bai refuses. After all, a bright and shiny criminal police team leader listening to the sky going in and out of the school to check these things will inevitably hit the hay. Alright, keep yourself safe, Lu Zifeng said. Why don't I send you back to school? No need. I'll be on my own for this period of time, Jiang Bai said. We can't let the murderer think that the criminal police team has been completely involved in this matter. Last time, because he had to enter the girls' dormitory, Jiang Bai had no choice but to ask Lu Zifeng to send a female team member in to investigate. He only hoped that this matter would not alert the murderer. In this kind of matter, destroying the evidence is very easy. If it becomes a headless case, it will be very difficult to solve. Back in the dormitory, Jiang Bai was still pondering which direction to start the investigation first. Jiang Bai, why didn't you tell me that Yan Xie was hospitalized? He Dazhuang said. I haven't seen her for a few days, and I didn't know until I asked at the fast food restaurant. Hospitalized? Someone at the fast food restaurant knew she was hospitalized? Yeah, I saw that she hadn't shown up at school for a while, so I went to the fast food restaurant to ask. He Dazhuang said. Then a clerk told me that she was hospitalized. Jiang Bai remembered that he had never revealed Yan Xie's news to the clerk. He also told his boss that asking about it was a leave of absence. So how did anyone know that she was hospitalized? What exactly is the matter? He Dazhuang said with some concern. After all, Yan Xie is considered his friend. Indeed hospitalized. Seems to be overworked. Suddenly, Jiang Bai thought of a will-o'-the-wisp. Female Interpol members going up to the girls' dormitory to check might alert the murderer. Then he himself would come up with a reverse fake news move. By the way, He Dazhuang, aren't you a smooth source of information? Thinking this way he asked. Can you help me spread the word? What news do you want me to spread? Just say it. He Dazhuang patted his chest and said. Although the last program was only half done, at least Jiang Bai really brought him to participate. There was also an element of gratitude involved. Help me spread the word. Just say that Yan Xie was overworked and took a leave of absence. Jiang Bai said. Then help me invite that sales clerk who said Yan Xie was hospitalized. I have some things I want to ask him. Alright, don't worry about what I do. He Dazhuang said and went out to do his job. Jiang Bai felt that there was something wrong with the person who bluntly said that Yan Xie was hospitalized. Maybe he can get clues from him. The only person who could know that Yan Xie was hospitalized was basically the murderer, besides Jiang Bo, because only he knew that the result of Yan Xie's poisoning in the long run would inevitably be hospitalization. He Dazhuang is very efficient, and has already made an appointment with the clerk who said that Yan Xie was hospitalized at that time, and asked her to have a meal after work. He Dazhuang is not ugly, and his figure is not bad. When he said he wanted to treat her to a meal, the clerk naturally wouldn't refuse. Jiang Bai, on the other hand, thought of all the questions he wanted to ask. The time came to 11 o'clock in the evening, just when this fast food restaurant in the school was getting off work. He Dazhuang brought Jiang Bo to the back door of the fast food restaurant and waited, only to see out a relatively clean-looking short-haired girl. After the introduction of He Dazhuang in this person's conversation, Jiang Bo learned that she was also a classmate named Yuan Mu, working part-time here. Let's go eat first, He Dazhuang said with a silly smile. Actually, it's mainly because my friend wants to find you. Aha, okay. Yuan Mu didn't refuse when she saw Jiang Bo and He Dazhuang. After all, who didn't know the previous big celebrity Jiang Bo? Although she was not a fan of Jiang Bo, but if she could eat with Jiang Bo it would also be something she could show off to her little sister. He Dazhuang wouldn't pay for it himself. He took Jiang Bo and Yuan Mu to the Lingyu by the school. This restaurant was still open, mainly because Ruan Lingyu's matter was only reported within the criminal police force. Under Zhao Chuanchuan's manipulation, the fans' group memory had become Yulong Zhao's accidental injury. Although Ruan Lingyu was detained for a few days and fined some money, the store was not affected at all. Therefore, The promise made by Wan Lingyu that Zhang Bai and He Daxiang would come to this restaurant for free is still valid. He Daxiang booked the room, still the 36th table from the beginning. Even if it was close to midnight, there was still a steady stream of guests eating at Lingyu Xian. On the one hand, the flavor of the ingredients in the store is really good, and on the other hand, it is the influence given by Tiancheng Divine Detective. It was at this store that He Daxiang was chosen as the guest of honor for the roadies in the first place, and many people wanted to try their luck here as well. Of course they entered, and the hot pot on the table was just boiling. In this area of service, Lingyu Xian should be a one-of-a-kind. I wonder what Zhang Bai is looking for me for. Between meals, Yuan Mu took the initiative to ask. Oh, not a big deal. Zhang Bo expressed a polite slight smile. Just want to ask, what's the situation with Yan Xie in your store? I heard that she was hospitalized. Yuan Mu said without thinking. The store has been particularly busy lately, and she's still away, so I heard that the boss is quite troubled. How did you know that Yan Xie was hospitalized? Zhang Bai continued to ask. I heard about it. The boss said she took a leave of absence, so she's probably sick. Zhang Bai found a hint of something wrong in Yuan Mu's eyes as he spoke. Sick, probably hospitalized. Taking time off doesn't necessarily mean you're sick, and being sick doesn't necessarily mean you're hospitalized. Zhang Bai said lightly. What do you think? Let me ask in a different way. How did you confirm that Yan Xie was hospitalized? His eyes instantly became serious. I don't know. I just guessed. Yuan Mu said, sounding a bit agitated. I feel that it's necessary to explain to you. Zhang Bai said. Yan Xie's matter has been filed for investigation. If you refuse to answer, I can only rely on special methods to make you talk. I really don't know. Yuan Mu continued to argue. You found me here just to ask this? Humph. It seems that what was said outside was right. You must have some kind of relationship with Yan Xie. She's just my friend, and when a friend is secretly victimized, no one would sit back and do nothing. Zhang Bai calmly said. He Daxiang, right? That's right. He Daxiang said. Yan Xie is also my friend. If something happens to her, I will also help investigate. This is called righteousness. Chapter 88, Focused Care. I don't know how you guys are doing. This matter has nothing to do with me. I don't know anything. Yuan Mu said frowning. If that's all there is to it, then I'll leave first. Wait, you can't leave. Zhang Bai said calmly. You can't leave until you tell everything. I can leave if I want to. What right do you have to stop me? Yuan Mu snorted coldly and picked up her bag to leave. Just as she opened the door, she saw an unfamiliar uncle standing at the door. Get out of the way, Yuan Mu said, but saw that the uncle-like man in front of her didn't move at all. Zhang Bai, do you believe I'll call the police to arrest you? You're illegally detaining. Yuan Mu turned his head and sprayed. Oh, calling the police? I'm from the criminal police team. Little sister, what do you have to say? This person outside the door was Lu Zifeng. Back when He Daxiang contacted Yuan Mu, Zhang Bai also contacted Lu Zifeng 5 hours ago. Hey, Team Lu, I've found a possible clue here. I hope you'll come over at night. Zhang Bai said on the phone. Didn't you say it's best if I don't come? Lu Zifeng asked somewhat strangely. It's to a store outside the school. The person we are meeting may know the whereabouts of the murderer. Zhang Bai replied. Good. What about the time? Which store? Around 11 o'clock. At Lingyu Xian. No problem. That's when I happen to finish the matter at hand. Lu Zifeng agreed in one bite. In his heart, he was also very happy. This was the first time Zhang Bo had asked him out. This makes him feel that Zhang Bo may slowly start to become somewhat dependent on the criminal police force. Whether it is to solve the case or the old Captain Ding Shi's plan, it is a good thing. That's how the previous scene came about. I'm Criminal Police Captain Lu Zifeng. If you want to call the police, you can say it now, Lu Zifeng said as he walked in and sat down, closing the door behind him. When Yuan Mu learned of this person's identity, her eyes began to panic. I want you to make things clear. Lu Zifeng's psychological skills may not be as good as Zhang Bai's, but with the identity of the Interpol holding down the fort, there's always a bit of majesty there. Yuan Mu was suddenly incoherent. Student Zhang Bai is right. This matter has been filed. If you knowingly fail to report, this is suspected of obstruction of official duties. Lu Zifeng continued to threaten. Maybe the next time you are approached, it won't be in such a relaxed environment, but an interrogation room. He deliberately focused on emphasizing the interrogation room. This made Yuan Mu, who had never seen the criminal police team handling a case, instantly honest. It was my boyfriend who told me. Yuan Mu sighed and said. He said Yan Xie should be hospitalized. According to her confession, her boyfriend also worked at a fast food restaurant, and she also worked at a fast food restaurant because she was able to see the top. Oh, then invite your boyfriend to come along, Lu Zifeng said and asked Yuan Mu to call. After all, the fast food restaurant was already closed and her boyfriend happened to be resting. Not long after, Yuan Mu's boyfriend came to table 36 together. This person's name was Zhao Yiming, and he lived in poverty, so he relied on his part-time job to earn his living expenses. Comparatively speaking, Yuan Mu's financial condition was good. However, Zhao Yiming still had quite a backbone and had been working hard to earn money, and his grades were usually good. Xiao Mu, what did you call me for? Zhao Yiming looked at the scene in the room, all strangers, and didn't know what he had come to do. You're Yuan Mu's boyfriend, right? I'm Criminal Police Captain Lu Zifeng. Lu Zifeng introduced them and asked them to sit down. At this time the box had increased to 5 seats. Captain Lu, hello, may I ask what's up? Zhao Yiming appeared calm. The main thing is that I want to find out how you learned that student Yan Xie was hospitalized. Lu Zifeng asked. She was really hospitalized? Zhao Yiming pretended to be unaware. I'm just guessing. She's so busy every day and does a ton of work. It doesn't even make sense that she wouldn't be hospitalized. Obviously, she was much smarter than Yuan Mu. If he was the one who looked for her in the first place, there was a real possibility that she could have been blindsided. Then has she been hospitalized before? Lu Zifeng didn't show any expression. Or please explain how you accurately judged it. Weren't you present last time, Jiang Bai? As soon as Zhao Yiming said that, Jiang Bai remembered that he was also present when Yan Xie fainted for the first time. She can even faint at any time. Isn't it common sense to hospitalize her? I just casually said that and she believed it, saying that he smiled awkwardly. Very well, then please the two of you still come to the criminal police team. Lu Zifeng smiles and says, just to make a statement. Compared to Jiang Bai's cerebral way of thinking about problems, Lu Zifeng has a lot of different means. Why? Zhao Yiming asked. Isn't it just fainting and being hospitalized? I'm afraid the matter is much more serious, so it's better to ask the two of you to follow me to the criminal police team. Lu Zifeng said, finish your meal first. He Dezhuang later you go back first. It's been hard on you today. Jiang Bai said nodding to He Dezhuang. He Dezhuang did help Jiang Bo a lot today. By the way Jiang Bai, what's going to happen behind that program? He Dezhuang quietly approached Jiang Bo and asked. I don't know. It should wait until Yulongjiu recovers and then it will restart filming. Jiang Bai said. Tiancheng Group and Bijou Garden can't afford to waste the blood money they've invested. That's true. He Dezhuang nodded. After finishing the hot pot at Lingyu Xian, Yuan Mu and Zhao Yiming were driven by Lu Zifeng to the criminal police force, and Jiang Bo went with them. Yuan Mu briefly made a statement and talked about all the recent events. Zhao Yiming was taken care of by Lu Zifeng. In the transcription room, there is an unknown poison in this case. It has been suspected of jeopardizing public safety. Lu Zifeng said in a semi-threatening tone, if you know and don't report it, you're obstructing official duties and will face a prison sentence at that time. He still has a knack for pinning down these college students. Other than the sophisticated ones like Jiang Bai, the average college student would be afraid of getting into trouble. The bigger the matter, the more scared they are. Utilizing this mentality, Lu Zifeng was able to force him to tell the truth from a threatening perspective. If you don't know the severity, I've already explained it to you. He continued, if you are able to confess, then not only are you not obstructing official duties, you will also receive a bonus. Bonus? Zhao Yiming endured his fear while hearing the word bonus. He finally spoke up under the grace and mercy. Actually, it was someone who paid me to make a copy of the store's worksheet for him. Zhao Yiming said. I didn't know exactly what he was going to do until I secretly saw someone doing something unknown in the back kitchen of our store. What kind of person? Lu Zifeng asked. Did you get a good look at that person? No, he was wrapped tightly. Zhao Yiming shook his head. Judging from the figure, it should be a man. Chapter 89, The Mole in the Institute. What about the person who gave you money to make copies of the worksheet? Lu Zifeng continued to pursue. Do you recognize him? No, the one who approached me for the worksheet was a woman. Zhao Yiming answered honestly. She was generous and gave me 5,000 at once, but I've hardly seen her in the store so I'm not sure. Well, that's good. Take a look at this statement and sign it if you confirm it's correct. Lu Zifeng said, giving the completed transcript to Zhao Yiming for confirmation. Anything else to add? Captain Lu, how much bonus can I get for the clues I gave here? Zhao Yiming was poor after all. He was willing to do anything for money. These clues of yours are a bit vague. Lu Zifeng said pretending to think. I'll give you up for approval. There's about 10,000. 10,000. Zhao Yiming was a bit unable to hold on and was overjoyed. Then when can I get the money? These things need to be approved. Probably in 5 to 10 working days it will be approved. Lu Zifeng said, but during this period you guys can't disclose any information. If we find out that something has been disclosed, then the money will not be there. This matter I hope you explain to your girlfriend as well. In fact, there was no such rule. This was deliberately induced by Lu Zifeng. He understood that Jiang Bai didn't allow him to come to school recently to prevent alerting the murderer. Then if these two people reveal the clues given to the Interpol team, it would be even more serious than if he personally went to the school to investigate. Don't worry, Captain Lu. I'll definitely keep it a secret, Zhao Yiming said and nodded. Zhang Bai saw the entire situation through the one-sided glass. At this moment, he was thinking. A female had approached him for the worksheet. It was obvious that she was targeting Yan Xie to do it, and was also afraid of hurting the innocent. And the one who committed the crime was a man, indicating that there should be at least two culprits cooperating in this case. The person who carried out the poisoning should not be someone from the institute, otherwise it would be too conspicuous. And even if it is not conspicuous, the institute's entry and exit records should leave traces. Therefore, counting the institute's mole, there were at least 3 culprits in this case, but it's hard to say. The human eye can be deceiving sometimes. It's possible that the person who looks like a man is actually a woman, so it can't be ruled out that the one who wants to work the schedule and the one who committed the crime are the same person. Zhang Bai, it's all been asked. Lu Zifeng walked over. I suspect Zhao Yiming isn't telling the truth. This was the judgment of a veteran criminal police captain. Didn't tell the truth? Zhang Bai frowned, pondering over the series of behaviors that Zhao Yiming had just done. Indeed, it was too much in line with the poor student's money-loving persona. Too much perfection instead became a kind of brokenness. I think part of what he said should be true, Zhang Bai said. He revealed at least part of the information to us. First, someone wants a timetable. A man and a woman to commit the crime. My experience. Since I didn't tell the truth, then don't take it on faith. Lu Zifeng said inside. You're still on the trail with the school. We share information. At this time he glanced at his cell phone. You wait and go. Sun Li just sent the list. Lu Zifeng said. It's a lab-related list. He took Zhang Bai to the office while explaining. It turned out that the experiment to separate APTX-075 had a total of 30 participants, not excluding some that were known later. However, the only ones who knew that the room where the various drugs and potions were stored had high-definition surveillance were the 6 personnel with higher ranks, including Sun Li. There won't be anyone else who knows about the surveillance? Zhang Bai asked thoughtfully. No, even if they knew, they wouldn't know exactly where the surveillance is filming. Lu Zifeng said. I did ask Sun Li to confirm this. Therefore, the mole was between these 6 people, and what Sun Li just sent was the personal information of these 6 people. Coming to Lu Zifeng's office, the identities of those 6 fellows had already been transferred to the office computer. With only 6 people in total, the job of screening was much easier. But in addition to the identity information of those 6 fellows, Sun Li also made a tally of their behavior at those times as well. It was evident that he had put in a lot of effort to catch the mole. Lu Zifeng and Zhang Bo went through the information of these 6 people together. Their gazes gazed at one person at the same time, Zhang Jiawei. This person was the deputy management in charge of the finished drug retesting session under supervisor Sun Li. The most crucial thing was that he used to go to the same school as Zhang Bai. Zhang Bai's school's chemical program was different from other schools. It was a 5-year program. In the 4th year, he had to do internships in research institutes and chemical plants. It is equivalent to 3.5 years of study and 1.5 years of internship. Therefore, this major is also the highest employment rate of Zhang Bo's school. There are a lot of talents out there. Zhang Jiawei according to the year is considered to have just graduated this year, but in that institute has already done a year and a half. He performed well and worked efficiently, so he was quickly promoted to this position. It could be him, Lu Zifeng said. I'll look into the background of this person's information. Okay, I'll ask at school if anyone knows Zhang Jiawei. Zhang Bai said. There might be some unexpected gains. When he returned to the dormitory, it was already 1:30 in the morning, but neither he Dezhuang nor Due Hong were asleep. They were both trying to find ways to help Zhang Bai in their own ways. I'll release the message for you this afternoon, he Dezhuang said. Right now, the most people will know is that Yan Xie is just taking an ordinary leave of absence. There will be no additional news. I've checked here as well. Zhao Yiming and Yuan Mu. These two are not ordinary, Due Hong said. Zhao Yiming's family is actually super rich and has been pretending to be poor. Yuan Mu actually secretly knew about Zhao Yiming's family background. That's why he's been following him. Exciting, isn't it? Of course, he had unkindly borrowed the tools of the network department to find it out. Thanks a lot. Zhang Bai nodded and said, what's there to be thankful for? Yan Xie is also our friend. If a friend is in trouble, you have to help, he Dezhuang said with a smile. But today, these 2 people do have a big problem. I'll ask for some more information. Right, he Dezhuang. Can you help me find someone? Zhang Bai asked. Find who? Finding people in news. That I am the most knowledgeable, he Dezhuang said confidently. You guys help me check Zhang Jiawei's news. It should be the one who just graduated from the chemical engineering program to the research institute. Before Zhang Bai could finish, he Dezhuang laughed out loud. Laughing at what? He was a bit strange. This person was most likely a mole in the institute. Why did He Dezhuang have this kind of expression? Don't you know? He Dezhuang said with a smile. This person was once a big celebrity. A big celebrity? Chapter 90, Zhao Yiming's doubts. What does that mean? Jiang Bai looked puzzled. Maybe we've been in school for so long that everyone has forgotten. He Dezhuang put away his smile and said, but a king of gossip like me won't just forget. Just don't sell yourself short. Dewey Hung said. Just let me be proud for a while. He Dezhuang took a deep breath. He almost laughed his ass off just now. I'll say someone. Maybe you'll immediately remember. Who? Lin Xiaoyu. Big schoolgirl Lin. At his prompting, Jiang Bai seemed to remember something. Before Lin Xiaoyu was with Jiang Bo. At the earliest, she was with a chemical engineering senior. But then that senior broke up with Lin Xiaoyu after he went out to work. The exact reason was unknown. Only then was the story of Jiang Bo and Lin Xiaoyu together. But why are you asking for news about Zhang Jiawei? He Dezhuang asked. This was all a long time ago. He might have something to do with the case. Before Jiang Bai finished speaking, Dewey Hung borrowed the tools of the network department and quickly searched for Zhang Jiawei's information. An official drug institute? It's quite a good mix, Dewey Hung said as he looked at the briefing on it. Only a year and a half or so and you're able to reach this kind of position. That's kind of the key part. Jiang Bai said. The following matter. He Dezhuang, can't you reveal it, understand? It's about Yan Siye's safety. Looking at him instantly serious, He Dezhuang followed suit with a serious expression and nodded. We suspect that he is the mole who stole the medicine from the institute side. Then he contacted someone with our school before finally assigning the murderer to commit the murder. Jiang Bai said. So who he gave the medicine to and how it got into Yan Siye's kettle depends on finding out about this person. Okay, I'll help you look for information tomorrow. On the other side, Lu Zifeng is still looking at the security camera footage that Sun Li passed over. He thinks that the mole most likely just cut and replaced the surveillance close to the place where the medicine is stored. Maybe it will reveal itself somewhere else. Therefore, he began to watch the surveillance himself, while the pen in his hand kept recording everyone's location without stopping. Although his heart was lucky, he couldn't let go of any of the possibilities. Jiang Bai from the murderer's end of the investigation. From the mole side of their own investigation, both sides of the scope gradually narrowed. Always be able to find some clues. At this time, Jiang Bai lay on the bed thinking about Zhao Yiming's words today. Suddenly, he thought of a suspicion. He had only watched the surveillance footage of the back kitchen that everyone in the store didn't know about, but the store's CCTV footage was not viewed by himself. Was it possible that the murderer had watched the scheduling in the store according to the work schedule in the store before sneaking in through the back door? In order to ensure the seamlessness of the crime, this is highly probable. To carry so many things, one would have had to carry a very large bag, or else the disguise would not have been enough and it would have been likely to be discovered. Moreover, this person should be a regular customer, otherwise it would be easy to be discovered. At this time, Jiang Bo thought that it is likely to be the murderer behind the bias store regulars to commit the crime. After all, the regulars had the opportunity to know the structure of the back kitchen, including the restroom where they put the kettle. Suddenly, he thought of something. The only people who could know which kettle Yan Siye used were the employees of the store, including the part-time students. Zhao Yiming's family is actually super rich, pretending to be poor students. Yuanmu secretly discovered Zhao Yiming's family background and continued to follow him around. Yuanmu only came to work at the fast food restaurant in the last 2 months or so, saying that she wanted to spend more time with Zhao Yiming. Thinking about all the words he got today in his head, his heart slowly sensed something was wrong. Zhao Yiming didn't just lie. He could be the murderer. First of all, he knew that Yan Siye would be hospitalized, and although he denied it, this kind of statement was not convincing. Secondly, he was an employee of the store, and he knew the work schedule well. It didn't take much observation at all to know Yan Siye's location. What's more, he could intentionally ask Yan Siye to help with something to detach Yan Siye. Thirdly, he was also clear about which one of Yan Siye's water bottles was, so he only needed to pretend to go out to use the restroom and disguise himself before going in. After all, so much set on the body is very hot. Now the day is not cold, even hot death. To be wrapped up in this outside for a long time like this, not full of prickly heat? Finally, also Jiang Bai decided Zhao Yiming lied. Even he is the murderer words. Zhao Yiming said that he had once secretly seen. According to normal thinking, if a stranger sneaked in, he would definitely yell and scream. And even if he couldn't do it himself, he would call the diners to help. And he just secretly saw? From the CCTV, Zhao Yiming and the murderer never appeared together. Nor was there any footage of Zhao Yiming sneaking a glimpse of the murderer. The conclusion was that there was something wrong with Zhao Yiming. To confirm his conclusion, he planned to go back to the fast food restaurant owner to ask for the surveillance. Of course he couldn't let Zhao Yiming know. A sleep passed and Jiang Bai woke up early. Zhao Yiming's shift started at noon, so going at this time wouldn't be noticed by him. Jiang Bai, any news? The owner's name was Lee Chang-chun. He was kind and often helped some poor students. He was able to open his store in the school not only because he paid for the store, but also because he was able to offer part-time jobs to students, without interfering with the students' studies. The students can work part-time on their own time. As long as they submit their course schedule and show that they are really struggling, they are able to come to the store and work part-time. Even if it's just mopping and sweeping the floor, there will be plenty of people. What's more, Lee Chang-chun, the food in this fast food restaurant was fresh and tasty, and the price was more than half cheaper than even the Kentucky Fried Chicken outside. Previously in the conversation, Zhang Bo understood that Lee Chang-chun is also a rich man, when the first graduates of this school, and then developed, but also to give back to the alma mater. This store, no matter how much money he will do, after all, he is not short of money. This makes him more concerned about the state of the school students, and after the takeout business came out, he recruited a lot of students to deliver takeouts, which was equivalent to a business that was incidentally a first-hand business in the same dormitory building. He still loses money, but more impoverished students get quite a bit of coverage. The situation may be a bit complicated. Zhang Bai said, have you mentioned to others about Yan Xie's hospitalization? This, no, is a leave of absence. Lee Chang-chun thought about it and said, after once again making sure that he didn't reveal the news. Zhang Bai asked him for the recent surveillance video of the place where the store ate. No problem, we have also recently made a tight arrangement for the store. Lee Chang-chun said, the back door is now locked for the time being. I didn't even realize that there were even such blatant people. Zhang Bai, who had gotten the CCTV footage, stopped by Lee Chang-chun's fast food restaurant for a midday meal. Chapter 91, I did it all on my own. Zhang Bai, who had returned to the dormitory, left the security footage to be analyzed by Dewey Hang this time, while he also took out the back kitchen footage that had yet to be returned. Holy, there's still this kind of person? Dejuan was surprised to see a man wrapped tightly all over his body sneaking into the back kitchen, just for stealing food. Why would he do that? Don't be ridiculous, that restaurant is known for its charity work, Dewey Hong said. Every day there are left over that can't be sold out either for the clerk to take it back or give it to some students who might be in need. Is it necessary to steal? It was only after he met Yan Xie that he slowly learned about the store. That's what was called doing charity these days. So this is the murderer? Dajuang said. If he's wrapped up so tightly on such a hot day, won't he die of heat? What if he put it on temporarily? I suspect that the murderer prepared the clothes in advance and only wrapped them before arriving at the back door. Zhang Bai said. Dewey Hong, can you make both sides come out at the same time? No problem, Dewey Hong said, instantly putting all the images on the same screen. Although it was a bit small, all the images were in a clear state. At the same time the murderer appeared. What changes were produced in the other images? This was the point Zhang Bai was most concerned about. The effort was not enough. By playing back and forth to confirm, they found the man. The first time he committed the crime, he went out from the store, and it wasn't long before the back kitchen surveillance was able to see the murderer. And going by the empty time in between, that's basically the time he got to the back door after going out. The second time, it was the same. The third time there was a bit of a mishap, and he took a large bag with him. What's in that big bag? Zhang Bai asked. Can you improve the clarity? You don't have to worry about what I do, Dewey Hong said, quickly operating the mouse and keyboard. After various codes flashed by, the large bag's appearance was instantly clear. Inside also revealed a scarf used for the same package of the murderer. This is now conclusive evidence, Zhang Bai said. The person they caught out in the surveillance happened to be Zhao Yiming. At the same time, he fulfilled all the conditions that Zhang Bai knew. He was the first murderer who actually operated after getting the poison. The actual murderer. The next step was to find the murderer behind the scenes. Zhang Bo knew clearly that Zhao Yiming had no family or grudges against Yan Xie, so there was no such thing as a motive. Collecting money? Zhao Yiming was actually a well-hidden son of A. He couldn't have done anything illegal for money. The boss, Lee Chang-chun, also treats everyone equally, and there is no such thing as favoritism leading to jealousy. Moreover, after Dewey Hong's search, Zhao Yiming majored in information technology, and at most, he was a computer expert. It was unlikely that he would have a relationship with a chemical engineering major or even a senior so many years older. Therefore, he believed that there was a mastermind behind these two. Who can drive these two at the same time? At the same time, Lu Zifeng also found the clue. After a night of tireless efforts, he also saw the clues in the institute's video. Lu Zifeng thought that the mole might be Zhang Jiawei, who used to go to the same university as Zhang Bai, so he observed Zhang Jiawei a bit more in the surveillance. Sure enough, he found the problem. In one of the surveillance, Zhang Jiawei's direction was clearly towards the warehouse where the medicines were stored, and was even seen from multiple angles. But when he arrived at the warehouse where the drugs were stored, the surveillance didn't see him. Waiting for him to leave after the monitoring suddenly showed Les Ajin. During the period there are several people. They took the appropriate medicines out of the sealed canisters to save them and brought them to some laboratory. This is all traceable. Even their rank did not know that the warehouse existed monitoring, therefore it was even more unlikely to change the monitoring. It was just Zhang Jiawei, who hadn't taken anything. There was no record of going in or coming out, so he immediately called Jiang Bai. Zhang Jiawei's clues have been found, Lu Zifeng said with some excitement. Just in time. I also have some clues here, Jiang Bai said. Basically, we have been able to identify the murderer. Good, then I'll come pick you up and bring the murderer here on the way? Lu Zifeng said, his heart getting more and more excited. The case is about to be solved. Well, the murderer is basically confirmed to be Zhao Yiming, Jiang Bai said. The evidence we have in hand is already enough. Not long after, Lu Zifeng had arrived at the school, and after informing his boss, Li Changchun, he brought Zhao Yiming to the criminal police. Coming to the criminal police team, Jiang Bai handed over the evidence from his side to Lu Zifeng, and Lu Zifeng exchanged his findings with Jiang Bai. There's still one person missing in the middle, Jiang Bai said. Well, check for someone who can string them together. Lu Zifeng nodded. These two people, how can they not be associated? There must be a person who will connect them in tandem. This person is the mastermind, but for the time being, it's still necessary to start with interrogating these two people. Lu Zifeng had already notified Sun Li that Zhang Jiawei's arrival was still a bit of time away, so he interrogated Zhao Yiming first. Zhao Yiming, do you know why I suddenly called you over? Lu Zifeng asked in the interrogation room. It can't be that the bonus has arrived, right? Zhao Yiming pretended to be very excited, with an appearance of completely seeing money. If one didn't know his family's background, they might really fall for it. The reward has indeed arrived. Lu Zifeng said, your exclusive silver bracelet and small bungalow have arrived. What does that mean? Zhao Yiming still feigned ignorance. There's already evidence that you're the murderer. Lu Zifeng did not talk much. Directly on the evidence, these images, you should be familiar with them, right? How did this back kitchen have surveillance? When was it installed? Zhao Yiming was a little flustered, but his acting skills were still online. I don't know who the person in front of me is. Then this scarf, how do you explain it? Lu Zifeng said, playing out the last time. The image of Zhao Yiming running out with a large bag. The half-exposed scarf happened to be the outermost one wrapped by the murderer. How can it be so clear? It's fake. Zhao Yiming was still sophomoric. I didn't even bring these things. This evidence is already enough to prove that you're poisoning. You have to realize that this is a very serious crime. Lu Zifeng said, if you did all of it, then the single charge of endangering public safety would be able to cut off all of your future. No way. I've studied a bit of law, and my uncle said that you have to objectively produce consequences before you can be convicted. At this point, Zhao Yiming's persona had already been lost. Then you know clearly, poisoning is a dangerous method of endangering public safety. If it's poisoning, even if you don't produce consequences, it's still a default attempt. Lu Zifeng said, I hope you can learn this knowledge well in prison in the future. Zhao Yiming was very hesitant. I don't know what else I'm thinking about. I did it all by myself. Zhao Yiming suddenly said. He said the answer Lu Zifeng least wanted to hear. Chapter 92 Stubbornness Before Iron Evidence. Before Lu Zifeng could react, Zhao Yiming began to confess. Just like what was captured on the surveillance video, Zhao Yiming was the one who ran outside and wrapped himself up as the mysterious murderer before going in to commit the crime. Then where did your poison come from? Lu Zifeng asked with serious eyes. Also, why did you plot to murder Yan Xie? The poison I purchased from the internet. They said it was something close to a sleeping pill. Zhao Yiming casually babbled. As for the reason, he paused, then revealed a look of anger. I hate her. She worked so hard to steal all the limelight from me, so I got the urge to kill. It's a pity that this acting skill is not used as an actor. And it's even more of a pity that it's used in a place like this. Such testimony was an untenable argument for both Lu Zifeng and Jiang Bai, who knew the case well. But if it comes to the court, these things still make sense. At this time, Lu Zifeng in the interrogation room and Jiang Bo, who was watching from behind the one-sided glass, both frowned. Why did Zhao Yiming insist on taking all the blame on himself like this? In addition to his previous claims of attempted poisoning, Jiang Bo felt that Zhao Yiming should not be so. Originally, Zhao Yiming, who had thought of everything, should have been able to get himself out of trouble. But his behavior after being found out proved that he was definitely hiding something. Are you really sure that you did all of this? Lu Zifeng had no choice but to make a record of these things before finding out any other evidence. Zhao Yiming didn't answer and was silent for a long time. He then let out a long breath. I'm sure I did all of these, he said with some satisfaction in his eyes. Then please sign here and put your fingerprints on it, and we will temporarily detain you. Lu Zifeng said, thinking that these words might produce a minuscule amount of shock, prompting Zhao Yiming to change his mind. However, he only saw Zhao Yiming nodding, signing and pressing his handprints. After the interrogation, Lu Zifeng walked to the single glass room. I don't need you to say it. I feel that he's still telling lies. Lu Zifeng saw that Zhang Bai wanted to say something, so he said in advance, it should be to protect someone. Zhang Bai nodded. Right, where is Zhang Jiawei? He's coming over soon. Let's see what he says. Lu Zifeng sighed. Buying online is a good reason. There's no way to ask for proof. It's estimated that Zhao Yiming had prepared it a long time ago. It's better to see what Zhang Jiawei says. After all, aptX 075 it is something rare to rare. As long as Zhang Jiawei sends a word, he can destroy Zhao Yiming's confession of admitting the crime. When the two of them couldn't match their confessions, they would always reveal themselves. It didn't take long for Zhang Jiawei to be twisted by Sun Li to the criminal police. What's going on? What have I done? Zhang Jiawei looked at Sun Li while struggling. Supervisor Sun, don't take personal revenge. I'm not taking personal revenge. It's the criminal police team that has something to find you. Sun Li said, I can only have the security guards send you over if you are so uncooperative. With that, they made their way to the front of the interrogation room. Supervisor Sun, this is Zhang Jiawei? Lu Zifeng greeted while looking at this young man who was controlled by the security guards. Dressed in a white lab coat, he also has a young and promising look. That's right, we've sent it. Sun Li said and nodded. He was a bit uncooperative, so I could only ask the security guards to grab him and bring him here. Zhang Jiawei, actually there's nothing, just came to ask something. Lu Zifeng smiled faintly. Don't be so nervous, it's good to have things spelled out. What exactly is the matter? I'm very busy at work. Unlike his appearance of looking somewhat young and energetic, Zhang Jiawei's attitude and temper seems to be very bad. It's nothing big, it'll be quick. Lu Zifeng of course knows that what's coming next, but he doesn't seem to have the slightest bit of contrition, and he's even so grumpy. Then wouldn't it be better to directly research and ask? What's the point of calling me to a place like this? Zhang Jiawei was very impatient. It's better to go in first. Go. Saying that, Zhang Jiawei was already handcuffed to the silver bracelet and brought into the interrogation room. What are you guys doing? I'm a classified researcher and still have a rank. Aren't you guys afraid that I'll file a complaint against you for doing this? Even though Zhang Jiawei's actions were controlled, his mouth was still fierce. Don't be nervous, I'm just asking something. Comparatively, Lu Zifeng was calm. No problem after asking, then we will send you back. What is it? Say, aptX 075's potion was recently stolen. I wonder if you know about it. That thing? We put it in the place where we stored the medicine after we separated it. Zhang Jiawei snorted coldly. Still think it's something. It's not like this stuff is poisonous. Where do you know that it's not poisonous? Lu Zifeng asked. I was one of the separators. If it was poisonous, wouldn't we be the first to die? Zhang Jiawei said. I'm clear about this being lost, but it was Supervisor Sun who told me. Then may I ask, at the time the medicine went missing, where were you and what were you doing? Lu Zifeng, who already knew about the surveillance footage, was naturally in no hurry. He wanted to see what other sophistry Zhang Jiawei had. I was inside the office writing the report and sending it out, Zhang Jiawei said with a grumpy look on his face. What else? Just these little things? But we saw the footage in the surveillance. You went out, Lu Zifeng slowly said, and it happened to have been in the direction of the storage room. Which time are you talking about? Suddenly, Zhang Jiawei realized that he slipped up and hurriedly added. In between, I went to the leaders a few times and looked for several leaders. There's a document for approval. This is a slip of the tongue in Lu Zifeng's eyes. Ironclad evidence in hand. He is not in a hurry. Then please explain some of these images. He finally stepped in and showed the surveillance images to Zhang Jiawei. First, you appeared close to the room where the medicines were stored. The next surveillance captured nothing, and by the time you left the medicines were missing 1 milliliter. You mean I'm supervising the theft? Zhang Jiawei asked. Do you think it's possible? These things are what we worked so hard to isolate. Why would I steal it? I hope you're telling the truth because we found out that this poison is being used to harm people. Lu Zifeng said. I believe you. As a researcher, know best how rare this stuff is. There are only a few milliliters in total in the whole country. So how did someone manage to get their hands on it? I'm not sure anyway. Zhang Jiawei began his denial mode. It doesn't matter. We will investigate deeper. Before you get rid of the suspicion, we can only condescend you to live in the detention center of our criminal police team. Lu Zifeng said. As for which middleman, who got the poison from you and then gave it to the next family, it can be known through in-depth investigation. Chapter 93, the clue is reasonably broken. The moment Lu Zifeng said those words, Zhang Jiawei's attitude shifted 180 degrees. I did it, Zhang Jiawei said. I secretly asked Hacker to replace the screen and then stole the potion. Lu Zifeng did not expect. Why would Zhang Jiawei also surrender so directly? Then who did you give your potion to? I sold it online. I don't know who bought it either, Zhang Jiawei replied. 2 milliliters were bought for a total of 36,800. It was sold on the dark net. There is no record. One bought it online, the other sold it online. He and Zhao Yiming really worked together seamlessly. Are you sure this is okay? Lu Zifeng asked. If it's confirmed, you're not guilty of a small crime, and your position will disappear with it. I'm sure. I have nothing else to say. Zhang Jiawei said. It was all arranged by me alone. Through the one-sided glass, Zhang Bai saw that Zhang Jiawei was almost acting the same way as Zhao Yiming. He was in deep thought. What exactly were they covering up? What was so worth covering up for two people at the same time? According to logic, one stole and sold it, one bought it online. It made sense on both ends. But Zhang Bai always felt that this was too much of a coincidence. Both sides do not know each other, but can do so in step? If this is the truth, Zhang Bo cannot accept. Especially the change in attitude of these two people was too sudden. I am afraid that there is no other explanation other than the previous statement that they are covering up something. After this interrogation, Zhang Jiawei also fell into the net. Lu Zifeng, however, couldn't be happy. He thought of the same question as Zhang Bai. What exactly were the duo covering up? There must be someone else in the middle. This person, who conspired with Zhang Jiawei and Zhao Yiming, walking into the one-sided glass room. Lu Zifeng said, you should be thinking the same thing, right? Aha. Zhang Bai nodded. The problem lies in the identity of the person they are covering up. What kind of person are they trying to protect at the same time? That has to be checked from their identities. Lu Zifeng said, Zhang Jiawei is good. Supervisor Sun already gave me the information. The important people around him besides his parents. There are a few friends. Do any of Zhang Jiawei's friends overlap with Zhao Yiming? Zhang Bai asked. By the way, besides overlapping, there is also a characteristic of having hatred with Yan Xie. To be able to be so strict, a lifelong friendship had to count for something, right? What kind of person has a lifelong friendship with these two people and at the same time has a grudge against Yan Xie? This person is too difficult to find. Because it's already hard to find someone who has a grudge against Yan Xie. Yan Xie kept her distance from most of the girls, perhaps because of the large amount of debt she had previously incurred. Because of this relationship, Yan Xie was busy working to earn money before. Unlike a normal college girl who could have fun every day living a carefree life, without even a relationship, hatred was even more impossible to talk about. Coupled with the overlap with Zhang Jiawei and Zhao Yiming, and all have a lifelong friendship, Zhang Bai was very skeptical that this person existed. Lin Qiuyue, do you know her? Lu Zifeng asked. It seems like she's been with Zhang Jiawei recently. After he explained, Zhang Jiawei was considered a bit of a loner at the institute, and didn't have many friends. Most people simply sort of knew him, but the recent appearance of this girlfriend had made his entire state much more positive. I know, the school beauty of our school, Zhang Bai said indifferently. He did once get together with Lin Qiuyu, but they had already broken up. And because of what happened last time, Lin Qiuyu definitely wouldn't have any contact with him anymore. But Zhang Bai didn't expect Lin Qiuyu to be with Zhang Jiawei again? Is this person suspicious? Lu Zifeng said. I feel like this Lin Qiuyu isn't quite normal. He searched Lin Qiuyu's information. Her family situation wasn't particularly good, but the way she was dressed, even if it was pirated, she would have spent a lot of money. I don't think it's likely, Zhang Bai said. She might be related to some rich people, but if she does murderous things she shouldn't. He said extremely cryptic, but the information system of the criminal police team was not something that Zhang Bai could hide if he wanted to. Yo, or your ex-girlfriend? Lu Zifeng's eyes lit up when he saw the information. Are you trying to help your ex-girlfriend cover up something? Suddenly both people's expressions were instantly serious. I think the two of us thought of something. Lu Zifeng said. I'll start. Maybe Zhang Jiawei is trying to cover up that something is for Lin Qiuyu? Don't rule out this possibility, Zhang Bai said. But she has no reason to harm anyone. Well, indeed, the motive piece is still lacking, Lu Zifeng said. But let's find them and ask them first, said he glanced at Zhang Bai. The piece of avoiding suspicion shouldn't be necessary. You just continue here. I'll find the person to ask. Right, the old captain is looking for you for something. You talked to the old captain first? Zhang Bai sighed and nodded in agreement. Anyway, looking at Lu Zifeng's appearance, he is treating himself as a prisoner. The longer he stays in the criminal police force, the better. Zhang Bai, please have a seat. Let's have a good chat. In Ding Shi's office, he feigned a somewhat surprised expression and said, then you guys chat first. I'll go invite Lin Qiuyu over. Lu Zifeng said and left the office. Student Zhang Bai, I wonder what future plans you have after graduation. Ding Shi asked tentatively. It's nothing, mainly because I want to know what you think. I should find a class and become an ordinary employee. Zhang Bai said indifferently. If it was an ordinary college student, he might still think about his future ideals. Being a rich man? Being a star? Be a great writer? After 100 years of exploring the mysterious space, Where would he want to live that kind of thrilling and exciting life? He just wanted to be an ordinary person in an ordinary manner. I think you should be able to become a better person, Dingshi said after some thought. Any big company would reuse someone as calm and collected as you. Being calm and collected isn't really useful, Jiang Bai replied calmly. After so many things, I think it's more important to be calm. Hearing Jiang Bai's words, Dingshi also remembered the series of events before. Indeed, these recent lives of Jiang Bai were too turbulent. Whether it was the live broadcast of Who's the Great Detective, or the later female imprisonment case, not to mention those recent cases of Tiancheng Group, putting in any one of them, this person's life would have been turned upside down. Jiang Bai, a mediocre college student, had unexpectedly encountered all of them. Having such thoughts, Dingshi could understand. Then what do you think of the criminal police force? Dingshi continued to ask. Just tell us what you think about the CID. The criminal police team takes cases seriously. It's quite good. Jiang Bai nodded and said. However, there are often cases like this that are actually quite thrilling. Chapter 94 Lin Qiuyu's transcript. Jiang Bai simply felt that the people in the criminal police force were good, and did not express anything extra. But that was not the case when those words reached Dingshi's ears. He felt that Jiang Bai should feel good enough about the CID. Then if you are able to enter the criminal police force, how about this matter? Dingshi tried boldly. It's just a hypothesis. What do you think? Generally speaking, I think the criminal police team has quite a lot of talent. Team Lu and Team Luo are both very good, Jiang Bai said. I don't think the CID should need me. He gradually understood what Dingshi meant. However, he really didn't have much interest in the criminal police team, especially after this series of events. Apart from the cases in front of him, he had seen too many cases, suffered too much. If he were to specialize in solving cases, he wouldn't be able to avoid thinking about those sufferings. Although there might be some thoughts on occasion, it could not become a profession after all. No, I think you're different from Xiao Luo and Xiao Lu. They're at best criminal police captains, but you. Dingshi paused. I think you are able to move to a higher stage. Captain Ding is flattering. Jiang Bai smiled faintly. I'm just an ordinary college student. Nothing special. He felt that his refusal was clear enough. Was he being too subtle, or was Dingshi he pretended not to understand? I do think you are a good talent. Dingshi looked at Jiang Bai with an appreciative face. This is an offer. You can reconsider. I will consider it, but right now I don't have any will for the time being. Jiang Bai looked very calm, which made Dingshi somewhat doubt the ideological work he had asked Lu Zifeng to do earlier. How could anyone know that they could enter the criminal police force with this kind of expression? The criminal police force was not a place where one could come whenever they wanted. I hope you can think about it, Dingshi said. And it's here that your talents can be perfectly utilized. I don't have any talents. Jiang Bai smiled slightly. I don't know if he's gotten the people here yet. Team Lu, it should be a little while longer. He'll come and let me know, Dingshi said and looked at the time. Have you eaten yet? How about settling for a meal at the Interpol cafeteria? No need. I ate at noon. Jiang Bai was on guard. He didn't understand. There were so many people who could solve the case. Why did Dingshi choose to find himself? Luo Fei and Lu Zifeng are both good at solving cases, and are very calm and collected when faced with a case. Maybe the Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon Interpol team. There are more masters of crime solving. Not long after, Jiang Bai this difficult time finally ended. Lu Zifeng called, said Lin Qiuyu has brought over. Jiang Bo then goodbye Dingshi downstairs. In the transcription room, Lu Zifeng took the personal information report and started questioning. Miss Lin Qiuyu. Hello, looking for you. Want to understand the relationship between you and Zhang Jiawei. Lu Zifeng said. The two of you have only become boyfriend and girlfriend again in the last month, right? That's right, he is my boyfriend. Lin Qiuyu said. I want to know your opinion about Zhang Jiawei. Lu Zifeng said. Because he recently had some problems, so we want to help us understand Zhang Jiawei from your perspective. He is quite good, Lin Qiuyu said. After I was dumped by Jiang Bai, she was willing to accept me, and I've been with him before. He's quite honest and upright. That's strange. Being upright, he shouldn't be able to steal potions for experiments. Lu Zifeng deliberately reveals some. I'm afraid he'll have to face their institute and criminal pursuits. I'm afraid that life might not be so good for some time to come. At this time, a trace of strangeness flashed through Lin Qiuyu's eyes, but she quickly returned to normal. I don't know about all this, but I will accompany him, Lin Qiuyu said indifferently. When she came in, Lu Zifeng had been sizing up Lin Qiuyu, and what she was wearing was indeed branded stuff. The things added up all over the body might be higher than even his 1 month salary. And the perfume flavor that was revealed was something that Lu Zifeng was familiar with. During the years when he was involved in the fight against pornography, he hadn't been exposed to this type of perfume. Pity, such a good college student. Lu Zifeng sighed in his heart, then spoke. So may I ask, Have you found some unusual behavior from Zhang Jiawei recently? No, I guess not. He often spends a lot of time at the research institute. Lin Xiaoyu replied. I don't see him much. May I ask if you meet outside or in the school? Lu Zifeng's question grew sharp. Mainly outside, I guess. After all, I'm afraid it's a bit inappropriate for a researcher to come to school as looking for a girlfriend. Lin Xiaoyu replies. One last question. May I ask if you know Zhao Yiming? Lu Zifeng tried. He was mainly looking at Lin Xiaoyu's eyes and expression. As long as he was able to test out that the two of them were related, then he would only need to investigate deeper to be able to take evidence. Don't know. Lin Xiaoyu reacted very appropriately. Unable to see any cracks. Is he a researcher at the institute? Okay, I see. These are what you just said. Please confirm. After a bit of questioning, although Lu Zifeng was able to detect some problems, the overall transcripts that came down had nothing to do with the whole case. He can only ask Lin Xiaoyu to confirm that the transcript just now was signed without error. Tough for you to come to the criminal police team. Lu Zifeng said. I will send someone to drive you back. No need. I'll go back by myself. Lin Xiaoyu said. Signed and left. This ex-girlfriend of yours has a bit of a big problem. Lu Zifeng said. Did she get mixed up in some circle? No wonder you guys broke up. In my place, I wouldn't be able to endure it. Pretty much. Jiang Bai spoke indifferently. Lin Xiaoyu was no longer relevant to him anyway. But there aren't any clues from the inquiry. Clues? There are already quite a few. Lu Zifeng smiled. If it's mixed up in some circle, then this can be used as a means. Lure Zhang Jiawei to carry out the theft. After all, even Lin Xiaoyu said that Zhang Jiawei was honest. Therefore, the motive for Zhang Jiawei to actively commit a crime was almost non-existent. Not to mention that as a researcher there was still a rank and the salary would not be low. How could he possibly steal potions and sell them for this amount of money? But Zhao Yiming here is still not relevant. Jiang Bai said. And all of this, instead, proves that Zhang Jiawei has a greater motive for committing the crime independently. What does that mean? Lu Zifeng froze. If it's because Lin Xiaoyu usually spends too much, Zhang Jiawei can't carry it. Jiang Bai said after a while, then Zhang Jiawei could still risk his life for money. Chapter 95 Right and Wrong. This, Lu Zifeng thought carefully, this statement does make sense. As far as I know, young masters like Wang Haoyu have already drawn a line with Lin Xiaoyu. She should be very short of money. Jiang Bai said indifferently, as if he had never been with Lin Xiaoyu. Through Wang Haoyu, it should be that most of the rich males will cut ties with her. He knew that Lin Xiaoyu, the female Sea King, was used to the life of a rich man, and it was impossible for her to change over at once. Spending money lavishly will definitely make Zhang Jiawei's financial situation extremely challenging. The question is whether the 30,000 is true. If Zhang Jiawei lied, this 30,000 does not exist. Then you can ask Zhang Jiawei potions in the end to take what? But even so, Zhao Yiming here clean, and Lin Xiaoyu has nothing to do. Unless there is hard evidence that he has a relationship with Lin Xiaoyu, Zhao Yiming is simply a poisoning culprit and the buyer of the poison. I'll go check Zhang Jiawei's finances. Although we can't trace the black market money, but Zhang Jiawei's extra 30,000 should be traceable. Lu Zifeng also thought of this. This is a line, but the clue Zhao Yiming still has no clue. Check it first. Jiang Bai said indifferently. There will definitely be a way to break the game, so we'll just wait and see. That's true. Lu Zifeng nodded. Today's investigation could only go so far, and Zhang Bo returned to the school with it. He Dezhuang and Duihang had also gathered quite a bit of information. When Jiang Bai returned to his dormitory, he Dezhuang spoke out the news he had gotten with great pride. Lin Xiaoyu is with Zhang Jiawei again, he Dezhuang said, and Zhang Jiawei seems to have a bit of a problem, so we can't rule out Lin Xiaoyu finding a new meal ticket. I know about this matter as well. Jiang Bai nodded. Is there any new news? Guess who Zhao Yiming's relatives are? Duihang had a frown on his face. He wasn't looking for news about Zhang Jiawei, but focused on digging deeper into Zhao Yiming. Don't sell yourself short, he Dezhuang said. I'm all straight up. You should be a bit more forthcoming as well. How about I treat you guys to hot pot again tonight? I think you're using Wan Lingyu as a meal ticket. Duihang chuckled. Well, Zhao Yiming's uncle is Zhao Zhongxiang. Tanchang Group? He Dezhuang froze. I go. This kid hides so deep? When Duihangji found out, Zhao Yiming was also considered a rich son, but he just pretended to be poor to make an appearance of working hard. Jiang Bai also did not expect that Zhao Yiming's relatives were so rich. In the information that Duihang had found out, Zhao Yiming's old man Zhao Dafu was also one of the richest men in real estate. However, Zhao Yiming had always kept a low profile and had never been discovered. A rich family's son. Jiang Bai seemed to think of something. If a rich family man like Wang Haoyu was clear about Zhao Yiming's identity, then Zhao Yiming should be counted as part of the circle of rich family men who had connections with Lin Xiaoyu at that time. In that case, it was very likely that Zhao Yiming and Lin Xiaoyue were entangled in a relationship. But he remembered that it wasn't just Wang Haoyu at that time, but also a lot of other young men who had learned about this female Sea King and had drawn a line in the sand. Even if Zhao Yiming had a relationship with Lin Xiaoyu, he wouldn't have to take such a risk. Jiang Bai shook his head. This information was still not enough to bring out the full picture of the case. Was something missing? By the way, Jiang Bai, I have some doubts about the information you asked me to find about Zhang Jiawei, He Dazhuang said. Although it's been a bit long, maybe a bunch of people can't remember, but I suddenly realized that Zhang Jiawei broke up with Lin Xiaoyue in the beginning for unknown reasons. He felt that this point as one of Lin Xiaoyue's ex-boyfriends. Jiang Bai should know a thing or two. I don't know either. She never talked about Zhang Jiawei, Jiang Bai said. In the past, I also only knew that she broke up with a guy for a while. It was only when she and I got together. I don't even know about Zhang Jiawei. When He Dazhuang said this, Jiang Bai also pondered. Xian? Unlikely. If it was a mixed circle, she didn't lack money at all. Zhang Jiawei wasn't exactly a rich man in the school at that time. Even if it wasn't a mixing circle at that time, Lin Xiaoyu's expenses were quite a lot. Is there a possibility that Lin Xiaoyu didn't break up at all? She just let others think that they broke up, but secretly they were still coupled up. Jiang Bai felt that this was something she could do. Forget about what happened so long ago. People have been broken up for so long. Dui Hong said. Aren't you poking someone's sore spot? Then I'll treat you to dinner. Go, Ling Yu Xian, He Dazhuang said with a smile. Just as I make amends to you. Borrowing flowers is still you. Dui Hong sighed and said. You just want to show off your meal ticket. However, Jiang Bai went to dinner. Wan Lingyu also gave a waiver of the bill at that time. The three of them temporarily put these annoyances behind them as relaxation. On the other hand, Lu Zifeng is still working hard to find Zhang Jiawei's cash flow and financial situation. As expected, Zhang Jiawei was very poor. It was not at all like the financial situation that a researcher should have. A researcher, especially a researcher at a confidential research institute, would not be able to calculate the figures on his account in thousands. It seemed that the idea mentioned by Jiang Bai was on the contrary correct, and it was really possible that Zhang Jiawei was doing all this for money. Moreover, 36,800 did have this figure, and since it was a dark net, it was impossible to trace the source of this money. According to the usual thinking, perhaps it was some overseas group that wanted to steal the results, but either way, Zhang Jiawei's prison sentence was set. The only question was whose hands the 2 milliliters of poison had passed through to Zhao Yiming. It could never simply be an online sale. This point is clear to Lu Zifeng. However, after checking, Lu Zifeng found out Zhao Yiming's real identity, a hidden son of a rich family. He did have enough money to buy from Zhang Jiawei. All evidence pointed to these two trading confidential drugs with each other, followed by Zhao Yiming's poisoning. Could it be that Jiang Bai and himself were wrong? Lu Zifeng thought about it carefully. No matter how he thought about it, there were still a lot of doubts in the case, the most typical being the successive reactions of the two. As soon as it comes to in-depth investigation, it's as if they are saying again, don't investigate. I'm the murderer. Not fighting is not the way to describe such a situation. It's always impossible that they have a clear conscience. Lu Zifeng laughed in his heart. If they have a clear conscience, how could they commit such a case? Inside Ling Yuxian, He Dazhuang and Dui Hong feasted, but Jiang Bai had no appetite. He was puzzled by Yan Xie's case. If you can't catch the person behind the scene, Yan Xie is still in danger. The person behind the scene, you can change a new candidate, change a kind of poison to continue to carry out his crime. Chapter 96, Major Discoveries. Jiang Bai thought about it all without any results. Eating time is also in a semi-stagnant state. He did not listen to a word of He Dazhuang and Dui Hong's chat topic. A day down. Most of the time spent in the tense and depressing criminal police force let his nerves tense too much. Even had the oppressive feeling that he would be eaten alive if he failed to solve the case in the mysterious space at that time. At that time, he would always look for an opportunity to empty himself. Perhaps a small rest for his brain would lead to new discoveries. Early the next morning, Jiang Bai opened his eyes. Compared to before, he hadn't slept much, but today he was extraordinarily awake. At the same time, he also wanted to have a new thought. If Zhao Yiming was involved with Lin Xiaoyu, then Yuan Mu, who was her girlfriend, must have reacted the most violently. But there were times when suspicion would destroy a relationship. Therefore the previous Jiang Bai hadn't thought about it from this aspect. Nowadays, it seemed that Zhao Yiming had been hiding his identity, and if he was connected to rich family sons and young masters such as those of Wang Haoyu, it was very likely that he was not related to Lin Xiaoyue. But thinking about it from this aspect, it was going to be about finding someone he didn't want to see very much, Wang Haoyu. As the representative of those rich sons, Wang Haoyu often frequented bars and KTVs. These were places that Jiang Bai couldn't say he hated, but at least he didn't like them. Out of as many as 20,000 cases, at least 1/5 of them happened in these dark places, and Wang Haoyu was out by day and night, not at all like a student. It was too early to find him. Jiang Bai planned to observe Yuan Mu again. Maybe she could find a lot of clues here. When he arrived at the entrance of the fast food restaurant, he saw Li Changchun talking to Yuan Mu alone in front of the restaurant. Jiang Bo knew Li Changchun's character well from the information Dui Heng had given him earlier, so he sneaked closer to listen to their conversation. Did you not sleep well yesterday? Li Changchun said with some concern, doing 3 things wrong at once, unlike your usual self. I'm sorry Boss Li, I'll clean up right away. Yuan Mu said somewhat absent-mindedly. I don't blame you for doing something wrong, but if you're in this state of absent-mindedness now, the rest of your work will all go wrong. Li Changchun said, you're not in the right state. It's better for you to take a rest today. Thank you, Boss Li, Yuan Mu said with a sigh of relief. Not only Li Changchun, Jiang Bai who was standing not far away and eavesdropping also saw Yuan Mu's problems today. He decided to talk to Yuan Mu. Yuan Mu. Jiang Bo called Yuan Mu, who had just changed his clothes and was ready to go back to the dormitory. At the back door. It's you? Yuan Mu looked at him with some surprise. I'm in a bad mood. What do you want to find me? I want to ask about your boyfriend Zhao Yiming. Before Jiang Bai could say the question, Yuan Mu snorted coldly and said, boyfriend? We've already broken up. Just today. He has nothing to do with me. Can you tell me why you broke up? He continued to pursue. Was it something that happened between you two? At these words, Yuan Mu raised his head. I don't need you to mind my business. But when Yuan Mu wanted to leave, she thought for a second that Jiang Bai might be able to help him with his investigation. He had won the championship of Who's the Greatest Detective and most of the people in the school knew something about it, including Yuan Mu. Let's talk somewhere else, Yuan Mu said inside. If you can help me look into it, I can tell you. They arrived at a container cafe on the side. Wasn't Zhao Yiming detained before? At the 3rd floor location of the cafe, Yuan Mu took a sip of a rich cappuccino and said, I just stopped by to help him pack up his things. You can enter the boys' dormitory? Jiang Bai asked. His dormitory is rather special. There's no separate dormitory manager downstairs, so you can enter at will. Yuan Mu explained. When I was packing up my things, I found a photo where the woman on it looked intimate with Zhao Yiming. Intimate? It's the boyfriend/girlfriend kind, Yuan Mu said with some emotional ups and downs. It's not that I minded that he had a girlfriend before or anything. Who hasn't been in love before? But when I went to look for him, he was even mean to me. That photo, can you show me? Jiang Bai said. That. Yuan Mu hesitated for a while and finally took out his cell phone. It's this photo. The moment he saw the photo, Jiang Bai was shocked in his heart. There were 3 people in the photo. One was Zhao Yiming, one was Wang Haoyu who was known to be a wealthy son, and the last one was Lin Xiuyu. She looked very intimate, snuggling up to Zhao Yiming. Any other woman would be angry about this kind of thing, but the photo looked like some time. The lower right corner showed a year and a half ago, when Lin Xiuyu was still with herself. Can you pass this photo to me? I should be able to check for you, Jiang Bai said. I know another guy, he might know something. Good, thank you, I'll pass it to you. Yuan Mu was a bit excited and looked like he wasn't as listless as before. If you know any information you must tell me. I will. Jiang Bai nodded his head. Since she was the one who provided the evidence, she naturally had the obligation to tell her the truth. But not right now. This photo only proved that Lin Xiuyu and Zhao Yiming had a relationship in the past. It didn't mean that they were still so related in secret now. There was still no progress in the case. However, if this photo was shown to Wang Haoyu, he should know quite a bit of information. After all, this photo had already proved Zhao Yiming's relationship with the young master's circle. Just at this time, he received a call from Lu Zifeng. Major discovery. Lu Zifeng sounded excited on the other end of the phone. Come here quickly. It seemed like he had found some key evidence. In the criminal police team. Team Lu, what discovery? Jiang Bai hung up the phone to reach the criminal police team as fast as possible. Look at this surveillance. Lu Zifeng said and pointed to the screen. On the screen is Yuan Mu who is visiting the prison. Who is this woman? Tell me. Yuan Mu's voice is very sharp. Must be from anger. We've been together for so long. You've never said anything. Don't you care about this matter? Through the glass, Zhao Yiming said. It has nothing to do with you. You're telling me it has nothing to do with me? Yuan Mu's emotions grew more and more agitated. Am I a mistress or is she a mistress? Does it matter until the whole thing blows up? Said you don't care. Zhao Yiming slammed his fist on the glass. If it wasn't for this layer of protection, Yuan Mu might have already been slapped. Good, count me as seeing through you. Yuan Mu said. Break up. Do you think I'm with you because I don't know about your Gonzi status? With that, she left in anger. These scenes were not far from what Yuan Mu described this morning. It's a pity that you can't see this picture clearly on the surveillance, Lu Zifeng said inside. Chapter 97, Seeking Proof by Danger. I have this photo, Jiang Bai calmly said. When I saw that Yuan Mu was not in the right state this morning, I went to ask. Saying that, he took out the photo Yuan Mu had passed to him. Lin Xiaoyu? You shouldn't lose your mind looking at these, right? Lu Zifeng said flirtatiously. This should be able to disprove her relationship with Zhao Yiming, right? It can, but not completely, Zhang Bai said. This photo is from a year and a half ago. Look at this corner. This only proves that there was a relationship in the past. It doesn't confirm that they are related now. Also, Lu Zifeng's face that had been cheered up went back down in disappointment. Right, Team Lu, there is something I want to ask for your help tonight, Zhang Bai said. He was actually very hesitant before saying this. Wang Haoyu was not one to be messed with, and any situation could arise, but the evidence in front of him was not enough to bring the case back. In the end, he still resolved to go to Wang Haoyu. Time came tonight. Zhang Bai walked into a bar. According to He Dezhuang's gossip, tonight, Wang Haoyu was playing in this bar. Compared to the men and women in the bar, Zhang Bai was like a white man who had never seen the world. He slowly stepped into the bar. Black is the main theme. All kinds of color dots light flashing around. Between the light and darkness, Zhang Bai even saw some men and women on the seats seemingly sucking on something. He walked inside, relying on the constantly flickering light to look for Wang Haoyu. Finally, he found the man through the glass outside a box. At this moment, Wang Haoyu was hugging his left and right, while the two women seemed to be enjoying this very much. Wang Haoyu, Zhang Bai pushed the door in and said indifferently, I have some things I want to ask you. Yo, isn't this John de Cuckold? The Wang Haoyu in front of him was in an excited state, not knowing what he had drunk. How come you're also free to come here to spend money? I came to ask you some questions, Zhang Bai said. I'll leave after asking. Don't seeing as you and I were both hatched by Lin Xiaoyu, I'll buy you a drink, Wang Haoyu said, shouting loudly under the flashing lights. Come on, a toast to this big brother Jiang. A glass of 7-colored light. He was in a very excited state of mind, but to Zhang Bai's surprise, Wang Haoyu didn't show any resistance. Not long after, the waiter with a tie brought over the cup of 7-colored light. Just now, Zhang Bo glanced at the price list. This cup of 7-colored light is 900 a cup. Is the store's biggest specialty mixer. The wine in the cup was divided into 7 colors, with clear demarcation lines, and under the flashing lights, it would constantly change colors. I just came to ask something, not to drink. Zhang Bai refused. Drink? Wang Haoyu looked like he was clearly already playing high. I'll tell you what. You drink this cup and drink it with these brothers and sisters of mine. I'll tell you everything after drinking it. Zhang Bai sized up Wang Haoyu. It was obvious that he had already drunk too much. As the saying goes, the truth comes out after drinking. As long as he himself drinks this cup, Wang Haoyu should say anything. I'll drink. He hesitated for a long time before finally speaking. It wasn't that Zhang Bai hadn't drank alcohol before. But just by smelling this cup of 7-colored light, he understood that it was a mixture of many kinds of spirits. Wine was originally not happy to drink mixed, not to mention this kind of multiple spirits mixed up. He pursed his lips and downed the cup in one gulp. Good. Refreshing. As Wang Haoyu drank loudly, everyone around him got high. After a while, Wang Haoyu sat beside Zhang Bai. Go ahead. What do you want to ask? I want to ask about this photo, Zhang Bai said as he flipped out the photo Yuan Mu gave him from his phone. Zhao Yiming also had a relationship with Lin Xiaoyu at that time? You're not going to be put in a hat to seek revenge here, are you? Wang Haoyu had a drunken look. This stinking woman is indeed hateful. I also thought at the time that she was just poking fun at Zhao Yiming. As a result, I later learned that she had already taken up with Zhao Yiming. He then tossed his hair. Brother, although I usually don't like to play with the poor, but seeing as you're in the same boat as me, I'll take care of all your expenses here. I didn't come here to seek revenge or drink. I just came to ask something. Even though Zhang Bai was a bit dizzy, he was still relatively sober. Then did you hear about Zhao Yiming's relationship with Lin Xiaoyu later? Her, Zhao Yiming. This brat, obviously the son of a big real estate developer but still pretending to be poor. I am not very understanding. Although Wang Haoyu was prejudiced against the poor, his character was still quite brash. But then I did check. That brat's relationship with Lin Xiaoyu is still intact. Zhang Bai looked at Wang Haoyu's drunken appearance. He should be telling the truth. Unless he was pretending all this now. From time to time, some people approached Zhang Bai for a toast, and he realized that no one here often drank 7 colors light, not only because of the price, but also because of its intensity. Therefore, after Zhang Bai got the information he wanted, he left quietly under the pretext of using the restroom. Walking out of the bar, his stomach turned over, headache accompanied by dizziness. The aftertaste of the 7-colored flowers was too strong. As he staggered down the road, it didn't take long for Zhang Bai to vomit into the grass on the side. If he hadn't gotten enough information, this trip would not have been worth the danger. Zhang Bai, Lu Zifeng appeared to help Zhang Bai who was just about to fall. Got the stuff. Sitting on the road for a while, Jiang Bai finally slowed down. Wang Haoyu's words proved that Zhao Yiming has been in contact with Lin Xiuyu, saying that he was relieved these things should be able to make Zhao Yiming confess. In addition to the relationship between Zhao Yiming and Lin Xiuyu, Wang Haoyu also had some explosive clips to send to Jiang Bai. The main characters were Zhao Yiming and Lin Xiuyu, and the time was also very close. These were all used by Wang Haoyu to threaten Lin Xiuyu, but it seems that he mistakenly thought that Jiang Bo wanted to seek revenge on Lin Xiuyu, so he gave them to Jiang Bo in a confused manner. This was also considered a windfall. I will interrogate Zhao Yiming once more. He should confess. Lu Zifeng said, as long as we dig deeper, we'll definitely be able to find clues. Whether it's Lin Xiuyu or Zhao Yiming, why did she harm Yan Xie? Jiang Bai thought for a while and said, no relatives or enemies, why would she do that? I can't figure out the motive either. We only have to see what these two confess. Lu Zifeng said. The next morning, while Jiang Bo was still hungover and dizzy, Zhao Yiming once again sat in the interrogation room. May I ask what is your relationship with Lin Xiuyu? Lu Zifeng snapped. I don't know each other. Zhao Yiming denied it. Hasn't the case been closed? I'm the murderer. No, the case isn't closed. We've already found a new suspicion. Lu Zifeng said. This photo, you should be very familiar with it. Chapter 98 Interrogation. Where did you guys get this? It's PS. It's fake. Zhao Yiming said. I never knew this woman, but we also found some powerful clips. Lu Zifeng said. It's of you and Lin Xiuyu. This is all fake. Videos can be faked, you know? Zhao Yiming continued to deny. I've never touched this woman. In order to show that he didn't recognize her, he even pretended that he didn't even know her name. You're still planning to hide it even now? Lu Zifeng said. Then we can invite Lin Xiuyu here every day to investigate against the case. I believe that Lin Xiuyu should be unable to resist confessing. No, it's all my doing. Please don't make things difficult for her. Zhao Yiming said, his tone abruptly changing, even producing a few moments of begging. Then please confess. Lu Zifeng said. All of this was in the eyes of Jiang Bo behind the one-sided glass. Zhao Yiming was silent, then sighed. I said, Lin Xiuyu said she would be with me after this. Zhao Yiming said, theoretically, I'm still the murderer. Isn't Lin Xiuyu already with Zhang Jiawei? Lu Zifeng was a bit strange, but he couldn't understand the female Sea King's mind. Zhang Jiawei? Zhao Yiming sneered. How much money can he have with that Thai researcher of his? The salary of a special researcher isn't low. Not low? He said with a teasing smile. That little bit of money isn't even enough to buy Lin Xiuyu a bag. You should have found out my identity, right? I'm the best choice for her. What about Wang Haoyu? Lu Zifeng had once heard of Lin Xiuyu being adopted by Wang Haoyu type of thing. Wang Haoyu is a fool, and so is Jiang Bai. Zhao Yiming said. Lin Xiuyu spending money is what an exquisite woman needs. Wang Haoyu's brain only has the lower half of his body. What can a poor fool like Jiang Bai give Lin Xiuyu? But as far as I know, Lin Xiuyu may mix in certain circles. Lu Zifeng continued to ask. Just like that, you also want to accept her? Mixing circles? What's wrong with mixing circles? Who would want to mix with that Thai circle if they have money? Zhao Yiming said. If she had money, would she have to mix circles? They just don't understand women. Anyway, after I graduate, I'll go to my dad's company and have plenty of money. At this moment, Zhao Yiming had already gotten high, and didn't care what kind of scene he was in. Being here is just a way of plating gold and making an appearance to show my dad that I'm working hard. Then don't you already have a girlfriend? A girlfriend? This kind of person who doesn't know how to be a woman, just playing around. You dug these things out from her side, right? Zhao Yiming snorted coldly. Humph, this woman is actually like this? Harmful things. What about you? Aren't you harming people? People? What do you think is called a person? Do the poor deserve it? But the things that live at the bottom and work for us as cattle. His nature had been fully exposed, not hiding his discrimination against ordinary people and the poor in the slightest. All people, no matter how poor or rich, are trying to live. Lu Zifeng said. If you see it that way, I think you can reflect on it in prison. Prison? Ha 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 ha. It seems like it's still you, the little criminal police chief, who is not versed in the world. Zhao Yiming laughed indulgently. Rich people, they don't need to go to jail. My dad's team of lawyers, the strongest in the city. No matter how ironclad you are, I can still get away with it. That's none of my business. You've confessed. It will all be used as evidence in court. Lu Zifeng said coldly. My mission is to find out the truth. The truth. I'll give you 10,000 truths, okay? Zhao Yiming said. I'll put my words here. Even if you know the truth today, Lin Xiuyu and I won't go to jail. You just have to wait for me to retaliate. You can retaliate as much as you want. Lu Zifeng said seriously. If money can dominate everything, then what do we need our criminal police force for? What do we need the court for? That's your business. the original Zhao Yiming said arrogantly. With his confession, the case progressed at a rapid pace, but after such a trial, Lu Zifeng had an indescribable hard feeling in his heart. Why in the world are there still people who treat the people like dirt? The case is already considered solved. Only need to arrest Lin Xiuyue to the case. Lu Zifeng's face is not happy at all. Today, he witnessed the birth of a madman. Those harsh words are disgusting, and it is hard to imagine that they were spoken by a high-quality student. Jiang Bai woke up at noon. His head still hurt a bit, but his mental state had recovered. What? He Dezhuang sat down and looked at Jiang Bai, who had just gotten up. The evidence is there. I just don't know how Lu team interrogation is. Jiang Bai shook his head and said. At this time, Lu Zifeng called over. He told Jiang Bo about the previous interrogation. The case has been solved. The next step is to interrogate Lin Xiuyu. Listening to Lu Zifeng's voice was a bit muffled. I'll finish this matter. You take a good rest first, said he sighed. Is there anything else that hasn't been found out? No, it's just that Zhao Yiming's nature is too bad. Lu Zifeng said. I'll call you on the phone for the follow-up if you want to know. Thanks a lot. After Jiang Bai finished speaking, Lu Zifeng hung up the phone. The matter was over. After telling Yuan Mu about Lin Xiuyu as promised, Zhang Bo planned to visit his old mom. Although there were still less than 3 months of recovery time, his mom's body had basically returned to normal. Mom! In front of the hospital bed, Zhang Bo sat beside Jiang Zhanghai. Good boy. Mom is fine. She'll be discharged from the hospital soon. Hong Xiuqin smiled and said, I have to hurry up and make up for my work. When you have time, you have to go with me to thank the chairman. During this period of time, Zhao Zhongxiang did not dismiss Hong Xiuqin, and also gave her a paid vacation, taking care of her as an old employee. Of course, what she didn't know was that Jiang Bai helped Zhao Zhongxiang do a lot as well. Mom, don't be anxious. Everything will be fine. Recovery is most important during this time, Jiang Bai said, feeling that the family would soon be able to return to the normal days before. Ms. Hong Xiuqin. At this time the doctor walked in. Your recovery is better than we expected. The probability is that you can be discharged early, the doctor said and took out another report. Jiang Bai, your friend already has people from the institute cooperating in observation, and her recent recovery is also very good. Son, your friend was hospitalized? Aha. Jiang Zhanghai asked, is it that little girl? Jiang Bai nodded. It seems to have been poisoned and murdered, and was also hospitalized before. Just at this time, Sun Li walked in. At this time, he was in this hospital to assist in observing APTX-075 the traits, which is also considered to be a passive actual human test. Having heard that Jiang Bai came to the hospital, he also came over without a moment's delay. Chapter 99, Stella's Engagement. Student Jiang Bai, I heard from Captain Lu. Thank you very much for your help this time. Sun Li enthusiastically walked up to shake Jiang Bai's hand. Your mother has already used our newly developed medicine for leukemia recovery. That's right. Supervisor Sun said that the money for these medicines is on his head. The doctor added. Hong Xiuqin was able to recover so quickly precisely because of Sun Li's great assistance. Their institute itself was doing research on leukemia, especially stabilizing the condition and recovering after surgery. Many thanks to Supervisor Sun. Jiang Bai nodded and said indifferently. We're the ones who should thank you properly. Sun Li said, taking out a business card from his pocket. Although you may not be able to use it, if you have any problems with scientific research, call me. After visiting his mom, Zhang Bo went to visit Yan Siye at Jiang Zhanghai's urging. In Jiang Zhanghai's eyes, he had already treated Yan Siye as his daughter-in-law. How's the recovery going? Jiang Bai walked into Yan Siye's separate ward and asked. After the previous observation and treatment, Yan Siye had already been transferred from the intensive care ward to an ordinary single room. It feels like I'm actually quite normal, Yan Siye said with some strangeness. I don't know why they transferred me to the intensive care. It's probably because the doctors feel that the poison in your body might be dangerous, Jiang Bai said casually, but it should be much better now, right? Well, there's no feeling of exertion either, Yan Siye said. Actually, I was just too tired before I fainted. The doctor said it was some kind of unknown toxin, probably just to make you and us spend more money, and there are checkups every day these days. Did you spend some more? No, the medical bills were paid before. The doctor was worried about your physical condition, Jiang Bai said, not mentioning APTX-075 the follow-up in the slightest. He felt that Yan Siye would be good for her body if she was just this temporarily uninformed. Anyway, the case has basically been solved, and it is just some details of the follow-up. When can I be discharged from the hospital? Yan Siye looked a little troubled. I'm so anxious after falling behind for so many days without a part-time job. You paid so much money for me. I still have to try to pay you back. It's fine. Just work part-time after you've fully recovered, Jiang Bai said indifferently. It's better to listen to the doctor's orders, Jiang Bai. With this cry, Stella and Fong Shijin pushed the door in. I heard that you came to the hospital, so I came to take a look. Wow, Sister Stella. Yan Xia's expression was much more excited than Zhang Bai's. She still remembered the time when she took a group photo with Stella. Little sister, why are you hospitalized too? Stella asked somewhat strangely. Just tired. The doctor said I might have some toxins in my body, so I was hospitalized. Yan Xia said frankly. What is it that you're looking for Zhang Bai for? Sister Stella? Just something from before. Stella smiled slightly. I've just been discharged from the hospital. Are you free these days? Going to Kyoto, right? Zhang Bai said. He hadn't forgotten about that matter. Having saved his mother's life, he had to keep his promise. Well, tell me if you're ready. Stella said. I won't make it hard for you. What is it? Sister Stella, what's going on in Kyoto? Yan Xia completely turned into a curious baby when she saw Stella. Nothing much really, just asking Zhang Bai to do a favor. Stella said with a slight smile. Something about a relative in Kyoto. Well, I also want to go to Kyoto. Yan Xia said. But I still have work. It's good to bring you along. Stella said. You're a friend of Zhang Bai's or a girl, so we can also talk. She was also on a whim. She had seen this little sister visiting Zhang Bai's mother with Zhang Bai before. There was no problem in bringing along one more person. After all, if Zhang Bo was the only one following her to Kyoto, it would make the people around her a bit abrupt, especially the paparazzi. Yeah, but I still have to be in the hospital right now. Yan Xie said, revealing a lost expression. Zhang Bai, you don't have a problem with that, do you? Stella said with a smile. I don't have a problem with it, but the main thing is to solve the problem. Zhang Bai said lightly. Give me some information before you go if possible. This is naturally no problem. Stella nodded. Let's wait until this little sister is discharged from the hospital before going together. Since it was her request, there was no need for Zhang Bai to refuse. Besides, bringing Yan Xie along would not affect him. His own main mission for this trip in Kyoto was to help Stella find her missing aunt. After accompanying Yan Xie for a while in the hospital room, Zhang Bai returned to the school in the evening. Stella acted quickly, sending the relevant information just after Zhang Bai walked into the dormitory. From the house, Stella's aunt should be a wealthy woman. The villa had 3 floors. There were also quite a few flowers and plants around, but what was taken out today was a dilapidated look. According to the description of what Stella had put together, her aunt disappeared more than 2 years ago. She had looked for several private detectives to check in Kyoto, but to no avail. This house has also been deserted for a long time because of Stella's aunt's disappearance. Stella was convinced that her aunt was still alive. Every month, she received a letter from her aunt. The words on them were jumbled together. It didn't line up into any sentences or even some semantics. There was a small paragraph every month, but not since last month. Ember began to look at these pictures below the document. These were little letters from his aunt to Stella. Each time it was a neat 4 lines of 20 words each. All of them were things that could not be viewed, because even though the ones on them were in Chinese characters, the ordering was very messy. Zhang Bai tried experimentally reading through the different orders, all to no avail. However, he had an intuition that these letters were encrypted, and after cracking them, he should be able to give a lot of information. However, currently, Zhang Bai only had a rough understanding of the situation. Therefore, all these letters were only read in a rough and simple manner. On the other side, Lu Zifeng was interrogating Lin Xiaoyu. Because Zhao Yiming had confessed everything, Lin Xiaoyu had naturally become a suspect. Before, you said that you didn't know Zhao Yiming, but the relevant evidence shows that your relationship is very close. In the interrogation room, Lu Zifeng placed the relevant evidence in front of the table. Moreover, Zhao Yiming has confessed to all of it. Can you explain these? In the face of ironclad evidence and Lu Zifeng's questioning that cut straight to the topic, Lin Xiaoyu was silent. You can keep quiet, but the interrogation will keep going. As a member of the criminal police and having participated in the fight against pornography, Lu Zifeng did not have a good feeling towards Lin Xiaoyu in the first place. Ever since he saw Zhao Yiming's true colors, he was even more disgusted with Lin Xiaoyu. Chapter 100, Multiple Encrypted Passwords. Zhao Yiming really said that? Lin Xiaoyu said as she looked at the statement provided by Zhao Yiming. She then sighed. I don't think there's a need for me to say anything more. What he said is the truth. Then I still have some questions. Lu Zifeng said. I hope you answer truthfully. It's done. Ask. Lin Xiaoyu looked calm, as if she had long been prepared for such an outcome. Why did you harm Yan Xie? This was what Lu Zifeng didn't understand the most. Her? Lin Xiaoyu said. I'm not trying to harm her. I'm trying to make Zhang Bai feel the pain. What does this have to do with Zhang Bo? Lu Zifeng was even more confused after hearing these words. A woman's intuition is very accurate. Lin Xiaoyu slowly said. Her being around Zhang Bo makes me hate her. When Zhang Bo embarrassed me in front of so many people, I swore that I would make sure that all the girls who had such a relationship with her all go to hell. So you poisoned her out of hatred? Lu Zifeng doesn't really understand this kind of emotional disputes among college students nowadays. What he clearly understands is that when a crime is committed, it has to be ambushed. Second question. Did Zhang Jiawei's theft of the institute's materials have anything to do with you? Lu Zifeng just assumed that this kind of revenge motive was reasonable. Then it was the details that were left unclear between the two cases. I didn't explicitly say what I wanted, Lin Xiaoyu said. I just asked him what kind of medicine he had that could make people become fatigued, preferably the kind that could lead to fatigue and eventually sudden death. So he stole the medicines from the institute? I'm not sure where he got his medicine from. I'll just say that this kind of medicine can make a lot of money. She went on to explain. Anyway, he was already poor to the bone. Is it because of you? Lu Zifeng's question was very sharp. Pretty much, but it's his problem that she can't afford me. Lin Xiaoyu said. If you can't even afford to support a woman, what's the point of finding a girlfriend? Between the lines of what she said, she revealed her disdain for Zhang Jiawei. Lu Zifeng sighed. If Zhang Jiawei heard these words, he didn't know how he would feel. But these disputes had nothing to do with him. I understand the matter. One last thing, did you give Zhang Jiawei the 30,000 plus? Lu Zifeng asked. Was it sold to the black market or given to Zhao Yiming to pay later? I told Zhao Yiming that this medicine is very precious, it costs more than $30,000. Lin Xiaoyu explained. And then all the details of the crime matched up. The case was solved and she was temporarily detained pending trial. Lu Zifeng sat on the chair with mixed feelings in his heart. There was no excitement of solving the case at all. Instead, he was skeptical of the true humanity of these young people. After so many years of solving cases, he already felt that he had seen enough people. What kind of strange criminals should not be strange? But in such a case caused by a relationship dispute, two talents emerged. He picked up the phone, but very hesitant. Especially Lin Xiaoyu's revenge target is Zhang Bo instead of Yan Xie. In the end, he dialed Zhang Bai's number. Hello, this is Zhang Bo. This is Lu Zifeng. The case is closed. I'm writing a report. There was a hint of hesitation in Lu Zifeng's words. Do you want to know the whole thing? Well, Lu told you, Zhang Bai said lightly. He saw that Zhang Bai was so calm, so he told Zhang Bai everything that happened just now. I see. Things started because of me, not Yan Xie, right? Hearing this, Zhang Bai was also relieved. Thanks a lot. The case had been solved. These people would be sanctioned. At least Yan Xie would not be threatened by these people in the future. 3 days later, Yan Xie was discharged from the hospital. Sun Li gave Yan Xie a sum of money as a reward for her participation in APTX 075, the research. Originally, these scientific experiments were to be specially recruited, signed a confidentiality agreement and carried out voluntarily. However, it is also because Zhang Jiawei stole and used it on Yan Xie. This kind of mistaken behavior, disguised as further research for the Institute APTX 075, made a small contribution. Therefore Sun Li gave Yan Xie a considerable amount of reward money when she was discharged from the hospital. 4 days later, Lu Zifeng uploaded the report of the case, and Lin Xiaoyu, Zhao Yiming, and Zhang Jiawei were transferred to the city's prison for temporary custody. It wasn't too far off from what Zhao Yiming had said. In the first instance, Zhao Yiming and Lin Xiaoyu were released on bail by Zhao Dafu and were on the loose outside. It was only necessary to wait until the time of the court hearing to go there. The only one who was injured was Zhang Jiawei. Not only did he have to go to jail, but he also lost his job at the institute due to the previous incident. At this time, Zhang Bai had finished reading all the basic information that Stella had sent over. He still didn't have any clue about those passwords. Why are you interested in the passwords? Dui Hong came back from dinner and saw that Zhang Bai was studying some photos that looked like Chinese gibberish. These days, Zhang Bai had at least lived a relatively peaceful life for a few days, except for studying passwords. A friend sent it to me. I'm quite curious, Zhang Bai said. I'm also quite interested in the password, Dui Hong said. How many levels of encryption is this password of yours? How many times? Zhang Bai asked curiously. Generally passwords should have ciphertexts. Several times means there are several times of ciphertext condoms. Dui Hong explained while taking out some English messy codes. Like this one is a triple encryption. First of all, it should be turned into numbers based on the sorting of the alphabet. That's the first one. Then those numbers are transformed into zeros and ones. That's the second one. Then it's retranslated into Morse code. And then into English, he said, skillfully turning it into English based on the Morse code hints. And finally the readable English word appeared. Crazy. Interesting. He Dachang was also attracted by the decoding. How many levels of encryption are you using for this? Dui Hong said. I don't know. Zhang Bai shook his head. There was no way for him to know about these sent by Stella. This is a headache, Dui Hong prompted. It's recommended that you start with the simple ones, and don't touch such difficult ones. Generally it turns into pinyin, then to Morse code, then back and so on. If there's a specific place maybe you won't be able to understand it until you get there. At this time, a phone call came in. Hey, Ember, are you ready for the next few days? It was Stella calling. I'm almost done. Jiang Bai then remembered that Yan Xie had already been discharged from the hospital. Then I'll buy the bus ticket. Oh, Stella said. Going by sleeper? Wouldn't it be more convenient to take an airplane? Jiang Bai asked. Kyoto was more than 10 hours away from here by sleeper, and 4 hours by airplane. It was Yan Xie who mentioned it. I think it's not bad to see the surrounding scenery, Stella said. Think of it as going on a trip. Indeed, if it was a trip, taking a sleeper and being able to see the surrounding scenery all the way to the past slowly, it was indeed much more interesting than the simple violence of the airplane. Chapter 101, Sleeping Train. Actually, it's Yan Xie who's afraid of flying. On the other end of the phone, Stella seemed to be snickering. Okay, Jiang Bai replied indifferently. Since it was Stella's request, he had no reason to refuse. As long as he helped her solve the problem, the details in between could be ignored. Then I'll send the tickets over later, Stella said and hung up the phone. You're going out of town? From what Jiang Bai talked about on the phone, Dui Hong guessed a thing or two? Well, it's to help a friend of mine solve a problem, Jiang Bai said. The friend who sent me this password. Where to? To Kyoto. I want to go too. I'll check what ticket she bought for you, Dui Hong said with a slight smile and immediately sat in front of the computer. With the high-tech assistance of the network department, he was now able to look up more things. It didn't take long for the number of trains and tickets to come up. Train 0199 bound for Kyoto direct. He Zhuang. Want to come along? Dui Hong asked as he opened the ticketing interface. There's a lot of people, and it seems like not many people bought this train. He was mainly interested in studying this string of codes, not in traveling. After failing to crack it in multiple ways, he guessed that the codes were related to certain key locations. The most likely one was Kyoto, where Jiang Bai was going this time. Then, count me in? He Zhuang was also considered a capable melon eater, and when he saw that Jiang Bai was going out of town, he was actually curious in his heart. Just like that, Dui Hong's ticket was bought in the bed next to Jiang Bai's. They hadn't wondered why there were so few people in this car. After all, these days, there are high-speed trains and airplanes, and unless one can't afford a ticket, or deliberately wants to enjoy the scenery along the way, there will almost never be too many people patronizing the sleeper train. The train will leave at 4:30 p.m. tomorrow and arrive at 12:30 p.m. the next day after one night. This is just a plan. According to the train's late rhythm, basically before 2 p.m. should be able to arrive. He Zhuang is excited about this trip to Kyoto, but Jiang Bo is not excited. He wasn't there to have fun. Right now, he was integrating all the information given by Stella in his head. 2 years ago, her aunt disappeared, and after 2 or 3 months, Stella received strange letters every month until recently. These letters should all be passwords according to Dui Hong's analysis. Based on this information, Jiang Bai felt that there were still 2 main events in Kyoto. The first was to check out Aunt Stella's villa. There was the most information here and it had to be searched carefully. Next was the password. Cracking it was also a key part. With this thought, Jiang Bai went to sleep. It was only at noon the next day that Jiang Bai slowly climbed up. He did have a good rest in the past few days. However, before he even woke up, someone kept calling him Yan Xie. Hello, you're awake? Yan Xie's voice on the other end was somewhat excited. After all, who wouldn't be excited about traveling with a big star? Slept for a bit too long, Jiang Bai replied. Looking at the time, it was only noon. I remember the train was in the afternoon, right? Yeah, I was just calling you because I wanted to bring you some breakfast or something, Yan Xie said. I took a leave from my boss and the teacher at the library. Don't be in such a hurry. It's not too late to go to the train station in the afternoon. Jiang Bai said so, but he saw that Dui Hong and he Zhuang had already changed their clothes. Wait for peace of mind at the train station, Yan Xie said on the phone. Hurry up and come, let's go together. Sister Stella is still waiting. Okay, Jiang Bai said after taking a deep breath. Not long after, he Zhuang and Dui Hong followed Jiang Bo to the agreed meeting place. He Zhuang? Dui Hong? Why are you guys here too? Yan Xie looked at the two of you with a strange face. Just going to Kyoto together to have some fun. After all, isn't it a bit too lonely for you two to go together? He Zhuang said with a smile. Yan Xie's little face brushed red. Let's go. First arrive at the train station before settling down. Wait some more time he added. And the 4 of them set off. There was a direct bus from the school to the train station. Also for the convenience of some out-of-town students who were going home for vacation to come and go. Riding the bus all the way, they arrived at the train station located in the east. Jiang Bai, why are there so many people? At this time, Stella was wearing sunglasses and was dressed very plainly, making it hard to be spotted from the crowd. Sister Stella, they are also coming along. It just so happens that there are more people to liven things up, Yan Xie explained. Good, Sister Yan Xie, let's come together then. Stella said with a smile. After the previous chat, Stella felt that Yen Siye was actually very good to get along with and quite cute. Therefore, this line of work she really treated Yen Siye as one of her little sisters. Stella? I go to the goddess. He Dajwang was surprised. He didn't think that there was a famous girl Stella this time. But before he could finish, he was covered by Dewey Hong's mouth. What's the name? You don't want people to come and watch. Only then did he Dajwang listen a little less. Let's go. Get into the station first. Saying this, Stella entered the train station with the crowd. It couldn't be said that waiting in the waiting room in advance was a wrong decision. But this bit of waiting was really boring. He Dajwang and Dewey Hong were playing video games to pass the time, while Stella was hiding her identity and taking Yen Siye around. Only Jiang Bai was sitting there as if he was meditating. It was as if time had stopped for him. Jiang Bai is thinking. On the one hand is the password. On the other hand is the mansion. The information Stella had given him was too limited, perhaps due to the distance between them. The sleeper train was not too bad. He had enough time on board to slowly connect the necessary information together. It also allowed for some time to empty himself in between so that new thoughts could slowly form. Compared to traveling directly by plane, the sleeper instead allowed Jiang Bai to be more fully prepared. Choosing the sleeper, it was unknown whether Yen Siye had done it on purpose or by mistake. After waiting for quite some time, they finally waited for train 0199 to come. Thinking of the sea of people in front of the other trains, Jiang Bai found that the ones traveling on this train had far fewer passengers than the other sleeper train on the side. Maybe there weren't a lot of people traveling directly to Kyoto from here. When he reached the platform, the train had stopped. Following the location written on their tickets, they quickly found compartment 10. Unlike the traditional sleeper train that Jiang Bai had imagined, the train was filled with the flavor of travel. Carpets were laid inside, and the surrounding decoration was also good. When did the sleepers become this luxurious? But thinking about it carefully, it wasn't surprising. Nowadays, under the involution of high-speed trains and airplanes, sleepers naturally have to make their own characteristics. Chapter 102, The Cursed Carriage. Before walking into the 10th carriage, Jiang Bai noticed that the other carriages were almost full of passengers. Only this carriage had only a handful of people. Wow, this is the first time I've sat in a sleeper like this. Yen Siye excitedly looked at the beds, which were like a small 4-person dormitory in a separate room, with bunk beds on the left and right, and more space than a normal sleeper. There were even lockable doors for each room. Jiang Bai carefully observed the door locks. It was a type that could be locked externally or unlocked. The outer lock had a key, while the inner lock was a button. Playing with it a little, he realized that as long as the inner lock was locked, the exterior could not open the door even if there was a key. In these other overcrowded compartments, this double security measure would better ensure the financial and personal safety of the passengers. But for their compartment number 10, it was a pose at best. Here we go. At this moment, Dewey Hong and He Daxiang had already put their luggage away and came over to visit. They were right next door on the left upper and lower bunks of bed number 06. Jiang Bai here was bed number 07. Yen Siye and Stella were sleeping on the left bunk and he was on the right bunk. Since it wasn't full, they put part of their luggage on the empty beds. Hello guys, that's when two strangers greeted them at the door. You guys are traveling too? There aren't many people in compartment 10. Why don't you all pair up? The man who spoke was in his mid-30s. From the line he was carrying, Jiang Bai could instantly recognize him as a fishing enthusiast. Sure, I haven't done a sleeper yet. What's the name of the brother? He Dajwan was good at socializing and took the lead in responding. After mutual introduction, Jiang Bai learned that these two were in bed 03. The older one was Zhou Chunfeng, and beside him was his friend Zhang Fan. They were both fishing enthusiasts and had traveled to Kyoto this time to participate in a fishing activity. Under Zhou Chunfeng's tandem, Li Quan and Sun Xiaoxin, a couple living in bed 09, also joined them. But Wu Mingjian, who was located in bed 12 at the very back of the compartment, didn't seem so cooperative. On the contrary, his wife Chen Yu was quite polite. My husband recently had an accident in his business, so everyone be more understanding. Chen Yu smiled and apologized. It's better for us to stay by ourselves. Big brother Zhou, have you traveled on a sleeper before? He Dajwan climbed into conversation with Zhou Chunfeng. Why don't we stroll around this train together? After some conversation, he was considered to have gotten acquainted with Zhou Chunfeng. They also began to stroll back and forth on the train. Only now did Jiang Bai and his party realize that train 0199 was quite luxurious with only 12 carriages. The frontmost carriage was used as a small bar, which had a movie playing all the time and had a nice atmosphere. There were quite a few people drinking in it at this time. The next two sections are connected cafeterias. It's like buying a ticket and getting a free buffet. These services are available for the price of a sleeper ticket. It was dinner time, and many passengers were eating in the cafeteria, while some were notifying the stewards to deliver their meals. None of you have taken this train before, right? While eating and chatting, Zhou Chunfeng asked. Then you guys definitely don't know the story of the 10th compartment of this train, right? What? There's a story about compartment 10? He Dazhuang was instantly interested. Why else would there be so few of us in compartment 10? Zhou Chunfeng said with a slight smile. We're just trying to be cheap. Just in time to get to Kyoto. Li Quan said, fishing up a fishball and putting it in his mouth. His girlfriend's son Xiaoxin beside him nodded. We're pretty much traveling as well. Stella said, looked at this car as one of the recent sleepers to Kyoto still left so I bought it. She didn't do much to disguise herself, just lied about her name being Della. However, due to the fact that there are too many fakes in society nowadays, the people around her just took it as a resemblance. Otherwise, how much of a fuss would the famous goddess Stella have to make here? Could it be that there's some mystery in it? He Dezhuan looked at Zhou Chunfeng with a mysterious expression. Alas, we had no choice but to buy tickets for this carriage. Zhou Chunfeng sighed as he said, it's Zhang Fan's first time going to Kyoto to participate in an event, and I had wanted to bring him to experience this luxury sleeper train. Zhang Fan went on to explain Zhou Chunfeng's words, and everyone guessed to understand. It turned out that Zhou Chunfeng insisted on letting Zhang Fan experience it, and it just so happened that he didn't have any tickets for the other carriages, so he wanted to try his luck. Why exactly? Dui Hung's curiosity was also aroused. At first, he also thought that it was simply because there were fewer people. Carriage number 10. I heard that a lot of people have died. Under the curious expressions of the people around him, Zhou Chunfeng explained, but the news was suppressed. This matter was only known to people like him who often rode the 0199 train. There were 2 or 3 times that he himself alone had run into it, but those times he was in other carriages. I brought Zhang Fan to you guys earlier for the same reason, Zhou Chunfeng said with a serious expression. It's also safer to take care of each other. Let's just hope that we can all reach Kyoto safely. While the crowd ate, they also listened to Zhou Chunfeng, a veteran who had traveled back and forth on train 0199 many times, tell stories. This was the only luxury sleeper in the direct train to Kyoto. It was then that they learned that the normal sleeper was still the same as the unusual, with no bar or cafeteria. Time passed with the scenery outside the window, and the dusky sky showed a hint of red. This train has been in operation for almost 5 or 6 years, and almost every month something happens at the point of the 10th compartment. The story was also nearing its end. Zhou Chunfeng's stomach was already a bit bloated from eating. That's why some of my friends who are familiar with it told me that the 10th compartment is cursed. It's only the ones who are forced to take their chances like me and some who aren't afraid of death that dare to sit in it. As the meal was about to be finished, Jiang Bai noticed that among the couples who had just refused to embrace the group, Chun Yu had almost finished eating alone. You guys are going back? Zhou Chunfeng asked as he watched their actions. Listen to me. It's better not to stay in the bedsits at night. I'll go to the bar in front with Xiao Zhang. If you guys are scared then come over. It's still possible to sleep with the bar being noisier anyway. Thanks a lot. Jiang Bai did not have much trust in Zhou Chunfeng. It had been looking at the few of them with the attitude of a stranger. Li Quan's son Xiaoxin didn't believe it and went straight back to his bed. Dui Hong and He Dezhuan were rather curious about the bar. After Zhou Chunfeng went to the bar, the two of them also followed to find out what was going on. Jiang Bai followed Yan Xie and Stella as they strolled around the carriage, looking at the scenery outside by the tightly closed door. He waited until it was completely dark before returning to compartment 10. Sister Stella, what he said can't be true, right? On the upper left bunk, Yan Xie asked while looking at her cell phone. It's fine. This door can be unlocked. No one can get in. Stella comforted Jiang Bai. I'm really sorry. I didn't expect this carriage to be so weird. Chapter 103, The Secret Room with the Counterlock. It's fine. It's all legends. Jiang Bai lightly comforted, but he had already kept a watchful eye. Although he believed in ghosts and gods, he was more willing to believe that these events were deliberately done by someone before confirming those ghosts and gods, and was using the ghosts and gods to cover it up. Just because there were chances, it didn't mean that something would definitely happen. He also took some chances. Knock knock knock. A knock sounded on the door, and the voices of He Dezhuang and Dui Hong came from outside the door. It's us. Open the door. He Dezhuang said. What's wrong? Jiang Bora asked as he opened the door. Dui Hong found the super wonderful melon. Show you guys, said they as they entered bed 07 where the space was already small. The tablet Dui Hong had brought with him was remotely connected to the computer in his dorm room, so he was also able to check out some interesting news. Train 0199 did, as Zhou Chunfeng said, have a number of murders, and they were all concentrated in the 10th compartment. In addition to a relatively recent murder case was solved, the other cases are not solved, is still unsolved cases. Some of the newspapers at the time also had relevant records. Could there really be some kind of curse? He Dezhuang deliberately said in order to set the mood. You guys don't scare me, Yan Xie said as her entire body hid under the quilt only revealing a head. All of this only proves the past, Jiang Bai said indifferently. This time it's not necessarily going to be an accident. As long as we get off the bus in Kyoto, we'll be fine. That's right, don't be so secretive. Where did this mess come from? Stella said looking upwards. Yanxia, don't be afraid. I'm here. Then we'll go back to play the game first. Right, Due Hung? Where did you hit just now before getting on the car? He Dezhuang said and pulled at Due Hung. Knock knock knock. A voice came from the rear of the carriage. Hubby, open the door. Knock knock knock. He Dezhuang took the lead to go out in the spirit of eating melons. Due Hung and Jiang Bai followed closely behind. Right now, Chunyu was knocking on the door repeatedly. However, Wu Mingjian inside the 012 bedroom did not respond. Chunyu kept using the key to open the door, but it never opened. Her behavior also attracted the attention of Li Quan and Sun Xiaoxin. At this time they also opened the door to see the situation outside. After knocking on the door for a while, Chunyu could only turn to the flight attendants for help. Not long after, the stewardess with the car equipped with security guards to come. If the door of the bed is unlocked, the key cannot be opened. The security guard explained, taking out a special key. Only we have a special key that can help open the door. May I ask if you are a passenger in compartment 10, bed number 012? Can you show us your ticket? Even though there weren't many passengers in compartment 10, the security guard still needed to confirm before opening the door for safety reasons. Shenyu quickly flipped the purchase record from her cell phone. After confirmation, the security guard opened the door. The moment he opened the door, he only saw blood on the floor. Looking along the blood, it was a corpse. Shenyu covered her mouth in surprise and sat down on her but in shock. It's compartment 10 again, the guard muttered in a low voice. It's appeared. The curse of compartment 10, he Dacheng just said, and was disliked by the stewardess. There's no curse in compartment 10. I'll immediately contact the captain to call the police. Having said that, the stewardess's skillful movements also proved that she had encountered this situation more than once. Jiang Bai went over to observe carefully. Wu Mingjian was lying on his back, stabbed in the back and collapsed on the right side of the lower berth. But the blood stains from the door to the bed. Due to the carpeted floor, the blood could not flow freely like on the road. Looking back at the window, it was not open, just a small gap, probably to maintain ventilation. The security guard saw Jiang Bai trying to go in and immediately stopped it. This is a murder scene. It's better not to destroy it. Aha! Jiang Bai nodded and retreated back to the corridor. He couldn't observe some more. In his mind, he was constantly thinking. The door of the bed space room was self-locking, which meant that if the murderer unlocked it after committing the murder, he himself would also be inside. How did he manage to escape from the scene after unlocking it? But if it was not unlocked, Chunyu should be able to open the door easily. Jiang Bai tried to approach the door again to see the state of the lock. Something strange remained near the door lock, and the button inside was recessed once again, proving that the door was definitely unlocked. A perfect secret room. The murderer, like a demon, killed Wu Mingjian and escaped by unlocking the door. Suicide? Jiang Bai would still consider this possibility before seeing it. But who would let themselves be stabbed in the back and kill themselves? This could be different from the joke of dying by suicide with dozens of shots in the back. Little brother, you'd better back off a bit. If you destroy the scene, it'll be troubling when the CID comes to investigate. The security guard reminded again. This time the tone was more like a warning to Jiang Bai. Not long after, the stewardess brought in a person. He's from the CID, can investigate the case directly, the stewardess said as this person walked in. Jiang Bai? Such a coincidence? Lu Zifeng looks surprised. You're all here? Team Lu? Why are you here? He Dezhuang's expression was very surprised, compared to Jiang Bai, who was much calmer. We are helping Help Dara to investigate something in Kyoto, Jiang Bai faintly explained. I was on a mission before. The old captain booked me a ticket, half as a vacation, half also to assist a case in the Kyoto general team. Lu Zifeng said, staying close to them, and said quietly, I was not expecting you guys to sit in compartment 10. I heard that compartment 10 is evil. Jiang Bai nodded. His face was still calm, but there was a hint of anxiety in his heart. If it was a revenge killing, that was fine, it wouldn't jeopardize them. But if it was a purposeless killing, just for the purpose of molding the horrible curse of the 10th carriage, then all of them were within the scope of hunting. The train had only just started, and looking at the time, there was still less than 14 hours to go. If we don't find out, all the people in compartment 10 are in danger of dying. Comrade security guard, this is our crime-solving consultant from the criminal police team, Lu Zifeng says as he once again flashes his CID badge and explains to the security guard. The train will be working on the case with him and I. Little brother, no wonder I feel that you are different. So you are an advisor. The guard nodded at Jiang Bai and said, then tell me if you need anything. I'll stand by between carriages 10 and 9 now. With that, he saluted and left the scene. Is it okay for you guys to go back and stay on this side of a bunk for now? Lu Zifeng said. I will inquire about the situation one by one later. Okay, The crowd nodded in agreement, their hearts palpitating. Right in front of them were really dead people, and in their opinion, maybe this was a curse. Watching the crowd arrive at bed number 10 on the side, Lu Zifeng throws a pair of gloves to Jiang Bai from his pocket. Chapter 104, Testimony. I don't remember agreeing to be your counselor. Jiang Bai put on his gloves and said lightly, does the situation at hand allow you to choose? Lu Zifeng said with a slight smile, if you weren't an advisor, I wouldn't have been able to get the security guards to agree to you going in to investigate. He continues, Carriage 10 is already evil. Maybe this is purposeless killing. You are all in danger. You go in and be safe. I'll go ask everyone first. Once these words came out, Jiang Bai nodded and said no more. This time he was finally able to enter the scene and observe it properly. Putting the issue of the unlocked door aside for now, Jiang Bai first checked the state of the corpse first. Wu Mingjian lying on his back, stabbed several times in the back, the murder knife inserted in the last wound. Look at the state of the body, dead about more than 4 hours, that is, before they ate in the cafeteria that moment. But, during the meal, Jiang Bai had already noticed that Chen Yu was also present. Together with their table, all the people in compartment 10 should have an alibi. If we follow this line of thinking, it would be that Wu Mingjian was killed after unlocking the door to his room. What about escaping through the car window? In order not to destroy the scene, Jiang Bai carefully stepped on the small table in front of the car window to check. Although the car window could be opened, the range after opening was not large. At most a small cat could burrow out. For an ordinary person, about only one hand could be stretched out. In front of the table, Jiang Bai found a knife holster that basically matched the size of the murder knife. There were quite a few melon shells and fruit peels on the table, as well as a box of rice sets that had yet to be eaten. On the other side, Lu Zifeng was questioning the crowd. Stella and Yan Xie who were questioned first. Lu Zifeng understood the matter in general. Since Zhou Chunfeng and Zhang Fan had been at the bar after leaving the cafeteria and had not even returned yet, Lu Zifeng placed the questioning of these two at the end. After leaving the cafeteria, where did you go? Lu Zifeng asked, and it was He Dazhuang's turn in front of him. I'll go. Team Lu, what is our relationship? It's impossible for me to commit a crime, right? He Dazhuang said. I know you won't commit a crime, but your testimony is something I have to record. Lu Zifeng said, otherwise, if I don't ask you, I won't be able to do anything when your suspicion comes out. Well, I was back on bed 06 playing games with Dui Heng, He Dazhuang explained. Just NS, Dui Heng brought 2 this time, and he and I happened to play online. This doesn't need to be explained so clearly. Lu Zifeng continued to ask, and then? Then Dui Heng got tired of playing and started searching for news related to compartment 10. Teacher He Dazhuang said, relevant news? Lu Zifeng froze, the news should have all been suppressed, right? How did Dui Heng check it? I don't know. He just searched on his tablet and found it. He Dazhuang said naturally. Then did you hear any strange sounds during this time? Lu Zifeng finally asked. No, I guess. Maybe Dui Heng and I played with headphones on at first. After this sentence, it was Dui Heng's turn to ask. Lu Zifeng asked the same thing, and Dui Heng's answer matched He Dazhuang's. Tell me, how did you find out about those banned news? In the end, he asked. I remember that the top had blocked out quite a bit of news on the matter of compartment 10. There should be basically nothing about carriage 10 on the entire internet. Hearing this, Dui Heng squirmed a bit. Actually, it's just that I have some small cooperation with the network department. I can borrow their system to check some small things. Network department? Lu Zifeng remembers bringing Dui Heng to the network department before. I didn't expect you to be a capable person as well. Does the network department know about this? They can all see my records. Don't worry, I won't let out something I shouldn't say. Dui Heng nodded. The next 3 people are the ones Lu Zifeng focuses on lining up. There was no other reason. Li Quan Sun Xiao Xian's bedroom was number 09, closest to the crime scene's bed number 12, and Chen Yu, as Wu Mingjian's wife, also had a fair chance of committing the crime. Hello, can you tell us what you were doing before and after you found Wu Mingjian? Lu Zifeng asked. My girlfriend and I went back to the bunk room to rest. I was reading a novel and she was watching a TV series, Li Quan said. After all, we heard that there was a problem in compartment 10, so we don't plan to move around much. Well, then did you hear any strange movements during this time? Lu Zifeng feels that their bed 09 is close by, so they might have heard something. No, the train kept going. Nothing but the sound of the railroad tracks. Li Quan recalled and said, okay, it's best to stay in a holding pattern later. Lu Zifeng nodded and said, I'll look for you again if there are any follow-up questions. By the way, Captain Lu, are the rumors about compartment 10 true? Li Quan said with some fear. I heard Zhou Chunfeng say that there are frequent accidents in compartment 10. Don't worry about this. I'll find out what happened. Lu Zifeng comforted. It's just a rumor, not true. Hearing this, Li Quan sighed in relief. It was Sun Xiaoxin's turn, and her words matched Li Quan's. Only Chen Yu remained. May I ask, how is your relationship with your husband? Lu Zifeng asked. Chen Yu was Wu Mingjian's wife, and the relationship between the two would also determine the direction of deducing the murderer in this incident. My relationship with her is not bad. After all, he is my husband, but recently he failed in business. His temper is not very good. Chen Yu explained. We are going to Kyoto to join our relatives this time. I see. So what places did you visit before the murder? Lu Zifeng continued to ask. At that time in the afternoon I asked him if he wanted to go to the cafeteria for dinner. He didn't want to go, Chen Yu stated. So I ordered a set meal for him. Then I went to the buffet by myself. At that time, I seemed to have eaten badly, so I went to the restroom, she recalled as she said. Then I saw those little girls and boys watching the sunset. Then I went back to the door of number 12. The key wouldn't open. Chen Yu thought that she might have gotten the wrong key, so she took a few keys and tried them, but nothing worked. Then she knocked on the door, trying to get Wu Mingjian inside to open the door, and ended up with the scene everyone saw. You mean before you left, you had helped Wu Mingjian order food, right? Lu Zifeng asked. Yes, Chen Yu nodded. Alright, you go back first. It's best to stay with everyone. Lu Zifeng finished his questioning and got up to head to the crime scene, intending to see what Jiang Bo had found. Walking out the door, he finds Jiang Bo just at the door, about to come in. How's the investigation on your side? Lu Zifeng asked. It's still not clear how the murderer committed the crime. I just know quite a bit about the scene. Jiang Bo shakes his head. What did they say? Chapter 105, Time of Death. All of your party are all looking out for each other, and are relatively far away from the murder scene. Lu Zifeng said. The possibility of Li Fuan and Sun Xiaoxin committing the crime isn't particularly high either. Is there no murderer? Jiang Bai asked. I have pretty much the same result here. The two of them matched the information they had each found out against each other and began to analyze it further. The time of death 4 hours ago was the key, because at this time, Jiang Bai was able to confirm that everyone here was at the cafeteria. So the whole case would be just like the rumors. Only a ghost or a curse could have accomplished it. A few points. First, time of death relates to the alibi. Second, how the secret room was formed. Jiang Bai said. I suspect that Wu Mingjian was not dead when the murderer committed the crime. If he wasn't dead, why didn't he run out? Lu Zifeng said. Unlocking the counter lock and then running out. There's a chance anyways, even if it means telling who the murderer is. This I also doubt. But, if the time of death is the time I projected by touching the body temperature, it makes even less sense. Jiang Bai shook his head. What about the knife in the back? At this time, the two of them re-arrived at the crime scene. Wu Mingjian's body had not yet been disposed of, and they had to investigate further. On the train, there was no forensics, no laboratory tests or such auxiliary methods, so investigating the case went back to the most primitive state. With so many knives in his back, if he calls out, he might be discovered. Lu Zifeng looked at the knife wounds on Wu Mingjian's back. Cruel, then it's more likely that he won't call out. Jiang Bai speculated. The first step to solving a case is to list out all the suspects, no matter how detailed. And the bloodstains over here, Lu Zifeng said, simulating. If the murder was done in this state, stabbed several times in a row and then pushed down on the bed, only then would there be traces like this. Even though the carpet is a tan color, the blood traces are not an obvious. But for Lu Zifeng and Jiang Bai, it is not very difficult to distinguish. And why so many knives? Jiang Bai said. Normally, it might be more convenient to wipe the neck in other ways, such as killing with one knife. I was also thinking about stabbing the back, Lu Zifeng said. I'll record these first and think about it later. What else did you find? Strange marks on this side of the door lock, Jiang Bai said, pulling the door out a bit more. There were strange traces on the door lock from inside to outside. These traces were transparent, and it was hard to find them without looking closely. By the way, have you investigated the identity of the deceased? Jiang Bai said. It's okay if it's a revenge killing, but if it's a purposeless killing, we're all in danger. I've already considered this issue, so I've asked everyone to temporarily move to the cafeteria. Lu Zifeng said. I've already asked Dui Hong to look into it. In this confined space with a lack of information, Dui Hong's tablet was the only thing that could connect to some of the Interpol team's functions. At this time, the cafeteria had already closed, but because of Lu Zifeng's request, all these possible victims were gathered at one table. Some of those who want a rest are using a few stools to make a bed to sleep for a while. Do you think Jiang Bai and Lu team can find out? Yan Xie said with some worry. It's not that I'm saying that 10th compartment curse, I'm also quite afraid. He De Zhuang said. Why don't we turn on the lights a bit more? It's dark over there. I'm a bit panicked. What are you afraid of? There's sis. Stella pulled Yan Xie to the side with one hand. Everyone should trust Jiang Bai and Team Lu, but it's a curse after all. How can we ordinary people solve it? Li Quan said inside. I didn't believe it originally, but it seems that what Zhou Chunfeng said is true. Don't talk nonsense. It's better to procrastinate this period of time first, Sun Xiaoxin said. Anyway, we'll be fine once we reach Kyoto. Having said that, there were still 12 hours to go before arriving in Kyoto. If she slept, she would not sleep well, and if she was awake, she would not last long. Why are you all here? At this time, Zhou Chunfeng and Zhang Fan had just come out of the bar, looking like they had drunkenly slept, covered in alcohol breath. Their eyes looked a bit dazed. However, their spirits were not bad. Dead man. Li Quan told Zhou Chunfeng everything that should be expressed in 3 words. Hiss. Xiao Zhang. Let's just go back to the bar first and wait for tomorrow's dawn to get it, Zhou Chunfeng said with a nervous face, pulling Zhang Fan back to the bar immediately. Anyway, he would never sit in the 10th carriage again in his life. Lu Zifeng and Jiang Bo found the waiter who was delivering food to Wu Mingjian at that time and asked about Wu Mingjian. Oh, him? The waiter took a sip of water in the restroom and slowly said, that person's quality is so bad. I even knocked on the door a few times. It took someone to answer. Do you remember when you delivered the food? Let's see. It was around 5:50 or so. The waiter thought for a moment and said, we have proof of billing. I'll look at it for you, he said flipping through the pictures on his cell phone. It's an order at 5:50. Finished by 6:12. I'll send it over about 6:30. Hearing this, Jiang Bai's heart became even more strange. According to his time speculation, by this time Wu Mingjian should have already died. Getting on the train at 4:30, he started going to the buffet at 5:08 until 7:30. Watched the sun set completely before returning to his bed at 8:15, and met and chatted with He Dazhuang at 8:30. The final discovery of the body was at 9:45. According to the coldness of the body, Wu Mingjian died at 5:45. How did the dead man eat? Jiang Bo was able to confirm that the set meal was half-eaten. Then how to explain the delivery of the meal over here? He wouldn't explain it all with strange powers. A case is a case, and if he found an excuse to explain it, why would he bother probing the case? Everything was finished by saying that heaven punished or cursed it. The waiter wouldn't just lie, and there's the order form to prove it. The problem then is the time of death. The murderer must have used some method to speed up the degree of coldness of the body, causing Jiang Bai's misjudgment. It was likely that Wu Mingjian died around 6 or even after 7. By the way, Captain Liu, I found this button at the door over there earlier. I don't know if it's useful, the waiter explained. It's what I overlooked when I was told to put the meal on the floor inside. Thank you for providing the evidence. Lu Zifeng nods his head and receives the evidence. This button looks like it was accidentally dropped, with a tiny bit of blood and scuff marks on it. Look at this. Lu Zifeng points to the bloodstain. It should have fallen off when the murderer committed the murder. No, if the murder was committed at that time, how could the waiter not notice it? Jiang Bai shook his head. He told Lu Zifeng his reasoning just now. That's also the problem. Dead people don't eat. Lu Zifeng scratched his head. He could only choose one of the two conditions. Either the dead person died before the meal was delivered, or the dead person died after the meal was delivered. There was some confusion in his mind. After carefully placing the clasp in the evidence bag he carried with him, he took Jiang Bo back to the cafeteria. Chapter 106, Information on the Dead. Today you guys will rest here for the time being. If there's anything you need to bring, let's go get it together first. Lu Zifeng takes off his gloves and says, before I solve the case, I can only commission everyone. The crowd nodded their heads and also expressed their understanding. There were already quite a few rumors in the 10th carriage. When they passed through the other compartments, the beds were all closed and most of them were already asleep. The carpet's usefulness became apparent at this point. As long as they weren't running around, they basically wouldn't make any loud noises. Coming to the 10th compartment, all of them took some of their essential supplies and returned to the front cafeteria. At this time, Lu Zifeng called out to Dui Heng. You stay first, Lu Zifeng said, and after confirming that everyone else had left, he then spoke. How are you finding out about Wu Mingjian's situation? Team Lu, this person Wu Mingjian is a repeat offender. Dui Heng took out his tablet and said, I can't fit a single page of his previous offenses on my tablet. Wu Mingjian is 34 years old this year, opened his own kiosk but because of the impact of online retailing insisted that this year finally open cannot go on. He has a lot of previous convictions. The earliest from the age of 16 was caught stealing. 18 years old opened a casino crime. Good behavior in prison early release. 20 years old burglary. Again good behavior early release. But by the time he was 26, he had been an accomplice to a bank robbery. Accomplice? Lu Zifeng said while looking at the text on the tablet. Wasn't it the bank robbery in K-City next door 8 years ago? I have a bit of an impression. I went over there as backup support at the time. This case had been a sensation and ended with several robbers in the net. However, during the robbery, Wu Mingjian had accidentally killed the bank supervisor, so the prison sentence for several crimes would be a bit longer, but still for good behavior early release. but then again early. He also sat in jail for 6 years. The bank supervisor has a daughter? Chen Yu? Jiang Bai was very surprised to look at the following and said, so it's an enemy. Why do you want to get married? I was bored and checked for you all. Dui Hong said, I was bored out of my mind when NS played with no battery. In the tablet, the other people's information also showed up. Chen Yu was indeed married to Wu Mingjian for 2 years. Her father was Chen Li, the supervisor who was killed in the robbery back then. It seems like there is a high possibility that she will avenge her father's death. Lu Zifeng said, but she also has an alibi. What about the others? Jiang Bai asked indifferently, do any of the others have anything to do with the robbery? Seeing this robbery, as well as this murder case, he thought of a possibility. This case was somewhat similar to the one he had encountered in the mysterious space before, so he wanted to learn more about it. You're right, there's also Zhou Chunfeng, Dui Hong said. He was over there to withdraw money at that time and happened to come across a robbery. Saying this, he pulled up Zhou Chunfeng's testimony from that time as well. Is there anyone else? Jiang Bai continued to pursue. No, Li Quan and Sun Xiaoxin were still children at that time. Dui Hong said. That Zhang Fan on the contrary, I didn't find out much. No way? Lu Zifeng said. Our network department and the general team's network department have docking, so it's reasonable that there shouldn't be any discrepancies in the information. Looking at the various blanks on Zhang Fan's resume, he frowned. Should we ask Zhou Chunfeng and Zhang Fan again? Jiang Bai speculated. The two of them couldn't have been at the bar the whole time. There might have been a bathroom break or something in the middle of the day. The possibility of committing a crime should be there as well. His main purpose of saying this was to ask Zhou Chunfeng about the robbery. Intuition as well as his experience with similar cases told him that this case should be related to the robbery back then. That's right, let's go ask now. Lu Zifeng said. Go. You go first. I still have something to say to Dui Hong. Jiang Bai said and turned to Dui Hong. Can you help me find out the beginning and end of this robbery back then? As much as possible all the details. What are you looking into this for? Dui Hong asked somewhat strangely. Nothing, just want to understand. Jiang Bai said indifferently. Dui Hong took what he was going to use. After Jiang Bai accompanied him along to the cafeteria, he himself crossed the carriage to the bar. Because of certain things, Jiang Bai had a very bad feeling about the bar. For the sake of probing the case, he still walked in. At this time, Lu Zifeng was questioning Zhou Chunfeng. He was the first person to describe the so-called cursed carriage, which was also connected to the robbery. Okay, then if you guys think of anything please keep me informed. Lu Zifeng has finished asking. Uncle Zhou, I want to ask about the bank robbery 8 years ago. Jiang Bai asked. Just now I heard Captain Lu say that the deceased was an accessory to the robbery 8 years ago. Hearing this, he instantly froze, but quickly regained his smile. I was present during that incident. Zhou Chunfeng explained. At that time, I saw a few menacing people come in at the door. They put on masks and yelled robbery. I wanted to take advantage of the chaos and leave, but I was caught by a lookout who was armed with a knife and wanted to kill me. As he recalled, it was Supervisor Chen who saved my life when he pushed me and got a knife right in the back. According to Zhou Chunfeng, Supervisor Chen was stabbed in the back at that time not knowing if he had been stabbed to a key organ like a nerve, and ended up being sent to the hospital. If it wasn't for Supervisor Chen, I think I might have given an account at that time. Zhou Chunfeng said inside. Stabbed in the back. Jiang Bai muttered in his heart, including the consecutive stabs. Wu Mingjian was also killed by a stab in the back. Putting aside the alibi, Zhou Chunfeng and Shen Yu both had the motive to commit the crime. But, precisely because the alibi could not be put aside, both suspects were innocent. Jiang Bai kept recalling the similar case that he had encountered in his own space. At that time, the situation was even more complicated than now. There were 10 people who had the motive to kill but all had alibis for each other. The only difference was the door lock. The technique of creating a secret room did not exist in that case. Back at the cafeteria, Jiang Bai found Sun Xiaoxin taking some kind of medicine. May I ask what kind of medicine is this? Lu Zifeng asked before Jiang Bo. I'm just making a general inquiry. This is my girlfriend's sleeping pills. She doesn't sleep very well so sleeping pills are often kept on her. Li Quan explained. We also took a vacation to go out because we've been under a lot of stress lately. I see. Lu Zifeng said nodding his head. Let's go. Go to the crime scene and take another look. He then turned to Jiang Bai. And me, I want to see it too. Dui Hong said and followed. Even though it was already 3 in the morning, Qiang was still in high spirits. The champion of staying up all night here was none other than him. Stella was a little sleepy but didn't dare to close her eyes at all times. Although the curse of the 10th compartment didn't affect her on the surface but, it still caused no small amount of fear in her heart. Chapter 107 Replicating the Secret Chamber. Did you find out? Jiang Bai asked when he walked to compartment 10 and only the 3 of them were left. The specifics of the robbery. Sort of basically checked everything. Dui Hong said. Here it is. Including the list of all those who were present at the time. Saying this, he gave the tablet to Jiang Bai. What are you checking that for? Lu Zifeng asked. Just now too. Why did you ask Zhou Chunfeng about these previous events? The motive piece wants to understand clearly. Jiang Bai said. The deceased was Chen Yu's enemy. Zhou Chunfeng was also at the scene at the time. This case I suspect is a revenge for the robbery back then. If the two were coincidental, if someone else was present at the time, then it's likely not a coincidence. He himself didn't like to infer from the motive, but the case in front of him didn't have any direction, so he could only infer the murderer one way from the motive. Makes sense. Do you think it's possible that the two of them committed the crime together? Following Jiang Bo's thoughts on motive, Lu Zifeng asked. We've always thought that the case might have been done by a single person, but there's no confirmation that it was done by one person. Jiang Bai had long thought of this possibility, only that he couldn't say it without the relevant evidence. He couldn't say that he came across this type of case in the mysterious space. Two committed the crime together. Then the curse that directed us to compartment 10 during dinner in the first place makes sense. Jiang Bai nodded. By the way, how about Zhou Chunfeng's confession? He said that he had been at the bar after dinner, drinking with Zhang Fan, and had gone to the restroom once in between, but quickly returned. Lu Zifeng spoke the original statement into the book. Zhang Fan can also testify that it was around 7:50 when he went. Various clues. A mess. It was still the original problem. Jiang Bai planned to solve the problem of the unlocked secret room first. Maybe he could find new ideas here. He began to observe the door lock, pondering if there was a way to unlock the door from the outside. If it could be done, then the so-called curse killing would no longer exist. In order to prevent destroying the scene, Jiang Bai didn't play around with the door lock at the crime scene, but instead studied the door lock from the 11th bed on the side. After careful study, the button used to reverse the lock was actually angled. If pushed from the side, it would also be able to press the anti-lock button. Is there tape? He suddenly thought of a relatively ancient technique. In the mystic space, external counterlocking on a latch-type lock had worked wonders. It was also since that case that he had all defaulted to the idea that secret rooms made up of latch-type locks were fake. There, what's wrong? Lu Zifeng took it out of his pocket. This is the temporary tool he used to extract fingerprints. Jiang Bai tore off a section of the tape, stuck one end to the anti-lock button, and attached the other end out to the outside. Then he took the key to the exterior lock on the door and closed the door. After closing the door, he pulled the tape a few times, only to hear a snap. The door was unlocked. Then Jiang Bai side gently pulled the tape. Not long, the tape is also removed. In order to confirm the anti-lock, Jiang Bai also used the key front to try to open the door. This, Lu Zifeng was a bit stunned, but what he saw in front of him was indeed that Jiang Bo had cracked the anti-lock problem. After asking the security guard to open the door, Jiang Bo looked at the transparent marks left on it. Sure enough, it was caused by the tape. How come this door is also unlocked? The security guard opened the door and saw that there was no one inside, and asked with some surprise, I know I shouldn't say this, but it can't really be the curse of compartment 10, right? I won't reveal the exact way. Jiang Bai said indifferently, but it's man-made. You rest first. If something comes up we'll find you again. Lu Zifeng said, nodding his head and letting the security guard leave first. If you use duct tape you can finish. He then turns to Jiang Bai. Then if the murderer has similar tape, he can accomplish the same operation. That's one way to look at it. Ember said. Still can't forget that the murderer could be more than one person. Right, the secret room unlocking is just one link. It only proves that the unlocking was done by him. Lu Zifeng nodded. I'll organize to check the luggage first. Saying this, he leads Dui Hong to go ahead. The cafeteria. The time has reached 4:30 a.m. The sky had turned from black to dark blue, and not far away it was already a bit reddish. He closed his eyes to recall the scene at the very beginning. If Zhou Chunfeng was an accessory, from the beginning of gathering the crowd to the back of the room to head to bed 12, it was all about making sure that they were in their line of sight. At that time, Wu Mingjian was still alive and even had a very angry expression. It was 5 o'clock when the group gathered to go to dinner, and there should have been no time to kill Wu Mingjian and then follow him. This was because Jiang Bai was basically walking at the very back, under Zhou Chunfeng's cover. The only person outside Jiang Bo's line of sight was Chen Yu. Chen Yu killed Wu Mingjian first? But again, this doesn't match the confession of the waiter who delivered the food. There were men talking inside. Unless Chen Yu would have brought a voice changer or something like that, it couldn't be explained. There's only one conclusion. There was someone else in the room at the time, and it was a man. He recalled who had left the table during the middle meal, but his recollections had been disturbed by Zhou Chunfeng's storytelling. Li Quan had gone to the restroom, and so had Zhang Fan. But in terms of motive, these two should have nothing to do with the case. Wait, leaving the table to go to the restroom could be going back to solve Wu Mingjian. The premise is that the motive to kill exists for these two as well. Then why was Wu Mingjian killed so obediently? After hiding for so long in the middle, a normal person would choose to run away. Combined with the descriptions of the stewardess and the delivery waiter, there wasn't much movement in compartment 10 the entire time. Wu Mingjian died without a struggle. How did? Just thinking of this, Jiang Bai's brain popped up one thing, sleeping pills. But Sun Xiaoxin had nothing to do with the robbery. So how did her sleeping pills get into Wu Mingjian's mouth? Lu Zifeng's records did not show any borrowing of sleeping pills. Either Li Fuan and Sun Xiaoxin are also murderers? This speculation seemed to suggest that apart from their own group, the rest were all murderers? Jiang Bai took out his cell phone and looked at the pictures of the robbery that he had saved from Dewey Hong's flat panel earlier. At that time, news was not very developed and could only be carried by newspapers. In addition to the newspaper, Dewey Hong also found a few photos in the records of the criminal police team that were taken by reporters at the time and not released. The photos were taken from the arrival of the people from the criminal police team to the beginning, until the robbery was solved. A man and a woman, 2 children in company, were pulled by the criminal police force. It looks as if they are around 12 years old. Lastly, there is Zhang Fan, who has a mysterious identity. According to Lu Zifeng's explanation, the record of the criminal police force will not be wrong. Only the possibility of changing the name, and sometimes the information of the name change may not have cancelled the original name for some reasons. That's what led to the situation where the resume was Snow White. Everything is very similar to that case. Jiang Bai said to himself, we can only try to scam them a bit. He chose to cast a stone.